Well, hello, DK Sim fam. Welcome on back. I guess you might say the starting anew of year number 2 in these Madden simulations. I guess yesterday technically counts, being the birthday or 1 year anniversary, however we want to view it, of these Madden sims. But we are off and running now for real in season number 2 with Christian DeAndrea. I'm Adam Kaufman. How are you, bud?
I'm doing well. I'm doing great. It's a lovely day up here, and no better way to kick off not only the week but the new year of Sims than to be here with you, pal, talking about all things in somewhat sim related, but all things football, sports, Boston. And we're going to throw in a lot of good Patriots talk because you know what? Over the past year, we've figured out that you love nothing more. Paul and I, or Glash and I, or Glash and Lots. Whenever we go off on long tangents about the Patriots, that is the sweet spot. The viewers rise, the likes come pouring in. So we're going to make sure we include even more of that here in year 2.
Yeah, I don't think people want anything, too Boston centric. So I should tell you, Jaylen Brown has been ruled out for the Celtics tonight. You know, we could start there. Maybe Evan Fournier will play. No, we're not going to go down that road. At least maybe a little bit later on. But I will tell you, for the nooner, the Browns, Cowboys, and can we get another special guest free roll? Not here for this one. We actually didn't even effort it, but maybe at some point the 3-person booth becomes a more regular thing, because we did it from multiple broadcasts yesterday, and it absolutely was a blast, and we want your thoughts on how much you guys all enjoyed that yesterday as well. But Christian, let us dive into this nooner free roll with about 150 entries here among our diehard loyal crew. Who do you have in that lineup of yours?
Well, I kind of bucked some trends, swam upstream a little bit. I looked at Michael Gallup's numbers, and there are a lot of bad days in there. But there's also a 28-pointer sprinkled in his over his last 10 sims. So I was like, you know what? Let's pay down for Gallup. There are too many talented players in this one. I want to make sure I can fit in all the guys I want. So we'll pay down for Mikey G, put him in the captain spot. Hope this is a boom day for him, or at least a double-digit day. But odds are it probably won't be. Behind him, I got Zeke, I got OBJ, I got Amari Cooper, I got Austin Hooper, I have Jarvis Landry. So a lot of very talented skill players filling out my lineup in this one. Faded both quarterbacks just because if you look at how Dak Prescott has been lately, you remember when he was like a guaranteed 20-point guy? No, those days are so far behind us. He has averaged like 9 points a sim over his last 3. He hasn't had more than 12 points in his last 6 sims. He's been real grim. So maybe you're hoping for a bounce here, but maybe not. I faded him. I faded Baker too, just because I like some cheaper options. How about you? Where are you in this one?
So I decided to go with Michael Gallup in the captain spot. You know, the price point dropped enough for me to justify it. $8,700 in that slot. He's getting about a dozen points per sim. After him, I do have both QBs, Baker Mayfield and Dak Prescott. I have Ezekiel Elliott, Rashard Higgins, super cheap, $5,400 at about 10 points per sim, and then CeeDee Lamb is, I don't know, kind of a punt play, I guess. He's not a super punt play, but, you know, at least compared to the rest of my lineup, he is. At $4,800, 7 points a sim, got him in there to round out the lineup. We'll see how it goes. Also, as Zeke picks up a yard to start things off, want to celebrate all of you folks.
Yes.
Taking a look at the big $30,000 contest yesterday with 10K going to first place to celebrate the 1-year simiversary of us doing these things. And I can't believe, talked a lot about this last night with, of course, Tom Carroll and special guest Eric Winalda, long a member of the DK Sim fan, but joining in on the commentary last night for the first, and I hope not last time. I know he had fun. I just, the fact that this has been a year, in some ways it feels like much longer. In other ways, it feels like we just started doing these. It is, I guess, kind of true of the pandemic in general as well, but absolutely wild. Want to congratulate our buddy CJ, 20th place. Looks like, he's certainly represented in that contest of north of 2,000 people. Brother Phil, see you in the top 50. Fast Eddie won this thing. I don't know if Fast Eddie is in the chat or not, but if you are, shout out and congrats on your 10 grand. And if anybody else, by the way, cashed in, let us know. We want to celebrate all of you as well. Dak off the back foot. Did he get there? He did. Completion to the 30. Wow, 51-yard grab, CeeDee Lamb.
Wow, the back foot fadeaway 51-yard heave, and it works out to the rookie. Beautiful. That is why you are worth $200 million, Dak Prescott, because you can do that in real life too. As Denzel Ward, the best member of that Browns secondary, He still somehow gets sunned by a rookie on that play.
Hello to all of you in the chat. Rossi's Fat Cat saying hi to the two of us, also demanding to be fed. We get it. We're right here with you. Aloha, Adam and Christian, says Brian. Man, I'd like to be in Hawaii right now. That sounds pretty good. Good morning, Coffin CDA. Great start, says El Paso #1. As Zeke takes himself out to the 14. He has 17 on the ground in his 2 attempts. 1st and 10 on the way, and we may get, as we're about 2 minutes in, a quick touchdown here for Dallas.
Finished in 5th place, so good to see the Twitch fam get involved too. CJ, Ziwa,
Crooked
Tooth, yeah, very nice to see you guys all showing up and showing out. I blanked it. I forgot all about what day it was. I didn't even realize it was 3:28 until a good friend of probably both of ours, given his stature in New England sports, but Doug Kide posted that. He has another baby, and
I saw
he was
that.
born on Patriots Day, 3/28. Then I was like, all right, that's Super Bowl 51 Day. Oh, crap, that is also Simiversary Day, so I missed that as well. But congrats to everyone who won, and congrats to Doug, who got a pretty solid prize of his own and a healthy baby girl.
Tell you, Tom Brady's social media team, normally on target, a little behind the 8 ball this week. Maybe still feeling the effects of stumbling off that boat, because I saw him post on Instagram wishing everyone a happy 328 day. Of course, celebratory photos of that comeback win against the Falcons, except he posted it on 329.
Oh.
Come on, Tom. Be better than that. 2nd and 5 from the 9. Zeke again. Is he going to cruise? He does.
Woo!
Spin move into the end zone. Now that, we're so used to seeing running backs or quarterbacks run themselves right into a tackle, right into traffic. That was some elite AI footwork right there. He had a man in front of him. Nope, gonna spin right around you, cruise in, touchdown Zeke.
About time. It looked like it was one of those two where if he had just put his shoulder down, he would have carried a defender into the end zone. Instead, plays like an actual NFL running back. So you like to see it. The Cowboys would certainly like to see more of that. Zeke right now, maybe an albatross on this team's cap sheet going forward. They signed him to that big extension. And then his 2020, not a stretch to say it was his worst season as his pro. Year 5 of the Zeke Elliott experience saw him average career lows in yards per game and yards per carry, and especially in the receiving game. Got a lot of passes, but his yards per catch were way down. His yards per target were a career low. And some of that, sure, will come back to, teams being able to stack the box, being able to clog up his running lanes, not being very threatened by Andy Dalton and Ben DiNucci and Garrett Gilbert. But it's going to be very interesting to see if that massive workload he's had. And this is a guy who, over the first 5 years of his career, has averaged nearly 300 carries per season. Going to be interesting to see if that is beginning to take its toll on a big athletic running back who has a lot of mileage already on that Ferrari engine of his.
Top ownership in the larger free showdown. Ezekiel Elliott, who of course had that touchdown, far and away the most popular plays in 3/4 of lineups. Baker Mayfield, Amari Cooper, both about 50% owned. Cooper a fade for me today. We'll see how that goes. Dak Prescott about 49%. Odell Beckham Jr. another tough fade, 47%. Then you have Michael Gallup, very popular, 44%, and obviously the list goes on from there. Baker at about 5% in the captain spot. Zeke 28% in the captain spot, rewarding almost a third of people, more than a quarter anyway, with that touchdown to get us started here. Choker says, we got the same lineup, Coffs. Good luck to us. Well, we're doing okay right now, the two of us and anyone else who has our same build, with, of course, that Zeke touchdown. And Baker Mayfield completes his first pass, albeit for just 1 yard. 3rd and 9 on the way from the 24. Almost halfway through this first quarter. We got the Drew stack. Producer Drew, our technical director, Cobra K, Tate, and Game Ops. Great to see all of you. Ooh. Jim says, congrats, Koff, on whipping my booty last night in NBA. I was so mad the night before. Put up 334 with my other lineup. That's how it goes. Last night was a tough one. I mean, I did well in the sense that I did well enough to beat the people I played against, Christian, but it was not a good night in the NBA. I think I only put up like 240. Bought in too hard on the Raptors, with Kyle Lowry out. And like I said, I mean, good enough to take down the the Glashes and Freeze Pops and Lamarcas of the world, but I wouldn't have been out there, winning a whole lot of money.
Yeah. Good enough to stunt on all the people who came and tried to challenge you, but not enough to compete with the Sharks out there.
Exactly.
Nice punt there.
Down to 7.
The Scottish Hammer himself, Jamie Gillen.
Stick here, by the way. Stick Welder said, Adam, I won $25 last night. Good for you. That's awesome. Part of the Madden big contest, obviously. 1st and 10. Quick release out of Dak and a quick completion. Very close to the first. Gets to the 16. It's going to be a 2nd and 1 on the way. And that one into the hands of, once again, CeeDee Lamb, who's off to a good start.
All right. So, wow, we got Zeke on the stream here. And, Jeremy, I see your question. We'll definitely bring that up to talk in a moment. But must buy, which I know that's not how you pronounce that name, but this is fan of the stream. So, must buy.
That's what Glash calls him, but I think that's what he actually thinks it reads as.
Yeah, that's fair. Glash, every now and then, Glash just always throws out a complete "I got suckered" screen name into the ether, and you don't want to react because it's like when your toddler says a swear word. You're not supposed to laugh because that's just gonna
you're just gonna encourage it.
Reinforce that, yeah.
I always say, listening to him do that, it's like watching, Bart prank call Moe's Tavern in real life.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like.
I'm surprised that we don't see more of them. And I think I maybe should stop talking about the subject because I'm going to encourage more of those copycats. But
I openly encourage it.
Yeah.
try and get him past him. It's only going to make him stronger.
You're going to bat like 250 on those screen names when it comes to Glash, at least. You are going to be above the Mendoza line. But
you're hitting 300 for easy.
Possible, very possible. Zeke, who gets the carry here. Do we think he's still even a top 16 running back at this point? And I'm going to say yes.
I believe so.
Yeah, I think he's going to come back stronger. I think having Dak back in the lineup will be pretty important for him. He's a guy that does kind of thrive when he doesn't have to make that extra man miss. And he was still good. He just wasn't all caps Zeke Elliott. I mean, you take a look at his first 5 games of last season. So up until Dak gets hurt, he gives you 4.1 yards per carry. He's giving you 72 yards per game. It doesn't really put him in maybe not top 10. Maybe he has been passed by. He's definitely not top 5. But I would still take him over a guy like Kenyon Drake at this point, or who else would be in that range? Like Miles Sanders, David Montgomery. I still think he is, borderline top 10, and I think he can climb back into the top 5. I think he's probably going to be a first-round draft pick in most PPR leagues, season-long leagues this fall. Will probably be worth it just because he does do a good job. He doesn't miss time unless he's getting suspended, which is nice. And he's always going to be a fair focal point of that offense. He's still going to get you, 20 touches per game. So even just from a usage standpoint alone, he's going to be a top 16 fantasy back. And in terms of, is he an actual top 16 impact back on the field? I say yes. I would still take him on a regular NFL roster over a guy like Kenyon Drake right now.
So, I don't know if you know his stats from last year. I've got them up in front of me. I don't want you to pull them up because I want to quiz you. Now, Ezekiel Elliott last year had a horrible year by his standards, by most people's expectations. How many total yards, all-purpose yards, in his 15 games do you think he had?
I see. I was just looking at his game-by-game stats. I didn't give him a full look over, but I know I would say somewhere like 1,300, 1,400 yards.
You're pretty much on target. It's 1,300 and change. He was right there.
Yeah.
That's not a bad year. Now, is it bad for what he's paid? Is it bad for what he's supposed to do? Is it bad compared to what he has done in the past? Sure, I'm fine with all that. But he is only a season removed from being a guy that had just shy of 1,800 total yards the year before that, hit 2,000 total yards season prior. He missed 6 games, so obviously the numbers were depressed, but his rookie year went for about 2,000. And I know that running backs, because of the physicality of the position and certainly the sport in general, they go south faster than other positions, and can fall upon that cliff in real world and just disappear. I don't feel like, I really just don't. I don't feel like that's what we saw from Zeke last year. I know that he was not, I'm not going to put it all on losing Dak Prescott because, frankly, the first quarter of the season before Dak went down, Zeke wasn't very good. It's not like he fell apart when Dak left. The offensive line, all the injuries that sustained over the course of the season, that was certainly a part of it as well. I just think that, ultimately, the usage was pretty similar to what it's been in the past, and the production just wasn't. Yards per attempt, a career low. Targets and receiving yards, they were what they've historically been the last couple of years, but again, the yards per were down. I just, to me, it was more of, we're going to see what happens, obviously, Christian. Right. But if I'm reading it, if I'm thinking about it in terms of drafting him season long, because as we know, DFS, none of this matters. But if I'm thinking about how he's going to do next year, to me, it was an aberration. I really do believe that, especially for a guy who's 26 years old.
Yeah, no, to me, it seems like a good buy low opportunity. And I see in the chat, man, I would not give Tony Pollard the starting nod over Zeke Elliott.
No.
I think for me, it's just, name 15 guys that are going to be better than Zeke next year. And I can name 7 or 8, maybe. And even that's kind of a stretch. I don't know. Zeke is the poster boy for don't pay running backs. He's not going to be worth what Dallas is giving him. He's another example of Jerry Jones being kind of a goof, but he's still an above average running back who's going to be a key cog in a Dallas offense that's honestly still going to have to outscore guys left and right. That defense is still a mess right now. So this is a Dallas team that's going to be in a bunch of shootouts. Means it's going to be a lot of looks for Zeke, even if he's not getting all the carries he used to, and that's a good thing. Remember, he's packing on the mileage. Maybe you want him fewer carries, more targets. That's what this Cowboys team is kind of staring down in 2022, 2021. So, I don't know. I think he's going to be a very viable option. Even if he is just an average running back right now, he's going to be in the mix on a lot of different plays. He's going to be carried on to tote the ball, to get those receiving yards. He's going to give you 4.2 per carry and 6-7 yards per catch. That's fine. That's all pretty reasonable. He's just not going to be your number 1 overall pick.
So let's see. Cole Page, what's up, guys? Currently first in the free roll. Great day to Captain Zeke. Keep it up. Good for you.
Nice.
Brother Phil, in his defense, Zeke had been running his entire career previously behind one of the best O-lines we've seen in the last 20 years in the NFL, and last year went from first to worst in that area and no blocking. I think that absolutely matters. There's no question for a running back. It absolutely matters. Now, you can get to a larger question of, do you view Zeke as what he was in his early years? And not that was long ago, obviously. We're not talking about a guy who's 28, 30 years old. He's still very much in his prime NFL rushing years. Is he a difference maker? Is he a game changer? Or is he a guy that is a jag? Is he just another guy? Is he like you said before, is he a Kenyon Drake, a guy that can give you 1,000 yards? Kenyon Drake, his production on the field last year, just numerically, was not wildly different than Zeke's. It really wasn't, as we're about to have a Greg Zuerlein field goal here to put Dallas up 10-0, a little shorty from 26 yards. But is anyone going to say Kenyon Drake is as good a running back, and that's the guy that you would want as much as Ezekiel Elliott? Of course not. I mean, nobody's going to try and make that case. It's just a function of whether you believe he still has any of that in him. And it's not about salary. It's not about contract. The running back position in general, any of these guys, you think back a few years ago to Le'Veon Bell and holding out, trying to get more money, and look what he's become. It's a position where, as I said, guys fall off. They fall off in a hurry. They're not generally worth what they are paid, except for those first few years in the league, and then there is a stark regression. But I don't think you just all of a sudden punt on Zeke and assume he's bad at this point. Is he worth his contract? He's probably not. He probably never will be again. But he's still a guy that I would rather have out there than Tony Pollard.
Yeah. And I like Tony Pollard. I think he's a great change of pace back. I would like to see him get more carry. I feel like if you have Tony Pollard, you don't need to spam Zeke all the time. You can give him some rest. Zeke might not like that because that is a man who wants to be on the field all 3 downs. But Pollard is a nice player as long as he can address some of his deficiencies. He can protect the ball a little bit better. I think he's going to be a very, very useful player in all phases of the game. I mean, he's just a very solid RB2 that hasn't really gotten the chance to shine like we thought maybe he could. And he's a good speculative ad for 2021 if you think the Cowboys are going to dial back that Zeke usage, and all signs suggest, they probably should. But again, you're asking Mike McCarthy to do the logical thing, so maybe hold your breath on that one. Big strike there to Jarvis. It is indeed Jarvis Landry, the 5-time Pro Bowler.
23-yard pickup.
Love me some Jarvis Landry, not just here in Simland, but in the real NFL. And he showed that he could be a number one guy again in the latter half of the season, obviously with OBJ out. But the big key to unlocking Baker Mayfield's potential is really getting him to spread the ball around. We saw that in his rookie season where he made that Rookie of the Year run towards the end of the year. And that came because, Freddie Kitchens, this is where he made his bones. This is why he became a very, very bad head coach, but a head coach nonetheless, because he developed a game plan that had Baker Mayfield really spread out his targets and turn away from a Jarvis Landry heavy passing game and really kind of spread the ball out to guys like Rashad Perriman and Rashard Higgins, guys like that further down the depth chart. It didn't work out in 2019, even though OBJ was on board, but it did come back in 2020 thanks to the emergence of Donovan Peoples-Jones, who I think is going to be a very nice piece for this Browns offense. Looking at a wide receiver 3 type, former Michigan standout. Doing a little bit of work here in Simland, comes and goes, so he's a very much a punt play, but in the real world could be due for a nice rise, a nice come up here in 2021. 14 catches last season, but 22 yards per catch, a pair of touchdowns. It can be very, very useful in that Kevin Stefanski offense, and worth a mid to late round flyer in your season-long fantasy drafts, as that is a strike there to Rashard Higgins, who we just previously mentioned.
1st and 10 from the 21 on the way. 10-0 Dallas. About 3 minutes gone by second quarter. CDA, AK, Drew Stack, Cobra K, all here with you. Maybe a touchdown on the way for Cleveland. Is your expectation Odell Beckham Jr. is going to be there? It seems like it's just a rite of passage every offseason to wonder if he's going to move. But is he going to be there as you have a nice run, Nick Chubb out to the 6?
I think he will be. I don't think it makes a ton of sense right now for the Browns to offload him. It wasn't really an Ewing theory kind of thing when he went down last season. It wasn't that kind of situation where it's like, oh, okay, we're a better team without him. We gel without him. No, they were fine without him. They were fine once he was gone. They can make him work in that system, and you don't just get rid of a chess piece like Odell Beckham. It's like having an extra queen on the board because he is so versatile. He can make so many plays happen.
I thought it was because he's a diva.
Yeah, that too. And there's no real major cap savings by letting him go. And in 2022, that's different. I mean, they can get rid of him and they'll save about $15 million from the cap, but they already have plenty of cap space. That salary cap's going to rise. I just don't see, unless someone comes in and blows them away with a trade offer for OBJ, I can't see him really moving anywhere. He hasn't been a headache for Cleveland. He's been, his normal self, but he's not. It hasn't been quite to, boat parties with the Giants level. So I think he'll be fine, and I think he makes Cleveland better. So no real impetus to get rid of him.
I'd like to welcome Randall Flagg in the chat. Says plays every day, first time in the chat right here. Oh, Randall, yeah. I mean, one question is, what took you so long? But two, in the same breath, thanks for being here. Bandwagon never fills up. We're happy to have you. It took you a year or however long you've been playing, but we've been around for a year. And now jumping on in. This is the fam, man. YouTube or Twitch, just the chat. That's what it's all about. Touchdown, Austin Hooper.
I appreciate a good stand reference too, or maybe it's a Dark Tower thing for you, Randall. But I heard disappointing things. I haven't watched it yet. I don't have CBS All Access. I was waiting. I was hoping they would send out the screeners for it. But the new Stand limited series, like I loved The Stand growing up. It was like one of the first really long books I read. My mom loved Stephen King, so she's like, you know what a great book for a 9-year-old would be? This harrowing tale of the apocalypse that features multiple sexual assaults. So I reread The Stand every few years. Like, it's a pretty good book. The ending is, the less said about it, the better. And I love the CBS Gary Sinise miniseries, The Stand. And I wanted to watch the All Access limited series, but it looks like it's not that great. So if any of you have seen The Stand on CBS All Access, let me know what you think about it in the chat. Is it worth finding a copy of? Is it waiting to see that? Or where are we going to get there? As we got ourselves a bit of a game here, Koff.
Like to see it.
Yeah, after a nothing opening drive, the Browns have responded. We got a little hoop. We got a little Baker Mayfield action. The question is if the defense can stand up, because so far, not ideal. What's also not ideal is me throwing Michael Gallup in my captain spot. He has 1 catch for 9 yards so far. Only 1 fewer receiving yard than Amari Cooper.
So taking a look at our leaderboard right here for the nooner, the Browns Cowboys, and can we get another special guest free roll? I am in 34th right now. Our leader is Joe C999 with a solid lineup. Zeke in the captain spot where he's already got almost 25 points. Baker, Jarwin, Hooper, obviously with that most recent touchdown, Higgins, and Lamb.
I'm sitting in a robust 82nd. Right in the meat of the standings.
There you go.
I got both touchdowns too. I mean, people, we all know the sim game too well. Too many sharks here in DK Sim fan. Hey, there's my guy. There's my guy.
There's your dude. My captain, Michael Gallup. 1st and 10 from the 44 on the way. On the subject of special guests and just really what was a memorable 1-year Simiversary day yesterday. Shame it was on a Sunday, although at the same time incredibly fitting that it would be on a football Sunday. But of course, might have been able to do that much more with it had it been on a weekday. But nevertheless, we had just a great lineup. A lot of different people were involved. We had multiple 3-person booths as well. Brian Berard, Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s and 6s and 7s. He popped on during Madden After Dark last night. In fact, he and I were messaging back and forth a little bit after the fact because he was originally going to come on the prime time at 8 with Tom Carroll and I, and when we had already reached out though to Eric Winalda, and once Winalda was able to do it, and he said, "Bry Guy, you mind doing Madden After Dark?" He said, for a soccer guy, for a legend, for a member of the DK Sim fam, I guess I can maneuver. So he pushed back to the 10, but I'm back at 8 tonight. Bry Guy and I were going back and forth about him possibly hanging out again, joining up with that. Love to see him, obviously, and do that three-man thing once more. But earlier in the day, Babysitter Billy made his return with Rossi and Clash in what seemed to be just a 1-hour roast of me, which is fitting. But good to hear those guys, and again, a wide range of people involved in that. And awesome to see. Awesome to have some people come on back who hadn't been on in a while. I mean, we got to get Shrug and Gary and Bukes, I guess you heard from recently, Felix, Mayo. I mean, some of these, Benny Bandana, some of these guys that haven't been on in a while. Love to see them return at some point here during year 2 of these Madden Sims. But I got to say, the 3-person booth, Christian, I think, obviously we're not going to do it all the time. I know that, and there are many reasons why. But it was fun. It worked. No one really stepped on each other. It was just good dialogue.
Yeah, and we've seen it work before. I mean, Super Bowl weekend when we had J-Dub on.
Yeah.
That very well. And that was even with someone who wasn't initiated into this DK Sim fam.
Right.
So, yeah, we can definitely make that work. And, I'd be into it because I like calling Sims. I like getting paid.
Dom says Eric and Brian were both great. Totally agree. And, I understand we had a real memorable LaMarca moment last night. I had heard from our production crew that he didn't actually know Zach Thompson's first name, Zach, as we got Amari Cooper rolling into the end zone after putting on the turbo jets there. 34-yard score for Coop. So we had a Hooper and a Cooper. Touchdowns for both. About to be 17-7 Dallas.
The Hoop and Coop connection working out for your lineups as Dak having himself a nice comeback game, a nice bounce back. His last sim, Cough, it was not very pleasant. He showed up and gave you 8.88 points at 10K in a win over the Packers, only 202 yards. Didn't do anything on the ground, which is basically what we've seen him lately. I feel like the latest Madden update took into account his bum ankle, because he went from a guy who was giving you like 5 points per game via rushing yards to a guy who barely shows up on the stat sheet. But here, not only absolutely slinging some big passes, but that's a passing touchdown to go with what I gotta imagine is up over 150 passing yards so far. He's got to be on pace for the bonus thus far.
We'll check numbers, obviously, at halftime, about a minute away. Roosevelt asking about just the scoring in general. So everybody knows, it is manual scoring. Our Game Ops crew always on it. Sometimes things, will obviously take a couple moments to get fully updated. That's just part of the, manual math. So it does take a little bit of time, and rest assured everything will be fully updated, as it always is, by the end of the sim or shortly thereafter, and along the way for that matter. But any questions about CeeDee Lamb having a touchdown? He does not. Ezekiel Elliott, as well as Amari Cooper most recently, and obviously Austin Hooper on the other side, they have the touchdowns to this point.
And like we always say, we might not be the fastest with the stats since they aren't automated, but we always will be the most right. So they're going to be corrected. We're going to make sure we got everything taken care of, guys. Don't you worry. We will make sure that we take care of you. Because Browns trying to take care of their own business here, trying to make this a one-possession game once again. A strike to Austin Hooper there and a quick timeout. So 58 seconds to play, 2 timeouts. Browns got the ball at their own 34, and they need to get, what do you think here, Koff? About 30 more yards. We're in a dome. 30 yards before we're looking at field goal range?
Thereabouts. Second and 1 from the 34. Obviously, 2 timeouts to work with here still for the Browns. All 3 on the Dallas side. We've got our guy Jason Rossi hanging out in the chat, just popping in to say hello, probably during his lunch break and getting himself ready for some sims later on, I have to imagine. That ball's completed out to Rashard Higgins to the 40 in a timeout.
Actually, Rossi and I up next. So he's just prepping. Waiting to see what I'm talking about. Waiting to see if I've addressed the great news that Vanderbilt is committing $300 million to upgrading its athletic facilities, which if you've ever watched a football game at Vanderbilt Stadium, you know that, oh my God, that is long overdue. It's an SEC stadium, Koff. It seats like 35,000. There are Texas high schools that can fit more people in the stand than you could at like an Alabama at Vanderbilt game.
Tate, by the way, our Game Ops guy, is in the chat. Tate K, if you're looking for him, says, I don't like, whenever anyone expresses any sort of displeasure with, like, the scoring taking too long, or does this guy have whatever versus that guy, I generally, just out of respect to our Game Ops people, I leave their names out of it. I don't want to be like, well, Tate's lagging behind. He'll get, but I love when they take it upon themselves, because Tate is in the chat, says, yo, if anyone has a problem with the stats, all caps, you got beef with me.
Yeah.
Rossi says that's why he's here for it. Rossi, by the way, I was listening, not in real time. This is how much I love Rossi and Billy and Clash. When I went out to pick up dinner last night, some takeout, I listened to their sim from earlier in the day, most of it anyway. And I heard Rossi say, as we got a long field goal try here, and did it sneak over? Just barely. We got a 7-point game.
Looking 45 yards. Yeah, but it is, wow. Yeah,
that thing just snuck over the crossbar. That was Glash and Emerson out there kicking field goals from 18 yards or whatever it was. I heard Rossi say that, I didn't realize this. I mean, I knew he hadn't been playing, but I didn't know that there was an origin to it. I just figured he wasn't getting around to it, because that's usually his pattern, which is totally fine. But I heard Rossi say that he's not playing me in I had Chinese, Rossi. I was overdue. It'd been a couple weeks. So that he won't play me in NBA head-to-heads anymore, because he's upset, maybe is a stretch. I don't want to put that word in his mouth, but he found it displeasurable to see that I was not following him on Twitter. And some people I was following versus other people I wasn't following. That I'm weird about my Twitter, and I am weird about my Twitter. I need to just wake up one morning and follow everybody. Follow thousands of people, and eventually that day is going to come. It really will. But he was upset that I wasn't following him and said he wasn't going to play me anymore. So this is where my head goes with that, automatically, like chain reaction, you know. And he like if I were to follow him now. One, I feel like I'm kind of kowtowing.
Right. We don't negotiate with terrorists.
Right. You don't want to negotiate with terrorists. And second to that, so it's almost like, especially for NBA head-to-head sake, it's almost like I'm then either, if I lose to him playing NBA, I'm like paying for his Twitter follow, or, I mean, equally bad if I just start, wiping the floor with him and I'm winning all the time, then it's like he's buying my Twitter follow. And I don't think anybody wants that kind of distinction. I mean, that already happened with Samir when we had a Twitter follow wager for our NBA head-to-head, and now he has to live with that. I don't think Rossi and I want to have to live with that type of thing.
Well, listen, I think once you accidentally followed Glash, you just kind of showed us that you have no
standard. That like Kevin Garnett said, anything is possible.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, there's no standard there. There's no standard you have to meet. Do we have to post a certain amount of TikToks of us wearing our girlfriend's clothing to sate you? Cough, is that what you need to see? I mean, we don't know what the standard is, but we know it's low.
It's so low.
So
yeah. Glash brought it down. There's no question. Like, there was a certain bar that existed, and then like anyone, now that I followed Glash, and people think I'm lying. I truly have no idea how it happened.
I don't know how it happened.
But it's like I was hacked and someone just followed Glash and then got out. Like, that was all the damage they wanted to do. And not like I couldn't undo it at this point, but it's done. What's done is done. I feel badly, pulling away from that. So yes, I follow Glash on Twitter. And I do feel like that anyone that has beef with me over that fact has every right. Yeah. Every right. Is that there's a double standard that is happening now. Makes sense.
Meanwhile,
Rossi says he loves the gimmick.
Yeah. Through one up, we're having a pretty solid sim so far. Zeke on pace for the bonus, Dak on pace for the bonus. So a real balanced attack from the Cowboys here, but the Browns coming alive after a stall out on their first drive. And since then, it's been points. Let's hope it continues, because this would be a great way to start our day with something like we're on pace for 50-plus points in our first sim of the day. That's not always been the case. We've seen some absolute clunkers when it comes to the nooner. And the Browns and the Cowboys, two pretty good offenses, two shaky defenses going at it right here. And already talked about how the Browns can punch up that defense and get even better. And I really like the moves they've made, the understated moves they've made this offseason to address their biggest weaknesses, signing John Johnson, bringing in Troy Hill, getting a guy like Tack McKinley. If you want to read more about that, you can subscribe over at postroute.substack.com, our thrice weekly newsletter that goes out to you completely free. And today, I'm going to be breaking down just how badly the Dolphins-Niners trade reset the trade market for top 3 picks, and what that means for the Jets, what the Jets could get out of this if they decide they don't want Zach Wilson and they want to build around Sam Darnold. I'm not saying they should, because Sam Darnold is a train wreck, but if they do, they get paid handsomely. And I take a look at the 3 most likely deals General Manager Joe Douglas is looking at this morning.
So a few things to catch up on in the chat, and then we can go back to that. Must be, or must buy, as Glash likes to say, says Tate once did like 15 straight sims. Lay the freak off my brother Tate, period. Which is true. I mean, there is no sim Iron Man sim workhorse of consecutive sims like what we saw out of. I mean, that was just a Herculean performance out of Tate over those couple of days, too. And I think it actually was 9 straight, or 8 out of 9, or 9 out of 10. Just ridiculous. Tate says, by the way, always open to criticism. Confident only makes me stronger. Tate, I'd love to agree with that, but I'm incredibly thin-skinned and don't handle that well. No, I agree with you. We're here for the constructive feedback, as long as it is constructive, obviously. Tater Hater says, the only criticism I will give Tate is that he is a tater lover whose name is too close to Tater, which is a fair diss. I think that's fair. The Guru, I think Koff beat me 8 out of 10 times at this point in NBA.
At what point do you just get frustrated with donating to the Kaufman Kids College Fund?
You know, I don't make them play. Anyone who wants to play, I'm here. If they don't, Dom says, I thought Lamarca owned your Twitter now, Koff. Showed on Madden After Dark instead of Lamarcus by mistake. He said he owns it now after beating you so many times in NBA. If you were to ask Lamarca, who I beat last night, by the way, so obviously he jinxed himself, he will tell you I am over 500 against him. It's probably close, but I am definitely over 500. Rossi, Koff, that follow will be mine. Oh, yes. It will be mine. And he's right. It probably will. Maybe even by the end of the day today. J.E., no chat yesterday for me. Koff, CDA, Sim family. Great to see all of you. And you. Tate says, Koff, you and BK are the Iron Men too. Like 4 straight, you have to talk where I don't. Yeah, but we talk about nonsense. I mean, just listen to everything I've said here during this third quarter. None of it's important. Nevertheless, we're all here. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman, Drew Stack, Cobra K, Tate. You know who is almost alarmingly quiet here during this Sim Christian? Producer Drew usually is, I feel, razzing us more than he is in the Slack channel. I have to believe he is distracted. There are other things going on. Because normally he's all, and me especially, he's all over me. And today, nothing. Says he's just brewing up a good burn.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they take time. You don't want to force it. You know, you don't have to disrupt the silence every time. You can let that simmer and then pick your moments. And I appreciate that.
Drew, did you have a good burn yesterday? Because so I was, like I said, I listened to much of the Rossi, Billy, Glash Sim. And I only heard a little bit, maybe like 10 minutes or so of the Emerson Jeff one early in the day when Emerson was calling me out for being weird about not revealing Winalda as our special guest, which, by the way, Winalda even acknowledged last night that was all him. That was not me, as we have a Kareem Hunt touchdown. He was the one that wanted to leave it as a secret, and so I was good with that, and then turns it around on me and announces it in the chat, and then I look like the DB, but that's beside the point. Did you have, Drew, a good dig? Because at one point in time, Emerson said something, whatever it was, and then I just hear him go, Drew, true. It was one of those, like, I'm not going to read it, but I'm in. So I figured that had to be a pretty good burn there as well. Congo Cab says, wait, Adam Lamarcus said he destroyed you. Did you get him back? Yeah, I beat him yesterday. By like 3 points. It was close, but I did beat him. Monster. Jason Rossi, watch. Koff will follow you, but within a few hours he will unfollow. I did that to Bukes once. Just, I followed him, and then he quickly sent me a screenshot of it because he couldn't believe it, and then I unfollowed him.
But you just ruined his emotions.
Just to be a jerk. Yeah.
Just to toy with him.
Just to be a jerk. Oh, Drew disappointed me. He said it wasn't about me. Don't you know, Drew, I need everything to be about me. Abby says, Koff, talk about something important, like your best Bruce Lee DVD. I don't have any Bruce Lee DVDs, but I do have a couple Steven Seagal and a plethora of Jean-Claude Van Damme DVDs.
How dare you compare Seagal to Bruce Lee? Van Damme, maybe, just because Time Cop still slaps this many years later.
It's the best.
Yeah.
I only brought up Seagal there not to compare him to Bruce Lee, but to compare, like, if I were to have any Bruce Lee DVDs, it would probably be about the same number of Steven Seagal DVDs I own. Whereas Van Damme, I've got like 30.
All right, so what are the Steven Seagal movies you have? Is it like Hard to Kill or Under Siege? It's got to be Under Siege, right?
Let me tell you. Hang on. You do the same.
All right, I'll keep an eye on the play-by-play.
I mean, somebody has to, right?
Yeah, you figure out what terrible Steven Seagal movies you have.
It looks like no, yeah. So Under Siege 2, which is just off, like, you got to have Under Siege and not Under Siege 2.
Yeah.
But this one. Okay. So these were all gag gifts, by the way. I would not have bought. So I have Under Siege 2, Exit Wounds with DMX.
Wow.
and then a triple feature. Okay, I'm showing this to you. A triple feature. This is 3 Seagulls on 1 DVD.
That's too
which
many.
Are Fire Down Below,
Terrible.
Out for Justice, and On Deadly Ground.
Finish strong, but you're just going like F, F, D. It's like, all right, that's trying to find the least offensive sexually transmitted diseases I can think of, and then follow it up with a third one. But then I remember this is a family stream, so okay, fine. Either way, On Deadly Ground is the herpes in that bunch.
Bruce says, do you consider Executive Decision a Steven Seagal movie? He dies in the first 10 minutes. Well, spoiler, for one. Says, I love the triple feature DVDs from the gas station. It's probably where it came from, or like Best Buy or Walmart or something like that.
Someone cared enough about you to spend $4.99.
I was given, so I distinctly remember, I was given all 3 of these together as like a Secret Santa situation.
Like someone actually tried at Secret Santa, or this is a white?
No, I think it was like a Secret Santa gag gift.
Okay.
Like you have a max of like $15 to spend. What can I get this guy that's stupid?
Yeah.
And I got 5 Steven Seagal movies, and none of the good ones. Drew RTD gag for them. Total score for you.
B Mills for a terrible movie. Exit Wounds wasn't bad. I agree. Any time you go into a movie and you see DMX on the marquee, you know what you're getting. You're not going to get.
Well, look, X is always going to give it to you. We know that. The Macline Cough, please tell me you have DVD. I got or JCVD. I got a whole JCVD devoted section. Absolutely. Edward says Moose was hating on the DVD wall in selection. I don't buy that. Nope. I don't believe it. Not for 1 second. He's all about it. That's what I tell myself as I cry myself to sleep at night. People love my DVDs. Second and 6 from the 41. That's completed to the 16. Cooper in the zone.
Okay. So Coop turning up. Having himself a solid day. Being the anti-Odell Beckham. OBJ through 3+ quarters. Still without a single point. 0 catches on 1 target at least. He might even have a drop. Might have been a defending pass. But if you spent up to roster Odell, looking at those banger numbers he's had lately. And like last sim, 9.5, fine, whatever. Before that, 22. 35, 16. Like, he's a guy who, he's real trick or treat, but he can also turn on a dime and give you a 54-point performance. So, kind of a guy you don't want to fade all that often, but if you did fade him today, you're feeling pretty good about how that turned out. It's not.
Anyone wants a quick NBA nugget, just as you start to think about tonight's slate? You have several hours before that lock, so no rush, obviously, to build any lineups or anything like that. But if you're putting the dummy builds out there, Jaylen Brown out for the Celtics. Evan Fournier ruled in. He will make his Boston debut, the former Magic forward, and probably start with Brown out.
So do you think that's the play with Brown missing time? Because Jerem asked that earlier.
I would suspect. I mean, I don't know how much he's going to play, or obviously, I don't really know what the situation is. Him coming out of the health and safety protocols. If there was just an exposure, or if there was contact tracing, or just a little bit of lag coming over from a different team. Although we've already seen Mo Wagner and Luke Cornett play, so I don't think it's probably that, but it could be any number of things. Fact is, he's available to play. I would assume he's going to start. It's just the logical thing to do. They are, you can put them at the same position, and he's a guy who's scoring 20 points a game this year. You're losing a guy who's scoring 25. It just makes sense to make that move tonight. How well he'll do in fantasy, I couldn't tell you. I don't know what the projections are as of yet. I haven't looked into that. That's more for later in the day, but intriguing play. I'm excited to see him out there, certainly just as a Celtics fan.
Now, Colt, as a Celtics insider, I got to ask you, now that Boston has brought aboard Vanderbilt legend Luke Cornett, the master of the three-pointer at 7'2",
of course,
are the Boston Celtics title favorites, and how much do you think they'll win by when they sweep the NBA Finals? Like,
touchdown Zeke right there, his second as we get toward the end of the third, by the way. It's about to be 24-17. Look, Luke Cornett, just to give him his due, obviously making his debut against the Thunder in a C's uniform the other day. Plays 13 strong minutes, had 8 fourth-quarter points, a couple of three-pointers that really did legitimately turn the tide of that game and took them from a deficit to a runaway win. Cornett was strong, man, and he was the guy that, I was saying after the trade deadline, like, he's probably going to get waived and they'll bring in, somebody on the buyout market. But then obviously they came out and said that there's no sense in waiving him until there's actually a buyout guy to add, and it's not Aldridge, it's not Drummond. They've found their new teams, and who knows who else will come available, if anybody. But I actually think that Brad Stevens likes Cornett a lot. Brad loves a big that can shoot the three, man. And like you said, he's 7'2", whatever it is. And he's, you're not going to rely upon him to do big things. He's not while he was a game changer the other night, he is not, generally speaking, a game changer. And obviously you said it in jest. It's not like he changes your championship odds, or, there's no level of homer in me that could believe that. But could he come in and I didn't think he'd be more useful than Mo Wagner between the two. And in the couple of games, and it's a very small sample, but the couple of games that we've seen so far, I might flip on that. They might actually use Cornett more than Wagner.
I mean, he's got that length. He's not a great defender, but he can be a disruptor up front. You're not gonna confuse him for Daniel Tice, but he's definitely a solid role player. And he's got the nice thing about him is he's got that background. He's got the bona fides as a guy who A, had an NBA dad, so he's been playing games his whole life, and B, didn't grow basically until he was already in high school. The bulk of his game came from being a 5'10" guard. And that's why he was a 3-star recruit. No one really wanted him until, all of a sudden, this dude, as a sophomore, shoots up from 6'1" to 6'9" and just kept growing. So he's got decent ball handling chops. He's a decent shooter. He can give you a lot more than you would expect from a guy with his profile, because he kind of just looks like your average goofy string bean center. Now, he can do a little bit more for you. And his shooting hasn't been great before then, but if you look at what he's done for the Bulls, for the Knicks, he's been a very useful stretch center who can give you limited minutes. You don't want to trust him with all that much time, but he can be a difference maker in short shift. And we saw that he had something like a plus 25 the other night in the Celtics win. He's a guy who can definitely help you out in stretches as long as you're not asking him to carry too much defensively, and you can plug and play him, and he'll be a positive impact, just not a huge one.
Through three quarters here of the Nooner, we have got Beltway Boys 74 in front by about half a point. Long way to go. Zeke in the captain spot where he has multiple touchdowns, closing in on the rushing bonus with 86 yards and has almost 40 points in that captain slot. Prescott, Cooper, Hunt with a touchdown, Higgins, and Zerline all part of that leading lineup as well. You have Dak at 235 passing, so the bonus still in play for him. We'll see if he can get there. Cooper at 66. 58 for Higgins. Mayfield is doing okay to this point. Let's see. Cooper is the leading receiver. Again, multiple touchdowns for our guy Zeke. He got singular scores for Cooper and Hunt, both receiving, Hunt rushing, Hooper receiving. So 24-17. It's been a good start so far. Although, doesn't like the movie talk, Tim. Tim says, I take back my previous compliments. You guys should do a podcast about movies. Let the people that want to call the game do that. We've had a fair amount of football talk, actually, here in this one. It was very heavy in the first half. But, yeah, we got a little off kilter for a little bit.
Yeah. It's fine. This isn't quite the kind of sim that we want to ignore and talk other sports on, because it has been a pretty good game. But at the same time, there's always room for a little bit of discussion. Baker, what a great pass. Turns a potential sack into about 30-plus yards with a dump off to Kareem Hunt. So Hunt, useful in the flex right now. One of the better RB2 options out there. Chubb, he's going to cost you 7,400. Hunt, not really a punt play at 6,200, but definitely capable of putting together a 20-point game. And he's going a long way towards being worthwhile on your roster.
Drew says Seagal will do that to you. It's true. I do want to mix in, though, some football, believe it or not. Something that maybe you've gotten into with others, but the two of us have not discussed with the NFL expected to make the move to 17 games on the schedule starting next year. So Alvin Kamara among players displeased. Reading from this ESPN article, some NFL standouts sharing their displeasure on social media after owners scheduled to decide whether to approve the expansion during virtual league meetings tomorrow and Wednesday. Kamara, one of the most vocal, after Adam Schefter tweeted the news, going from a 16-game regular season expanding for the first time since the 1978 campaign, longest stretch without a change in NFL history, says the bleep's dumb as hell.
Yeah.
Adrian Amos, we really let this happen. He's, of course, the Packers safety, cornerback Darius Slay from the Eagles, saying, agreeing, that's what I'm saying. Cam Jordan, we all knew it was coming. He knew it, she knew it, they knew it, I knew it, everyone knew it. Torrey Smith, retired, says 17 games to the NFL. Great for dollars, but they're going to have to adjust practices and what a regular offseason looks like. Dudes were already falling apart playing 16, and as a whole, this is great, but adjustments have to be made. So what's your overall read of this situation, whether it's the player backlash, the league motivation, which as we know is financial, and what kinds of adjustments are going to have to come?
I mean, I don't like it. I thought this is something that was going to get voted down, the new, the contract, the agreement between the Players Association and the NFL. The NFL, I guess, made enough concessions, put enough extra revenue in the players' pockets that they voted it through. But it was a narrow vote. It was one of those things that we didn't really see. But the players really did have the power to reject this, and they came through and decided, you know what, we're actually okay with this. If that means we get this extra paycheck, if we get this extra revenue, and it went through, just not uncontentiously. It was a close vote, and obviously there are going to be people on both sides of this. For me, the bigger concern is that there are teams out there that are now going to be playing 2 extra games per season, not just because of the Week 17, but because they expanded the playoffs as well. So now you have the extra wild card team. A team that finished second in their conference is now playing an extra playoff game on top of that. So it's not just a 1-game impact. It's up to 2 extra games. It's a big strike to Hunt, and he can't crash through to the end zone. But his good day continues as the Browns 2 yards away from tying this up. I think we're going to need to see a drastic reduction of the preseason come along with this, and even that might not be enough to really sate the players' concerns, because this is a tough sell in a league where players get injured on a fairly regular basis. We're going to see a lot of off-season programming dialed back, and frankly, 2 preseason games might be too much as Hunt gets the opportunity to cap it off, and he does so with a dive into the end zone. So his good day turns into a great one. Look at that.
He may be positioning himself for Krusty Koff Player of the Game honors the way he's going. He is only 17% owned in the large free roll, and I imagine similar numbers here in ours. Yeah, 17.6, captain in 0.7, and has himself already almost 30 points.
Yeah, not bad at all from that guy. Not a cheap play, like we mentioned, so not exactly a punt play. Somewhere in the middle at 6,200, but delivering return on investment with this second half here.
Steven brings up in the chat, interesting point, and sort of goes in line with something producer Drew said as well. So Steven says what you might get is players taking rest weeks like in the NBA with guys being managed, the load management. Drew says probably going to get some more roster spots, right? Good for guys on the practice squad. So you have to imagine with 17 games that there are going to be expanded rosters. You have to go. I don't know what that number is. I don't know if it's an additional 2 per team, if it's more monumental, if it's 5 per team. I don't know. I mean, that's all got to be worked out, obviously. Maybe there are even reports of rumblings that I haven't seen, but I would think you have to do that because, to Steven's point and where Drew was going with it to, some degree as well, not just on the injury front, like there are going to be guys that teams aren't even going to want to play all 17 because you want them fresh for the playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah, but then the problem is on top of that it's not like baseball or the NBA where you can really get away with a rest game. This is still only 17 games, so I mean, you sit one guy, you lose that game. That could be the difference between going to the playoffs and staying home. It's going to be really interesting to see how that load management comes into play, what the decision coaches and teams make there. I mean, I just can't see a situation, and I mean, this even goes for teams that are firmly entrenched in the playoffs. Now that you don't have two buys, there's only one buy. If you're the Packers and it's late, you have a playoff spot won. You have the NFC North won. You have everything but home field advantage locked down. Are you really going to go out and sit Devontae Adams? Are you really going to throw your backup quarterback into a game just to keep Aaron Rodgers fresh? I don't see it really happening unless you have guys that are dealing with some aches and pain. Maybe this will lead to a less of an emphasis on guys playing through pain, getting done with the aches and pains. I feel like maybe we're not going to see guys press things as much, but I don't think we're going to see rest days like we do in baseball, in basketball. It's just one of those things that the regular season is too important in the NFL for it really to make a ton of sense for teams to go out and rest guys wholesale unless they have their postseason completely mapped out. And that, we know that only happens for a few teams every year, and there's no guarantee. So yeah, down the end of the season, a team like the Jags are gonna be like, all right, cool, take the week off, DJ Chark. It's a rebuilding year anyway. But if you're in the playoff hunt, it's gonna be full throttle for 17 weeks and potentially one more playoff game than you'd expected in 2019.
Tate from Game Ops wants to know how many star players did we see go down with ACL tears the first couple of weeks? With the risk to loot the product potentially. Yeah.
Oh, on top of that too, that's a reason not to cut down the preseason, because that preseason helps guys get up to game speed. And when we don't have that, he had a guy wide open. Dak might have been Gallup, might have been Lamb, but completely blanked the deep post route there, and instead 2nd and 10 coming up might work out better for the Cowboys. They would like to burn a little bit more clock here before scoring this drive at midfield here. But yeah, that's part of it too. And we did see it this year. We've seen it in years past where lockouts have reduced the amount of preseason activities. These guys do need time to get up to game speed, to stretch out, to warm up those muscles, or else you do get those catastrophic lower body injuries. And they have tended to happen a little bit more frequently in seasons where you don't have that full run-up. So it's going to be very difficult to balance this desire for more games and more money versus the inherent desire not to get your star players hurt. I wonder if we're going to see more rule changes that protect not only quarterbacks, but maybe some more skilled players. It's a tough spot for the NFL, and I get it. They're printing money right now, and
Darwin grabs 767. Go on.
I don't know. It's a little frustrating to see all this lip service to player safety. Then you go out and you add an extra game that puts that in danger. It's just, we knew the NFL didn't know better. Didn't really have their heads in the right spot, despite what they'd say. And now we're going to see it proven. I think we're going to get some frustrating rule changes, like the old roughing the passer body weight calls, like how they made pass interference reviewable. I think we're going to see the league experiment with stuff like that, and I don't think it's going to work out necessarily well. And I don't think it's going to be a disaster, but I think it's going to be very frustrating the first few years of the 17-game schedule.
Just looking back with what Kareem Hunt has done today with the multiple touchdowns, has almost 30 fantasy points in the flex. This is far and away his best Madden 21 day. He has only had one other 20-plus point game. Quite a few, obviously, in the teens. I think, let's see, he'd not even gone for double figures his last 4. He has 11 total touchdowns here in these sims. 2nd and 16 from the 35.
He's going to break.
Turn up the Jets kid.
He does.
Touchdown. Again, Amari Cooper.
Oh, man, 35 yards for Cooper. That means we are looking at a Cooper bonus and 2 touchdowns. So maybe it's not you, Kareem Hunt. Maybe Amari Cooper is going to be the crusty cough player of the game. We're going to have to wait and see, because there's still plenty of time in this one, as both these offenses rolling here in the second half. Baker Mayfield's going to have about 3.5 minutes and 3 timeouts to mount a response to this one.
Ryan says, is it really Koff's birthday today? If so, happy birthday to the oldest soul I know. Always a birthday in Simland, but in real life, no, it is not. Nevertheless, I appreciate the sentiment. 31-24, tons and tons of offense here in the nooner to get you started with a busy Dream Stream day. 5 more Madden Sims coming up after this one. 3.5 to go here in the fourth quarter. And to tell you just a little bit about what you have on this Dream Stream day ahead of you, here on a Monday, Jason Rossi, who popped into the chat, will be coming up next with Christian DeAndrea for the next one, Steelers and Giants, a little less than an hour from now. It is the Madden Matinee. And then Rossi with Z.thompson. He is Zach Thompson. The two of them will be together at 4 o'clock, the early bird special, Broncos-Panthers. Kenny Ducey and Geoff Ulrich together at 6 for Eagles-Bears, the happy hour sim. I'll be back with Brandon Cristal at 8 o'clock prime time, maybe even with Bry Guy if we play our cards right. Chargers and Raiders, again, 8 Eastern. And then Madden After Dark at 10. Moose comes on back with BK for Falcons and Titans. You will notice no Emerson today, no Glash today. Someone has to be the responsible adult and hold down the fort.
Wow, I can't believe it. You think they're just going outside and frolicking right now? Like they're holding hands, skipping.
Did they just say screw it and go golfing, the two of them?
They might have. Oh man. So all right. This came up, and these odds are from the DK Sportsbook, so you know they're good. The lowest money pick right now, plus 125 to be the third overall pick. That pick that the 49ers spent so big on to trade up for, right? 3 first-round picks to move up from 12 to number 3. The favored pick at number 3 right now, Alabama quarterback Mac Jones. I will lose my mind, Koff. I will lose my mind if the Niners traded all that way to get Mac freaking Jones. I mean, I like Mac Jones. Mac Jones
seems to be the favorite, though, right now to go at number 3. You think his stock is being overvalued?
Yes, absolutely. I think Mac Jones is a fine quarterback prospect. I like Justin Fields a whole lot more than I think Fields makes so much more sense, especially if you're looking for a guy who put up big college numbers, who has a big arm. I feel like Justin Fields is got the combination of Josh Allen attributes, except he's played for a winning team in the winning program. I feel like he's a big, strong-arm passer who proved he can get it done against Big Ten competition. And Mac Jones proved he can get it done. He's got a national championship. He's great. But I don't think he has those – I don't think he has the attributes, the physical traits that you want in a quarterback you just traded away your future for. I don't think that you can plug and play Mac Jones into this lineup the way you could at Justin Fields. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Justin Fields is just the name next to Dwayne Haskins, who I was very high on. I was shocked when Dwayne Haskins fell all the way to number 15 a couple years back, but it turned out to be the right thing. So maybe I'm wrong on all this. Maybe Mac Jones is the second coming. But if you traded all that to get Mac Jones?
Mac Jones!
Yeah, like John Lynch, I love what you've done as GM in San Francisco, but you were wrong on this one, my dude.
It really does seem like, you pull up the draft order right now, barring more changes, which are entirely possible, obviously. 31-24, about 2 minutes left here, and the Browns threatening at the 27 to tie up this game. This is the kind of game deserves overtime. We'll see if it gets there, though. But there are, and we could very conceivably see quarterbacks go with the top 4 picks. And if there's a trade, maybe even the top 5. Like, you could see all 5 of those guys that we've been talking about, Lawrence and Wilson and Fields and Lance and Jones as Baker. Hello. Rolls out and goes 27 by himself to the end zone. Touchdown, Cleveland.
What a run. That was an absolute brilliant play there from the third-year quarterback, the guy who's looking like a franchise QB and will soon be paid like one. Tying this game up with 2 minutes to play, but plenty of time left for Dak Prescott and that Cowboys offense, which has been borderline unstoppable. They're going to get a chance to make their own noise here.
That's the 12th rushing touchdown in Madden 21 for Baker. And again, this game's going to have 60-plus points now. About 90 seconds left, fourth quarter, and the scoring, quite obviously, as we are tied, is not done yet. But yeah, it's wild to think. I mean, you could have quarterbacks go 1 through 5. And I think, like, worst case scenario right now, looking at the order, we're going to have QBs, all 5 of those guys who, like, there were points in time like, will Mac Jones or Trey Lance or, will one of these guys fall to 15 to the Patriots or something? Like, all these guys, worst case, are going to go top 9 if I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, the Patriots aren't getting a quarterback unless they trade up. And
Right.
it seems much more Bill Belichickian to trade back and wait for a second, third round guy to maybe fall. Maybe you're looking at, and I don't like it. I don't think they should, but like maybe it turns out to be a guy like Kellen Mond or Kyle Trask, like guys who probably aren't going to be great pros, but maybe the value is there. On the other hand, Bill Belichick was never a guy who spent in free agency, and yet he went out and did a drunken sailor move on shore leave and when it came to bringing in new talent this season. So maybe this is a year Bill Belichick trades up into the top 10. Maybe this is a year he goes after a first-round quarterback. Tough to say, really. I mean, maybe a guy like Trey Lance is who he's locked in on because, hey, Trey Lance is an FCS guy with great bona fides, and last time he had a chance to draft one of those guys, it was Jimmy Garoppolo. Although maybe not the last time. Garoppolo was, obviously the guy he drafted, but he could have gotten a guy like Kyle Lauletta, and fortunately did not, because Lauletta, former Richmond Spider, did not turn out to be anything for the Giants. But still, it's going to be very interesting to see where Belichick goes in this year's draft. And the good news is there's going to be a lot of defensive players and a lot of bargain picks. Oh, no! Speaking of picks, that's an interception right there for Dak Prescott.
Oh, Dak.
A very solid return there. Terrence Mitchell bringing it out to the 40, and now the Browns just about 25 yards away from being able to attempt a game-winning field goal. We saw Austin Seibert, well, not exactly inspiring from 45 yards earlier, so maybe chill with a 50-plus yarder. Maybe make sure you get some yards here. Okay, that helps.
Baker's got that one. Goes from the 40 to the, goes to the 46 rather, 1st and 10.
Great job for Jarvis getting in and catching that one.
Someone said earlier, Coffee must be doing well with both quarterbacks. You would think, but I'm 59th because my captain Michael Gallup has not done much. But Mayfield, Zeke, Prescott, yeah, you got to have those guys today for sure. And they are, actually, surprisingly, Baker's not in the current leading lineup right now. He's done well.
Crazy to think that. Yeah, but he's a pricey guy. Maybe tough to fit all that talent in. Oh, nice sling there. Another timeout. So 1 timeout left. 26 seconds to play. So 2 plays here maybe for the Browns, and they need at least 5 more yards before we get into makeable field goal range. Let's say 10 if they want to feel good about it.
2nd and 5 from the 40, about 26 seconds left. 31 all. Browns coming from behind and with the ball. Mayfield drops back, quick release, completes that, and out to
there's the
30.
10-yard
So
thing
you're in
needed.
field goal range now. It's a long one, but you're there.
Yeah. 47
grab.
He already connected from 45. It would have had the leg for 47, but not much more.
Just letting the clock tick down to the field goal try. While we wait for that.
What are they?
Wait, what is no, timeout.
Oh,
Call the
come on.
timeout. Call the timeout. What are you doing? What in the world?
Why? God, they did it to us again, Paul.
Oh, it's unbelievable. What in the world was that?
Remember before earlier this
Yeah.
season, we complimented the AI on that Zeke Elliott spin move?
Yeah.
This was the opposite of that.
I said this game deserved overtime, but we shouldn't be punished by it. That right there, the Browns put themselves in position for a walk-off winning field goal. They did everything right up until that point where they just decided to run out the clock with a run. Literally just ran out the clock.
I mean,
Gross.
was Seibert in the back? Like, did he have a tummy ache? Did you have to?
Yeah, you have to make a quick run.
Himself to the back to the locker room. Did he?
Elite Largo, this is the funniest thing I've seen in a while. Well, a lot of people don't feel that way with you, Elite Largo, looking at the chat. I am ticked, Brian, because I want to see a nice dramatic walk-off win. Sure, overtime's exciting. Sure, we've had tons of points. Yeah, let's get ourselves some more, but we could have done it in regulation. That would have been just fine with me. So, 31 all. Browns ball. Maybe they win it this time around. If you are new to overtime and how this works, it's really very simple. Is that ball taken by Chubb out to the 37, just getting you more fantasy points. This game will not end in a tie. We could go on forever if we have to. Will not end in a tie. We will have, if the Browns score a touchdown, it's over. If it's a field goal, Cowboys have an opportunity to tie or obviously win. If the Browns do not score, then next points win. If each team is still knotted up, be it 31 all or 34 all after they've each had a possession, then obviously we go into sudden death. But again, clock at this point, I know overtime and the clock's counting down, but the clock is irrelevant.
Yeah, and
someone had asked, by the way, if I may quickly, Trent, guys, can you tell us when DK will have another big Madden contest? Matter of fact, I can. So in the spirit of the madness of college basketball, there's a bracket challenge coming up in just a couple of weeks. More March, or in our case, April Mania, NFL Madden Tournament. It starts April 12th, goes through the 19th. Free-to-play pools on the DK Sportsbook for the round of 32, round of 16, quarterfinals, and semifinal sims. $15 contests with $30,000 prize pools. Not sure exactly the details of the when and where. Stay tuned for that, obviously. But teams will be seeded by standings last year. So the Chiefs will play the Jaguars potentially. But again, as we have all the concrete details out there, we will give them to you. And that's something to be excited about. I'm looking forward to it. Little bracket madness for Sims. Let's go. And the free-to-play pools are open in all states. That is important to know. So 3rd and 9 from the 45. Basically midfield here for the Browns.
Way too far to try a field goal. No, definitely gracious. Too far now. Well, that's what you get, Browns.
You deserved it.
It's for your horrible, awful, very bad, no good clock management and your unrelenting desire to lose this game in horrible fashion. When the Cowboys get the ball back here, all they will need is a Greg the Leg field goal to end it. Let's see where this Scottish hammer punt goes. It's a banger, but does not check up. So,
nope.
Cowboys going to take over at their own 20 in front of a home field. Probably still baffled by that end of game management. And, well, if the game ends on this drive, Cough, it's not going to be hard to pick our Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid award winner in this one.
The man with a goose egg, right?
Still waiting for OBJ to show up.
Yeah, it's bad. Good day if you faded him, as I did.
Yeah.
But you never quite know. 2nd and 5. So, again, Cowboys, if they score here at all, touchdown or field goal, it is a win for Dallas. We'll see. From the 25, their own end still.
Zeke still
short run for 4. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman, the Drew Stack, producer Drew, and Drew, our technical director. Cobra K putting in the work, man, in game ops. Lots of offense here in this one, a ton of it.
And I'll add a couple more points to Zeke Elliott's total because that gives him the bonus today. And if he can get a yard here, he'll keep this drive alive. If not, maybe time for no, it's not going to happen yet. We are still waiting on that OBJ glow up. Zeke turns nothing into about 7 yards there. So you do like to see if you got Zeke in the lineup, especially if you got him in the captain spot.
The leader in the free roll is didn't see that coming. Up by 1 point right now with Cooper in the captain spot where he has almost 50 points. Elliott, Prescott, Hooper, Hunt, and Siebert, the kicker. 30 points in the flex for both Zeke and Hunt. Obviously more than that for Cooper. He's done really well. Hooper has himself into the teens, 16. 1st and 10 from the 36, another Zeke run. It's like they're massaging the clock for some weird reason. Like, just get downfield. Let's go.
Both sides. Both sides. Just grinding.
Thought it was OBJ, says Viper. Thinking it might be 0 BJ. Yeah. Yeah. Goose egg right now. Got him. Got Sim. Bagel OBJ.
All right, another big 3rd and short coming up here. last short yardage situation, it was Zeke up the middle. They're going to have numbers up front if they want to. It looks like it'll be, 7-on-7 up front, so they should be able to get a hat on every guy. Zeke picks it up, no problem. This drive continues. In the real world, I feel like we could. There's a world where you would get this would be about 68 yards for Greg Zuerlein. In the real world, I think you'd give him a shot. Here in Simland, no prayer, but Zuerlein, one of the more powerful kickers in the league, and he's got him in a dome. So, kind of think like 55 is doable for Dallas right now.
First and 10 from the 49.
Wow.
That's completed. Good. Jarwin gets to the 36. All right, now we're a little more reasonable, manageable. He has 82 receiving now.
Looked like it was going to end in disaster as that pocket collapsed on Dak, but he gets rid of it just in time. Instead of a throwaway, Jarwin able to react to the pass behind him and trundle his way into field goal range. We might see run field goal here. I don't know if we're going to get any more passing yards, especially now.
There you go. Don't need to now.
Plugged it inside the 25. 133 on the ground for him now. Probably going to see a couple timeouts here, and we're going to see a handful of runs. Maybe Zeke breaks one, but all signs are pointing to a Greg Zuerlein game winner. Maybe fake Kevin Stefanski uses that timeout he saved at the end of regulation to try and ice Greg the leg. All right.
Ball's completed, gets out of bounds at the 18. So, yeah, I mean, I think this is, barring a turnover, it's a foregone conclusion Dallas is going to come away after racking up some extra points here.
Good.
That's fantasy points, of course.
This is
Second and 4 on the way. Again, next sim starts in a little more than a half hour. Christian's not going to get much of a break coming up with Rossi. Good news is Rossi will be nice and energized. How about that Tony Pollard run getting involved because Zeke getting a little fatigued.
Yeah. Interesting. All right, first and 10 from the 12 now, and Dallas burning timeouts because it's 101, and it seems like it's the end of regulation, even though it's not.
And it's 101, so it's just what we do.
Okay. Game doesn't know we're going to play until there's a winner. These are playoff rules. There are no ties here in Simland. That's exactly how Donovan McNabb wants it. Oh, how was that game call? It was unfair.
All right, from the 12. Zeke stuffed. 1 yard. Jordan says, was that Pollard? Sure was.
Gallup not quite at donut status.
Worked, man.
Only 3 catches for 32 yards for Michael Gallup. So if you decided to pay down and captain him like Koff and I did, you're not having a great day. But Dak down to the 5. So clock is ticking. I imagine we might get a Cowboys timeout. They're going to send out the field goal unit. We're going to get Browns timeout, and then Zuerlein's just going to kick the chippy anyway. Let's see if that's what we do indeed get here.
31-all for now. That should change in a matter of moments. What a start. Peace of mind. Wow, what a morning sim gem. It's true. I mean, you can't go wrong with almost 70 points in the first sim of the day, stretching us over an hour. Great start. Great to have everybody with us. Let's reward the like button. I haven't even told you to hit the like button. Smash that thing. Let's get it to 150. 500 plus watching on YouTube. Dak gets back, 3rd and 3. Spins back of the end zone. Cooper out of bounds.
Okay.
Could have had his 3rd if he just kept his feet remotely close to in.
Yeah. We're going to get the booth review. Can't imagine this one's going to be.
No.
It looked like he was out of bounds before he even caught that one. But, hey, why not? We're in no rush here, right? Why are you reviewing that?
Nope. He was fully out of bounds, both feet.
Unless we're counting the space in It Takes All of Us as on field. That is
Bruce says he moonwalked out. All right. Zerline.
Here comes the
ended from 22.
Browns timeout here. No, they're not even going to bother icing him because it's a chip shot. Kicks up. It's good. The Cowboys take advantage of the Browns' stupidity and win this one in overtime. I mean, this one should have been at least a Siebert field goal attempt at the end of regulation. Instead, Cleveland decides they're going to try their luck in overtime. They won the toss, and they got nothing out of it. They got the defeat they so handily deserved.
But you know what? That was influential because in our smaller contest here, Christian, John Burney, that was enough with Zerline in his lineup to climb over. Both didn't see that coming, and Beltway Boy 74 for first to win this thing, barring any stat adjustments, which are possible because obviously Tate, I'm sure with the manual scoring is pretty close to up to date. There's a chance something or another may have to be updated to catch a yard here and there. He's going to review all that right now. But a projected victory for John Burney with Zerline to get him to 10 points with that chip shot. So not only a win for the Cowboys, but a possible win here for Mr. Burney.
I mean, outstanding.
You like that?
Yeah, I'm glad that something at least happened. There was a payoff to that very, very bad play calling. I mean, a few very worthy candidates for the Krusty Cough today. Zeke was great. Amari Cooper was great. You know what? I'm still going to give it to Kareem Hunt.
Yeah, I agree.
The cheapest of the three guys there. 2 touchdowns, both on the ground, like 7 receptions. Had a very good, very productive PPR day. So, Kareem Hunt, you are the Krusty Cough player of the game. And the Babysitter Billy Award, come on, we know who's going to. OBJ, cost you like $10K to flex. I flexed him. I was like, I'm paying down. I got Michael Gallup in the captain spot. I can afford OBJ. I'm sure that'll work out for me. Wrong. It didn't. I feel foolish. I had both Zeke and Amari Cooper. They gave me like 68 combined points in the flex, and I still barely cracked the top 100 of our 148-person free roll because Gallup in the captain spot 9.3. But he's Michael Gallup. You'll accept that. OBJ in the flex 0.0. Terrible.
McLaughlin group there on us. Wrong. Roosevelt says Cough and train second to none in these sims. Appreciate you. Old Man Dog Fan says that's me, Cough, John Burney. Congrats, Old Man Dog Fan. Hopefully it holds for you. Morning Sim Gem with a diamond, says Peace of Mind. Because there was just so much happening, as Christian reminds you about subscribing to Postroute at Substack.com. Drew, can we take a look at the stats again, just so I can review all the notable numbers for the people, please? Thank you. Prescott, 345. He hit the bonus, 2 passing touchdowns, a pick as well. 277 for Baker with a touchdown to his credit. We'll look at the rushing and receiving numbers as well, obviously. Zeke, 24 for 134 on the ground, 2 scores. Kareem Hunt, 4 for just 27, but multiple touchdowns for him, and he was much busier in the air. Baker, he ran for a score as well, so give him multiple touchdowns, 1 for 27. Chubb, 10 for 75, and yes, a rare Tony Pollard sighting, 1 for 6. Good to see him involved, as almost never happens. Can't imagine he was highly rostered today. Jarwin, 8 for 82. Hunt, 7 for 83, so goes over 100 all-purpose. You don't get a bonus for that, but it's notable. Hooper, 7 for 129, 2 touchdowns. Cooper, pardon me if I said Hooper. Hooper went 6 for 41, a touchdown. Higgins, 6 for 83. Landry, 5 for 51. Zeke, 4 for 35. Those were, the biggest plays. You had Lamb, who was 2 for 60 very early, and then just nothing after that. Your guy, DPJ, Donovan Peoples-Jones, 1 for 19. Gallup, 2 for 32. Our captain disappointed, and Schultz, another tight end depth getting involved, 1 for 7. So that was fun. Bernie still projecting for the victory here as stats work to be finalized by our man Cobra K, Tate in Game Ops. Very, very cool. Great sim, a lot of fun. Hit on a lot of good stuff as well. Heck of a day to start off the Monday, folks. But the rest of the day, this one is far from over. You got 5 more sims. Another is a half hour away, even a little less with pregame. That is Christian DeAndrea coming back with Jason Rossi coming in. Steelers and Giants, the Mad Matinee. Jump into the free roll. It's available to you in the DK Sim Fam Friends League contest. And good to see more and more people joining the league, by the way. Up over 1,600. You can't beat that. I mean, I guess you can if we get to 1,700. That would be great. Rossi and Zach Thompson, Broncos-Panthers at 4 o'clock, the early bird special. That's Eastern time. And then the beginning of the late classic at 6. Kenny Ducey and Geoff Ulrich, Eagles and Bears. Someone had written earlier, the happy hour sim with Kenny and the happy hour sim. Isn't that an oxymoron?
When Kenny does the 6 p.m., it's the Happy Meal sim because that's all his girlfriend
I see.
order at McDonald's
For the whining children. I kid. I love you, Kenny. I'll be back with Brandon Cristal at 8, Chargers and Raiders, and then Madden After Dark at 10, Falcons, Titans, Moose with BK. So that should be fun. And then, there's just a ton going on over the course of this stream day. So we will both talk to you again a little bit later, and I'm sure at some point be paired together again later on this week. Our thanks to the Drews and, of course, to Cobra K, Tate, and Game Ops. Christian, awesome, man. 90 minutes and going, but that was a blast.
Yeah, come back in half an hour. Join Rossi and I. Germ, everyone over at Twitch, thank you for watching. Everyone over at YouTube, thank you for watching. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. See you then.
Welcome in, DK SimFam. If you didn't know, today is SimFam Madden Dream Stream opening day. Because yesterday, if yesterday was like the 1 year anniversary, then today has to be like the season premiere, right? Like the opening day. This is it. And baseball starting this week too. Weather's getting better across the U.S. Vibes are up. Everyone's feeling good, and I'm with my feel good partner at Train Island over on the wild world of Twitter. My words are really jumbled today. You can also check him out at thepostroute.substack.com, and you can check him out right here. It's Christian DeAndre. What's up, dude?
Rossi, not much. We started off the new season of the DK Simverse as stupidly as we could have hoped, with the Browns absolutely browsing their way through a game and losing. So hopefully this game will be a little bit better, and it should be. I mean, we get one of the more explosive offenses out there, at least passing game-wise, in a very stacked Steeler team. And we get the quad father on the other side of the ball, Saquon Barkley. 15 seconds to go before lineups lock. Rossi, how does your lineup look for this one? I'm figuring out mine.
I had a real tough time. I really kind of hate my lineup, but I feel like I'm going to win because of it. I can just let you know, as lineups will be locking momentarily, I have heavy Steelers, and I really don't like it. Because the thing with the Steelers, they do, you mentioned it. Like, there's no point in taking a James Conner, even though you know he's probably going to score 3 times today.
Right. There's no value.
But the thing is, you also, like, the ball gets spread around so much. So here's where I went. I can tell you, I believe lineups are blocked. They are. Yeah. Barkley's in my captain spot because I'm not losing out on those points. I got Daniel Jones, my other giant. I got Ebron. I have Jalen Samuels. I went James Washington. And just because of price point, and I don't know why, I also have Vance McDonald. So I'm hoping someone goes to the drive-through, picks up maybe a hash brown, nothing big. Maybe just has like 1 catch, 1 score is what I'll take. I'll take a vulture if that's what it takes. But that's my $1 million lineup. How about yours?
Yeah, it would be nice. You know what? There are only 2 really good value plays I saw here, and I don't even know if they're that good. Sterling Shepard and Deontay Johnson, both giving you 11 per game, both cost you under $7K in the flex. Now, granted, these are 2 very trick-or-treat kind of guys, although Deontay Johnson has been coming through lately in his last 3 sims, 12, 8, 20. So I got him in my captain spot. I threw Sterling Shepard in there, too, because I want to get both wide receiver 2s in there. I don't know why. I don't know why that came to mind. The savings on Deontay in the captain spot allowed me to get Saquon in there, Juju. I threw Sterling Shepard in there, and we already talked about and James Washington.
So we both got him.
Yeah, so a lot of good plays, but I mean, like you said, just a ton of spread out passing attacks. Could really go to anyone. The one guy we know is going to come through is Saquon. It's been a while since he's really been fadeable. In his last 4 sims, at least 14 points. He's had at least 14 points in, 9 of his last 10 sims, so should be up for a good one here, even though he's facing a pretty difficult defensive matchup against this Steelers D.
Yeah, it's you mentioned, Saquon's kind of the guy. Hasn't had single-digit points in forever, like literally. It doesn't happen. So it better not happen today. Don't fade on me here. We see you guys over in the DK Sim fam over on YouTube and on Twitch. What's up, our Twitch homies? Noah, Peace of Mind, Person. We got King, DFS Queenie, Bert. How's everyone doing? We got the Drew stack with us today. We're good vibes. I'm telling you, we're going to keep cooking here. Our technical advisor, Andrew. We got producer, Drew. And we also have Tate in ops. I did jump in during your last game, as I know you guys were chatting it up. And I love Tate coming after the fam, being like, you got problems. I love it. I want that swagger out of all the ops.
Yeah, you don't want beef with K. I haven't seen him, but I imagine he's about 295, 5% body fat, and he knows a lot of Taekwondo.
Just yoked. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. There's a first down pass. Roethlisberger connecting with, is that James Washington? I believe. There's nothing with the Steelers.
Yeah.
Numbers are tough.
Have the numbers in the 10s.
Yeah. Very rare. I want to talk about Juju as we go on here. There is some news I want to talk about that relates to some of our passions. But first, highest owned in this contest, Saquon in the free showdown. 75%, Juju coming in at 52, Roethlisberger 50, Ingram 48, Ebron right below that, so a lot of tight end love at 49. Those are your top 5 as we have a 1st and 10. Roethlisberger in the gun, searching it out. Blitz picked up perfectly, throws a very interesting pass, caught.
Yeah, okay, it worked out.
Pinball.
Yeah.
So Roethlisberger gets it, but yeah, I forgot to ask the Drew Stack. I wanted to make sure, and now I see it officially happened. So Germ over on Twitch says, DraftKings and WWE seems like a perfect opportunity for Rossi. It absolutely will be. But we'll first say that, yes, officially, DraftKings and WWE, the pop culture, I forget what they put in the press release. I loved it, though. Like, the pop culture phenomenon of WWE have teamed up. So they've been doing these free pool contests that are kind of under the radar. I help out the DK Sim fam in ways I can before some pay-per-views if people want to play them. But now it's like officially a part of it. So you can check that all out. Free play pools will be happening for WrestleMania next weekend. And hopefully you'll see some more content coming with some WWE stuff. But Christian, this is exciting. You're a wrestling guy. This is great.
Yeah, pretty cool to see. And now, I don't know, I might have to go join Peacock so I can watch WrestleMania both nights.
Dude, you know what? I will do this for you, Christian. If you want, I will give you my login.
Whoa.
I've been the biggest mooch
yeah.
on every streaming service, so I feel like it's time for me to give back, and I'm glad to do it to people that I know are passionate wrestling people. So you need it, I got you.
Right.
And I finally used the password that I don't use for everything else. That's what I've come to realize. That's how you really should.
Yeah, I had the network login all the time, and now that they've joined Peacock, it's like, oh, you have to unsubscribe and then join Peacock if you want to watch. Like, I mean, I bought The Office when it was on sale on iTunes for like $30, the complete series. Like, I don't need anything else. I'm not going to watch your janky soccer app. Like, Premier League's cool, but A, I don't care enough about it. B, I've only heard anyone complain about ever watching any kind of European soccer on Peacock. So, like, there's nothing on that service right now that interests me besides maybe like AP Bio. So, no, I'm out on that. But I will be
take it for free. Yeah, slide in them DMs. Here's Roethlisberger on a 1st and 10 talking about the WWE DraftKings announcement. I've never had more buzz for something that I wasn't personally involved in. There's Samuel going nowhere. Like, BK was tweeted at me today. I had a bunch of people slide in the DMs because they know my passion when it comes to wrestling. I will just say this, for you that's still having the WWE Network, which here's my one issue with Peacock. The biggest thing I have is the migration's going to take time. But on top of it, Peacock isn't on. I have a Samsung TV and I have a Fire Stick. Both of the two things that aren't part of it. So
really,
so I guess I'm gonna have to move my Xbox from downstairs or my PlayStation or maybe get a new Apple TV. I don't know. It's a me issue, but I do want to say it's funny how the WWE Network is like locked you out of all the new stuff. So you can watch some things. Like there was a new Icon special, which I think WWE does great little docs. We have a 3rd and 9 here. And it was on Beth Phoenix that debuted last time. I'm like, I'm going to watch this while I go to bed. Nope, can't watch it. Just like you can't get that touchdown from Roethlisberger. It's going to be
a transition.
It's going to be a field goal opportunity here. Nice drive, though, halfway through the quarter.
Yeah, not too bad. Steelers can't get it done when it counts. And the running game does look to be a little bit of a liability, but Roethlisberger connecting throughout that drive. So a steady beginning here in the Meadowlands. We'll see what Danny Dimes can do coming back. Yeah, I know a lot of people were real bummed about Peacock censoring content, but to be fair, none of that stuff has aged well. And if you really want to find it, it's online. It's not going to disappear. You can see Vince calling John Cena the N-word if you really need to, but like it's one of those things where it's like, oh, okay, I'm not going to miss out on any of that. It's not stuff I was watching to begin with. Like I was never an Attitude Era kind of guy. I kind of, my fanhood trailed off like after the NWO and I was like 14, 15. I stopped watching wrestling. I got back into it as an adult. So I missed all that and I'm completely cool with not going back to it. Like I like actual women's wrestling matches. I don't need to see the cheesecake bra and panty matches they pulled off. Like I like the content they have now, the product now a lot better. And even though it's not perfect by any means and the storytelling is often butch, I feel like I appreciate this era of WWE more than I would have, like, say, 10, 15 years ago. It was real weird.
Yeah, it was very much more muted down. But I will say this, and Mike over on YouTube, so you have a handoff there, Saquon taking off. Looks like he had a cannon he was shot out of, just like WrestleMania will be in Raymond James Stadium. home of the Super Bowl next week. But Mike says, I hear Peacock censoring classic WWE material, including Steve Austin's one-finger salute, blurred out. I heard that's half and half. So this is still something that's going to be ongoing. I will say some of the extremes that you mentioned, I think should be, there's certain things that were just unnecessary to this day, but I just think you ride a slippery slope when you start censoring certain things because, as we know, the evolution of time, right now we're living in a very political correct time, and maybe there'll be like an early 90s revolution come the mid-2020s, and people will be speaking differently and things will be said differently. And I'm not talking about the language and the content, but I don't like all of it being completely taken out of WWE because I just think that you're driving a slippery slope, and stories in 1987 were much different than they are today, and history tells us that. And I don't know that we shouldn't mute all of history, and I understand it's a form of entertainment, but same thing with movies, some TV shows from back then. Like, you can still watch All in the Family, which is one of the most, I watch that now and I blush.
Yeah, and it's just one of those situations where, I know that a lot of people are kind of weirdly offended by it, but I feel like what HBO Max did with the old Muppet shows that had some insensitive content, they just basically put a warning in it. And it was like, listen, times were different back then, and that's all there is to it. There's still, I feel like there's, as long as you're in a situation that you're not celebrating this kind of behavior, or you're making sure that the people using this kind of language or whatever are not supposed to be heroes. I mean, McMahon is, when he does stupid crap like that, he's not doing it as a guy who's supposed to be a hero or even sometimes even an anti-hero. He became an on-screen character beyond the announcing. His whole gimmick as Mr. McMahon was that he was the jagoff boss that you absolutely hated. So he was a villain. So it's a different situation when you have a guy who's a villain doing villainy things using language like that, because then it's not something good people do. It's just there's nuance there, and I think a lot of it does get kind of tied up all into one big package and lumped out there. And obviously censoring all of it is not the answer. Maybe a warning, or maybe just basically accepting the idea that things change and times are different. That would be the best possible response to all this. But hey,
100%, dude. No, that's a great way to look at it. I just think pop it up there. And again, you don't have, just because it's on Peacock, and I get this is more family friendly, as Joe Lindenbaum says, cancer. Oh man, this is a tough sentence to say. Cancel culture is a cancer. Say that 5 times fast. He says it makes us dumber as a society. Now, I think there's ebbs and flows to that, but I do understand when people stand on that. Oh, come on, baby. This is a 58-yarder.
Graham?
Oh, look at this thing. Oh!
He doinked it?
He doinked it. That I've never. What is
that 58? Oh my goodness!
Look at this. Oh, just missed. I thought he doinked it too.
It had enough leg. That's the important.
Wow, that's amazing. If he kicked that, I think I would have. That we should all just walk off. That would have been awesome.
It might have to. Well, bad news for the Giants. Bad news for Graham Gano owners, but good news for the Steelers, who take over right near midfield. Tremendous field position for them.
Yes. So we'll see here is Roethlisberger takes over. That's a nice pass out. But yeah, getting back to the bigger point though. Yes. So WWE, DraftKings officially partners. Exciting stuff. At least in my household. And for you guys too. And I will give you any advice you need if you're playing any of those free pools. And those will be coming up next week for WWE's WrestleMania. So stay tuned for that. Roethlisberger, 2nd and 5. Quick draw. Caught. Moving down the field again. I want to read you the exact tweet. We'll wrap this all up in the first. It says, today DraftKings announced, this is 5 hours ago, announces a historic new deal with Culture Icon. That's what it is. Culture Icon, WWE, as an official gaming partner, focusing on its popular free-to-play pools product. And then there's, for more information, you can read the whole release, which gets more into details. But very cool. Very cool. Love to see it. DraftKings, expanding the world, getting more eyeballs there. And Rossi's fat cat checking in. Says, hi, Christian. Hi, Rossi. Feed me.
Of course.
We'll get to you.
Steelers trying to make their run offense a thing, and is just not working out. It's not great if you got Jalen Samuels, or you sped up. James Conner is one of those guys that you obviously like a lot more, 2,600 to 3,200. Than what he is currently at today, over $5K to flex him, I believe. Well, Samuels more reasonable, 6,800 for about 9 points of performance, but neither guy doing much of anything in this one. You might be better off with a Levine Toilolo rather than either of the Steeler running backs. And then on cue, well, positive yardage.
Connor right there.
Yeah.
I will say, we talked about it as we get to the end of the first here. If you're just joining us, welcome back to DK Sim Fam, Season 2 of the DraftKings Dream Stream. It is starring at Train Island on Twitter. Check him out at thepostroute.substack.com. He is Christian D'Andrea. And with him is the guy who's talking. I'm Jason Rossi. You can check me out at Jason D. Rossi, Pop Culture Pile Driver, wherever you find your podcast. But Roethlisberger did everything he could in this quarter. 55 yards, got him down to the 3, couldn't connect. So we have one field goal. So hashtag stack them kickers in play right now. And I think the highlight of the first quarter, Christian, was the miss.
Yeah.
A 58-yarder. We almost got it.
Yeah, kind of shows you where we are in this one. Just not a lot going on. Steelers moving the ball well when they're passing, when they're running the ball. Not nearly as much. 3rd and long coming up for them. Hasn't been a problem necessarily in the past, but yeah, look at these run numbers. Jalen Samuels, 5 for 11. James Conner, 2 for 15, which is great.
Hey.
As a whole, about 3 yards per carry for this Steeler offense. They're grinding. They're trying to establish the run. It's not working out so well. Saquon, 3 for 15, so maybe we'll see a little bit more of him in the second quarter and beyond. And then through the air, just kind of low-key all over the place. James Washington, 1 for 21. Deontay Johnson, 2 for 20. Sterling Shepard, 1 for 18. And those are really the only guys who have anything going, although Darius Slayton does have a drop to his credit, which –
Way to go, guy.
Frustrating if you're relying on him.
Sure. All right, so we'll get here to the second quarter. I want to talk a little bit about these teams here, Christian. Obviously, I know you've written up about, some of the moves here, especially with the Giants on the post route, but I want to start with the Steelers.
Okay.
Where's your head at right now? Obviously, you guys talked about the Browns. You had the Browns last game. Browns kind of making strides, slowly seem to be getting, better. Ravens, they signed Sammy Watkins, so a receiver wants to play there, which is nice. Bengals, on the rise, making some actually pretty nice under-the-radar moves. I think them and the Broncos quietly kind of winning free agency that people aren't talking about, in my opinion. But Steelers, losing a lot of real big key players to this organization. Roethlisberger's back, basically paying to play. Juju comes back, which blows my mind. What are your thoughts? Where are the Steelers at right now? What do you think of the moves they're making and guys they're losing?
I especially like the Juju move just because he's a slot guy who can be effective when you target him in short range. And that's exactly what Ben Roethlisberger needs right now. He needs that kind of Michael Thomas-esque presence to run those quick slants and catch those quick dump-offs and make his numbers look a little bit better. What we've seen over the past few years is that his depth of target has gone way down. In 2019, Juju was targeted about 10 yards downfield. Last year, down to 5.5. It's because Ben Roethlisberger doesn't have that arm anymore. He used to be a big, powerful thrower out of the pocket. This year, last year, he's more of that Drew Brees kind of guy where he's not even trying those throws downfield because he knows he can't get the ball in that open window. He doesn't have the arm strength to make it anymore. So he's trying to dial it back to a more efficient game. And the depth on this Steeler receiving core has a nice completion there, but
pass interference.
Defense pass interference.
Don't worry where his arms point. They just
right.
Wait, hold on. Let's see. Are we going to get a rushing touchdown here?
It could be that Connor.
Oh wow! A little Oklahoma drill right there at the 3-yard line.
Loses 2 instead, so Connor going in the wrong direction, but might get another crack at it here on 2nd and goal from the 3. Yeah, I think this offense is well positioned in the way that it has made things work, and I think it'll be very interesting to see. I believe if they can get Alejandro Villanueva back, that would be a pretty important.
They need him.
Yeah, they could definitely use him, especially. I mean, Roethlisberger never really that much of a mobile quarterback, but always had those weeble wobble kind of turns where you kind of knock him to one side or another, and he wouldn't fall over as passing.
There it is. Is that my guy?
Is it Vance? Is it Vance Refrigeration? It is.
Yeah, that's good reference. Vance Refrigeration. It's a little McDonald's drive-through. Vance will make her dance. Look at that, baby. Nice. Love that. Vance McDonald breaks. Woo. 8.4% owned. There was a question while you were. I love what you're saying so far about the about the Steelers, I want to say, Kevin Colbert. Someone asked who the GM was. Oh, Monster picking us up. Yeah. Because, the draft's going to be very important for this team. I like what you said about Villanueva. They need some power here. Like, I feel like the Steelers, like when Roethlisberger came back, the first thing was like, okay, like fine. You don't want to go to Mason Rudolph. You don't want to draft. You don't want to go after one of these potential free agents. Got it. But now, ever since then, I feel like they've lost like all their back, like their like defenses feel like it's kind of being not depleted. That might be a little strong, but losing like key players that led to what that team was the first half of the year. So I don't know, Christian. I feel right now on December, March 29th, I feel that the Steelers are going to regret bringing Roethlisberger and Juju back. Obviously, that can change.
Roethlisberger, I don't think they really had a choice in the matter. They weren't going to get anyone necessarily better than him. They were in cap hell. And if they had just moved on from him or if he retired, it would have been just about the same amount of cap hit that they were dealt with, maybe even a little bit more. So Ben is the best of a bad situation, and Juju is affordable. I mean, he really did take a bit of a pay cut in a prove-it year to try to restore that value. I mean, Juju at $8 million for one season is pretty reasonable for a guy who once looked like he was going to be a perennial Pro Bowler. So I don't hate it. I think Juju, you're not paying him necessarily to be a number one wideout. You're paying him to be the number two guy behind Deontay Johnson. You hope Deontay can fix the drop issues that really did beforehand. So I think they did the best they could with those two guys. And it's going to
let me put it this way. I look at it from the perspective of, I understand the financial side with Roethlisberger. Not with Juju, though. I think you've seen the ceiling and the floor. And I think, I'm outspoken on Juju. I think he's a good player. I just think he kind of stinks. I don't think he's a number one. I know that's an oxymoron of a comment I just made. But I don't know. I just feel like I'd rather see what these young guys can do with Claypool, Washington, see what, Deontay Johnson, let's see what they have. And like, let them be the flourishing part, with Ebron. And I can't remember if McDonald's actually back. But either way. And then I feel like from the quarterback position, fine. I know what you're saying. It's basically the same kind of cap hit for them regardless in 2021. But do you want to see if you can get something out of somebody else? Like, do you want to see that if you're a Steelers fan, or probably not? I'll be honest. I know the legacy of Roethlisberger in Pittsburgh is going to last forever, but I don't know if you wanted to see, hey, can Mason Rudolph actually be the guy? Or was this, I just feel like they're putting, tape over bullet holes in a boat and they're sinking either way. And they're doing their best to be like, well, hey, you like that guy? We're going down. But I would be shocked if they made the playoffs right now.
And I think this defense is good enough for them to be a playoff team, especially with 7 teams making it from each conference now. I don't think they're going to win the AFC North. I think the Cleveland Browns have passed them up, especially with the additions they've made. The Ravens, with an actual receiving threat, assuming Sammy Watkins still has it and assuming he can stay healthy, are going to be a lot of fun to watch. It's a nice drive up the middle there from Saquon on 3rd and 2. I think, the biggest concern is what's going to happen at that passing attack. Mason Rudolph, I don't think he's the guy, but he has his moments. He's not a lost cause just yet. And I'm interested to see what they can get out of Dwayne Haskins, if they think he can be the guy in the future, or if he doesn't even make it out of training camp. He's one of those guys where he does have that high ceiling. He was prolific at Ohio State, and that's not a place where it's easy to be prolific. Dwayne Haskins kind of had to single-handedly change the Buckeye offense. He rewrote their record books in only one season as a starting quarterback. And a lot of credit is due to that offensive being willing to change the way they did, and willing to put the past in the past and kind of join the 21st century when it comes to aerial offenses. But Haskins made those throws. He had great wide receivers that he made look a little bit better. And he didn't work out in Washington, but on one hand, it's because Washington was not a great environment. And on the other hand, there were a lot of just stupid personal growth decisions it seems like Dwayne Haskins didn't make, which is why Washington gave up on him. Maybe the culture in Pittsburgh can help change things. Maybe this was a wake-up call to him. I don't want to say Ben Roethlisberger is the mentor he needs, especially when he was learning under Alex Smith beforehand, and now he goes to Ben Roethlisberger, who has his fair share of stupid idiot moments. But Should be.
But it's when he was young, though. I actually really, that's a really good point. Now, we've heard from Alex Smith, and I think Alex Smith is class, and I look forward to hopefully him, getting another backup position if he wants to. But I will say that I think that's a really strong point, though, with Haskins. Like, not only, can he play? Is he a baller? Is he someone in this league that can start? But Roethlisberger, most of his mistakes were when he was young, right? Like, he made those things, so maybe he's someone, I don't think he's going to put him under his arm and, hey, Dewey, and they're going to be buddies, but maybe just seeing him and talking to people that have been with the Steelers organization for the last, 20 years. I don't know, that could be helpful. That was, I don't know. I feel like even when you're bringing up more of the point that I think they could have moved on from him, but we shall see. And Steelers fans, I'm sure, again, there's a little bit of excitement. I think having Roethlisberger gives you more hope than if you didn't at this point.
Yeah, I agree there. And golf fanatic, a little offended that we didn't get to hear the vulture call for the Vance touchdown.
Oh, I apologize. You know what? At halftime, I'll give you. No, I don't visually show you. So I will. You know what? Maybe the day is young, but yeah, that would have been. You know what? I didn't even think of it as a vulture because I was so excited because I actually rostered it, and I did it for no reason. Exactly. Producer Drew says that's because Ryan is in Rossi's lineup. He knows it. By the way, we got the Drew stack. Give a big shout to those guys working their tails off on a Monday. As Daniel Jones working his tail off, getting them down to the 3 with less than 2 to play. Tate is our ops. 10-0 Steelers. It was a Ben Roethlisberger to Vance McDonald touchdown. Field goal, obviously, the way they got the other 3. At Train Island, Christian DeAndre is here with us. Doing the start of the season. You did the noon with Koff, the 2 with Rossi. That might be the greatest way to start a day.
Yeah.
Probably not. Probably could have chose 2 better people, but I got to feel self-confident today.
Yeah, D-Rod pointing out that, the Pittsburgh running game definitely in need of a pickup, and they... Ooh.
Oh, touched. Oh, wait, that ball was dropped? I don't even know who that was, too.
Yeah, it might have been another Slayton drop, which is just going to be absolutely devastating. For a guy who has such a high ceiling, really does come and go here in Sinland. But yeah, D-Rod pointed out that Mike Davis would have been a nice addition in Pittsburgh, and he was cheap too. I mean, the Falcons got a good one there, and only $5.5 million for 2 years of the guy.
Daniel Jones, take off.
Is he gonna?
He got it.
Plane a Danny Dimes rushing touchdown. Part of what makes him so viable as a quarterback is, he fumbles a lot, way too much, but he does have some wheels, some legs to get upfield and create some space. Shows us there as he gets his Giants on the board and ruins Pittsburgh shutout. That scramble from that 5+ there. He takes an unnecessary hit as well, which is pretty much true to form for the Danny Dimes experience.
Yeah, but I like where you're going there with the backup. Well, I want to actually just quickly with Mike Davis. When I saw that signing last week, my jaw kind of hit the floor. And here's why. One, I didn't realize he was still out there. I know running backs are not what they used to be. But he showed signs of being like a guy that I don't know if he can be 100% like 3 down back, 16 future 17 games. Let's talk about that later. But he just felt like a guy that I didn't think would last that long. And especially a team like you just said, the Steelers that are starved, cheaply goes to Atlanta, who also needs a running back in the same division of where he just played. Found that very curious. And
I think you can make the case, though, that as teams caught on to what he was bringing to the table, his capacity diminished. He wasn't he started off great once McCaffrey went out, and then he kind of faded, and he had some ebbs and flows, but he never really got back to that early season form. He finished the season with under 4 yards per carry. But the good news is he did bring a ton of value to that passing game, and the question is whether or not he is going to get those same kind of targets in Atlanta. He got, Teddy Bridgewater is more of a check down passer than Matt Ryan is, so it's fair to question his value in fantasy going forward. But yeah, I agree that I was surprised that he wasn't able to turn last year's semi-breakthrough into a bigger contract. But I guess it's tough out here for running backs.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. I mean, I have a feeling the Steelers are going to be looking into that first round potentially at that position. I'm assuming we're going to get a nice breakdown on the post route. What your thoughts, pre-draft are? I'm assuming that's not me going out on a limb, that you're going to just break down the draft within the next few weeks.
Ideally, yes. I would love to, because there are a whole bunch of guys I really like, especially in the mid rounds that are close and near and dear to my heart. So hopefully going to be setting up some interviews, or at the very least, parsing through some pro days. But today we were talking a little bit of draft prep. And that includes how the Miami Dolphins reset the trade market for a premier pick by basically mortgaging their future to go all the way up to number 3, and how the biggest winner from that trade might not be the Niners, might not be the Dolphins. It might actually be the New York Jets, because now in order to break into the top 3 of this year's draft, you're going to need to basically send the excess value of a bonus first-round pick all the way to New York. So this is the perfect way for them to rebuild. And except, they got to rely on Sam Darnold, which seems like an awful idea. But if they do decide to trade back from the number 2 pick, what can they expect? Who would be willing to trade up? What would those offers look like? I break down 3 different trade offers Joe Douglas is probably looking at this very second over on the Post Route. You can read and subscribe for free. postroute.substack.com. If you're a Jets fan, go check it out. If you're not a Jets fan, go check it out anyway, because you can get a better idea of just how badly they're going to wind up.
Or maybe one of your teams is the team that are going to trade up.
Yeah.
Can we get a tease of one of the 3? Can you give us a little?
For me, it was just a matter of stacking up the guys who were already top 10 teams that would want to move up. Now that it seems like quarterbacks could go 1, 2, 3, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
We're looking at teams that might need to move up. So obviously the Falcons could jump up a couple spots for a middle cost.
There's another one! Yes! All right, here it is.
Come on.
Hold on, look up, Christian. I think I see it circling. Caw-caw! I'm a vulture! Caw-caw!
You gotta be kidding me. Fancy.
Love it. Vance McDonald twice is so nice. Into the end zone. Only the real courageous ones went out and said, I'm going to get Vance McDonald in my lineup. I wish I captained him.
Unreal. On an 8.4% owned and 0.2 in the captain spot.
In our contest, he was 7.6% owned. Not even captained. No one even tried. Yeah, Vance, 15.6. Wow. He's got 2 catches, 16 yards, 2 scores.
Unreal.
Oh, Drew says he actually had 2 touchdowns 9 games ago. Look at Drew, Mr. Stats. He's quick. He's ready.
Prince of Darkness. Nothing makes me happier with Captain Ebron.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy.
Ebron right now with that smooth 2 catches, 18 yards. Nothing happening there. Don't worry, in Saquon, he's a guy, everyone was kind of relying on here. He's 87% owned in our contest. So we'll see what they can do with 31 seconds. So Atlanta, I'm very intrigued. Because I am right now, I don't know if the Jets, is there a team that's I need to get ahead of, these teams here? It's what do the Jets do?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing is that, you know who's going number 1, and the Niners are going to take a quarterback at number 3. Yeah. The question is, if maybe the Jets move Zach Wilson, they can auction off that pick to the highest bidder. Maybe the Falcons want to get in on that, and they can extrude a ton of value from them. They can get, I would say, right now that if the Falcons wanted to move up, it would cost them their 2nd-round pick this year and a 2nd and a 3rd next year. And that would be, if the Jets don't want Zach Wilson and they don't want whoever is going to be at number 3, which amazingly, the favorite right now, at least among sportsbooks, including the DK Sportsbook, is Mac Jones to go number 3, which means
that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, if the Jets really like Justin Fields,
drop back.
They can drop back, pick up these surplus value picks that they desperately need because the offense and defense both in shambles right now. But let's say they slide back to 4. They can get their quarterback there. They can get Penei Sewell, the franchise blocker, the amazing right tackle complement to Mekhi Becton. There are just so many ways they can go. And, at one point you kind of got to wonder, is it more responsible of them to trade down? As the Giants are going to turn this 2-minute drill into points.
Yeah.
Ball back with 36 seconds to go. They're already in field goal range. That was their last time out. 10 seconds left in this one.
probably just going to be a Gano field goal. This one a little bit more manageable than the last one.
I don't know.
Compared to the 58-yarder they tried before.
I love it. I hope. Let's see. All right, we'll see if he can get it this time. Opposite side of the field.
Gano from inside 50 is like a 95%er. Let's see.
Ooh.
It's up.
It's good. So he nails it. All right, so now we are back in business in the scoring department. This game is a one-score game, 17-10. Steelers over the G-Men with just 6 seconds left here in the first half. Yeah, so we're talking obviously top of the draft. I also just wonder though, if let's just say they like Justin Fields, like, do you risk it? That's I think what everyone's saying. I think that's what San Francisco obviously probably at one point where they were positioned originally at 12, right? And they were probably thinking, let's just say it's, they want Mac Jones. Let's just use that. They said, well, he's going to make it to 12. Then GMs start talking, start threatening, start saying, "Oh, we really like him." Atlanta says, "Oh, we really like Mac Jones." Oh, okay. And slowly, and then I always feel like that's what happens, in these last 3 weeks of the draft when you see trades like that.
Yeah, it's so far out to really know what's going on. The good news is, the Jets right now have 5 weeks to just accumulate offers and figure out what's coming next, figure out what they want to do. And the good news for them is that there are multiple teams inside the top 10 who are going to be looking for quarterbacks. So they can trade back, keep a top 10 pick. And the guys going in the top 10 right now are guys in positions of need for the Jets, whether that's Kyle Pitts, whether that's Sewell, whether that's any of those 3 top-end wideouts. Now, granted, I like what the Jets have done with their wide receivers. I like bringing in Corey Davis. I like Jamison Crowder. I think Denzel Mims has a future in the league. But they can move down to, the 8th overall pick, and Devontae Smith is there. That's a win-win for them. The question is, oh, man, do you trust Sam Darnold? I would much rather have Zach Wilson. The throws he made at his pro day were great. When he had BYU was good. I'm not saying –
Christian, I think you can make some of those throws.
We're not. That's true, but I'm very athletic and I'm very handsome. So, I'm basically Zach Wilson, only not Mormon. It's just where he and I differ. It's basically we're the same person. I'm more of a Trevor Lawrence thanks to this glorious mane.
That's great.
Yeah, thank you, and my affinity for the American South. But I mean, this is a tough situation for Joe Douglas right now. If they think there's any juice left to be squeezed out of Sam Darnold, I think they would make the argument that, okay, we still think he can be a franchise guy. We're going to surround him with talent, and if he fails again, we're going to come back at it at 2022 and try to draft him. Because if your quarterback sucks, you're probably going to be in the top 10 again. There's going to be opportunities, maybe not a Zach Wilson type opportunity, but there's going to be a chance there. Otherwise, if you trade down, you pick up all these young, inexpensive talents, then you can go out and you can trade for a veteran quarterback who might be falling out of favor. You can go add a big salary later on if you have all these playmakers who are on cheap deals. It's just a lot to consider. Again, I would rather have Zach Wilson than Sam Darnold, but I understand the appeal of going out there and having 4 picks between 5 and 35 that can completely revamp your offense and your defense. And there are going to be a ton of those guys. I don't know. It's a very exciting and frustrating time to be a Jets fan. And if you want to learn more about it and exactly all the leverage the New York Jets have right now, what it means and what they can be looking for in trades, because the Dolphins just reset the market. Here's what the Jets will be looking for. Here's what the realistic trade options are. And it's great news for New York, much less so for, let's say, the Panthers or Broncos. You can read it all in today's post-route, postroute.substack.com.
And as technical advisor Drew lets us know, director of all things technicalities, has just dropped. Just hit the inbox. I'll check it out in between my sim after you and before ZT. By the way, DK Simfan, what's good? We see you in there, Irwin. Cena 472, AK subscribe at postroute.substack.com. D-Rod, what else we got near here? Jordan, Jesse, Dwayne, Noah, Kenny, DFS Queen, Ed Pride, Bert, our Twitch homies. We see you guys all out there. Rossi's Fat Cat says, scratch that post. It's post route. I like that. There you go. Meshed and gimmicks. I was talking in the chat a little bit because I have said I've been pretty outspoken about the Steelers. I guess that's the one team. I think Juju stinks as a number one, and I said I think the Steelers should have moved on from him. I did. I believe that today. again, I contradict myself with that a little bit because I do understand that only one team can win every year. So what are your expectations? I just feel like the Steelers, though. Whoa, the ball bounced in the air. Good awareness there.
Yeah.
Golden.
I was like fade the number ones today, and only partially true because Juju not getting a lot done, but Tate with his third catch. So neither one of the top wideouts having a great game, but Golden Tate there, crazy play, but it worked out. Kind of what the Giants need if they're going to keep pace with a superior Steelers team. From
Saquon. Tried to get to
Saquon, but yeah, not a great game for him by any stretch. He needs to really rack up some PPR points or maybe a touchdown to be worth that big salary today.
Yeah. What's up, Dwayne? TFS Queen says, Gase last jab at the Jets, taking his team into winning that game. Yeah. Or talking his team into winning that game. Well, hey, listen, the thing with the Jets, and we were talking all about this draft, obviously I want to talk a little bit about this Giants team, but that's the one reason I think if you're bringing back Sam Darnold, new coaching staff, new situation, hopefully, that's sometimes what it takes, a change of scenery. Well, the scenery's changing around him. A fresh coat of paint in New York. But on the other side, with the Giants spending up, I saw an interview with the latest, I believe, Danny Shelton, I think, just re-signed today with the Giants. But Kyle Rudolph signing with the Giants. He talked about, in an interview, saying that he loves the idea of playing there because he basically gets to do what he did. I forget what year. Let's just say 6. He's like, I half block because I got a running back right here. Just seeing Saquon make moves, gets a nice completion there first. Basically saying he's like, it's a home run hitter, just like when Adrian Peterson. He's like, all I have to do is chip a guy. He's fast enough to get to the outside. Because Kyle Rudolph basically even said, he's like, I don't like to block. I never was a blocker. And now, coming out of Notre Dame, pass-catching tight end, big, threat in the red zone, has a couple game winners. But he said that he's understanding it more the last 2 seasons. That's basically been his primary target, with Dalvin Cook. He said he hopes to be, I don't know if this is true, but he said it, and maybe Christian. He said he wants to be the first tight end to block for 3 Hall of Fame running backs, but only play on 2 teams. So that's a very odd, but he basically said, Adrian Peterson will be a Hall of Famer. He believes Dalvin Cook's on his way if he continues his career. Again, this is just him. And then he says Saquon Barkley, he believes, has the ability. So that was his goal. And the reason he went to the Giants, he said having a guy like that, having Joe Judge say, do you want to catch some passes? We could use it. Ingram on the other side. So fascinating. And obviously the team that spent up to get Kenny Golladay. They got John Ross in there as well as a change of pace speedster. Slayton coming back. I think this offense is giving, all the tools to Daniel Jones to make that jump, right? They see him potentially making a Josh Allen type jump here in year 3.
Yeah, you can make the argument for it. I don't see it necessarily in Jones based on the way he regressed. One of the nice things about Josh Allen's jump is that he improved moderately between his first and second years. And it was one of those situations where if he improved the same amount, he would have been a good quarterback. Instead, he pretty much doubled up his previous improvement, became a great one. If Jones continues his trend, he's going to be even worse than he was as a rookie, which is not ideal. I would really like to see a little bit more blocking help up front for a guy who has trouble holding on to the ball. That's one of the things that we haven't really seen from the Giants in free agency. I mean, they got Zach Fulton, but who cares? And Kevin Zeitler moved on. It's not ideal what they're doing with them, but I do appreciate them getting him some more weapons. I don't think they're necessarily difference movers. And one of the things about having a guy like Kyle Rudolph on the roster, I don't think he's going to be a difference maker. I like having him as a sure-handed tight end. I think what he does do is that if the trade deadline comes up again and the Giants are out of the playoff race, which they very well may be, especially if Jones doesn't improve, you can feel a little bit better about trading away a guy like Evan Ingram if you have Kyle Rudolph there. And part of me wants to think Dave Gettleman is playing the long game on this one, and that's why he brought in a guy like Rudolph who can be a tight end 2, but a speculative tight end 1. And part of me thinks there's no way Dave Gettleman is playing the long game because that's above his pay grade. I just don't.
I like this move. Obviously, and it depends on what you think of the talent of Daniel Jones compared to a Josh Allen, but I just feel like that's the best comparison just because Josh Allen, obviously did a lot of, he talked about this. He's been on DraftKings. Jesse interviewed him. He was the fantasy player of the year. He's been all over the place talking at least the last 2 months, had a big year. And he basically said, while obviously Stephon Diggs made a world of difference, having like another worldly type receiver, which I think a guy like Kenny Golladay, when healthy, is we get a sack there from the Giants following a field goal by Gano halfway through the third. I just feel like getting the weapons around him doesn't change the protection, as you mentioned, but what Josh Allen said was he really needed to focus on his belief when he threw the ball. And if you watch him in the playoff game 2 seasons ago, he was throwing the ball just so far off and was completely missing receivers, had no confidence, and he just said he had to believe in what he knows he can do. And, the mental side of the game is huge. And hopefully maybe for Daniel Jones, came out hot that first couple games as a rookie, and then, I don't know, the sample size since then has been kind of rough, but Joe Judge, second year, offense getting stabilized, getting more weapons. I think at least maybe from a fantasy perspective, I'm going to keep my eye on him with the dual threat.
Yeah. Yeah, worthwhile. I mean, he had some very, very big games as a rookie. I mean, 3 games with at least 4 touchdown passes. He's capable of bringing a lot of DFS value. It just, when he falls apart, he doesn't do it halfway. When Daniel Jones melts down, he melts all the way down. He's not 3 Mile Island. He is a damn Chernobyl.
Oh, I love it. He's like a peep. If you like to put peeps in the microwave, Christian?
No, I put them in the trash where they go.
Oh, well, absolutely. But before you put them in the trash, you got to put them in the microwave.
No, my parents were weirdos. They would take the peeps, right? They would
don't say.
And they would take the peeps. They would pop open the container so like there was a little bit of air that could go in. They broke the seal. And then they would leave them in the back of the car for like 3 weeks so they would get rock hard and eat them that way. I am surprised Child Protective come to my house more often.
Wait a second. It's the most bizarre thing. So I once did this segue, non sequitur in a way. I did a science project about bottled water in 7th grade where I left a bottle of water opened on a windowsill. You don't want to know the stuff that grew in there. It was absolutely disgusting. But going back to yours, it just reminded me of that. Dude, they would crack open the 4-pack of peeps.
Yeah.
Leave it in the back of the car in the windshield there. The back windshield. Let the sun just beat on that thing for how long?
Weeks, at least.
Weeks. And then they'd say, honey, I believe the peeps are ready. 3 weeks later, and they'd be like, oh, yes. And go out and get the rock hard, stale.
Crunch through them, yeah. I think the key was that on the inside, there's still a little
Why are they in the car? Why are they in the car? Why'd they just do that in the house?
Listen, I have no answers for you on this. I didn't understand the logic then. I just knew that it was disgusting. I thought it was more of a general peeps problem. No.
Wait a second. So they break the seal. They could have put it anywhere. They could have put it in a drawer. They have the sun beating on it in a car. So there you are, young Christian DeAndrea, just playing Game Boy in the back seat. And right above him is a basically stale peeps.
Yeah.
And they said, not 1 day isn't good enough. 2 days isn't good enough. We're going to wait a whopping 21 days till we crunch through these.
That's correct. Yeah, I think 21 days is about right. Well, it's like aging beef before, you eat finely aged steak, except these were peeps, and my parents may or may not have been serial killers. I never saw any evidence suggesting that, but I feel like the peep story alone is enough to call a detective.
That is one of the most insane things I've ever heard. And all the non-weird, it's very strange. And now makes me think, oh, well, Easter's obviously this week, but peeps are going to be on sale. I'm going to microwave a bunch this week, but just because I like to see the expansion of marshmallow like a weirdo. But I feel so tame now after this.
Okay, so one, Guru, I also would love it if I was exaggerating.
Oh, we're going to get a touchdown here. All the way.
Sterling. Shepard. Wow. And just like that, the Giants pull ahead in this one. What a nice turnaround. And you got those New York players stacked up. My goodness. As One, Guru, no exaggeration. That's legitimately how it happened. And two, Queenie clearly knows what she is talking about. Doing it in the car cuts a week out of the process. It takes
what
in the house. So apparently, wait. Just accelerates the staleness.
Now I need to know if DFS Queenie's buying in on Christian's nonsense or if you actually know something. Is this a thing?
I feel like she does.
We got the Giants taking the lead with less than a minute in the third. This is insane to me. It's these peeps should might taste like fine wine, says Kenny. That's funny. This is by far the craziest thing I've ever heard about peeps. Like I thought there's a lot of weird stuff out there, but this is crazy.
Yeah, no, that's. I mean, I'm not a peeps guy to begin with. Like, even fresh, it's like, all right, maybe one I can do. That's it. But then,
peeps are gross. I'll be honest, peeps are nasty.
Yeah, I will hit up like Target like 3 days after Easter though, and go for the greatest of all time Easter candy, which is the Cadbury mini eggs. Not like the cream-filled eggs are great on their own too.
Gross. Those are gross too.
No, it's a weird, like the fondant on the inside. It's weird. It's tough. They're awesome frozen. But the mini eggs, holy crap, are they amazing! Like you get the little, like the candy shell on the outside. On the inside is kind of that like creamy chocolate, where it's got like a special kind of like a flavor to it that is distinct to the Cadbury mini egg. Cadbury mini eggs, delicious, and another one good on their own, but freeze them and oh my god, like
yeah. I need to know. So DFS Queenie says peep milkshakes are great. Well, are awesome. Of course, anything like if you add something I don't like to something I do like, or make it more delicious, of course. See, dude, I don't know. I'm thrown off by this. Like, it makes me. I really got to think about this. I'm gonna be. This is what's gonna get me up at 2:30 tomorrow morning. Yeah. I'm gonna go. What the heck was Christian's parents doing? Yeah. Oh, peeps are the worst candy ever, says the Guru. And Necco wafers. You forgot to mention the all-time worst, Whoppers.
Dude, I don't know if this is gonna flood back some terrible memories of CCD for anyone out there who was raised Catholic. But like that was our big reward when we were practicing for First Communion. Instead of the communion wafers, that would hand out Necco wafers. We'd be like, oh, you guys are getting candy today. You're going to love this. And first of all, I was already furious because this was an hour out of my Tuesday afternoon to begin with. How dare you? Gargoyles is on. I'm going to watch. I don't care about this, but like be like, our great reward for sitting still and being quiet during this terrible religion class was we'd go up and Necco wafer, like literally just like ground up earwigs and a touch of sugar. That's what Necco wafers are. They're ground up. Terrible. Reason why I don't go to church these days. They found a candy that was worse to eat than communion wafers, and they called it Necco, the New England Candy Confectionery Orphanage.
On that note, big ups to all of our friends celebrating Passover, Easter this week. Go get yourself one of those nice crackers. Christian is out right now. Christian is out, and his name is Christian. Come on, this is bizarre. Tate, our guy, says they're making Peeps Pepsi, which I did see that, and I promised me and Freeze Pops our Saturday night, I'm going to chug a Peeps Pepsi. If I can find it, I'm assuming it's mass.
It's got to be around.
Yeah. Have you ever chugged a soda before, a soda water?
Like a soda, like an actual like soda, or are we talking like a
soda? Like our seltzer, whichever.
Yeah. No, the burp you get afterwards is phenomenal.
Dude.
Yeah, very airy burp.
I never have done it till the other day. I was doing it with Glash. We did like a likes campaign, and my eyes hurt afterwards. Like, it was my sinuses.
Like the bubbles got into your sinuses.
Oh, dude, it was bizarre. So I'm going to double down. We're going to both microwave some Peeps. So there's your Easter Vigil version of the Dream Stream Saturday night at 8.
Very nice. So yeah, we got to figure out more sim bets. We have the Ghost Pepper.
Yeah.
I feel like the Peep bet or the Chug a Soda bet. You know what the best can of non-alcoholic beverage to chug is Lipton Brisk iced tea. That stuff goes down easy. You can pass.
That's brisk, baby.
You can theoretically shotgun a brisk iced tea, and it would go down smoother than anything else you've ever shotgunned in your life.
I was going to say, it's not very carbonated, right? Isn't it?
No carbonation. No. That's
okay. Yeah, I was going to say, because I remember when I was a kid, I used to drink a lot more of that. Yeah. Rossi needs to chug a soda again, says Kenny. Well, I'll do it this week. I'm not doing it. Thank God I didn't know anything about it prior to doing it, because it hurt. It legit, like, my whole face was like, yeah, I was like, whoa, what is this? Yes. You guys putting food on the table doing it. Oh, yeah. Well, dude, we'll get wild here. It's going to be wild. This is what we do here at DK Sim.
Now we're into a fine conversation about sodas and candies. A big strike there. Somehow not to Vance McDonald instead James.
Finally.
Yeah, so we're getting where I saw Yvonne Saunders. I love you, Rossi, but Whoppers are great. Absolutely.
No.
How do you hate Whoppers? Whoppers, that's a great Easter candy too. Any candy that comes in a carton, delicious. But the Whoppers, like,
it's
get
not.
the malted milk on your tongue and it kind of melts away. Awesome.
No, because it melts away to a disgusting. If I want that, what you just talked about, just give me a Crunch bar. Give me anything by the Crunch. Give me a Crunch egg. All right, that's superior. But I just think there's something gross about it kind of looks like a mothball. Gives me weird memories of that when I like a grandmother's house. I don't like the malt. I don't like the weird, like almost cardboardy crunch that you get, that material in the middle. It's not for me.
I'm into it 1,000%. Big fan.
Somebody's got to keep
Dr. Acula, circus peanuts are super gross. Listen, I don't think anyone's going to argue that one. Like, there's some foods that are divisive, and there are some in which we are all united in our hatred, are trying to figure out why they exist in general. And circus peanuts are up there. It's like up there with like wax lips in terms of like, how is this considered a candy? This is child abuse that you were even selling this.
Honestly, I don't think packing peanuts, I think originally were created just a sugar version of legitimate packing. Like they didn't realize it was ever going to be edible until somebody opened one of those packages. Like, oh, you can eat these, not just put them in a box? Disgusting. Don't even count. The texture of Whoppers doesn't feel like candy. Okay, DFS Queenie.
It's different, yeah.
Just not for me. Yeah. That's all.
DFS Queenie absolutely correct about the peep technique. So got us on that one. Like clearly,
she did.
Clearly not trolling. Clearly knows stuff on that. Like this is a peep aging expert, a peep sommelier, which
that's what we need. We need more of that.
It's a specialized field, but I feel like if you got to the right place, you could turn that into quite a bit of money.
DFS Queenie also came at me and says, do the research yourself, Rossi. All right. All right. There's another strike.
Washington, Jimmy Dubs.
Get in there.
Steelers respond.
Take back that lead. 6:25 left to go in this one. We're an extra point away from a 24-20 game here in northern New Jersey.
There it is. Also, just would be remiss. We talked about opening day. Yes, baseball starts this week. So make sure you're checking out DraftKings. You want to play some MLB, get in on it. Washington, 30% owned, 2.5 in the captain in our contest. I'm sitting at 9th, right? Up 10th. Probably going to, no, I have Washington, so not going to drop too far.
87th for me, so.
It's all right.
Well, I'll be moving up. I will be moving up. I got that James Washington touchdown. Deontay Johnson from the captain spot doing me no favors, though.
Yeah. Also, Lounge Talk coming in saying, okay, tuned in to see Vance McDonald score twice. Glad I rostered him. One of the smart ones.
Smart. Good play. Solid.
I don't know what we were talking about. All I know is that Tater goes, would you rather him talk about poop, Travis? I don't even want to see what Travis first said. Oh, the best talking about peeps. Yeah, we could do whichever. We can talk about taters. We can talk whatever you want. There's a couple guys hanging out with you. Appreciate you being here. DK Sim Fam from Twitch to YouTube. 1 year, 1 day. This is day 366 of the DraftKings Dream Stream. Amazing stuff. Appreciate all of you guys coming back. It's all because of you guys. We both joined. Because, Christian, when did you join the fun?
Oh, man. I don't think it wasn't until the summer because my furlough didn't start until May. So I think it was probably June I was in.
Okay.
Yeah.
All the fun happens after the furlough. That's what they say. Good times. But no, obviously awesome to have you here. Awesome that you're doing the Substack stuff. We love it. Good insight. Again, you can check it out at thepostroute.substack.com. Support. Check out my podcast with Babysitter Billy called The Pop Culture Pile Driver. We're here with you every day, though. Dream Stream. 6 sims, 7 days a week. There's going to be a little tourney coming up in April. We'll talk a little bit more about that. That's starting, I believe, in 2 weeks. It's going to be a little like March bracket style sim version. Yeah. Basically, instead of 64 teams, just 32. Best team faces the worst team, and so on down. So you rank them, 32 will face 1. 2 will face 31, and so on down. Don't make me do that.
Mayhem too, because we've seen how these teams play in the Simverse, so we're gonna be seeding based on the actual standings. The Jags are gonna have a very good chance to get out of the first round if they draw the Chiefs, because the Chiefs are butt in Simland. I don't even know if they have a winning record in Simland.
I don't think so. If anything, they may have sneaked up into 500. I don't know if they won the game last night. I was listening to Tommy Freeze Pops, Koff, and that coward Eric Winalda in that 8 o'clock, which was cool. They did the 3-man weave last night with Bry Guy in there. Somebody won 10K last night, by the way, so that was awesome. I don't know why. I'm just going to answer the question. When the SimFam talks, we listen. Roland says, just curious if either of you have ever had crawfish. Yeah. Asking from a Southern transplant. I have, when I was in Louisiana for WrestleMania 34. Wouldn't say it was my favorite, but most of it was good. It wasn't like I try to do everything I can when I go to other like cultured areas of the United States. But you a crawfish guy, Christian?
I'm not really a seafood guy, but crawfish is okay with me. Like if you get it in the middle of like a big crawfish boil with the corn and potatoes, like it's good. It's just on its own. Like I'm just not a seafood guy. Like it's a texture thing for me. Crawfish does have a little bit more of a firmer texture than most fish, which is nice. And it definitely seems different. Like I can't do lobsters. Lobster's kind of hard. Like the way lobster or like a flounder falls apart in my mouth, like, I'm not
for you.
I just don't like it. So I appreciate crawfish, especially a good spicy crawfish. Like I can get into it, but it's not my favorite.
I guess I would have to have more to really have a strong opinion. I basically had like this bunch of different like I was having gumbo at the same place I was having crawfish. It was anarchy. It was kind of like a food adult crawl, if you will. So my opinion won't be that great on the matter. I will have to go back, try some more. But I'm a big lobster guy. But I do understand the texture situation. So we get an incompletion, 2nd and 10 here, 4:35 to go. Giants trailing by 4. I don't know who won the 10K last night, Ross's Fat Cat. I won't lie.
Eddie won the 10K.
Oh!
Guys.
Nice.
Show up from the Sim fam, including CJ, Ziwa, and I forget who else. We were talking about it on the noon or two. There were a bunch of people that we knew, though, that did wind up in the money.
Let me see my last. What did I finish in? I finished in the 1 year. I finished in 150th, which did not collect. But not as bad as I thought.
Not terrible.
87th was the last place that scored in that was in the 5K because the other one was over filled, which was great. Yeah. And Trevor.
Brother Phil won. Crooked Tooth got in there. So
nice.
A few notables, a few Sim fan members show up and cash.
Yeah. Trevor here, or TRV ERO, he won in the 5K, so he took home $1,000.
That's not bad.
Breeze, Kamara, Hilaire, Thomas, Evans, Bourne, Gronk, Cooks, and the Patriots D. I had the Texans D. That got me a nice -2.
Yeah, that's a bold call going Texans for anything defense related. Giants have to punt it away here. They may not see the ball again. Trailing by 4 near midfield, and it's a bad punt. I hate that decision.
Not same. Roethlisberger, is that one incompletion?
One incompletion. He might not be throwing the ball a ton here. Up by 4, 3.5 minutes to play. Could be a lot of Connor and Samuel on cue. They drop back to pass.
Because they know it's Steelers here. This is the Tomlin way. And he's going to do a little jiggity jig, eon. It's Roethlisberger the donkey, I guess, going down. Didn't know where to go with that.
Tomlinson the donkey would have fit a little bit better.
All right, thank you. Pick me up.
Thank you for dropping the greatest Italian Christmas song there is.
It's right up there. Roland, this is what I like. I give Roland a lot of credit. It says, yeah, I hate crawfish. I live here in Louisiana, just curious, and wanted to get away from the peeps talk. That is how you do it. You don't complain, you don't whine, you redirect the convo, because we're here for you, DK Sim fam, unless we're on one of our riffs about something. That's a great way to do it. Ask a question. It could be anything. D. Rod says, Christian, may I ask you a question?
Yeah, I mean, assuming we can answer, which we may not be able to. We already regret some of the topics we dove into today, which is why we're now on Peep Talk, but we'll see what we can do.
It's funny. Also, while we anticipate that question, there was someone else. I just saw something.
We got the Twitch chat talking about how they've been cashing in the UFC free rolls. I actually got in on that a couple weeks ago with the I forget who sponsored the free roll, but I got a couple bucks when Peter cheated his way out of his own title. Nice.
Dig that.
As a Funk Master devotee, that worked out okay for me.
I don't do enough on these, some of like the frees and like especially like a UFC, which I don't know enough, or golf. I'll throw lineups at golf. I'll throw some money at the golf contest, but I'll be honest, I have no idea. I did like when we were last doing it, I did like an LPGA contest they had.
Yeah.
Like some of my crowns got me into it, and I was like, let's give it a shot. Oh, it's just bad.
Yeah. It went about as well as expected.
Yeah, exactly. It actually might have been worse than I thought, because I'm like, maybe the dumb luck. Like they always say, like if you do an office pool, oh, well, thank you, Drew. He says, maybe I should tune into the PJ pre-lock tomorrow after the 2 p.m. sim. I think I'm on that. I believe I'm subbing in for the guy I'm teaming up with next, ZT, so I'll just hang around. Maybe I'll get on the show because I'm such an expert with my LPGA text.
Drop some names in there.
I should be like,
big third down here, and
got it.
He's going to convert. Won't quite give them the leverage they need to run out the clock entirely, but it's going to make it really tough for the Giants to come back. We'll have to wait and see where this goes, but got to figure Samuel and Connor going to get a bunch of carries here, or at least 2, let's say.
Yeah.
And we'll go from there. If they can pick up some decent yards on first and second down, it would spell doom for the Giants, who have, to their credit, stacked up the box here.
They're not going anywhere fast, the Steelers, in the running game, so let's see if they can break one. Ooh, more yards. Look at this.
That is
bounces off. Big run down.
Connor, 10-plus on first down. That will, in fact, do it. Probably going to go kneel down, kneel down, because that's typically how this goes. But with 1:41 left and 0 timeouts remaining for the Giants,
let me tell you this.
Run another offensive play.
Yesterday in the 6 o'clock, there was a kneel down, as you stated. Second play was a run and a fumble. And the Patriots took over against San Francisco. Almost had a chance, but yeah, didn't complete the comeback. So, yeah, with D-Mac, we talked a little bit about that.
We talked about it before.
And it's not going to trigger me. Nothing's going to trigger me. I'm having too good of a day. I'm here with Christian. It's only good vibes. Good vibes only. Well, Christian, while we know, we'll wait till after this play because this will officially know if the game is over. Oh, look at it. Here we go.
Yeah.
Hold on to the ball.
Good news for James Conner owners out there. And
look at him.
A couple more points, like 4 to his rushing total there. So congrats, you got Conner. He's been okay today. He's been worth the roster, which is not always the case. He's been not quite punt play value, kind of in the middle. So in terms of average performance, doesn't really looks like a good guy to throw into your lineup. But if he gets going and if he gets those goal line carries, very different story.
Steelers gonna
here with the win.
Yeah, it's not going to affect the stats here. So our guy Mantilli or something like that, NY, we'll just go with, going to win this thing. Mantel, looks like they're going to, right? Dallas God also has, I haven't seen Dallas God in the chat in a while, but going to get the win. Washington, the captain, Jones, Roethlisberger, Barkley, Shepard, and Gano. Love seeing a kicker in that winning lineup. I'm going to finish in 11th. But Christian, more importantly, who are you going to give today's Christian DeAndrea, as sponsored by the postroute.substack.com, player of the game to?
You know what? It's a tough one here because a lot of guys did show up and get some work done. I think I'm going to have to give it this time to Mr. James Washington. Did show up, had a pretty solid game. You know what? No, what am I thinking? What am I thinking here? James Washington's good, but he wasn't a punt play. He wasn't a tight end, too.
Yes.
It's got to be.
Give it to him.
Vancy. Give that man his Krusty Koff post-route player of the game award here. And as far as the babysitter, my kid award, oh, man, a few decent options here.
I mean, do we want to? Ebron ended up having an okay game.
Yeah, he got double digits.
He wasn't bad. Golden Tate had a decent game. Darius. These guys didn't really. There weren't a lot of great candidates for guys who didn't really get anything done. But I think we may have to give this one.
Go with your gut. Oh, Saquon.
He's Evan Ingram.
Okay, there you go.
3 catches for 31. Got outplayed.
Top 5 owned.
Tight end too. He's a top 5 owned guy. So yeah, let's make sure he gets his name called in this one. Evan Ingram. Saquon also kind of a big fart for him, but at least got you double-digit points. Saquon 12 in the flex. Got a ton of usage.
I still think Ingram was top 5. He did nothing. He squandered it for you. I agree with you there. So follow him. Follow this man. He's with you for the first one, the second one today. He's going to be done for the rest of the day. You can follow him over at Train Island over on Twitch. And don't forget to subscribe at thepostroute.substack.com. We joked about a billboard a long time ago. Then he made a piece of paper. Now look at this. And was that Meager who sent these?
No, it was the Kilgores.
The Kilgores. We're sending people gifts and baskets. Don't send me no peeps. If you're going to send Christian a peep, by the way, anyone is going to stalk him, send him, if they have to be in the car for at least 3 weeks. So you crack the seal. Exactly. That was the craziest thing. Literally, that's going to live in my head for a while.
Yeah, every time you see a peep, you're going to be like, is that a fresh peep or is it finally?
I'm going to knock on it. I'm going to be back in under 50 minutes. I'm going to be teaming up with ZT. Again, check out Christian. Christian, this is a heck of a day. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your Monday and positive vibes throughout the rest of your week till we connect next. And you're back with us tomorrow? You're back on the Dream Streamer?
Back on the Nooner and the Madden After Dark sim with Tommy Freezepop. So be sure to tune in for both of them.
Bookends.
Been a pleasure.
All right, for the Drew Stack, Tate, I'm Jason Rossi. We'll catch you guys back here in about 50 minutes. Stay hydrated, stay positive. We'll catch you soon. Welcome back, DK Sim fam, men, women, children, peoples of all ages, basically 18 plus. But hey, you know what? We're excited. We're here. We're alive. It is Monday. It is season 2 of the DraftKings Dream Stream. And with me is the CEO of Simland. His name is Zach Thompson. Zach, what's up, dude?
Or ZT, if you ask Matt.
Dude, we're going to talk about it because
Okay, cool.
It was a classic moment. But yeah, you can call him ZT. You can call him Professor Zach.
That's cool.
His actual name is Zach, which I have defined as the coolest name on the planet.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
There's no bad Zachs. We've discussed it. But listen, we got a few minutes before lineups lock. We're going to talk Simland. We're going to talk fun. We're going to talk about what you're cooking. We're going to talk about everything. We're going to talk about life. We're going to talk about good things, bad things, and everything in between. Panthers, Broncos, most importantly, Zach. When you look at these two lineups, first question I always have now, because we kind of get a feel. We've been doing this long enough. Do you have trouble building these lineups? Look at the teams like this.
No.
All right. Fancy. All right. You can at least reveal your captain while we.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to. There's chalky answers, and you can go with those. Like, you can go with McCaffrey, you can go with Bridgewater. I feel like those are probably where the chalk's going to land. Mm-hmm. But I decided to kind of switch it up a little bit because I feel like I want to switch it up a little bit. There's really no reason. I decided to go with Philip Lindsay, the third down back for the Broncos. He's had some good games. Boomer bust for sure, but he has had some good games specifically against Carolina. Had 7 catches for 66 yards against them in his most recent matchup with them. Went for 15 fantasy points in that one. So by putting him in my captain spot, he's only 7K in a flex spot. So 10-5 in the captain spot left me a lot more space to fit in some of the other plays that I wanted to. I like the boomer bust upside and decided to take the upside. The important thing is that if you're playing these contests, that you remember what kind of contest you're in. If you're in a GPP or if you're in the free roll, right, then you take your high upside guys and you realize you're taking on that risk. If you're in a cash format or you're just trying to win a 50-50 or a head-to-head or something like that, that's when you want safety. And that's when you would go with maybe a Bridgewater or a McCaffrey or a Lock or somebody like that in your captain spot.
Gotcha. All right. Lineups have locked. Speaking of that word, I will say a couple of people dropping out their captains. Tater says it's easy. Captain Hamler and watch him go. Curtis Samuel for Ashley. I'll say I went Robbie Anderson. I've been riding the Hamler train real hard recently, and it crashed and burned for me. The Broncos were shut out last time. Huh? Yeah, I said I'm off. I still have him, but just not in the captain spot.
I don't have him at all. I had him, and then I redid it, so I don't anymore.
Gotcha. So, yeah, I went with him. He's in my lineup. What's the rest of your lineup look like, though, outside of
So I have Lindsay, and then I went McCaffrey, Bridgewater, who I feel like are chalky plays, but I do like them against the Broncos. And then Jerry Jeudy is my one Bronco besides Lindsay. And then Curtis Samuel. And I knew I was doing this game with you, so I didn't stack the kickers, but I did include a kicker. I went with Joey Sly, who has been very good in these sims. 6.5 fantasy points a game. And better than McManus, even though McManus plays half his games at altitude. Not that this game's at altitude, but you'd expect him to be better, and he's not. Sly's better, so I went with Sly.
Probably a good call. I had too much. I will let you know as I saved this lineup, I had $1,100 left.
Really?
So, yeah, and I
do. So you just get to keep that, right? Like, you just get to keep it, put it in your pocket. Use the next sim.
I was going to say it rolls over to next sim, right? You have 30 days. So I went Robbie Anderson, Teddy Bridgewater, McCaffrey are my Panthers. Yeah. Fant, Hamler. You just wax poetic why I shouldn't have taken him, but McManus. Could have had Sly because I had all the money. But
yeah. No, it's more fun this way because I have one kicker, you have the other one, so we can go head to head. I have Jeudy, you have Hamler. That's another place we're kind of going head to head. Yep. Hamler just disappears, as the wide receiver 3. He sometimes can't find him. Judy's a little more consistent as the wide receiver 2, more catches, as far as regular involvement, but both have a high ceiling. Both of them behind Cortland Sutton, of course, who is the wide receiver 1. All of them pretty decent matchups. If you look at them against the Carolina cornerbacks are fairly low rated overall.
Yeah. As our guy Lamarca, who we'll talk about, he would say they're cheats.
Okay.
It means they stink. Come on, you got to get down with that Coney Island speak.
I got it.
Christian McCaffrey.
I don't want it, but I got it.
Christian McCaffrey coming in highest owned, 81%. Then we got Teddy Bridgewater, as you mentioned. Those two kind of being the chalk plays, 57. Yeah. Then we kind of dip under 50% the rest of the way. Jerry Jeudy at 49. Cortland Sutton coming in. For Jeudy. Yeah, he's been trending. He scored the last two times out. Cortland Sutton, 47. DJ Moore, 42. Samuel, 42. Ian Thomas, no one really went there in our game. He's at 39. Fant, Drew Lock, Robbie Anderson all the way down. And Hamler.
Wow. Bridgewater just spiked that one into the ground. I think he was trying to throw it to McCaffrey, but it was closer to you than it was to McCaffrey.
Yeah. What's up, everybody? We see over there on Twitch, our homies there, CJ Cena, Heavy Kevy. How you guys doing? Obviously, our many friends and family over on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Noah, Must Be, Christian, Rossi's Fat Cat. He says he just got lunch.
How is the Fat Cat, by the way?
I guess doing well. Had some lunch. Tom Brady in there, Captain C-Mac. TK says, first sim of the day for me. Good luck, you scallywags. Oh, pirate.
Yo ho.
Noah Moon thinks it's a Sutton day.
Okay.
Third and 10 here.
I just did a Broncos game where Sutton did nothing until the very last like 2 plays. He got 2 catches, still didn't do much. McCaffrey doing all the work himself there to get the first down.
Yeah, Broncos have been very odd. That's why I asked the question, because I had a hard time. Clearly, I had $1,000 left over. Some teams I just struggle with, and I've come to find the Broncos to be really tough. Like, you can't predict. Yeah. Fant seems to be consistent, but...
Yeah, both these teams are inconsistent. They're volatile. They can be really good. They can be really bad. You can get a ton of Christian McCaffrey, and the Panthers look decent. You can get, the defense locking in on McCaffrey, forcing Bridgewater to beat them, and then the Panthers look awful. And kind of the same thing on the other side, where Drew Lock can be very up and down and inconsistent for the Broncos. So both these teams can be good. They can be bad. We'll see which versions we get today. 6-yard pickup there for Curtis Samuel. Wide receiver 3 for the Panthers, but he's pretty involved out of the slot.
Yeah, and he'll also get like 1 or 2 carries in a game, as we've seen. Zach. He'll get those...
jet sweep action.
Yeah, or sometimes even the quick pass. Yeah, they get him involved though. That's why it's always good to get him in your lineup. Which I did. For sure. But but we have to, the elephant in the room here. Last night, I'm chilling with Lamarck, a $30K contest. We're rocking. We're rolling. Awesome time. Thank everyone for joining in. That contest filled up.
That was so much fun.
Yeah. Congrats, cool. CJ. We see him over there on Twitch. I know he won some cash last night. Nice. So good for him. I did not. So I sit here, a sad sap. But
we appreciate you being here. So, if you had won first place, we might not have seen you. So I'm glad you're here.
Yes, I would have taken off. Good night, everybody. I'm heading to the border.
Riding into the sunset with his winning.
But yeah, so we're talking with Lamarck, and I bring up that because me and Glash had recently done a sim, and we said the name Zach. I think there is no such thing as not a good dude by the name of Zach. Whether it's with the H or the K.
Okay.
Maybe you can lean one way or the other, but I feel like Zachs are cool. It's just good people, and we've said we had Zach and Ops. If you're a bad Zach, it's on you.
That's true. It's like a advantage, right? They set you up for success. If you screwed it up, it's your fault.
Literally. And so then we started naming our favorite Zachs, and I said, oh yeah, and Zach Thompson, our guy. And he goes, who? And he's like, I'm like, Zach Thompson, DraftKings, our guy. He's like, I'm like, ZT. He's like, oh my. And now you may have obviously heard the clip at this point. I did. He was like, I literally thought his name was ZT.
Right.
And my mind just was exploding. I'm like, this can't be real.
It was great. I was not watching at that point because I was working on DK Live. So nice. On Sundays, I have a pretty lengthy DK Live shift. So I'm kind of locked in, writing up blurbs for the news. And if you don't have the DK Live app, you can actually watch these sims right in the app. You can keep up to date with all the NBA news, the PGA news when Dustin Johnson decides to join a tournament for a few hours and then decides he's not going to play, which he did today and yesterday. He decided he's going to play, then he decided he's not going to play. You'll find out about all that stuff if you have DK Live, the app, and you set up the notifications. So when you get those notifications, you come and read the fantasy insight you get to see what I wrote. I was doing that, and all of a sudden my Twitter feed starts to ping, and I'm like, what did I do now? I don't remember doing anything. Uh-oh. And then I saw the clip. It was great. I work with Matt there. So we
That's what he said. He works with you, says almost every day, he said it, maybe not literally, but he's like several times a week.
Yep. It's true. But I did realize, like, in the chat, it's ZT. Like, that's
your Slack does say ZT, but come on.
I did not know. That was that was an issue. I thought everybody knew, but hey, it was good to meet him. As I like to call him, MLM.
Yeah, honestly, good. I love it.
I'm just gonna go with that.
As McCaffrey gets a carry, but I was blown away because that is so Lamarca. Like, Lamarca is not aloof. I don't want to go that route. He's not, but he's very just like simplistic with information. I feel that is not like, if he's not overthinking things, like where I would think about things way too much, and like, like I already told Christian, I'm gonna wake up at 2:30 in the morning because his parents left Peeps in the back seat of their car basically for 3 weeks before they ate him. That ball's dropped. Yeah, it was very strange. But I'm gonna wake up at 3 in the morning and think of that. Where Lamarca would hear that and be like, "It's cool, dude. You guys got to do you." Like, just lay back.
What color were they?
I didn't ask. I'm guessing yellow.
Yellow.
I feel like yellow goes well in the sun. You could go and ask Christian that. This is what happens. We're gonna get your guy Joey Sly lining up for a field goal.
Joey Sly.
Slides.
The Sly play for three points.
But I love when that stuff happens, like when you're on Twitter or you're working.
That was very funny.
In your Twitter just starts like pinging. You're like, okay, what happened?
What did I do? What did I get tagged in? Usually, it's a Glash thing.
Yeah.
To be very honest, Glash created, a menu or something that I then need to go check out. But this was different. So it was funny though. It made me laugh very hard. My kids appreciated it. They thought it was hilarious.
Awesome.
So you and MLM are now the two coworkers that my kids think are the coolest. So congratulations to you on that.
I would put me behind Lamarca, but I appreciate it. Or MLM.
Who?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, who's Lamarca? What do you mean? Oh, it's too good. Just stuff like that just doesn't happen every day.
And then you didn't really help though, because you did say Zach Thomas at one point.
Oh yeah,
he's a linebacker, so I did get that a lot. Because when he was very well known. I mean, my name was obviously the same then as it is now. Shocking.
You didn't change it?
Not during that time. There's Melvin Gordon.
Uh-oh. He might take this. Could be a house call here. Ripping down the sideline to the 20h to 15. They're not going to catch him. All the way to the end zone.
One play. 75 yards. Hello, Melvin Gordon.
Look at that old TikTok dance.
1.4% captained, 18.2% in the flex. And I guess you could say he's off to a good start. 75 yards on his first carry. Broncos take the lead.
Yeah, quickly. Look at that. Jump, cut, just ditch, dog, diving all over the place. Reed C, did you know over on Twitch, they should call it Rossi Superphonics. Ain't that the truth? Listen, if I'm not messing up names, I'm not doing my job right.
All right.
It's not really true, but I got to make myself feel a little bit better about it.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Melvin Gordon still in Denver. Philip Lindsay, of course, not with the Broncos anymore. He is now in
Houston. Yeah, Houston with that very odd backfield as we stand today.
I kind of like him in that backfield.
Oh,
I think he could be very involved, very solid. I think what are the chances that both David Johnson and Mark Ingram stay healthy all season? 0.
Yep.
I mean, maybe. No, it's not going to happen.
No, I think it's a good spot for Philip Lindsay. I just find it odd. Like Ingram, we don't know really if he's, where his health's at in general. I think kick the tires, see what we got. Same thing, David Johnson had some flashes. Can maybe be used more just as out of the backfield, receiving option. Kind of feel like that's going to be better suited.
Goal line. He'd be okay on the goal line. He did okay in short yardage last year. But definitely could see Lindsay emerge from that backfield. The other two guys, veteran options, but probably on the backside of their careers. It just depends on, who the Texans have at quarterback, how good that offense is. It could be that offense is just a dumpster fire in general, depending on who they end up I mean, if it's Tyrod, even if it's Tyrod, I think they'll be decent enough to make Philip Lindsay interesting.
Agreed. He can manage. We saw him with Buffalo a few years ago with not the greatest weapons either. Made the playoffs. So, for fantasy relevance, I like it. Again, if I'm a Texans fan, everything's kind of up in the air right now. But, hey.
Yeah.
At least you
if
have
you're
a guy.
Texans fan, I'm sorry.
Yes. Sorry, Houston. We have a problem.
Hey, Houston in the Elite Eight. So, there you go.
Oh, look at you.
Just enjoy that ride.
I'm sure that's how they feel right now. At least we got the college team.
They were in my Final Four, so.
Oh, look at you. So you're looking for a big dub tonight.
Yeah, I actually, and this is not, I feel like I have put a lot of research into my bracket in the past. Mm-hmm. I've done a lot of work. I've watched a lot of college basketball and made a bracket, felt really good about it. And then it goes out and it gets busted and it's trash, just like everybody else's. This year, I did not do that. I really didn't pay too much attention, watched some championship week, read a few things, threw together a bracket because a buddy of mine was putting together a pool, and then entered it in a few other places too. And my Final Four are all still alive.
Dude, you are a god, because...
I was like, no, it is not, because I usually stink at this.
No, but this is what it's...
this year I didn't.
First of all, this was the year to not overthink. Like, you know what I mean? Just throw some teams. Yeah, because it was so weird, because you have to realize a lot of these teams, just like, imagine in like kind of what we're seeing in hockey, a lot of these teams are just playing the same teams. Once the playoffs come, we have no idea what it's really going to look like. Like, oh, Toronto, they're a quote-unquote wagon, but they're playing the worst division. Canada stinks this year. So I related to that just because... That's
a good correlation, because, we saw the Big Ten play the Big Ten, and the Big Ten looked pretty good. Then when the Big Ten went to the tournament, they... faded.
Yeah, it was not so good. So we have under a minute here in the first quarter, 7-3. If you're just joining us, it was a 75-yard tud by Melvin Gordon. I think that like eclipsed his last 5 games combined on one play. Big play.
Pretty much, yeah.
Melvin Gordon.
The rest of the Broncos offense, sorry, like they've had one play, and it was just him.
That's it. One and tud. Question here, and I believe Tate can answer this, and I think Drew, and I think I know the answer, but he does ask, says, I have a question. If a punt or kickoff is returned for a touchdown, does it go against your defense? No.
The
punt.
Wait a minute.
No, the punt wouldn't, but the kickoff would, right? If a punt is returned for a touchdown, I don't think it goes, like, let's say Denver returns a touchdown.
I think it's still your special teams. I believe it is, and we can get verification on this from ops. But I'm pretty sure that because it is a DST that you're playing, any special teams touchdown does count against your unit. It is just defensive scores. So like if your team, if I have the Panthers defense and Teddy Bridgewater throws an interception that gets returned, then that does not go against my defense.
There you go. And Tate says, yes, it's DST special teams.
So if they give up a return touchdown, then it does go against you, unless it is a interception or fumble return. Yeah. Then it doesn't count.
There you go. We'll go with it. Really, all you got to worry about when it comes to scores so far is this. Broncos, 1 play, 1 touchdown, 75 yards, Melvin Gordon. That's it. We got a field goal from Sly. Panthers are on the march here. They're down to the 18-yard line.
Yeah. So Drew Lock, nothing. Cortland Sutton, nope. KJ Hamler, nope. Philip Lindsay, nope.
Jake Butt,
nothing.
Nope. Butt.
Nope. Here are all the Broncos receivers with a catch.
None. Me and you.
because they ran the ball 1 time. That was their only play. Carolina has actually put up some decent numbers. DJ Moore's got 3 catches for 42. Robbie Anderson's got 3 catches for 20. McCaffrey, 1 catch for 13. Samuel, just the 1 catch for 6. And Ian Thomas, the tight end, 1 catch for 19. So top 3 receivers, running back and tight end, all involved for Carolina. But nobody's involved yet for Denver except for Melvin Gordon. He's got the touchdown, and they've got the lead, 7-3.
Rick,
the way it works.
Rick over on YouTube asks, does Lindsay get any run? ? Well, if you're ZT, you sure hope so. He captained him. But yes, he does.
Yeah.
Oh, McCaffrey.
McCaffrey with a great run down there to the 2. Lindsay, in these sims, does get some run. He is the 3rd down back. He does work in quite a bit. They use a lot of shotgun in the Denver offense. And because of that, he does get a good amount of run. Although, so far, no. It's been Melvin Gordon only, but usually, yes.
Yes. Someone asked, does the safety go against your defense? Pizza Man? No. Rushing TDs, passing TDs, which we're probably going to see here in a moment. Offensive fumble recovers, punt returns, TDs, kick return TDs, field goals, return for TDs, all that. No safety. Safety does not go against the D. It's nice defensive stop there.
Nice
from
stop
the Broncos.
there.
I'll be honest, I like a play like that, ZT, just for timing. Just burns a couple extra clock because you got to hope McCaffrey gets in here, though.
You would think so.
But then again, I could jinx myself.
You could.
Crew Jones, I'll answer your question in a second. Or your response. I'll respond to you. Shotgun formation, receiver wide open, top of the screen. Here's that Samuel play.
There it is.
Gets into the end zone.
And there it is. Touchdown. Curtis Samuel, that little, it's like a shovel pass, I guess, as he runs across in motion. You mentioned it off the top that's a play they like to run. The Broncos should have been listening to you because they just gave up a touchdown on that play. That does go as a pass for Bridgewater, a catch, and a touchdown for Samuel. If it's a handoff, it doesn't, but because it is just that 1 foot pass where he just flips it up in front of him, Samuel running in front gets the PPR point as well as the receiving touchdown. The Panthers get the lead. Congratulations, virtual Matt Rule. Celebrate with your boys.
Huge play there. So there it was. Yeah, we talked about it, broke it down. Just a couple of geniuses here with you. Love it.
Awesome.
Appreciate you guys all being here with us. Rossi, I'm bartending, watching you guys. Hey, San Antonio's watering
That's cool.
hole. That's real cool. Hopefully you're having a
San
great
Antonio.
day. Yeah.
Love San Antonio.
We
I was
talked
born
about
about an hour from San Antonio. Yep.
Well, next time you head down to the motherland,
There we go. I'll have to check it out.
check in with San Antonio's watering hole.
Hey, I haven't checked in with you about the big draft trades this weekend, and I know we always like to work in just a little bit of Patriots. Sorry, everybody, but we get to do this because we're the ones here. And Jimmy G rumored no interest from the Patriots. Is that true? Is that true?
Yeah, no, sorry, let me answer it professionally. You know what, ZT, that's a really good question. We'll do it like it's first take or something. We have to repeat. Look at that, a passing play complete over here. It is true today, because I don't think they want to use draft capital to trade for him, but I don't honestly know if I believe that San Francisco really has him in his plans, even though a report came out today that there was a phone call made to Jimmy G from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan telling them he's their plan and he, quote, welcomes competition, which is like, well, what else are you going to say? Like, we just traded up to the third pick, clearly. But I still think it's in play. I'm maybe not by the draft, but I think there still could be something around, once the pick is made for San Francisco, I think a lot of dominoes will fall. Because you can say what you want today. Like if whatever.
That was a great blitz, great sack. He grabbed the face mask, so they give up a first down. Good job, Panthers defense. Yeah, no, I agree. I think the other thing, too, is if you're the Patriots, there's no guarantee money left in Jimmy G's contract. So the 49ers could just draft who they want at number 3 and then cut him, right? And then there might be some interest, right? Like then we're talking a different ball game than if you've got to give up capital and pay his contract.
Yeah.
So
my prediction?
I think there are lots of dominoes still to fall.
My prediction is there'll be like a third round or maybe even a next year's second round pick traded for him. They'll do a rework contract so that the guarantee isn't there, which you see a lot. The NFL has been so manipulative with their cap, which is good for a lot of teams, especially teams that have been spending money this offseason, including the Giants. And New Orleans just somehow bleeding out money, but they're gonna get there. They're still not under the cap, them and the Bears.
I don't understand sometimes. It's like they have no money left. Oh, but they signed these 3 guys.
Yeah, it's like, my favorite was they signed Andy Dalton, the Bears, with no money, and they have a whole draft to come. Is that pass beautifully caught down to the 1 yard? Tough one. That Hamler? No, that is Sutton. 14. Cortland.
30-yard catch for the wide receiver 1 for the Broncos. I think a lot of people forget about Sutton. He looked really good 2 years ago, and then this last year was injured, missed week 1, came back week 2, blew out his knee. So really didn't do anything this year, but he was pretty highly drafted in fantasy leagues, and I think he could be, depending on obviously what happens and who hypes him leading up till next year, but he could end up being a nice bounce back candidate for Denver. Drew Lock does need him for sure.
Look
although
at
on
this.
this pass,
We get it. Caw, caw, I'm a vulture. Caw. Wow. Where are we dipping in the depth charts for this one? Let me see. Let me just look at the ownership real quick.
Wide receiver 2, wide receiver
No, that's
3.
a tight end. That's
tight
a backup.
End. Sorry,
Is that the
tight
butt?
end 2.
That's not even the butt. What do we got there? I'm just going to call him a cluster for fun because I have no idea. Nick, is it Vinette?
Nick Vinette, tight
Tight
end
end
3.
3. We got a tight end 3.
I love it. I love it. Man, if you stacked up, or if you were like me and captained somebody in the Broncos offense, pass catcher specifically, so far you've lost a touchdown on the first play from scrimmage, 75-yard touchdown run, and now you've got a tight end 3 vulturing score number 2. Oof.
This is unreal.
And the Broncos lead, so it's good for them.
Dude. Unreal. You can't make this stuff up. I love it. This is why when people critique, like, oh yeah, it's not like it's predictable. It's just no. Every sim is a snowflake, people. Never know what you're gonna get. Wow. Love to see it though. So we're almost halfway through here, the first half, 4:44 remaining. Caffrey does return kicks, so we mentioned that question earlier. You will get points if he does return one, which he has done once.
Yeah, you get touchdown points. You don't get yardage points, obviously, but you would get the points for the touchdown.
Yep.
I've seen it at least once.
Just quickly wanted, Crew mentioned earlier that the Canadian division doesn't stink in hockey, saying that the Oilers and Jets are right behind the Leafs, and Habs aren't too far behind either. Yeah, record-wise.
But again, they're only playing each other.
And they're really not that good. They're not. It's not a quality division, so... Hey, you get Crew. I like it, and especially if you're Canadian. This is what I've begged for in the NHL for years. I want it to be half and half because I think it would bring more oomph to the sport. But this year is just a tough year in general. But yeah, we'll see what all shakes out. I just feel like some of these teams could get into the playoffs and they think, oh, we're good. Like I don't know, like the Islanders, and then they get in and it's like, you run into maybe it's one of those Canadian teams. Maybe I'm underestimating them. You never know.
It's really hard to tell because they don't play anybody except their own division.
Yeah, and you get to know that division. You get to know all the players. It's wild, I find, and I think it makes for compelling, rivalries for this individual season.
Yeah, for sure.
Jordan says, "Does anyone still think I'm wrong when I call Rossi a mush?" Vance McDonald twice last sim, but he was in my lineup. He says, "And Vinette now? Hey man, call me what you want. Appreciate you being here, Jordan." Emerson's forehead. What's up?
Excited.
Yeah, look at him. I just like when they have those animations for like quarterbacks. That's just like the goofiest dances.
Seems about right, actually.
Sure does. By the way, I didn't even give a shout to the Drew stack. We got the great crew here with us. We got producer Drew, Andrew, our technical director, and then we got Tate and Ops. They've been working their tails off this entire first half of the day, wrapping it up with you here, just like me and ZT. Hope you guys are doing well, smiling, having a great day. Smash that like button. Doesn't hurt, only helps. A lot more content here on the DraftKings YouTube, so hit subscribe as well to get notified when some new content. Not just DraftKings, not just the Dream Stream. There's a lot more videos, got podcasts, there's a lot of fun, a lot more stuff going on. So please do subscribe. Same for you guys over on Twitch.
Yeah, I mean, there's Pre-Lock Live coming up right after this, helping you get ready for tonight's NBA slate. Yeah, 11 games.
Shrag, my guy Julian. I feel like those two guys have done such a good job with the show too, and appreciate the DK Sim fam who always lays out the questions for him, keeps it moving here. Big slate tonight, so yeah, stay tuned. Don't go nowhere after this game.
All kinds of great content. And we've got a bunch of baseball content getting ready to launch too. I know, big baseball week. A bunch of people got cut today.
Yeah. Tough to, it's funny in most sports, like that last cut day, even in football, it's like a week before they try to give it a little more time. Baseball, it's like 2 days before opening day. You're done. Oh.
Yep.
Thanks, guys.
And usually, some of those guys will land in other places. Some of them will actually end up coming back to those teams. Who was it? Robinson Chirinos just re-signed with the Yankees after they cut him over the weekend. They parted ways with the veteran, and now he's back. So it's all to rearrange where the roster sit and expose not any young players to waivers and getting picked up. Sometimes they'll slide a veteran around and bring him back on a different structured deal, which is what they did with Chirinos. They're going to do the same thing with Jay Bruce, but then instead they'll just keep him because of the injury to Luke Voigt. So
it's weird how that works, right? Like we're gonna cut you, you're not gonna make it. Oh, injury. Hey, guess what you're doing on? Hey, that uniform's still free
on Thursday because we might need you to start.
I don't know.
It's the way it works. But I mean, we see the same thing in the NFL. Week 1, who was it? Wasn't it Mark Ingram who the Ravens cut a couple of years ago and then brought him right back?
I believe so, and that does happen quite a lot. There's a big play again. The explosive Broncos here with less than 2 to play. That Noah Fant coming down the middle. There's the plays you usually see 1 or 2 from him.
Yeah, he's he has a very high ceiling because he can make those big plays. He's one of the faster tight ends we have, behind only Darren Waller and Evan Ingram in Madden 21. But he's just got that breakaway speed down the middle of the field. If he does get open like he did there, he can run off for a big gain. We've seen him score some long touchdowns, had a monster game in the Madden holiday season, was one of the best tight ends during that short season that we did at the end of 2020, and can have big games. He can also absolutely, totally disappear. There's KJ Hamler. He has not disappeared now because he
back. So, and just to mention, first Meager did ask, what was the ownership on that Brent guy? Yeah, 0.6. 0.6. So nobody. Mistake. Someone made a mistake and clicked his name. Or maybe they just are very smart and they said, I got a feeling about this guy. You talked about the holiday tournament. There's going to be a new tournament coming up in April, 2 weeks away from today. We are going to be having another, just in case you were tired of brackets. Well, here's one you might have a shot at, because unless you're ZT and all your 4 of the final teams are still alive going into tonight, there's a pass into the end zone. Nice breakup. Yeah, we're going to be doing a bracket style from 1 to 32, all of the NFL teams. So the Chiefs will take on the Jaguars and so on and so forth. Jets take on, I'm guessing wouldn't it be the Bucks? Or is it by record regular season? Don't ask me these questions, and I asked it myself.
I have no idea.
Moral of the story is going to be a tournament. It's going to last a week. It's going to be a blast. There's going to be some tournaments for some cash, some big money to be won. Keep it tuned. Keep it locked right here.
There we go. I like it.
Yeah, so 32. Basically, take like what you just watched, take out the first round, and we go right to the second round. 32, 16, 8, 4, championship, cash money prizing throughout the entire contest, $15 contest, $30K prize pools. We don't know when, but it's coming. It's all going to start on April 12th, 2 weeks from right now.
Yep. And the teams will be seeded by their standings last year.
So regular season. Got it.
I believe so, yes.
Well, till it happens. But there's a McManus field goal.
Hey, there's your field goal kicker, adding on 3 points for you.
There we go. Needed it.
And the Broncos take a 1-touchdown lead. Carolina still got some time, though, and 2 timeouts. They'll get the ball back here with just under a minute left.
There you go. So we'll see here as we get closer to halftime. Again, not a ton of scoring, but much more scoring than the Broncos did last time because they scored no points.
That Jaguars-Chiefs game, just be careful of that because the Jaguars have knocked off the Chiefs. So anything's in play here. Anything's in play.
The Chiefs, not that great of a sim team when it comes to the
They
record.
did win the Madden. Well, they won the Madden holiday season. And in our preseason tournament, they got to the final before they lost to the Falcons. So they've done well in our short seasons. But, yeah, they lose not irregularly in these sims. So I would not go too chalky when you get to fill out your brackets.
Agree with you there.
It'll be fun. Well, I'll make sure. Well, we should all, put an official bracket into the announcers Cool, just one sheet of integrity. We'll go one bracket instead of, hey, I'm putting in 12 entries.
I like that. It's a good idea. I'm all about the sheet of integrity, by the way. I'm not a multi.
Yeah.
Back in the day, especially when it was all printouts and stuff, like I used to run those. I like my
really?
Oh, awful idea. Highlighters.
I just do one for one reason. I hate cheering against, I'm cheering for this, but only halfway. I want to either be able to cheer for our team or cheer against the team. I try to minimize even, we talk a lot when I'm on with Koff about NBA, DFS, or I try to have the same lineup in all the contests that I'm in. NFL, I have a lineup or maybe two, but not a ton, because I want to be able to cheer for those guys wholeheartedly and not go like, well, I kind of want this guy to do good, but that only helps this lineup, but it hurts me over here, and it gets just too confusing for me.
NFL, I slice and dice. I put out as many options as I can. I can't have one, because there's especially
really?
NBA. I'm more with you. I'm like, if I put 2 or 3 lineups out, it's more than likely going to be the same, unless there's one guy, like let's just say Luka, one night I'm like, I really want to play him, but I couldn't afford him in this one. I'll put him in this one.
Yep,
so it does occasionally happen. So we have Bridgewater scrambles out. He's got one timeout remaining, 30 seconds, closer and closer to field goal range, but they're probably going to use that timeout. It's a long
field goal. Yeah, use the timeout.
And they're going to probably wait.
You think they're going to try the 57-yarder?
No, we got a 58-yard attempt in the last game. Graham Gano did not hit it, but he tried.
Well, let's see if Joey Sly can come through for me. We said it was head-to-head kickers. I didn't know they were going to figure in the narrative this much. No, they're gonna do a Hail Mary.
8-7,
not use the timeout. Interesting. So they still actually have the timeout. If they do this, but he got too many yards.
Nice play by the defense.
Tackled after 10 yards. Then there'd still be a second left. Call the timeout.
Ian Thomas makes the grab. So quote unquote garbage time points to get you here to halftime.
Points are points.
Points are points. Thank you. Someone needs to put respect on those garbage time points.
Analysis. Right there. Hashtag analysis. Points are points.
That's why he does what he does. And by the way, a lot of kudos went to you yesterday as well, because we had Babysitter Billy and a 3-man weave at the 4 p.m. And we talked about the origins of the Madden Dream Stream. As you know, this is kickoff to season 2.
Yeah, year 2.
And
crazy.
All the work that you put in behind the scenes and all the work that, from depth chart perspective, which everyone listening to this may laugh at, depth chart's real difficult, but no, we're putting this on a platform. We're putting this on a platform that is then being casted out to millions of people. So everything needed to be so meticulous. So a lot of credit went your way. And again, now that you're here, thank you.
You are very welcome. Thank you. It has been a ton of fun. When we started these, I had no clue that they would have taken off like this. I mean, it was something I was like, okay, cool. Let's do this while there's nothing else going on, and it'll give us something to do and follow along with. And it's been a lot of fun to be a part of, and it's been great to get to hang out with guys like you and Billy and get to meet all the DK Sim fam through all of this. And really that's what's made it fun, is the relationships and kind of the family that has grown. It's weird, but it's fun. So let's just keep it rolling.
I love it. Yeah. And Mike says, thank you, Zach. And he spells it because Zach is the greatest name.
I do go with the H, by the way, not with the K, but that's just me.
Oh, that's how did you have a choice in the matter?
So I will, no, not in my legal name, right? My legal name is Zachary, Zachary. Yep. So it has always made sense to me to shorten it to Zach. There are some people that, even though their full name is Zachary, will shorten it with a K, which never made any sense to me because there's no K in my name. Why would I? So, I've corrected it, and then I got tired of correcting it and
let it be.
Moved on with my life. Yeah.
You know what? Best thing you could do. Emerson's forehead said, season 3, really, we've had 2 Simper Bowls. Well, I'm going by year.
It's true. It's year 2.
Year 2.
Yeah. We started obviously with Madden 2020.
Yep.
And went with that for, from March until the new game came out. And then when we launched Madden 21 was when we did the first season, the first tournament. And that Madden 21 tournament was just before the start of the NFL season. And so we used the rankings and the ratings and the depth charts that came out with the original Madden 21 game for that. So you had things like, Adrian Peterson as the RB1 in Washington and those kind of things. And then
Don't start bringing up this. This is a slippery slope.
After that tournament. Why? What? Then after that tournament, we just did the roster update to week 1. And that's when we made the move to Justin Herbert, and we made the move to Tua, and we made, the rosters up through week 1, and that is where they are right now. That's why you still get some, Le'Veon Bell with the Jets or Dwayne Haskins with Washington. But for the most part, they've stayed that way. And what that allows people to do is to get used to where people are and to know that KJ Hamler is the wide receiver 3, and that's a safe, it's not going to change on you without notice. So when we do the next update, and there are discussions as to when and how that will work, when we do the next update, we'll make sure everybody knows and that we give everyone a look at what the new depth charts will be. And then, we're not that far away from the next game coming out, right? And then we'll get the whole new update with the new players and the new places and the rookies and all those kinds of ratings and things that we'll kind of get. Usually those roll out not too long after the draft. He is gone. See ya.
Oh, no!
He got caught.
Tackle as Zach waxed poetic about the way things have been. The Hamler almost KJ, but not quite. Yeah, so we shall see. But no, you're right. All the work that has gone in and all the things that you probably wouldn't go back 2 years like, hey, guess what you're going to be doing next year? What's that? Working on Madden depth charts for people to be watching simulated football. Oh, what? Like, wait, that's like a major part of my job? Yep, it is. Good times, though. Gotta love it. Susan said, I did see a comment. She was very nice. She said, we love you guys also. Thank you. Thank you, Susan.
Thanks, Susan.
Rick jumps in. He just a hypothetical. Well, I guess it's a question that's interesting. He says, are the Detroit Lions the worst NFL franchise ever? Cleveland might be.
They have a few good teams.
Yeah, producer Drew says Browns. Yeah, but the Bears are, says Tate. Tate would taking things personally.
It depends on. Are we talking ever?
I still think it's the Browns.
I feel like they won a couple of AFL championships or something, and then they had the few good teams in the 80s where they or 90s when they ran into Elway, right? Like they had the drive the fumble teams. Those are not bad teams.
Yeah,
it also depends on how you define it, right? Because, and we're gonna get another touchdown here.
There it is! Wow,
Gordon!
Dude, there was an explosion at the end zone.
Into the end zone. That was kind of a fun. And a fun dance, yes, Melvin, as well. But I meant the launch into the end zone. Melvin Gordon, have yourself a day. Second touchdown for him. I was on the right trail with my Broncos running back as my captain. I just grabbed the wrong one. Philip Lindsay doing nothing. It's been all Melvin Gordon, and the Broncos up 24-10 after that score.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Cleveland won championships back in the day, but you said NFL. Yeah. So I look at NFL as once the merger kind of happened.
Okay.
That's the way I would look at it. Like, that was AFL teams, but I think it's between Detroit. Well, Detroit's never even. How many NFC title games have they even been to? Maybe one. I actually don't know if they have. I'm just going off memory right now. The Detroit Lions. They had to have gone to one because I feel like no one's ever. I
guarantee the Lions have never been to an AFC championship game because they're in the NFC.
Well, I meant title game in general. Well, you never know, dude. Things are wacky.
It's true. Okay.
You don't remember in 1976 when they jumped over for a year?
No.
Yeah, it's. I'm between those two. You could make the argument if you want just to be funny with the Texans, but it's not true.
Wow, the Lions have won 4 championships?
Yeah, way back.
Yeah, way back. Pre-1966.
Yeah, so.
Since then, they have only made it to the conference championship one time.
Oh, they did. Now, could you tell me the year? I'm guessing 70s, against, the Vikings during that time. But
1991 conference championship loss to Washington.
Wow, I would have never guessed that.
Actually, it was in January of 1992. So it was after the 91 season.
But still, I would have never. I would have guessed just the 70s because I'm like, they made it a sneaky good team here or there.
Nope.
Wow, 91.
I mean, and then they haven't had a playoff win since that year. They've lost every other time they've been in the playoffs. They won that year. They beat the Cowboys 38-6, and then lost to Washington 41-10.
Good luck, Dan Campbell. That's why you get a 6-year contract when you take over a miserable franchise.
But watch your kneecaps, because apparently he's going to...
That's it.
I'm not really sure what that was, but good luck to him.
Rick says, looked it up, 7-13 playoff record, which doesn't even sound as bad.
No, 7-13 playoff record is correct, but that does include the way back. Yeah, like, I mean, 4 of those wins come before 1954. So if you go from 1954 until now, they're 3-13, which feels more right to me.
Yeah, well, honestly, like, because think about it, they've been to the playoffs in the last decade, I think twice, and lost both times. That Dallas lost, and forget the other
Seattle.
Seattle, yes.
I'm looking at their playoff game log right here. So they lost in 2017 to Seattle.
Yep.
26-6, and then they lost the Dallas game 24-20 in 2014.
Which to this day, one of the bag jobs by the officials. If you so choose to go back and rewatch that, I'm sure an NFL.
Oh boy.
Oh, if there was a hold, that wasn't a hold.
Don't do it. Oh no, don't do it. No.
My Detroit fandom is coming out. Hello. They're going to be the worst team next year, by the way.
Yeah, they're going to be pretty bad.
They're going to be
pretty bad. I don't know though. I don't know. There's going to be some bad.
Yeah, you ever get now? Obviously, you work in Eternal Slack. I have a Slack that comes through, and I just don't like when people start it with "Hi, Jason," because that worries me.
Okay. Why?
Because I'd rather you just get, "Hey, Jason, here's the thing," than a separate "Hey, Jason" when I don't really know you that well, because I know a bomb's about to get dropped.
Oh, okay.
I always feel that way. Like if you get a Slack, "Hey, ZT," like that would be MLM.
That usually means he needs me to cover a shift for him or something. Holding on Curtis Samuel. Not good, Kurt. Come on.
Yeah. We got CMC making his moves.
Man, this Lions playoff history is painful. I'm going to close this.
Honestly, there's some real.
All right, let's look at the Browns playoff history.
Oh boy, this is sad.
No, we got to compare it, man. We got to.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just saying. I bet you it's really sad.
So the Browns playoff record is, you ready for this? 17-21. Not bad. They have won 8 championships.
Yeah, but
they won a lot of championships.
Yeah, but this isn't like, this is like the 30s.
Real quickly. Well, they beat here you go. They beat the New York Yankees for 2 of those championships.
Dude, they beat a baseball team. That is impressive. Really quickly.
No, I'm telling you, that's really what it is.
And their logo was really bizarre, the old Brown logo. Really quickly, Neil Hatrick Harris says, "I'm a Cowboys fan. In 2014, that should have been a PI or a holding at the end. Don't know why they picked up the flag, but we paid for it the next week with the Dez catch." Yeah, that led to the Green Bay plays.
Hey, look, it's the same play. It's the same play they ran with Curtis Samuel. Now, Teddy Bridgewater has 2 passing touchdowns where between the 2, the ball has traveled a yard in the air. Just throwing the ball straight in front of him, where Christian McCaffrey this time ran through, grabbed it on the shovel pass for the touchdown. I like it. It seems to have fully fooled the Broncos both times. We've got a 1-score game after Joey Sly adds this extra point.
There's the boot. Sly gets it in. Here we go. Yeah, Browns. Ashley says Raiders.
So they won. They were 6-7-0 in the playoffs before 1950.
Seriously.
7-0. They were dominant before 1950. And then it's been not great since. 10-21 since then.
Honestly, that's bad. And they had, like you said, they've been to the title game. What was it? The Ernest Biner? Am I have that right? Was he fumbled at the 1?
Mm-hmm. That'd be the one.
And like against
the Broncos
in
87, and then in 86 they lost in overtime on the drive.
Oh yeah,
tried to fumble both of those to the Broncos. They did make the playoffs the following year as well, where they lost to the Oilers in 88.
I missed the Oilers.
Man, they had a nice run there.
Here's Melvin
80s,
Gordon.
But
again, big run. Less than 2 to play here in the third. Yeah, it's very interesting when you look at things like that. Like obviously modern history would tell you like who's good, who's not, but overall, I still think those are two of the more poor franchises. Bonus for Gordon.
Put Melvin Gordon in the bonus.
Woo! That's the bonus alarm, by the way.
Oh, that is cool.
That's brand new feature.
That's year 2. All right.
Yeah, dude, you should see the bells and whistles we got. It's a nice catch.
That's literally a siren.
Woo! It's broken. Trying to see here. Oh, there it is. Rossi's Fat Cat drops the first. It says air fried ham purdy, please. Hey, what's up for dinner tonight, ZT? What are you throwing in what's in the air fryer tonight?
It is Monday, so it is Meatball Monday here. So tonight is spaghetti and meatballs, I believe.
Oh, baby.
So that will not involve the air fryer. Although I guess you could do the meatballs in the air fryer if you want to. I never thought of that.
Yeah, but we talked about. I actually
nice and crispy on the outside.
I cooked, so I fried and baked, and I actually have baked meatballs and then threw them in the air fryer to crisp up the top because I like that nice crunch.
Yep. No, I could see that. I don't.
But be careful, not too long. Not too long with those.
Right, not too long, and I would want them to be baked, like you said, first, just because otherwise you don't want raw meat in the middle of your meatballs. That's never a good plan.
No, not for
both for health and safety and
and just flavor, air fried peeps, DSS Queenie. Maybe I'll do that.
What would they turn into?
We'll find out this week.
Okay.
To be determined. Rick comes back and says Bengals are 5-14 playoffs with the Super Bowl appearance. Detroit, obviously 7-13, as you mentioned. Browns, we said the records, both of those with no Super Bowl appearance. So yeah, the Bengals, while in that Super Bowl it was not good. They also that's a good point. I feel like the Chargers also are pretty poor overall. A lot of non-wins, but they've won enough. They've made the playoffs enough. And I say the Bengals got to be up there because all that time with Marvin Lewis. Never won a playoff game. Should have won.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Here we go. Come on, McManus.
No.
From 54, 53, it's up.
Wow.
No, I don't think he went in. I think he went to the right.
No, he
Son of a gun.
Had the distance, but no. Wide. Right.
Yeah, meatballs in the air fryer are good, says producer Drew. He's in. Now, did you cook them all the way?
As long as they're cooked before, or you've got your air fryer low enough that they get cooked all the way to the middle. Or maybe you buy I think you can get them like pre-cooked too, right?
Oh yeah. So I do that for the little guy who doesn't know because we stuff it in other things to sneak it in. I love that. So we have those meatballs as well. We're here at the end of the third. We got ourselves quite the interesting game, ZT.
Yeah, it's a one-possession game, and Carolina's got the ball. So some drama left here in this sim. Teddy Bridgewater has actually both quarterbacks have had decent games. They're both right around 200 yards. Bridgewater at 218, Locke at 194, both with 2 passing touchdowns.
Making it happen there.
Yep. Gordon, obviously, the big 75-yard run to get things started, has hit the bonus, but he is at exactly 100 yards. So you get dropped in the backfield, he could lose that. I mean, we'll have to see. McCaffrey's at 42 yards receiving to go with his touchdown. Samuel, 34 yards receiving with his touchdown. DJ Moore, 4 for 53. Ian Thomas, 4 for 69. Also solid games for Carolina. On the Denver side, KJ Hamler, your boy.
Give it to him. Come on, baby.
For 86 yards. Very nice game for him. Philip Lindsay, my captain, stinking up the joint. 1 catch, -1 yard. It has been Melvin Gordon doing all the work in the backfield. 1 catch, 16 yards, and the touchdown.
Yeah, Robbie Anderson after the first quarter, 3 for 20. After 3 quarters, 3 for 20. Fade away, baby.
Consistent.
Get back in there. So we'll get here to the fourth quarter. Who do you need? Shout them out in the chat. Let us know if your team stinks as well, if you think they're the worst. I blame Bill Cowher for Chargers Super Bowl appearances, Rick. Oh, you can.
Bridgewater going to swing it out of the backfield again. Do we have a rare Mike Davis sighting? Is that, wait, what? I think it was. Who was that on the catch? Yeah, Mike Davis filling in for a tired Christian McCaffrey who's fatigued, a little winded, if you will. They go to Mike Davis, who makes a catch out of the backfield for a significant gain there. Carolina to the 41 very quickly after that missed field goal attempt. McCaffrey in the slot to the top side there. Not in the slot, out wide. And that is him on the target. Just short of the first down. Bring up 2nd and 1 for Carolina. Pushing down here for the potential game-tying score. Carolina had some nice sustained drives in the first half, but then was trailing after Melvin Gordon did his thing with a couple touchdowns early. See what happens here as they spread them out again. Ooh. Curtis Samuel with the catch for the first.
See, that was tough.
We had Mike Davis. We've had Curtis Samuel. We've got everybody getting involved here for Carolina on this drive. Christian McCaffrey playing out wide, playing in the backfield, taking a play off. I mean, Carolina digging deep into the bag of tricks on this Monday.
Our Michael says, I'm flirting with big free money on the Classic. Need more, as in DJ.
All right. He's up there at the top of the screen. Superstar traits. They are not throwing his direction. That's Ian Thomas.
Yep. Thomas, not Thompson. Getting the catch.
No relation. Not even the same last
name. Trent asked, did the player rankings change after the 1-year event? He said, weird things are happening today. Serious question, please answer.
Serious answer, no. But you're not wrong that weird things are happening today. That does, we call that a day that ends in Y. They're always a little weird. Especially when they let Rossi and I do one of these together. We always get some fun stuff.
Listen.
But
the wacky factor is turned on here.
There you go.
We're together. That was DJ Moore making a catch there. Less than 6 to play. The Panthers trying to tie this game up at the 6-yard line. 1st and goal. McCaffrey gets the handoff. Wow. I think the Panthers forgot to block on that play. Must not like McCaffrey. Trying to see. Where am I sitting currently?
I am down at 115. My lineup is actually not awful except for Philip Lindsay, who has been awful in my captain spot. If I had Melvin Gordon there, I'd be doing just fine, but I don't.
Well, hopefully. Maybe you never know. Things could change very drastically here.
Yeah, they could.
I'm currently sitting in 97th. Okay. Yuck.
So you're ahead of me.
Ooh. The kicker battle is on as McCaffrey gets another carry.
Yeah.
Inches his way to the 3-yard line. We'll see what they can do here on a 3rd and goal. Rossi's fat cat dropping some knowledge as roster updates haven't occurred since before last Super Bowl.
So roster updates have not occurred since week 1 of the last season. There was a update from EA Sports on the X Factors and Superstars.
True.
In December. That came out just at the start of the holiday season. There was not major adjustments. There were not ratings adjustments. There were not depth chart adjustments. It was just to the Superstar and X Factor traits of a few select players. It wasn't a lot, probably about 10 or 12 that were adjusted in that update, which was from EA Sports. They do in-game updates just to keep the X Factor and Superstar traits fresh, accurate.
Going for it here, 4th down. Sorry.
I like it.
Let's see. 4 wide. McCaffrey at the bottom of the screen. Bridgewater back of the end zone. Has
Touchdown.
A receiver. It's Thomas. Go to the big fella, the tight end. Touchdown. Ball game's going to be tied up with 4 to play here in the 4th quarter.
I like it.
Yeah, Thomas was owned in 39%, captained at 3%.
Yeah, he definitely got both feet down and then actually never even went out of the back of the end zone.
No.
So Nothing to review there. An easy pitch and catch. Teddy Bridgewater now up to 3 touchdown passes on the day. Joey Sly out for the extra point, and we will be tied up. Bridgewater also 270 passing yards. So if he does get another possession where he throws the ball, which, I mean, with 4:07 and it's a tie game, you would think he would. The only way he wouldn't is if, like, the Carolina defense scored or something weird like that happened. He's got a chance to hit that bonus. We will see what happens.
Reminder, once this game is done, don't move a muscle before you set your DFS lineups and for the NBA. Or heck, even if you're like, I never play NBA, never do it. These are the guys you want to hear. We got Julian Ello, Sherrod coming on next. Don't move a muscle, because I'll be honest, there are days where I'm like, I'm not in the mood. I'm just going to go sit and eat, air fried meatballs. And then I say, I'm after.
Do not do that.
Well, it happens. And then I keep the Dream Stream on if I'm doing the 4 and 6, which normally I do. And then I'll see it. And I'll turn the volume back up because we have it off during the game. I'll listen to these guys. Julian starts waxing poetic about a player, and he's feeling. I'm like, I got to get in on this. So
you got to.
And that's what you want to do. So that's why I stay tuned. Even if you've never played NBA DFS, tonight could be the night. Just listen to these guys. They know what they're talking about. Educated, smart, and handsome. We'll just add that as well.
All those things. Yep. And you can also see some of the preview material over on playbook.draftkings.com as you put those lineups together, including Sherrod's rankings there. Plenty of great content there, including the write-up for the late slate. I did give you some cheap plays over there. Just look for the picture of Terrence, the man, throwing the ball down.
I will just say that I've spoken recently about how I build my lineups, especially for NBA or the NHL. I always start your lineups? Cheap first. Get me all the guys I think could be good. So I'll read your articles. Sometimes Kenny writes about it. I always want to know what are the cheapest, because then I'll know who my big plays are going to be thereafter.
Gotcha.
If you start loading up all your top guys, I know LeBron's hurt. I'm just using as an example. LeBron, Luka, Westbrook, and then you look at Harden, and then you're like, oh, I have $3 per player the rest of the way. Doesn't work that way. So I like to go cheap to expensive.
Gotcha.
It's like I used to do my homework, ZT. You do the hard stuff first, then you do the easy stuff. I'm just kidding. I didn't do much homework. That's why I'm
Hey,
here.
wait, what?
Yep, sorry. No, you're like official. I'm just here.
We're all just here.
Thank you. I was trying to make it more self-deprecating, then it kind of came across offensive. So, whoops. Landed that plane. Yeah, 4th down here. 3 minutes on the nose to play.
Yep. After that Drew Lock throwaway to avoid the sack, they will get the punt off here. Carolina with the chance to win the game after trailing basically the whole time since they gave up that 75-yard touchdown run to Melvin Gordon. But they will have a long way to go.
Oh.
Because they down that at the 1.
So safety is in play. ZT mentioned it. We're just about under 30 yards, about 27 yards passing. We'll get Bridgewater to the bonus. 30 yards on the nose, should I say. We'll get him to the bonus. 3 touchdowns. We have a bonus already when it comes to Melvin Gordon.
Yep, and he did not lose it, so I think he'll get to keep that. He didn't even touch the ball. So they're going to run it. McCaffrey. Oh, we almost had it. We almost had the 99-yard touchdown run, but safety from the Broncos stopped that from happening.
Yes.
Justin Simmons, who got paid this offseason, by the way. The Broncos sunk a ton of money into that secondary. They're going to be vastly improved. Will they be good enough to slow down Patrick Mahomes? Probably not, but they definitely have invested in that secondary. They're going to be significantly better. It wouldn't shock me if they challenged for a wild card.
Yeah, I agree, and I thought them and the Bengals have had the quiet, and the Vikings have snuck in there now last week. Oh, big stuff there. Going to go to the 2-minute warning after that run. Quietly, I think the Broncos and the Bengals have had really, really good off seasons. Like, not the big splashes, the sexy names necessarily. Obviously, Simmons, that was a big re-sign, but like even bringing over Roby, like there's a lot of good plays there. Oh, there it is. Look at Hamler. There was a little fix with the bonus, and we know some of you guys were chatting about that, so everything's all set. Tate, big shout out to you, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, our entire crew, just knocking them dead.
Oh, yeah. 2-minute warning. Here we go. Tie game.
Yeah, I really like what the Broncos have done. Like I said,
Yeah.
the Bengals and like the Vikings, who I still say the most unsexy team going into the offseason. But like they're just quietly just making these little moves that no one's excited about, but could end up really patching
Broncos, I'm with you on. The other two, not feeling.
Okay. Watch out. Rossi's getting on the Bengals train early. Whoop, whoop. Get aboard.
All right. The
big 3rd and 5 here.
What train were you on last year?
The Lions.
Yeah. So
I have time to make my official prediction. I need at least 2 months after the draft.
Fair enough.
When I first joined in here in July last year, I was like, hey guys, Detroit Lions this year. And I was like, the Panthers are gonna stink.
True.
That was really bad. Here's a pass, big play on a 3rd and 5.
Kinda right.
Kinda.
On the Panthers, I guess. I've already kind of said I think Arizona is going to make some noise in the NFC.
Really?
Yep. I really like what they've done this offseason. And I think getting Chandler Jones back is going to be a big boost. I think a lot of times we get lost in some of the new pieces going into places. We forget about players like we're watching the Broncos. They should get Von Miller back.
Yep,
they should get Cortland Sutton back.
Yes,
those guys who it's easy to forget about those guys, but they should be back. They should be back full strength. And that a lot of times when we're figuring in off-season additions, we can get caught up in a free agent that signed with, Hunter Henry signed with the Patriots. We get all excited about that. We forget, well, the Broncos are going to be adding Cortland Sutton.
Yeah.
And it can,
Von Miller.
Just because they're right,
yes.
They're new and shiny, they can pull our attention. But don't forget, these other teams are also getting some significant additions just because those guys are going to be healthy.
Right now, it looks like your Joey Sly pick might win this game. First down, 30 at the 28. But yeah, that's a really good point. The Cardinals, I don't know. I'm going to be very intrigued. We'll see. I need a few, again, give me some time on that. I do like what they're doing.
So many pieces that
boy. Who was that?
Mike Davis again.
I almost took that one to the house.
He's had a couple big gains here.
It's a problem kid gaming
there. So he had McCaffrey and Davis both on the field.
DFS Queenie saying, I like to travel with cats. I've never traveled with a cat, but I would if I'm allowed.
Okay.
Jason says, I want to see Larry Fitz win one. I don't even know if Larry Fitz right now is currently a free agent.
Correct.
We'll likely sign back.
I think, yeah. If he wants to play, obviously they'll have a spot for him. McCaffrey with the carry there, setting up my kicker. Let's go, Joey Sly. Mike Davis, by the way, is now a member of the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, I was saying this with Christian last sim. We'll make this quick. What a really quiet, I think, good signing. I'm surprised he had that much time in free agency. I know running backs aren't the sexy position anymore, but fills a need for a team, and they can still maybe get a guy in the draft to play with them. Don't think he's a bell cow, but can play.
He can.
Oh, McCaffrey.
Guys who can play. McCaffrey walk-in touchdown. So, sorry, Joey Sly, you just get the extra point. What a comeback by Carolina. A big second half for them. Coming back from 14 points down, now to take a one-score lead. Still some time, though, for the Broncos.
Not much, but there is time. And don't forget, don't move a muscle. Don't touch that dial or that YouTube link, because we have the chin-rubbing crew, the two very thoughtful men of Julian Elishara, going to be coming on immediately after this sim. So if we go final here, ZT, have your players of the game prepared, or your player of the game in your
All right. I'll be ready.
Billy. 25 seconds, 2 timeouts.
Unfortunately, my lineup had way too much of the babysitter Billy, not my kid options in it, which is why I'm down at the bottom. But I think I've also got players. I mean, we'll see how the rest of this plays out, but I think both picks can be pretty obvious and quick. We can get her over to them because they've got 11 games to break down. There's a lot going on.
Big night for the NBA, and as I said,
and the NBA at this point has just, with availability and people, protocols and injuries and people in and people out, and it's all changed over the last few days, and trying to make sense of it all can be complicated, which is why you've got these guys to break it all down for you and give you all the answers you need for your lineups tonight. 22 teams on the floor. Plenty of options to look at.
Yeah, tough to build, but we got the guys that will help you there. And again, you can check out the playbook as well. Zach mentioned.
For sure. Yep.
He knows a thing or two about the cheat guys.
My value plays are there.
Sorry, value. My bad.
It sounds better. I'd rather be a value than cheap.
That's exactly what they say at the market basket near me too. Here's the value section. All right, here's a big pass. Caught there from Fant.
Yep, first down. Still got one timeout left. At about midfield, Drew Lock does have some good throw power. So if they choose to do it, they can probably let him heave it to the end zone. But if you've got maybe time for 2 plays. Yeah. Maybe time for 2 plays here.
Tom Brady says bomb Sutton. Randy predicted an interception. Not so fast, my friend. Here's Drew Lock, takes the snap. He's looking around. He is going deep into the end zone.
To the end zone.
Intercepted.
And the interception. There it is.
Randy, you were right. Just not the first play, the second play. So while we're going to get
Corn Elder, slot corner, with the pick.
Let's line up your players here.
This one. I think we get a kneel down here, but that's about all we got.
That's going to be it.
Yeah, so player of the game is Teddy Bridgewater, even though he's about to lose 1 yard rushing here with this kneel down. He's still, he got the bonus. 310-yard passing, 3 passing touchdowns, almost 30 fantasy points. Bridgewater, I'm going to give the player of the game, even though McCaffrey was very good as well with over 30 fantasy points, just about 1 point more than Bridgewater had. But Bridgewater, lower ownership, so hopefully he was in your lineup. He was in mine.
Who's your babysitter, Billy? We all know who it's going to be.
Do you, though?
I believe.
2 candidates.
You have 2. All right, well, just give us who you want.
Right. No, it's Philip Lindsay. 1 catch, 9 yards. Not
1.3.
Yeah, he was ugly. The only other option that was just as bad is Jerry Jeudy, who did not have a catch. Did nothing at all. Just had 1 rushing yard, so finishes with 0.1 fantasy points. Not a good game for Jeudy either. But yeah, it's Lindsay, owned in about a third of lineups.
Yeah, as producer Drew says, not a happy man is Melvin Gordon right now. Seeing that disrespect put on his name. But you know what?
Sorry Melvin Gordon.
He's mad at you. Yeah. All right. On behalf of our entire crew here, producer Drew, Andrew, our technical advisor, the Drew Stack, Tate in Ops, ZT. This is a blast, my man. Please
always a good time.
Yeah, go check out ZT at ZT_sports. His name is Zach Thompson, and it's not just ZT, regardless of what that other clown may have once told you.
MLM.
Yeah, I'm over at Jason D. Rossi on Twitter, but we got to get out of here, dude, because we got the NBA pre-lock. So Julian Edlow, Shrag, you guys take it away. Help us make that moolah.
Thank you, Rossi. Thank you, ZT. What's up, everybody? Welcome to a Monday edition of Pre-Lock Live. We have an amazing 11-game slate on tap. Let's get to it, Julian. How you feeling? Nice weekend for you?
It was a nice weekend. We had the tournament. We had the NBA. I am currently pressing send on tweeting out the Unreasonable Odds podcast, which has all of both myself and I was joined by my friend, James Alvarino, spread investor, all of his plays as well. So that is being, as I make sure that there are no typos. I think there are not, but if there are, you can blame it on me reading it while I'm doing this show. That is sent. So enjoy that. Enjoy the Elite Eight. And honestly, the NBA right now, before we even get into it, is like wild. Like, you know that I've been doing all this work on the tournament, so I'm not going to pretend that I'm at my, my height of NBA knowledge right now in terms of paying attention. But DFS is getting harder. The sportsbook side, I feel like, is getting easier because of all this madness. Because I've had my mind on the tournament, and yet I'm on an 11-3 run since Wednesday. Saturday night, you just bet the Knicks when everybody's ruled out for the Bucks. Then you bet the Pelicans when everybody's ruled out for who'd they play? Somebody. Yesterday, bet Portland when Lowry's ruled out. Just keep doing this.
So let's tell the people what they need to know. Step 1, load DraftKings Sportsbook right now on your mobile device.
Thank you for doing that for
me. On your computer. Because we are about to go live. If there's news breaking, we will provide the picks right now on this show, live on it. So make sure you have DraftKings Sportsbook loaded up, ready to roll.
Thanks for reminding people to do that. Last time we did the show, we were on Wednesday and we got the Colin Sexton ruled out news.
Yep.
We gave out Darius Garland over 24.5 points, rebounds, assists.
No. We gave 16.5 points was the first, just the initial take.
All right. Well, then I gave Darius Garland over 24.5 points, rebounds, assists.
Yeah.
And it was up for about 5 minutes, and it cashed in the middle of the third quarter. So that is the type of thing that we're looking to do.
Yes, that is why we are here. All right. Before we jump into it, make sure you guys in the chat, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Twitch, shoot out all your questions, and we will try to do our job to get to them and attack right away. Let's start it with a question from the chat, though. Moses Brown, is he a lock tonight coming off that monster 2020 game where he secured the bag after the game? He played so well that the Thunder had to give him a contract extension on the spot.
Yeah, so 6,800 now is the thing. So this is different than the Moses Brown that not too long ago, he had that first game in his game log that you can see. March 11th is when he got the 19 minutes, entered the rotation, minimum price 3,000.
Birthday. Nice.
had 24.5 DraftKings points. Ever since then, 23. Then he had the big 51-point game against the Bulls. And ever since then, his minutes have pretty much just gone up 3 in a row of 30 plus minutes, 33 DraftKings points, 33 DraftKings points, 43 DraftKings points, 50.25 DraftKings points with the 23 boards. I don't know if I can pay 6,800 for him, though. He's playing Dallas, a team with some decent size, and he's got to go back to, I would say these last two games, 43, 50, those are kind of like outliers. Those are peak performances against Memphis and Boston.
Yeah. And
if he's going to be more around, let's say he does level off around like a 30 DK point per game guy, that's not value here anymore.
Yeah. So I wouldn't consider him a lock personally either. I see that there are other options. For example, look at Robert Williams. I mean, he's doing something similar. Both these guys, 6,700, 6,800, they're both going to garner ownership on tonight's slate. But then you have options that are setting up that are much cheaper than them at the center position, or if you want to pay up. What do you think about Robert Williams?
Well, speaking of Celtics, real quick, we'll give some lineup news that doesn't do anything for tonight, but the Bucks scooping up the Celtics trash. Jeff Teague. So Milwaukee's going to keep adding
guards. Basically, they
guards. So I don't. That doesn't really do much. Obviously, Drew Holiday is going to eat up most of those minutes, but you get another guard there.
Yeah, good to have guard depth. You're going to face off against. If you're facing off against Brooklyn, you're going to need the guard depth there. Yeah, they're not great defensive wings, but you need somebody out there.
So, yeah, in terms of Robert Williams, we have the NBA's two most efficient young big men facing off tonight, the Time Lord and Zion Williamson. I like Robert Williams. The Celtics have really babied him along the way, but now there's no choice. You trade Tice, Tristan Thompson's still out. The murder cornet, Luke Cornett, can potentially fill a few minutes. He played 13 minutes against OKC. Getting a little hype because he closed well down the stretch. Maybe he goes up to 15, 20 minutes in this game, but the bottom line is the Time Lord has to play, and if he doesn't get in foul trouble with Zion, minutes are almost automatically DraftKings points with Robert Williams. There are not many players in the NBA that do more with their minutes than Time Lord, so if he's going to get 25 to 30 minutes, even with his salary doubled over the last month, he is still worth it.
Yep. I mean, it kind of makes sense. If you're looking for a cash game build, single entry build, you might look at double center lineup with Brown and Williams together.
Yeah, I don't mind a game stack here. Jaylen Brown is out, so it potentially opens a little value with the Celtics. I'm really curious to see what Evan Fournier's role is because he can slot right in now. That he was obviously going to be a bench guy. He can slot into that starting role. People are going to be afraid to play a guy in his first game with a team, I think. And I would be too, but he's going to get a lot more minutes with Jaylen Brown out, and it's against the Pelicans defense, who are one of the highest scoring defenses in the NBA. It might be kind of a sneaky place to play Evan Fournier. I like Zion against the Celtics' lack of size. I like Time Lord. You can almost talk yourself into, 2, 3, 4 guys in this game, a little game stack.
Yeah, definitely. And you did a little bit of hosting responsibilities there. You took a question from the chat. What are you doing about without Jaylen Brown tonight? So nice segue there for yourself.
It's like I knew it was coming.
Right. Let's see. We have another question coming in. What to do at small forward tonight? Are you looking to spend up? Or are you looking for a value play?
At small forward, I mean,
personally,
it kind of like more for me. It depends what you're doing at other positions, and what's left at small forward is usually one of the less desirable places to start your lineup. Let's say it that way. So
yeah,
if you're going to be like, who are some of our favorite plays? If we're going to be building around, there's plenty of the under 4K values.
Yep.
We just talked about Robert Williams, who's like a mid-price 6,700 guy. I don't think you have to break the bank on this slate. Let's put it that way. Like your Hardens, your Westbrooks, maybe you play one of those guys. I think you have money at small forward, and I don't think you necessarily need to worry about it too much. It's more of a leftover position, but if you're left over with, let's call it 3,400, Denny Avdija, the rookie for
Denny. Yep. Perfect.
Huh?
I said the same exact thing right at the same time. Denny's running.
Yeah, so there's a value option that you can go with, but let's say you want a little bit more. You've got Evan Fournier, 6,500, who I think with Jaylen Brown is like viable. There's a mid-price guy. Kawhi Leonard against Milwaukee, he's cheaper at 8,900. There's a spend-up spot for you. Like I think that you can go anywhere and fill other positions that you're more confident in first, and you can kind of build around that.
Yep, definitely. Let's touch on this real kind of note here. Harden coming off that monster game, 77.5 fantasy points against the Pistons. That game was really close, but why? You know why. They had to play against Detroit, and he was the only guy in there. Now with Kyrie back or expected, he's available tonight after missing those 3 games due to personal issues. Does it make more sense to look at Westbrook, or is it set it up where you still keep going to Harden because he's just been unstoppable and it's a top total on the slate?
Well, Bradley Beal was just ruled out, so it probably does make more sense to look towards Westbrook.
There it is. Let's go to the DraftKings Sportsbook, see what we got.
So it's at 26.5, which the thing is, Beal wasn't offered. So this is different. We knew that Bradley Beal was questionable coming into this one.
Yep.
So the element of surprise isn't there. Like the Sexton one, all the lines were set for Sexton being in. Like Kyle Lowry was scratched last night. He was supposed to play, so props were set for him being in. Now, we had an inkling that this might happen, so the edge isn't quite there. But Westbrook's 26.5 points.
Westbrook,
it's tough. Like in theory, you want to take it.
He hasn't scored over 26.5 points for 3 straight games.
Right. The last time that Beal was straight up ruled out, though, I think was, when's the last time he was ruled out? Because he's left games.
Yeah.
Let me see. I think the last time he was ruled out might have been that Bucks game.
Yeah.
And Westbrook went for 42 against Milwaukee.
So you have it now where you got to lock him in, eh?
Yeah, if you want it. So this isn't a 5-star play, like a Garland play the other night or whatnot. But I would think this would move. So if you want it, you want to play it.
It's gone.
Is it gone?
It's gone.
Gone. All right. Well, if you wanted it, hopefully you played it.
All right.
We'll see what it reopens.
Let's go back to the DFS line. 11,000, Russell Westbrook, Sands, Bradley Beal. Is he a lock for the top of your lineup?
Yeah, I think that gives enough of an edge, especially with nobody else like really jumping off the page. If there was somebody else that I was super high on, then yeah, now I think you just take the automatic like usage triple double type of almost floor with Westbrook.
Yep.
Spend your 11,000 and then work around that.
What do you make of? Let's see. We have Robinson starting in place of Beal for this game. Jerome Robinson. Is there anything to do with him then? He is sitting at a nice big $3,000.
Okay, yeah, he can interest me in 3K starters. Played 18 minutes against Detroit with the game that Beal got hurt, and only had 5.75 DraftKings points. So we're not talking Time Lord point per minute type of stuff here, but
he has shown
he's shown upside in the past.
Yeah, 30 fantasy points. He scored at least 30 fantasy points in a previous start. You haven't?
No, I'm in on a 3K starter. You don't have to twist my arm there.
There it is, $14,000 out of your salary cap, just going to the first game of the slate. Let's get it popping.
There you go. That works.
All right, let's move to kind of this blowout situation here potentially with Cleveland and Utah. Do you consider blowout potential when looking at guys to plug in from either side? Let's say you think that Utah will play more of their bench guys, or do you think if Cleveland's just running out there, there's something to do with Okoro, who's super cheap, or Taurean Prince at 3K, Damian Dotson, maybe even super cheap, maybe in these blowout situations on such big slates? Or does it make more sense to focus in on just the best plays that are attacking where that we can kind of react to the news?
So blowout potential is something I factor in, but it depends on the game. Like sometimes there's what's another game that we can use here? Like if there's a game 8, 9, 10 points, but you figure it can at least be competitive, then it doesn't factor in quite as much. But when you look at this one, the Cavs against the Jazz in Utah sitting at 16 points, I like this one should not be much of a game, I would expect. So this does factor in much more for me. I would want to play guys on both sides who I think are going to get the garbage time. And even though it takes, starters and stars to create that blowout separation, the minutes are just likely aren't going to be there to do too much. So this is a game that I'm not really looking at outside of cheap blowout guys.
Well, let's go then to another semi-blowout projected with Brooklyn right now on the line, sitting at -11. What do you make of then if looking on the Minnesota side? Malik Beasley is coming back, and he is going to shoot the rock, but he's 6,700. Maybe Jaden McDaniels. He's been playing 35 minutes a lot. Is there something to make of these guys? Jordan McLaughlin, cheap guys? Or do we just go to Saban Lee? Saban Lee, he played 25 minutes in his last start. He finally got to start for the Pistons against the Wizards. He's probably going to start again against the Raptors, 3,800. How do you feel about that one?
Yeah, I would prefer Saban Lee. I think he's a little bit safer. I think that they're just he's developing a role there. Whereas with the Timberwolves, I mean, like Anthony Edwards has kind of come out of his shell a little bit with Beasley out. I think Minnesota is obviously much more invested in a number 1 overall pick, and they want to see what he has there. He did score 27 points in Beasley's first game back. Beasley went 4 of 17 from the field. Minnesota's probably not a situation that I'm all that interested in getting involved with. I would much rather go to Saban Lee.
So if we go Saban Lee, look at Westbrook. That's then you kind of lock him in, and you have Jerome Robinson as another person that you're locking in. Where if and when we also talked about Time Lord and Moses, where in these other later games you look at? Because Milwaukee Clippers projected to be close, Chicago Golden State projected to be close. We have a chance where Steph Curry, coming off that bruised tailbone, could be a sleeper pick here. This line has moved substantially since it opened. It opened at +5 for the Warriors, and it is now +1 or -1 to the Warriors. So that has me having an inkling that Steph is going to be back if the line moves all the way from +5 to -1.
Yeah, that's a pretty strong indication that somebody thinks Steph Curry's playing in this game. And while I think that can help the Warriors against a team like the Bulls on the road, I don't think it does much for me fantasy-wise. Makes the rest of the Warriors a fade for me, but I don't want to back Curry in his first game back. We don't know necessarily what that workload is going to look like. You want exposure to those late games. I think it's Kawhi for me. 8,900 is very cheap. That seems like the spot against Milwaukee that I would be looking to for exposure to a late player. And it seems like, given the guys that we like in the earlier games, we're going to have some money left over. We just talked about the small forward position. I think Kawhi is very affordable. Again, if you don't have that salary there, it's fine to go somewhere else. But I think it's pretty easy to make that fit.
Yeah, we had a question come in from Twitter too, asking about that. Paul George and Kawhi Leonard should play well tonight. Paul George is coming off that nice 55-point performance game against the Sixers, so he's in a groove already. So you really can't go wrong. It really just depends on how much money you have left over for both these guys. Kawhi is kind of the safer one, whereas Paul George is kind of flex the upside and is a little bit more volatile. He has more of the downside here, whereas Kawhi just knocks in 45 fantasy points when he's asleep.
Yeah, Kawhi's safer. Paul George can be a roller coaster. Just going through, I mean, like, I would probably honestly play Zion over Kawhi Leonard just to talk about the same price point.
Yep. That's where I was going to go next.
Yeah, so I don't know how that necessarily changes things. You can arguably fit both. You can play both of those guys and Westbrook on this slate. No problem, I think, if those are the guys that you like.
Yep. I locked in right now. I look to lock in Kawhi, Zion, Russell Westbrook with Jerome and Saban Lee. So that makes it really simple, whereas you don't have to worry too much about some other players really breaking the bank now.
Yeah, it's true. And Zion played well that last time in New Orleans against the Celtics, a comeback overtime win, 28 points, 10 boards, 4 assists. I'm just talking myself into Zion. I didn't realize how good of a weekend he had.
Oh, yeah.
39 and 10.
Best weekend of his career. He had the best weekend, literally had the best weekend of his career. Usage up across the board. He just finally had that ceiling game. Matt and I were laughing on Friday, like, hey, Zion is the safest play on the slate, but he doesn't give you the ceiling game. And he's like, he must have hurt us because he just went off on both games. He's
shooting, 29 of 39 from the field in his last 3 games.
Yeah, and he's doing them on these kind of pick and roll drives, kind of. So it's been really interesting to see him handling the rock at the top of the key and just attacking that way, and then you just try to use his athleticism to get over guys. Yeah,
I mean, I'm not going to pretend like I watched any of those games. I was watching March Madness, but
I mentioned it too on Friday before I jumped off. That was the one game I was really looking forward to, so I was hyped to see that.
All right, well, good. I think this is going to be a good game against the Celtics. A lot of potential for both, just for a good fantasy matchup in this Celtics-Pelicans game.
So let's touch on the Celtics a little bit more because Jaylen Brown being out. Do you want to lean on anyone else here? Does Kemba Walker appeal to you? He's been treading in the right direction. He's only 6,800, or are you worried that Fournier might come in and take away a bunch of the shots?
So I think that Fournier is going to come in and shoot. Kemba's been solid, though. They continue to rest him on those back-to-backs.
We got some news.
Go ahead.
Steph Curry, probable. So that line was not lying. Steph Curry will likely play tonight.
So I'm worried. I mean, it's interesting we got that before lock. If we got that after lock, then you can make the argument to have a Curry lineup and get ready to adjust it.
Yeah.
9,400 is the cheapest that he's been in a long time. and he scored 56 fantasy points in 36 minutes against the Bulls earlier this season. He was playing well before he got hurt.
Yep.
A couple weeks out with a tailbone. Is he going to play that much? He played 29 and 30 minutes his last 2 games before getting hurt. I don't know.
In that game against Houston is when he got hurt, so it was like that.
Right, but even the rest of those, I mean, that was the 30-minute game. The game before the Lakers, blowout, 29 minutes. Clippers, blowout, 27 minutes. Lakers again, blowout, 26 minutes. I guess the Bulls should be a more friendly matchup.
Yep. I'm liking it. I'm liking these options setting up.
We got a lot of injury news coming out. We got Kobe White questionable for the Bulls.
Yep.
So that, again, I guess helps your Golden State line if you want to back Golden State in this game.
Yep.
Larry Nance also questionable for the Cavs. But if Kobe White is ruled out, Zach LaVine props, definitely worth a look.
So right now, if you want to look at those Zach LaVine props all the way at the bottom of the game, 24.5 points for him. And then if you go the 3-way points, rebounds, and assists, 33.5, minus 139. So it's trending like he's already going to get there.
And LaVine is probable himself.
Yep.
An ankle. So just, I guess we'll mention that.
I like Satoransky as a value guy then. He can come back in and play 27, 30 minutes. He just started. He was already starting. Kobe White's been coming off the bench now. But in that last game he got blown out against the Spurs, so they didn't play Satoransky a lot. But 30 minutes for a guy that's playing 4,700 and his backup has a chance to not play.
Yeah, Satoransky for sure would be the DFS spin, I think, if Kobe White is out.
Yep. And then we have Larry Nance that's going to be – he got downgraded questionable due to an illness, so the chance of him playing lowered now even more so. Ian Hartenstein, potentially viable play now, 3,200. He's going to need to play against a big team in the Jazz.
Yeah, the minutes should be there in the blowout. I don't know. Look at his minutes. Like, this guy doesn't play and he plays 11, 12 minutes, then he plays 4. I don't know.
He just got traded to them.
True. I mean, how many games has he played?
He hasn't.
Oh, he hasn't played yet?
He hasn't played yet.
Why hasn't he played yet?
Because they're working their way back from the trades, man.
All right. Well, then I guess he has to play. Sure, play him.
Yeah. If Larry Nance gets ruled out, that's going to really open it up for Ian Hartenstein. 3,200. There it is. You have a utility spot. You can have him sitting there, and it doesn't give you that much downside. And you get to play that blowout potential too, because now if Larry Nance sits, this game is not staying close. Larry Nance has been on the usage tear, so he's been a part of this offense severely.
Yeah, Nance. I backed Nance on his player prop with Jared Allen out on Saturday night. So him being out would open up a lot in a Cleveland front court that's probably going to go overlooked on this slate.
Yep. More questions coming in. Some value left to fill in that utility. Already have Jay Robinson. So look at Ian Hartenstein. And then we have question coming in about Nerlens Noel or Taj Gibson. So the reason is Mitchell Robinson, done for the year, fractured foot. He just had surgery today. They're just announcing it right now about the surgery. But what do you make then with Julius Randle questionable? Does that make sense to go with this Nerlens Noel play? He's been playing well. Or do you look at Taj Gibson, who's a little bit cheaper and playing better?
Yeah. So if Randle is out, I do think going somewhere in the Knicks front court probably makes sense, with Mitchell Robinson now obviously sidelined long term. Noel has to get a lot of minutes, I would say, regardless at this point. With Robinson out, like, Noel is the guy to fill those minutes, and you can see it with the 31. against Milwaukee. He played 36 against Philly. I didn't know that. Noel's got to be the play. He's been playing well lately.
It was weird that they started Taj though and had Noel come off the bench, which was
apparently Tibbs just loves Noel off the bench and just loves starting Taj Gibson.
Yeah. He loves Taj Gibson. That's his boy.
I think both are okay. So Gibson's 4,200. How much is Noel? Noel is 4,800. This could maybe be like the last piece to your lineup, and whichever one fits better, I think is fine because like Gibson still had almost 30 DraftKings points in 34 minutes last game. I don't think you can go wrong. I just like what Noel gives you from a fantasy perspective more.
But you have to keep in mind, we've been talking about a bunch of centers on this slate. So if you can't fit in another center and you need a cheap value option, look at Taj as your power forward or forward slot.
Yes, position eligibility, always crucial.
So we're going to bring up the injury graphic right now. Just going to jump through really quickly, go over what is going on around the league. There's a lot. It's an 11-game slate, so you want to make sure that you stay tuned right here for this, because what we need to know, how are the people going to navigate this slate? It is crazy. Bradley Beal out. Oladipo out for the Miami Heat, so he's not there. Kendrick Nunn and Goran Dragic out for the Heat, meaning you got to look at Tyler Hero. Hero coming off a nice game where he played well off the bench, but then he kind of went back against that loss against Charlotte. I could see him making some noise here if Hero ends up playing well. Then Kyrie Irving returning for Brooklyn. We have Jaylen Brown out for the Celtics, but Fournier available. And Luka Doncic had that one game out. He didn't play on Saturday. He will be available for tonight's slate. Toronto, questionable with Kyle Lowry. Julian mentioned it. He was late scratch to the game, and there's a chance of playing against Detroit. I don't think that he's going to play also. Then Houston, we have Christian Wood, questionable. And lastly, we just got the news, Golden State with Curry. He's probable. So I think there's a lot to do here on this slate still. With Christian Wood, we haven't even had a chance to touch on him at all. Playing against Memphis, and if Wood ends up sitting, they don't really, are they going to have Kelly Olynyk play in there? He played 25 minutes, scored 34 fantasy points. That's another power forward center eligible guy. Kenyon Martin Jr., he played 23 minutes. So if Christian Wood sits, you have two bigs that you can look at that are also in that 44 to 4,300. So I think personally, the way the build should go tonight is maybe look at Denny in your 3,400 spot or Jerome Robinson. I don't know if I would want to stack three Wizards from this game against the Pacers.
Probably not.
So decide Jerome or Denny for your spot. If you go Jerome, then you open up the Denny slot at power forward. Taj Gibson, Kelly Olynyk. We talked about a bunch of these cheap guys that are, power forward eligible, and then you can put Zion into your forward spot.
Yeah, I think that whichever cheap Wizard you go with, if you do go with one, keeps things pretty open. I don't think it changes too much. But I think the position eligibility in terms of the power forward center stuff is the biggest, because if you're deciding between options like Gibson and Noel, I do lean to Noel, but you're probably going to have two centers in there. So if you already have two guys you like, don't fight with yourself to get Noel in there. Just go with Gibson, gets you some exposure to a similar situation. This will be a big position eligibility slate, I think, trying something unique there.
But also make sure that you keep the guys that are playing in the early slot at the top of your roster, point guard, shooting guard, small forward, power forward, and keep your guard forward utility open for the later slate so you can late swap on it.
Yep. Always important. Keep your flexibility.
Before we jump off, I want to let you guys know about our latest offer. Big trade payday coming for Lakers Bucks. All you have to do is opt in. Nothing more. Go to Playbook. Later on, we're going to probably have the sheet come up on Tuesday. All you have to do is opt into the big trade payday. page. And if there's a 3-pointer made in the Lakers-Bucks game, you'll be entered into a free $100K contest. Super exciting. Lakers-Bucks, even though the Lakers are right now. It's okay.
They just need their guys back. They'll get there.
Yeah, exactly. But
they got a couple wins. They got a couple recent wins.
It was nice to see Schroeder picking it up for them. Kuzma's been playing like he's supposed to. LeBron hyped him up in the offseason, said this is Kuzma's year, and he has proved it. So it's been good to see. Before we jump off, though, we have a couple more minutes. If you guys have any other questions in the chat, make sure to put them in there right now so we can get to them. Otherwise, let's see. Right here, we talked about how we're looking to build these lineups tonight. Is there anyone else that we haven't talked about that kind of stuck out to you that we haven't touched on yet?
That we haven't touched on yet?
Anything to make of
Weren't you saying Ian Hartenstein? It's Isaiah Hartenstein.
I said Isaiah Hartenstein. I butchered the last name first.
Ian.
I said Isaiah Hartenstein.
You might have butchered both names, but that's okay. I want to say Pascal Siakam is an intriguing 7,800 option that is a little bit off the board. If Kyle Lowry's out, I could see looking at him, another power forward center guy. So you're going to want to use him at either your power forward or your forward slot, most likely. But he's another mid-price guy that, like, there's so much value on this slate. I think you can take a Westbrook or a Harden if you want, play a couple of those cheap values, and then sprinkle in, like, a lot of guys fit in the middle there. Kawhi, Zion, Siakam, Robert Williams. Like, there's guys to fit in there.
Yep, exactly. And I think the way that this slate is laid out, play your cheap guys on that top of your roster. Like Saban Lee, we're talking about them. Kind of play your values at the top so you have that flexibility left towards the end of it.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I do agree. Obviously, there's no debate. You play the earlier time slot guys at the top of your lineup. So I think that just make sure that comes above your price, because the time is always more important than the price in terms of your flexibility. You can find guys in the same price range, but when a game locks, you can't change the time. So just keep it in those orders, I would say. Otherwise, I agree with you.
Yeah, for sure. We have another question from chat coming in. Thoughts on DeRozan? I don't know how I feel about it.
I mean, definitely off the radar, right?
Yeah. He's been back into the lineup 3 games. He hasn't played more than 32 minutes. Yeah, he got to about 40 fantasy points against the Bulls, and now it's against the Kings. I don't really know. I'm not totally feeling that. He has to score at least 40 fantasy points to make it even worth it. It's not there for me.
Yeah, no, there's better places to go, but at 7,900, you're going to get him at a price point where I don't think he's going to be high owned at all.
Nope, not on an 11-game slate. And the thing you want to make sure to remember, on such large slates, don't worry too much about the ownership. Focus on building the best lineup possible. That is way more important right now than worrying about, if this guy is going to be 30% owned or whatever. The lineups are going to be so different based on just because of how many options are. The variance is so high on 11-game slates that you need to focus on the best possible options at each position rather than worrying too much about ownership.
Yeah, this many games would not be too concerned.
Yep. Before we jump off, just want to let you guys know Jesse is coming up next. I know you guys all love Jesse. And then Kenny and Jeff with Eagles and Bears. It's been a good one. 11-game slate. Time to build some good lineups. Any final thoughts before we jump off?
I guess pay attention to these injury reports for the Bulls. I might get something out on Twitter about maybe a player prop in that game.
Yep. Make sure. Remember, Kyle Lowry is still questionable. We have other guys that are dealing with questionable situations. Just make sure to plug in. If you're not looking at Julian on Twitter, check it out on DK Live. We will have everything up until lock covering for you guys. Outside of that, it's been a good one. We'll be back on Wednesday. Thanks for hanging out. Good luck. Peace out.
Welcome to the DraftKings Dream Stream for Monday, March 29th. I'm Jesse Cofield. We're almost into April, guys. Can you believe it? Thank you to the DK Sim fan for sticking with us. We have a 3-game late slate of Madden Sims. Madden Showdowns are featured in tonight's Madden Stream 4K Early Bird Special. $10 to enter, 4K in prizes, $1,000 to first place at 6. Eagles, Bears, Geoff Ulrich, Kenny Ducey at 8. We got Adam Kaufman, Brandon Cristal. We're going to have Chargers, Raiders, and then at 10, Brandon sticks around, welcomes back Jeff as they bring us the Falcons and Titans for Madden After Dark. That's all coming up. We're going to have a lot of cool stuff on the Dream Stream. Make sure you chill with us and watch in between the games. We're going to look at the late slate in the NHL, preview the NCAA tourney, all that good stuff. But right now, it's time for virtual football with the call of Eagles, Bears, Jeff, and Kenny.
Hey, thanks, Jesse. Thanks so much. Yeah, it's two of my favorite Sims teams, the Eagles and the Bears, Mr. Geoff Ulrich. I have a standing rule that I always captain Marquise Goodwin in Eagles Sims, so I'm going to continue to do that here. And, I also have a very large affection for taking Mitch Trubisky in my captain spot, but I'm unfortunately not going to be doing that. How are you doing, Jeff? And what are you doing here?
I'm doing good, man. Yeah, I haven't seen the Bears play. I put in Trubisky. I'm like you, Mitch Trubisky sympathizer. So I put him in my captain spot. I use Goodwin too, though. So I made my lineup super quick. I got Djax in there. I did stack with Allen Robinson. So I guess I went big with the Allen Robinson Trubisky stack. It looks like, I threw Cole Kmet in there, who's probably caught like one pass in these Sims his entire career. But that's where we're at. Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to this game.
That's like an Adam Kaufman move right there. Like, actually, no, that's not a Kaufman move. That's like an early sim Christian DeAndrea move right there, being like, I think he used to play Devin Duvernay in The Sims. Be like, young rookie, I'm going to play Devin Duvernay, and then he would never get catches.
I definitely did not even research Cole Kmet, so maybe he is getting catches. I don't know. I don't think so. So anyways, it's all good. Happy to be here. Hope everyone's having a good Monday.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here as well. And yeah, it's a good time to, it's a great moment in the sports calendar, and Madden Sim's a very big part of that, Mr. Geoff Ulrich. I also have to say that I've been watching the Miami Open all week, and all of the outfits have been teal and blue, like you have on right now. Okay. So I appreciate that you're in the spirit of the Miami Open. I know that's what you were going for when you got dressed this morning, but I love the hat. I love the Hawaiian shirt. And I'm hoping that we have a really good sim on our hands between the Bears and the Eagles.
Yeah, man, totally going for the Hawaiian Open look here. Or the
Open.
The Miami
Not
Open.
Quite.
The Miami
Yes.
Open.
Miami.
My apologies. No, good to hear there's some tennis going on. I mean, Florida, I guess, opened up, so that's good. Who's the big names in Miami? Give us a quick breakdown.
Normally pretty good ones, but not this year. Normally we get, because it's a Masters 1000, you get the big names coming out, all the big players, your Djokovic, Federer, and it all, but not this year. Those three are not there. But I think basically everyone else came, so it was just like not the big three, but everyone else was there. So is
big
there.
Three. The big three has been around for like 25 years. It feels like those two guys, man.
Yeah, they can't be bothered to show. The number one player in the world can't be bothered to show up for this, but everyone else basically got Daniil Medvedev, the number 2 player. I don't know if you saw any of that yesterday. It was very funny, but he was cramping. So he was like walking around like an old man on like the heels of his. It was very funny. I don't want to go too much into tennis. Thanks for being with us. We got a lively chat going on right now. The Edge, CEH, our old friend, Tater Hater. Do see you loving the mustache today. There is just something wild about it. Maybe it's the lighting. Let me just change the lighting here. See if I go down a few octaves on the light. Mustache, maybe it no. There. Kickoff time. No one could see that anyway. I'm not sure why I did that.
You got a little light sticking in through, but it looks good. I like your background. You look like you're in like
Cooperstown.
Like a winter sauna or something. I don't know. It's very rustic.
People have been saying sauna. I'm in a Cooperstown right now.
Cooperstown,
Yeah.
Virginia.
Cooperstown, New York.
Cooperstown, New York. Okay. I have no idea. I was just guessing.
Yeah, well, it's a good guess. I mean, why would I be in Cooperstown, New York? But here I am. And excited for the beginning of the baseball season. And excited to be with you guys once again on this sim. It should be really fun. We should have a blast. As we got 2nd and 8 coming up here. The Chicago Bears starting with the football. What have you been up to since we last spoke, Mr. Ulrich?
Not too much, man. Just, biding time here. Yeah, I'm kind of like you. I'm looking forward to the start of baseball season. Looking forward to the Masters coming up. Weather's getting a little bit nicer.
So excited for the Masters.
Yeah, Masters is going to be awesome this year. Really sets up nice. We got one tournament to go. Valero Texas Open. So I think Reed and I will be back on Tuesday. Don't quote me on that, but we should be. I'll try and get an update for you tonight. But yeah, we've got one more event and then the Masters. And just kind of chilling and living life a little bit. Weather's getting a little bit nicer. San Antonio's watering hole says we are watching you guys at the bar right now. That's pretty awesome. Never a bad thing. Put a little Madden on at the bar.
Nice. I like that.
Yeah, someone said they did that yesterday too, with like a Buffalo Wild Wings. So I like that this is becoming a tradition. People just going to the bar, demanding fantasy. Or that
hey, it's what's on right now. I appreciate that. Mr. Hawk asking me if I'm a Yankees fan. People have thought in the past that I'm a Mets fan, but no, Yankee fan. Look, I mean, it's fair game, right? People are playing DFS on football right now. There's real people's dollars at stake. So let's respect the game, as the people up here in Cooperstown say, and let's put on Madden at the bar. I love that move.
Well, I hope everyone had a good, Sunday night, man. I mean, I hope everyone did well on the Big Madden contest. The
Mitch
anniversary. Oh no, Mitch.
Mitch.
Oh, Mitch. That's unfortunate. But those Russian QBs, man, it is like it's like 75% they're gonna fumble.
Wow. Oh, I just realized I'd faded Mitch in this game. I didn't even mean to do that. I'm off to a good start.
Yeah, it's not the worst result. I mean, that was actually a positive play for Mitch because he still rushed for like 12 yards, but instead of gaining 1.2 points, he gained like 0.2 points.
Right. Oh, this is not good. I thought I had Mitch and Wentz in my lineup. I guess I did it so hastily. Well, Wentz is going to finally complete. I love rostering Wentz in the Sims. I do. I have a thing for it. I don't know. I just feel like he's good value he's one of the only rosterable quarterbacks out there. And for some reason, I feel like every time I roster him, I manage to catch him on a good day. So I just continue to go back to him,
That's fair. Yeah, we all got those guys. They always come through for us. Mitch usually comes through for me. Usually when I do a Trubisky sim, he does pretty good. But these Russian QBs, man, they can be finicky with the fumbles. So
finicky with the fumbles.
I'll say this. I love the Buffalo signing for Buffalo of Trubisky. Such a smart move. They could develop him. Maybe they develop him and trade him. Maybe Josh Allen gets hurt and they just need him,
That's absolutely true. And it opens up it's always, we're in the era of having a good backup. We're in the era of the good backup. He's a very strong backup. And I definitely feel like that'll work out well for them. Absolutely.
QB's deep. Why not grab a cheap backup like Trubisky? A guy who's got experience, pedigree, former number 1 overall pick. There's nothing that comes bad from it for the Bills.
Yeah. Out to the flat there with Ertz. Not going to get much, just 4 yards. J Mata, CEH, Choker, V'd Always. Of course, Mr. Hawk and Tater Hater in the chat, in the mix. What's going on, everybody? Seeing it as well. Poster out at substack.com, of course. My favorite part about that is that's not even the real address.
That's not even the right one.
Yeah.
What does Christian's newsletter focus on? Just post routes?
I have no idea, to be honest. I think he tells us what it focuses on every day that he's on here. But I'm not sure, on the whole, what it really is.
I have an excuse because I've not done a sim with Christian for 2 months, so I have an excuse.
He every time he's on, he tells us what today's post route is, but I don't know if people actually know what the actual what the overarching theme of his newsletter is.
I'm gonna check it out then instead of just wandering out loud what it is. I'll check it out tonight. I should have already.
There goes Wentz on the run. There's my man.
Needs some support. There's Alshon. Alshon hasn't signed with anyone, has he?
He is not. Alshon, sim legend for real.
Sim legend.
I love Alshon. I had him in my lineup, and I took him out of my lineup, sadly, because I wanted to fit. I didn't want to punt, so I went with Ginn and Graham instead of I would have been forced to go with a kicker or something if I had Alshon in there. We'll see if it turns out to be a mistake. We'll see. I got 3 Eagles and 3 Bears. I'm expecting a good game. First and goal. Wentz is gonna. Ooh, little shovel pass. Wow. That's gonna count as a pass. Goodwin fumbled at the goal line. My goodness. What happens? What are you doing?
Looks like a fumble and then a touchback.
Oh, he fumbled at the goal line. That
Gotta
is
be
just
kidding.
devastating right there.
Is that a forward
Absolutely
pass?
devastating.
Is that a little shovel pass? Oh my god.
It was. That counted as a pass.
So the Wentz, nope, mild, man. That is insane. See, quarterbacks cough it up when they get nailed like that, but generally, like the RBs and wide receivers will hold on.
That was absolutely.
Who was that on the end around? Did you catch the number there? I don't think
it was. I said it. You didn't listen.
It was Goodwin, right?
Marquise Goodwin. Yep, number 13.
I'm sorry.
That was tough.
Forgive me.
That's my captain as well. That is my captain. He was inches away from getting me 6 points, and instead it's an 8. That's what we like to call in the biz an 8-point swing. You were gonna get 6, and instead you lose 2. 8-point swing.
Wow.
Right there for Goodwin owners. Not fun at all. 1st and 10 Bears from their own.
That is some BS.
That really is. It's some Bears S.
I don't think Brandon Glasheen's on today. I want to say he's off today. I know I'm doing Madden After Dark with Brandon Cristal, and I have no idea who's on after us. I think it's Kaufman. Actually, I think it's Kaufman and Brandon.
I will tell you in a second.
That's Kaufman and BK.
It's telling us that Glash is off. No Thomas frozen fruit juice today?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
It's us, then Kaufman and Brandon, and then me and Brandon.
I like
Brendan
that his
proper
schedule.
English.
Yes, Brendan and Brandon, or Brandon covering for Brendan. I like that Thomas's whole schedule is like exclusively the 8 and 10 p.m. Sims. That to me is funny.
I used to be
Like,
Nate. I used to do just the nights basically.
It's just I don't know. You never see him any other time except for 8 and 10. But what does he do during that? I guess he has a job.
I know he does some other podcast stuff. Obviously, he's got the Morton Anderson thing.
Yeah,
and, I think that's his main other thing that
Morton
he does.
Anderson, one of the only kickers with the nickname, as we've established.
That's right.
Third and 8. Trubisky got it complete. It's a first down.
Then there's Greg Zuerlein. He's got like 4 different nicknames, just hogging all of the kicker nicknames.
Yeah, he has. Greg Zuerlein has 2 of the best nicknames in for any kicker out there, and it turns out that he stinks. Like, why did? There's only like 8. There's only we went through it. There's only like 5 kickers with the nickname, and he happens to have 2, which are great. We could have saved Legatron. Why didn't we call Justin Tucker Legatron? Why did?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? You know why? It's because he has a weird last name. That's why. If Justin Tucker's last name was like Justin Throsow or Throso or something like that, right? No one in their right mind is calling him Justin Tucker. People were going to call him, whatever. They're going to call him Justin T, JT. They're going to find some nickname for him.
Probably.
Because he has such a normal name, we don't have a nickname. But Zuerlein, people just took one look at it and said, well, I'm not trying to pronounce that, even though it's very easy. So that's why we got all these names. Greg the Leg, Legatron. This is hard-hitting analysis here that you're just not going to get everywhere else. Legatron. Yeah, Larry Joe, Fat Randy, exactly. We've done this before, okay? We've been through it. There are kickers with nicknames as we get a big touchdown for Ted Ginn. He got in. 37 yards.
Ted Ginn, completely forgot about Ted Ginn in this game.
We figured out that Morton Anderson actually has some sort of nickname. And then after that, it's just Zuerlein and Fat Randy. And I think that's it. Right? I'm pretty sure that's it.
That's as far as I know. I'm not holding back any nicknames here, that's for sure. Nice play there. Ginn still bringing some speed.
San Antonio's watering hole says Deucey tennis picks, please. Let's just say Stefano Tsitsipas, I think, should have an easy time tonight against Kei Nishikori. That's my read on things. I think 6, however many days it's been at the Miami Open. I think it's been 6 straight winning days.
Nice.
And today could be the first losing one. So I don't know if you want to listen to my advice today, but we'll see. Day's not over.
One's allowed a losing day every now and then. So
yeah, that's right. Big week last week. 24-yard return for Deshaun Jackson. Gets the ball back to the Eagles. Let's see if Marquise Goodwin can atone for his sins, Jeff. I love when people say that. I wrote it in an article today. I said maybe he can atone for his sins about Ryan Fitzpatrick in week 17 of 2015. Writing about the Washington football team. It's like if he can atone for his sins, then they'll be all right.
What sins? What sins did Ryan Fitzpatrick have that he had to atone
for? Leading the Jets to the doorstep of the playoffs and choking at the last moment. That was the sin.
Wow.
Basically, however far Ryan Fitzpatrick wants to lead that team, they'll go. And I know that's a very easy thing to say because it's a quarterback of an NFL team. But when it comes down to it, like the defense will get them right there.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all going to be on Ryan Fitzpatrick's shoulders. Like, I think that there's going to be a fair amount of pressure on him this year. I do, because that team was a playoff team last year. I think I have reasonable expectations for them. I think there's reasonable optimism there, right? Like, I think that we can reasonably say that team should go back to the playoffs because they have one of the best defenses in the league, and they just signed 2 great receivers underneath in Curtis Samuel and Adam Humphries in the slot. And then of course, or wherever you want to put Adam Humphries, they really have 2 slot receivers. And then on top of that, you have, Terry McLaurin and Logan Thomas. You have a decent running game. You have Ryan Fitzpatrick now, a line that's building. I think there's it's reasonable to expect that team is going to be competitive. So with that, like Ryan Fitzpatrick has been good. If we want to guess, we're talking about him now. To me, right, Fitzpatrick's been good on bad teams because his style as a quarterback is he's a gunslinger, right? I'm going to play casino football. I'm going to throw into tight windows. I'm going to run around. I'm going to be reckless. And it works a lot of times, right? Because these teams don't have anything to lose, right? So they just are, these teams are employing Ryan Fitzpatrick, and they're just like whatever, not the Jaguars, but the Dolphins. Just like whatever, man, just go out and just be our quarterback. And that's when he surprises people. When expectations are low, when expectations are high, how is he going to respond? The only other time he's ever had any sort of high expectations, he had the worst game of his career. So I'd be interested to see how it unfolds this year in Washington. But I like the football team a lot. I think that, I really grew to like them a lot last year. They have a great defense. I think that they absolutely deserve a playoff spot. They did deserve a playoff spot last year. So these Eagles, the Giants were supposed to be a shoo-in to the playoffs, right? Then it was the Eagles who were on the path. It was easy for them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now that, at the death, Washington came in and took a playoff spot.
Yeah, I mean, look, I agree with most of what you said. You said a lot, but I mean, Washington is, to me, they should be a playoff team. They got a really good defense. I think they're the best team in that division. I think that the Cowboys' big edge is just having Dak and a good offense. But I have expectations for Fitzpatrick next year too. I think Washington, though, like Taylor Heineke showed something last year, and they locked him up. So they have a pretty confident, competent, plan B if Fitzpatrick doesn't work out. But you're right, there's expectations for him. So I think he's going to be like a better version of Alex Smith in that offense. I think he's going to be able to get Terry McLaurin going a bit. I have expectations too. I agree.
I mean, they just might have to go back to Heineke. That they might.
And it's not the worst thing in the world for them if they do. Like, he's a mobile QB. We saw Washington get to the playoffs with limited QB potential last year. So if Fitzpatrick really just regresses or falls off the cliff, he's there. But I just don't think that's going to happen. Like, I think Fitzpatrick will obviously throw in a couple Fitzpatrick games where he throws like 3 interceptions, but
Right.
I think it's going to be a real like Tom Brady-esque season for Fitzpatrick. I'm not saying they're going to win the Super Bowl, but where he just does enough. He does the right things. He makes a few more deep throws. Yeah, he throws a couple picks too, but I think they're going to find ways to win games, mainly with that defense too.
The third mate. So, I mean, what at this point to you? Because the thing is about the Eagles, as you watch Carson Wentz quarterback this team, of course, it's not going to be the case this year.
Yep.
As you watch the Eagles, to you, like, what do they need to do? What should their plan be in the next 3 years? Because when you think about it, they already have their quarterback, basically, right? Or at least that's what we've been led to believe, and what everyone will tell you about the Eagles with Jalen Hurts is that could be their guy. So they have 3 years with Hurts and on a rookie deal. So what did they do? Oh, this is going to be a big play here. We'll call this one for the people watching at the bar. 4th and 1, and slant pass. Got it.
Got it.
I'll get another first down. Marquise Goodwin. So to you, like, what does their next 3 years look like? Because are they trying to expedite this rebuild? Do they try to build on top of like a halfway good or halfway decent team? Or do they continue to just try to blow it up? And then at that point, like, what happens with Hurts, right? If you're gonna blow up the team, you're wasting prime rookie contract Hurts. So, like, what would you do if you're the general manager of the Eagles?
I don't know if they're blowing up their team. I think their team's already been blown up. Like, they got rid of Wentz. They're not bringing back the veteran guys. They're trying to get rid of Hurts. I think they assessed the draft this year. The Eagles were in an interesting spot. They were in 6. They could have done what San Francisco did and moved up to get 3. But look what it cost San Francisco. And I think the Eagles realize they're more than just a Justin Fields away. I like Jalen Hurts a lot. I think he's a really good football player. He's a really good college QB. I recognize that Justin Fields probably has better upside than Jalen Hurts. But you can still build really good football team around Jalen Hurts, in my opinion. He's not going to limit you. Like, he brings a different dynamic. And I think what the Eagles did is they just recognized, okay, well, we have way more holes to fill than just QB. We already have a really – that's just a –
touchdown. Touchdown, Eagles. I think that's Goddard. No, it's Zach Ertz.
Zach Ertz. But, yeah, I mean, like, Eagles, again, they made a savvy draft pick with picking up Jalen Hurts in the 2nd round last year. Like, that was smart. In my opinion, Jalen Hurts has just as much upside as Tua. Like, he really does. So, getting him in the 2nd round
I think a lot more upside than Tua, but whatever. People
that's a whole other story. Anyways, I think it was a great pick last year, picking up Jalen Hurts. Why not build around that great pick rather than just, being like, oh, well, we're just going to move on from it already for no reason. I think it's smart what they're doing. They're accumulating draft capital. They recognize they have holes in a lot of different areas. Go address it through the draft. If Jalen Hurts develops one more year, you can stick with him for another year. If it's really going bad and you're not sure, you could always draft someone else the next year. They can do whatever they want now next year. I think the Eagles are actually in a pretty good spot in terms of just like a franchise, in terms of building. Now they still have to rebuild, obviously. It kind of sucks, but they're also in a pretty weak division. So who knows? Jalen Hurts could just surprise and get them right into contention. It wouldn't shock me. I mean, Dallas defense isn't going to put up much resistance. The Giants are the Giants, and Washington is definitely a team that I think is going to be reckoned with. But
all right, I definitely agree with you. I think that they are going to be a team to be reckoned with.
I really like what the Eagles did with that trade down, basically.
I think that this division could turn into a very good one. And I know last year,
in like a year or two, couldn't it? Like maybe even next year, it could.
It was a meme last year. Everyone was like, "Oh, this is such a terrible division." I mean, that's you hear that narrative. It's such a lazy narrative, and you hear it all the time about college divisions, all sorts of stuff like that. Like, oh, it's down here for this division, then bang, they just like won a bunch of games late. Like, I think that, and there's obviously bias here, and me for my hot takes in the chat, but I definitely think that there's a good chance, right, that the Giants could be the worst of those 4 teams in 2 years.
Sure.
I mean, I don't think so, because the Eagles to me are going to have to do something, right? Like they have to find some sort of answers other than Jalen Hurts, but like I think I don't. What has the Giants front office done to make you trust them at all? Versus like the Eagles already have a quarterback.
Yeah.
And you could see them, getting there quickly. I don't know. I just think it's going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting division to watch because, like you're saying,
yeah,
I think that the football team and the Cowboys are two legitimate temes, and then you might add a third team here with the Giants or the Eagles very soon.
Yeah, the Giants are a weird team. Like they're just in a weird spot. Like their defense was good in spots last year, absolutely. And they brought in Adoree Jackson. I don't know. We'll see if that is like a big addition or something. But the Golladay signing, does that like launch Daniel Jones into a new tier?
Right.
Daniel Jones,
I don't know. I don't think so.
I mean, I don't know either. I'm not like super confident that it's going to, but I guess it's definitely like a possibility, right? I mean,
right.
He was pretty competent his rookie year. He had a good connection with like another outside receiver in Darius Slayton. So maybe just Saquon being back gets the pressure off a little bit, and they get a little bit more fish on offense, and Golladay kind of elevates Daniel Jones a little bit, like with the deep throws, and maybe they end up like surprising Washington. So I could see it going both ways with the Giants. It is a weird division. It's actually kind of like an interesting one at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, I first of all, I just want to answer Mr. Michael Dunn says Giants suck. Yes, there you go. Mr. Hawk says, Kenny, are you going to be doing any baseball debates on the Dream Stream this season? Plenty of them. I'm going to be doing plenty of stuff for DK when it comes to baseball. I think I'm going to be doing pretty much daily stuff, so it should be really fun. Mitch Trubisky, speaking of which, every day this guy just shows up to Sims. But yeah, I'm with you. Like, I think it's a little confusing. Like Kenny Golladay said he like signed with the Giants because he's like, oh, I believe in what like Daniel Jones going to be. We're going to be a big problem. I think that every receiver out there wants to be Stephon Diggs. They want to find that Josh Allen where they can elevate a quarterback, like catch them on the upswing and turn into a star. And I just like, so I think that it's natural, right, that Golladay is going to do that with Daniel Jones. I'm like, oh, okay, well, yeah, here's a guy, first round pick, maybe he's just on the upswing of his career. But, and also like comes out vocally and says it, right? Which is whatever, cringe. I think that, yeah, it's I think it's wishful thinking. I really do. I mean, again, I know that I've had this discussion with so many Giants fans. I don't know what the deal is with Daniel Jones, why people like him so much. I don't. He just seems very normal to me. I don't think he's bad. I just don't think he's good. And as Montgomery, if you want to call it a vulture, I don't know what you want to call it. That's a touchdown. I just like, he just doesn't like do it for me. I think that he's a guy that to me is bad in the sense that you get stuck with him because he's not bad enough where you move on, like Derek Carr, and Congo Cowboys yells at me about it. But it's like Derek Carr in the sense that he's average, and you're going to get stuck with an average quarterback because you are afraid to get rid of him because, like, well, he's not holding us back, right? We can just hang on and keep him. But that's the problem is now you're. I think that he gets you stuck. I think that you could do so much better than Daniel Jones. And the Giants even thought so last year when they really wanted to take Justin Herbert. They were considering trading up for the guy.
That's right. That's true. Yeah.
By the way, I don't know if we've talked about this with Gettleman, but one of the craziest things to me is that he actually read the quarterback class, or I guess the upcoming quarterback classes. He read it totally right, man. He wanted to take, I think we talked about this, but he wanted to take Herbert, and instead of just waiting a year, he just like got impatient and was like, well, I need to take Daniel Jones.
Oh, right. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. And like, that to me was just crazy. Like, I was like, funny, So, I mean, maybe the guy is sort of smart, but not in the sense that he just jumped. He just needed to take a quarterback.
Yeah, the whole Daniel Jones pick that year. Yeah, we did talk about this. That's right. And it did, when you break it down, it really is weird. They just kind of painted themselves into a corner, and they're like, we got to take a quarterback here in this weak quarterback draft class instead of just waiting a year for the really good draft class. So, yeah. And I'm not as confident just write Daniel Jones off that he's like not going to be good, but I kind of agree with you. Like it's a nice idea that Kenny Golladay wants to be the next Steph Diggs and Daniel Jones the next Josh Allen, but like you're not working with the same thing with Daniel Jones and Josh Allen, like at least in my opinion, talent-wise. So we'll see. Though it could develop into something similar, I guess, for a year. Like I said, the Giants are they're hard to get a grasp on. They also got Jason Garrett as OC. I mean, I don't know. Like, is he past his prime? Like, I know he had some good years there in Dallas and stuff with and he developed Brian into a really good wide receiver and stuff like that. But can he do it again? Is it just going to be like, more old-fashioned offense? Weird team. What's Saquon going to do when he comes back? Does he have like
that's the other thing.
Out process? I mean, I don't know.
What a useless player.
Well, that's where it all started with the Saquon pick. That's where we were debating. Remember?
And look, it's not even like the quarterbacks were that great that were available. I mean, obviously they could have taken Josh Allen, but I don't think that it's like I'm never going to fault the team for not taking a quarterback, but to just be like, well, we're taking a running back was absolutely the wrong move. When you think about, all the impact players that were available in that draft, obviously you had Denzel Ward, who turned out to be a great player. I believe that was there an edge rusher in that? I mean, the other Josh Allen was in that draft, right? But was one of the Bosa's in that draft? Maybe, I don't know.
Oh, touchdown. Guy caught that. Come down with it.
Wow, Marquise Goodwin, my captain. That's why you captain this man.
It's the redemption song right there, people. This one's actually living up to the hype here. We got Mitch and Ted Ginn hooking up for a nice touchdown. Now we got Goodwin and Wentz. Wentz was kind of been trash in this game until this play, to be honest.
Yeah, Wentz has not done much. I'm going to look at that draft, actually. I'm going to hold on.
You're right. There is another defensive player in there.
But that's the thing. Like, it's not even, obviously, drafts are always, hindsight's always 20/20. And like, you can always look back on drafts and, Monday morning quarterback it and like, oh, well, they could have taken this guy at 15. Like, that's obviously realistic. When you look at the players at the top of the board, you had Quentin Nelson, who turned out to be one of the best guards in football. You had, Bradley Chubb and Denzel Ward right there, 4 and 5. And Josh Allen again, like, I'm not going to fault them for not taking Josh Allen. Like, I don't think that many people saw him developing this quickly. But, like, they could have gotten Bradley Chubb, Quentin Nelson, Denzel Ward, Roquan Smith, all right there on the board. And they chose a running back. Like, it doesn't Minkah Fitzpatrick also, it didn't make any sense to me. That was a good, I do remember that now. That was definitely a good defensive draft, because you also had all the Edmonds were available in that draft, right? Tremaine, who obviously turned out to be a really good player for the Steelers, or no, Tremaine was the Bills one, right? The Steelers got the running back brother. Anyway, all the Edmonds were available.
Who did the Steelers get? The running back?
Yes, there's hold on, I'm gonna look it up. There's Tremaine Edmonds was the linebacker for the Bills, and then
I got
Terrell Edmonds, the safety.
Oh, okay, yes, I see.
And then there's a third Edmonds brother.
That's right. Yeah. Okay, I see.
As a running back.
Edmonds brothers. Yeah. You're right.
I think, but I forget what we want. Yeah.
The chat is trying to tell me that they see similarities between Daniel Jones and Josh Allen. I'm sorry, guys. I don't see any similarities, and it's not.
You know what the similarities are? That they run and throw. Those are what I think people are trying to say.
But even Daniel Jones, like, he's not like Josh Allen is. He's a little bit like Cam Newton. Like, he can be a run first guy. He can be that red zone RB. Daniel Jones isn't like a red zone fullback. I mean, he's not going to be doing that in the red zone. Yeah, he can make those open field runs. Absolutely. I think people have that big 80-yard trip run in their minds. He's athletic. Absolutely. Probably more athletic than he gets credit for, but he's not really like a rush first quarterback either. He's just like kind of an athletic guy with a quick release. He doesn't have Josh Allen's arm strength. So maybe he develops into like a better pocket passer, but I don't see the comparison between those two guys at all.
Yeah. Salty Nick Pride was trying to say Chase Edmonds, my favorite player from Fordham. He is a different Edmonds. He's not related to the Edmonds brothers.
Chase Edmonds isn't related to them at all, right?
Yes, yeah. He changes his name. He spells his name differently.
Okay, I thought I was right in thinking that too. Chase Edmonds is going to be a good good fantasy pickup next year, though. Keep him
absolutely. Yeah, stock way up on Chase Edmonds, man.
Arrows up.
So I think that like Daniel Jones and Josh Allen couldn't be any more different for real. Like, Josh Allen has the physical tools, right? That's like what you get excited about, is he has those physical tools, whereas Daniel Jones does not. Like he's a very boring. He's boring from a physical perspective and from just like everything.
He's got
very
some
average.
athleticism, but he's not overflowing. It's not like he's got the rocket arm or he's built like a fullback. He's got a decent release.
That's what I was saying at the beginning, is he can run. So because he can run, people are like, oh, that's the similarity to Josh Allen.
It's very hard to describe Daniel Jones as a quarterback, isn't it? Like I always have, I'm like, I don't really know what your comparison is. Like, he's got a quick release, but he's not really been that accurate in the NFL either. He's actually kind of turnover prone, but he can run a little bit, but he's not a rushing quarterback. Like, I don't really know what his comp is.
I think that he fits the mold of a safe quarterback, a conservative quarterback, but he doesn't really make
but he's not even
plays,
that safe,
is what you're saying. Right.
He turns the ball over.
Exactly. That's my point. Like he's probably like, what people thought Mitch Trubisky could turn into. I think that Mitch Trubisky is a very good comparison for Daniel Jones, honestly.
I actually think that might be the best comparison.
They run very similarly, right? Like it's not like they're fast, but they're definitely very fleet of foot.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, turnover prone, but can make good throws sometimes. And you're like, oh, hey, he could be good. And of course, one went to UNC, one went to Duke, but that's another. But yeah, I think I've always thought that they were very similar.
Yeah, it's true. Tantalizing in some ways and terrible in other ways. So, or can be terrible in other ways. So. I'm terrible. I don't know. Giants are just, they're such a weird team to talk about for me.
Again,
I didn't see them bringing in Galladay either.
That was weird.
It just seems like a weird fit. I mean, I love Kenny Galladay, so I think he will make them better. But like, I don't know if it's gonna like necessarily lead to the results that everyone thinks. Like, Allen Robinson's a really good wide receiver too. It didn't turn Mitch Trubisky into to have like a Josh Allen season. So can Kenny Galladay, is he that much better than Allen Robinson? I don't know.
I like that people also say like it was like Mr. Hawk saying it's an O-line issue, right? I like that people say that. They pick and choose which quarterbacks they're going to say that about. Like Mitch Trubisky wasn't an O-line issue. He stinks. Sam Darnold wasn't. They had the worst offensive line in football. It was because he stinks. But Daniel Jones, he's going to be good because he just needs a good line. It is like people do pick and choose which excuses to give to which quarterbacks. Like, then that was always my issue with Eli Manning. People would be like, well, half those interceptions were because of tip balls or the wrong route. I'm like, you could say that about any receiver, man. Like, you could say that about any quarterback's turnovers, and you're not. So, I don't know.
I mean, O-line is definitely affects QB play more than most factors, that do affect QB play.
I totally agree with you, but we should be. People should apply that across the board then.
Across the board, yeah.
And also, when you have a good offensive line, you don't hear people saying, "Well, it's because of the great line." The offensive line is only ever used as an excuse. They're never praised.
Yeah.
Like the Bucs' offensive line was amazing.
Yeah,
Dak's offensive line was amazing. They had the best offensive line for like 5 years while Dak was developing. But all people talked about was Dak. No one talked about Zach Martin, So it's a situation where, again, it's people pick and choose, and it's just funny to me. I don't know. That's the world we live in. You can't get mad at it. You can't change it. You just gotta laugh.
And you know what? That's what should make you appreciate Russell Wilson a little more, because that dude has
exactly. Russell Wilson plays with a terrible offensive
line. Has most of his career. Just gets it done, dude. Like that. I just. People, top 3 QBs for me, Rodgers, Mahomes, Russ. And I'll tell you something. I would almost put Russ. Oh, wow.
Oh, Ertz again, touchdown.
I put Wilson in the same talent category as Mahomes. Let's just put that away. I think he's still vastly underrated because of where he plays. It's a shame that he's wasted some of his prime years in that offense. But wow, that was Ertz, wasn't it? Yeah. So is that his second touchdown?
It sure was Ertz, yeah. This sim has really opened up.
Sim is good.
Yeah, good sim.
I thought we were going to get a good one, man. Chicago usually delivers. Trubisky always delivers for us. Good games.
Simbisky.
I agree, Justin. Like Trubisky is on the better side of average. I agree. I think so too. I kind of feel like Daniel Jones is a similar situation. He's not great, but he's better than a lot of guys out there. Like, people love to trash Trubisky. There's a ton of other different names that we could say similar things about. So,
wow, if you didn't roster Zach Ertz,
yeah, you
lost.
I did not roster Zach Ertz.
Oh boy, yeah,
you're done.
Reading some of these comments here. Saquon was healthy last year. Daniel Jones would have been more successful overall. Play action will be nice to watch with Saquon healthy and Kenny on the team. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, does it make that much of an impact to have a running back there? Like, it didn't help Daniel Jones the last 2 years, so why would it help this year that he can run play action? Right? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to pretend to have like stats in front of me that show the effectiveness of having like a bit more dominant back. And look, I'll say this too. I feel like Saquon can get a little overrated. You look at his yards per carry, since the start of his career. It's nothing special. Yeah, he's got the good explosive plays. I think he's an insane athlete. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But
people just love the physical tools. It's like Odell Beckham. It's like, well,
yeah, exactly.
And they played on the same team. They make those wow plays.
Yep.
It's or because it's about to be baseball season, and I am coming live from Cooperstown. It is like Javier Baez, right? People ignore the numbers. People ignore the bad things about them, and they just look at, hey, man, like this guy made a no-look tag. This guy, did you see that highlight? Again, that's me being old. That's me sounding like an old man. That is the world we live in now. I get alerts about look at James Harden's alley-oop. Look at Kevin Durant's step back. Nets lose by 20. Like, it's just like no one cares about the score. It's just all about the highlights.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean, he's obviously a very intriguing talent, and the problem is that there's just not a value position. Like, so many teams. Like, look at the Bucks, man. They got a running back on the cheap in Leonard Fournette and won a Super Bowl. They didn't need to go out and get Saquon Barkley. They just they got a guy that no one wanted.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, half of being a running back is just like plowing between the tackles, short yardage. Like, I don't know. I mean, Saquon definitely gives you a little bit more explosiveness, but I don't know. I don't know how much he's gonna like necessarily take off of Daniel Jones. I guess they had more. You could argue he had more success with him in the lineup. So, in his rookie year. So I get that. That's fair enough. You could point to that.
So we got 1st and 10 coming up here. Jimmy Graham throwing a block. Is that right?
Jimmy Graham signed with anyone?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I don't think so at all. Yeah.
Could be wrong with that.
Mitch, don't fumble. Right into the wall goes Mitch. Right into it.
Straight in there.
2nd and 13. Bears down by 7. Daniel on the 1s and 2s said, good energy in this sim. Totally agree. Great energy right now.
It is. It's a nice little Monday here.
Mitch. It's Mitch Mondays.
Mitch Monday.
I think that we should have Mitch every Monday. That's my new proposal.
So you're going to be doing a ton of baseball stuff. Give us some baseball hot takes, Kenny. Who you got? Like, you got a World Series lined up, or like some division winners?
I don't have. I haven't been doing a lot of the futures.
Like the futures,
so I haven't been talking about division win. But I will say
my hot takes. Anything.
I say every year that the Brewers are going. It's going to be the Brewers' year to win the Central.
The Brewers, Okay.
So I say it every year, and I feel like I probably have to say it again this year, even though it's somewhat unlikely. it's going to be really impossible for Christian Yelich to be as bad as he was last year, right? So I think that there's a chance. JBJ, coming off a good year, I could see it happening. I just think everyone's so hot on the Cardinals, but I'm not ruling it out for the Brewers, and that is a hot take. I don't think anyone's excited about them.
No,
the
but
other team,
you look at that division too, like who else is going to do anything? And the Cubs, I don't know. The Cubs are
right.
Maybe the other team, but yeah, I could see it.
I also think that the Mets.
That's going to be an interesting division.
Probably will win the World Series.
The Mets win the World Series. Okay, well, that's a little bit of a hot take.
Yeah, it is a hot take. I love their team. As a Yankee fan and as someone who just spent years working for a Mets-owned company, I don't really like the Mets. But I think that they are built to win a World Series. I really do.
Okay.
4th and 1, run up the middle. The Bears are going to get it.
Yeah, they're going to convert.
David Montgomery, of course.
I like these teams are being aggressive on 4th down. They're keeping the plays going, the drives going. That was David Montgomery, as Kenny alluded to. Yeah, I think that division definitely going to come down to the Braves and the Mets. I do like the Braves team as well. Like they got a lot of talent, some exciting young players. I kind of feel like you're right. Like the Mets, they got to keep it together on like the defensive side, Like they're things like I know they don't have like a ton of great base runners. They got power and stuff like that, and they got the pitching. I think that's going to be an interesting race between the Braves and the Mets, and I could definitely see the Mets winning that division. I don't even think that's a hot take to say that. So
yeah, it's not. The Mets and the Braves are pretty much neck and neck for that division. Yeah. I don't know if they're necessarily going to win it, to be honest. I just think that the Mets are going to.
I think that's a good call.
The World Series.
I think that's an interesting World Series.
They are stacked in that lineup, and one of my favorite players, one of the most underrated players in baseball to me, is Michael Conforto, and they have Michael Conforto sitting right there in the middle of that lineup. And to me, when Michael Conforto is healthy, he's feeling good. He, to me, is like one of the 10 best hitters in baseball. So I think that like they got that up their sleeve. Everyone wants to talk about Pete Alonso. I think Pete Alonso is going to regress again. I do. I don't think that he's going to be that good. I don't think he's going to be the guy that leads them to a World Series. McNeil, Conforto, Lindor now. You got some serious problems in that lineup. And, they obviously downgraded a little bit offensively at catcher. That's not a really big concern. I think that all around that diamond they're stacked and they're ready to go. And like, it could have been more likely. Like they could have gone out and got Springer. There was the whole thing with Mets fans. Like some of them didn't want Bauer. Some of them did want Bauer. Like, I don't know, what to think with that, but the rotation's pretty solid. I think they took a lot of gambles with like Joey L, like some guys that I just don't feel like are really going to pan out, but like their core of that rotation is good. So I could see it happening. I definitely could.
What is their rotation?
Let's see. Oh, it's obviously
Syndergaard's like decisions. Obviously, DeGrom.
I don't know if they announced it yet. So yeah, Syndergaard's on the shelf, of course.
Yeah.
But you have DeGrom and Stroman. Carrasco is like still hurt, but like maybe going to be ready for the opening day.
Okay.
Maybe not. But when everyone's healthy, it's those three, Taijuan Walker, and then this big, tall prospect, David Peterson, that they have, or Joey Lucchesi from the Padres, maybe as well.
Right.
But
and then, I'm just looking here because I'm looking up Syndergaard. Well, return in July. You know what? I think I agree with your take. I didn't realize they picked up Taijuan Walker. I kind of like that for a back-end rotation guy. He's not bad. He's coming off the Tommy John surgery, so there's some question marks. But that's a pretty good end of rotation.
It could happen, yeah, sure, right? That's what I'm saying, right? It could happen. Why not?
Mets, hey?
As like Russell Westbrook
on the
would
Mets
say.
train.
Why not?
The Mets were like my team when I was young. I always cheered for the Mets. I don't know why. Maybe I just like their uniforms.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't love them, but
I think I just wanted a different team to cheer for than the Yankees because everyone else cheered for the Yankees. But
Mitchy Magic, Mitch Monday. How about it? How about a Mitch Monday?
what a first down. Oh, 3rd and inches. I'm not giving them the first down. But this is basically 4th down territory. So even if they don't get it here.
Right.
This would be nice if they had a QB sneak option, it'd be good. But
Mitchy Monday. They're gonna run it here. They're gonna try to
Tackle
tie
Tuesday.
up the game on 3rd and inches. Oh, wide open. Let's give some credit to the offensive line, Jeff. Look at that blocking. Just broke open a giant gaping hole for David Montgomery to run through. Touchdown Bears. Tie game. Good energy in the sim. Absolutely.
Corporal, First Sergeant. Salute your captain, David Montgomery.
David Montgomery.
I don't know what I was going there for. A garbled English accent, half English accent. I didn't even commit to it. Anyways.
There he goes, Daddy. It's David Montgomery.
That's like Northern Irish right there. That's like a muddled, like, that's what Northern Irish sounds like. It's like between English and Irish. So
definitely is. PIT up and good. 21-21.
All right. So you needed Montgomery.
As 21 Savage would say. Oh, no.
You needed David Montgomery, and you needed Ertz.
That's right, Mr. Ertz.
Ertz doesn't sign with anyone either, has he? Oh, no, not signed. They're going to trade him.
We talked about that. We talked about that with Alshon Jeffrey. But yes, Zach Ertz still on the Eagles, open to trades.
Yeah.
As a New York Jets fan, another guy that I've been thinking about. Could be a landing spot. Joe Douglas obviously has that connection. The Jets have brought in plenty of veterans over the last few years. I think that could happen for sure. I think that Zach Ertz could be a member of the Jets, absolutely.
Now look, I'm sure you've been asked about this over the last week, but are you happy with the Jets taking Zach Wilson?
I'm happy with any range of outcomes. So yes, I'm happy with no matter what happens because I know
no matter what,
my heart.
Well, they could trade the pick for Jameis Winston and you'd be happy.
Well, they're not going to do that.
I know. Just kidding.
I know in my heart that Sam Darnold is fine, that he's good, that if they build the right team around him, he's going to succeed.
Okay.
I know that. So okay. I'm not worried if they get stuck with Sam Darnold. I'm not worried if they get Zach Wilson. I like Zach Wilson. I think Zach Wilson's going to be good. I'll be happy. I'll be excited about that too. Like, to me, I don't care what happens. I think that the Jets are going to be good either way. I think they'll be fine. Yeah. It's like the first time ever that I've been able to say that about the Jets. But I really do. I trust in – I think that Joe Douglas has proven that he's a very competent and smart general manager. I trust in him to make decisions. The thing I like the most is how many – I'm not going to ask a rhetorical question to a bunch of people that don't know. But the Jets, like every single offseason that they need a coach – every single coaching search ends the same way. It's like, well, we have our list of 3 guys that last time it was they had Charlie Casserly. They hired an outside firm led by Charlie Casserly, and it was like they gave them 3 names. They met for months and determined that like Todd Bowles was the guy that they needed to hire. So this time they had a similar situation with like a list of names, and they just went for Robert Saleh. Like, he was completely off the board, but they were like, look, like objectively, this guy wowed us in the interview. He's the best coach. Like, forget what we were just talking about. Who cares? Let's hire, like, and I just thought that was a great move, and it showed that they are open-minded and like can be open to doing the right thing. So yeah, so all that said, I do think that it's that I'm confident they'll make a good move here. And again, either guy I think is fine.
Well, and look, range of outcomes. They get one of the top 3 QBs, and I'm of the opinion there's not much separating the top 3 QBs, and I include Trevor Lawrence in that. I think that all 3 of those top 3 guys, Justin Fields, Wilson, Trevor Lawrence, I think they both have all good upside, and I don't think there's like as big a talent gap as people think. So whoever they ended up there, I'd be pretty happy with as well. And then again, the other option is they trade back. I mean, you're just going to get a ton of draft capital. Not really the worst case scenario, right? So Yeah, I kind of see where you're coming from. You kind of resign. Something good's probably going to happen. They're just in a good spot. So. In a good spot until the games start.
Right. Speaking of being in a good spot,
then they turn
Eagles,
into the Jets.
That's what happens we know this.
Every year. Yeah, Eagles.
Speaking of being in a good spot, the Eagles are at the 39-yard line of the Bears. They are. Here we go.
Oh, geez,
now, couldn't get it completed. 2nd and 10 coming up.
Just outside of field goal range right now, too. So I need like 5 yards to get into Jake the Snake range.
Jake the Snake. Don't give him a nickname. He's about to be out of the NFL. He'll be out of a job very soon.
He had a bad year, too, didn't he?
Oh, awful year.
Did he?
So bad. 2nd and 10, Wentz over the middle.
Oh,
caught. Ertz. Again, it's Zach Ertz. My goodness.
Piling him up. I'm going to see, try and grind him down. Try and grind down these Bears 10-outs, I bet. See if we get a couple runs in. Ooh.
Oh, they're gonna
no, don't
action.
take the bad
Wentz was
sack,
looking
Carson.
deep there. He did take the sack.
Worst case scenario. That was pretty dumb, I'm not going to lie. Don't really want to put yourself in a place where you can get a long sack at that point. They did.
Sure.
All right. At least the clock is running. They're still in field goal range, but now it's like right on the edge. Getting spicy. Don't take another sack.
Under pressure. Oh, he got it away, but it stops the clock. 3rd and 17, Jeff. What happens here?
This is right on the edge. This is like 50. This isn't an automatic field goal if they have to kick from the 34. 3rd and 17. Don't want to. You can't even really worry about the clock. You got to get some yards here. So even just a run would get you a field goal. 3rd and 17, though. They're going to try for the first. Oh, boy.
Oh, he's going to roll out. Here he goes on 3rd and 17. Wentz is going to run it. Oh, he fumbled the football. The Bears have it. Oh, man.
My God. That play just epitomizes Carson Wentz.
What in the world? What in the world was that, Jeff?
That was the agony and the ecstasy of sports in that drive.
Dude, that was insane.
The Bears the turntables have been turned.
The Eagles, here they are, just running down the clock and kick a go-ahead field goal inside the last 2 minutes, make the Bears use the timeout, and then they fumble the football.
That was very
the great fumbler himself, Mitch Trubisky, gets a chance to atone for his sins.
Hey, it's Mitch Monday. There
It's
we go.
right. It's Mitch Mondays. Up to midfield go the Bears. They're
Never
driving.
bet against Trubisky on Mitch Mondays, folks.
They are driving. Driver's seat right now for the Chicago Bears. Unreal. You just can't make this stuff up. This is why we return sim after sim. This is why we do it, folks. Justin Harden, not to be confused with James Harden, says
This game has had some dramatic turns, too.
Yeah,
Eagles fumbling on the goal line. The first, timeout at the 35. There now the Bears. It's like I said.
This game has been flipped.
The turntables have been turned. The Bears are on the edge of field goal range, basically in field goal range.
Lawrence Curtis says, "Throw it, you bum." Throw it, you bum.
Now let's see what the Bears do. Okay, this is actually smart because the Eagles about to run out of timeouts.
Right.
They end the game here with the first down, and more importantly, you get rid of the timeouts. You can really drive the clock down and at least give yourself a chance to kick that field goal, take the lead with not much time remaining. So 29. Only thing you don't want to do here, well, you don't want an incomplete pass, really. Yep, smart play. Smart play.
Good run.
Sim Bears. Mitch managing the heck out of this game.
Unreal, man.
On Mitch Monday, too.
Juan Tran says, only one catch for Cohen? Yeah, man. Tariq Cohen disappeared in this one.
No, hasn't done much at all.
Under center is Mitch Trubisky on 3rd and 3. There goes the motion. Oh, they're gonna fake the give to Jimmy Graham. Okay, we're all faked out over here. We're super faked out. We thought that they were gonna hand off to Jimmy Graham. Totally faked out, man.
They faked themselves out there.
4th and 3, and here comes potentially the nail in the coffin for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, from the 26, this will be about 43-ish yards, if I'm doing my math correct. Good stop by the Eagles. They're going to get a chance with not much time left on the clock and no timeouts. Let's see what this one gets taken down to. Clock running again. Yeah, so there'll be...
Let's see. Yeah, there'll be about 30 seconds left for this Eagles comeback, but no timeouts, which is important to remember. All right, this will be a 44-yard field goal for Eddie Pinheiro.
Oh, yeah, Eddie Pinheiro. I was about to say Cody Parkey. But that's,
I almost said Cairo Santos, but I'm pretty
Cairo Santos, that's right. Well, you're
almost
Cairo
positive
Santos is more recent than Pinheiro.
Yes, it's Eddie Pinheiro.
Parkey is like 3 years ago now.
Parkey, former Eagle. This is like the Cody Parkey Bowl right here.
True.
I wonder if there's a site that you can look up like players that played for both these teams. Like, would love to know like what players out there have played for both the Eagles and the Bears. You've got Alshon Jeffrey, you've got Cody Parkey, and that's it. That's all I have right now.
Yeah, Alshon definitely.
Anybody else? Throw them out in the chat if you have them. 34 seconds.
Oh,
left.
I got a good one.
Sure.
He's not playing in this game, but he is a backup.
Oh, I know who you're gonna say.
Yeah, Nick.
Let's say it together on one. Oh, you already said it.
Sorry, I had to say it myself.
Your boy.
That's right.
Nick Foles. Okay,
that's
so
that's a big one.
We got 3. What about how many defensive players?
Wentz, don't get sacked. This will end the game. Oh
my goodness! They got it complete to 49, and Marquise Goodwin got out of bounds, Jeff.
Okay, so Eagles got to be real careful here because they could get a playoff.
Jeff, he's out of bounds. They could get more than one playoff.
No, but I'm saying on the next play, like if they complete one over the middle here, I think they actually would have time to kick a field goal if they completed
in the gun. 21 seconds. Throws to the sideline. It's caught by Ertz, and now they're in field goal range. Now the number
rumbling here
goal for the Philadelphia Eagles is do not get tackled in bounds. That has to be your top priority right now. Do not get tackled in bounds.
What are they going to do here? Are they just going to kick?
I would go for the end zone 3 times. That's what I would do.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's what the sane people would do, but this is a sim.
They're going to kick a field goal? Are you serious?
Yeah.
With 20 seconds?
The sim doesn't mess around, Kenny.
Oh, my goodness.
The Bears really shouldn't be wasting a timeout here because they could get the ball back for like 15 seconds and 3 timeouts.
Jeff,
so
what are they doing? What are they doing, Jeff?
Oh, this whole game has been wild. Crazy fumbles. Lots of shenanigans. 45-yarder.
45-yarder Jake Elliott.
Well.
He hit it.
Yep.
Tie game.
All right.
Tie. I wanted to see them go for it.
Extra time.
The Guru 805. Yes, I did reserve a Top Shot pack. I put on my clown makeup and I did it.
Oh yeah, they had the old pre-order today for another base set.
That's right. Lawrence Curtis of Throw It You Bum fame says ridiculous call. The man's famous for saying "Throw it, you bum." I think Lawrence might be my favorite chatter. Because I've only seen him chat 2 things. Oh, actually, no, he's chatted a few more things. Don't count those Eagles out yet. Horrible call or whatever, then he said after that.
12 seconds, 2 timeouts. So,
all right, so let's see, Mitch. Let's see if Mitch has some magic up his sleeve. They could. They have 2 timeouts, Jeff. They could bomb it deep and then kick the field goal. But instead, they're going to run it with Tariq Cohen. That was real smart, guys. Way to go. Awesome. You got, 10 yards there? That was a great play. Good job.
They still got a timeout, though. So
those Bears, man, they're smart cookies. They know what they're doing. What a handoff. They do. So I don't think that they're going to be able to, because Mitch is going to be
really close. He'd have
to
get the completion and then tackle.
I don't think they're going to be able to do it. Let's see what happens.
Probably not going to happen.
Hey, it's a 4 wide receiver set. Trubisky,
got to get rid of him, Mitch.
5,
get rid of it,
4,
Mitch.
3, 2. Trubisky's going to run it at the end of regulation. He gets past the 40, past the 30, and now he's going to get walloped to the 30-yard line. He got some rushing yards, though. If you rostered Mitch Trubisky, you're pretty happy about that. But if you are sitting at the top of the leaderboard, you are not happy that overtime is upon us.
No. Pretty ridiculous last play.
Now, I thought, you know what? When he got past the 40, I thought he might break this.
I know.
You might break this.
It's deceiving because all the defenders were in the end zone. So I was just waiting for him to show up. But when he got to the 30, I was like, okay, they're going to show up here. But
I was like, there's a chance that he could do this. And
never know, man. It is Mitch Monday.
That's right.
Got to take the Bears here in OT. They are getting the ball first, too, it looks like. So
Lawrence Curtis says, funny.
Oh, I'm sorry. They're not getting the ball. They're kicking. That's why I do that.
Eagles football. The Eagles score a touchdown. They win this game. Didn't happen there. Let's see if it happens on the next play. Deshaun
would have been
Jackson
great
will
if
be on the field.
Would have been fantastic.
Amazing.
That would have been
absolutely amazing.
Amazing.
Now apparently we're talking about NASCAR in the chat. I don't know where that came from.
I don't.
Apparently there's NASCAR on now. I do feel like NASCAR happens a lot on Mondays because rain delays always push it back a day, right? I feel like that's a pretty common thing.
I have no idea.
2nd and 5, Wentz, gun. Snap, throw. Where was he throwing that one to? There was no one there. There was no one there, Jeff.
Wentz very intimidated by the running prowess and athleticism of Mitch Trubisky on the other side.
Lawrence said,
nervous and accurate.
Lawrence trying to help him out with the coin toss even. What a trooper.
No, completion.
Alshon Jeffrey to the 40. 41 make it. Yeah, if you really want to be specific about it. Okay. Moving the chains. Jeff, who's your let's do it like in hockey when they have the overtime challenge. Who is it? Who's going to score the touchdown here? Give me one member of both teams.
Okay, for the Eagles, I will say Deshaun Jackson, and for the Bears, I will say have we even called Allen Robinson's name?
I don't think so. Yeah.
Sure, I'll go Allen Robinson. Why not?
I'm going to say Anthony Miller for the Bears. But more importantly, I think on this drive, Marquise Goodwin.
He's been
full circle.
He's kind of been the go-to.
Yeah. I think it's going to come full circle here with Goodwin. He's going to have...
Sanders is going to take it. Sanders
down inside the 25, and all of a sudden, the Eagles are set up to win this game. No, I think it's going to be Goodwin because, how poetic would it be, right? He fumbled on the goal line earlier. That's the reason they're even in overtime right now, right? Like, mathematically would have been up 7 points. I think it could be him, man. My captain. Let's see. 1st and 10. Handoff. Sanders going to try it again. Past the 10. Broke a tackle and then got stymied right there at the 9.
Lord knows you keep that. You keep hold of that ball. Eagles have had enough.
Keep that ball. Keep that thing on you right there. Keep that football. Stepping up to the line is Carson Wentz once more in the shotgun. 3 receivers out on 1st and goal. What's he going to do? He's going to run. He's going to run up the middle. Carson Wentz for the end zone. Wow. Touchdown. And the Philadelphia Eagles pull it out in overtime over the Chicago Bears. On Mitch Monday, the Bears fall to the Eagles in a classic, sloppy NFC showdown It is a touchdown by Carson Wentz on the quarterback draw. He runs it. He takes it all by himself up the middle. And just like that, touchdown. Game over. Philadelphia Eagles win. Taking a look at the contest. Taking a look at the studs and the duds in this one. I'll tell you what, Zach Ertz, Marquise Goodwin, absolute studs. They were studly in this one. Ertz, 5 catches, 84 yards, 2 receiving touchdowns. On the other side, Goodwin, $6,400, 29 fantasy points. Wentz had 34 points. Just a monster day all across the board for the Philadelphia Eagles. And you won't find Jimmy Garoppolo. You won't find Jimmy Graham very highly owned, or he wasn't a big performer. Mitch Trubisky, 17.3 DK fantasy points, not bad. But who would have thought, besides me, of course, that Carson Wentz would be the quarterback to own in this one, Jeff?
Yeah, absolutely. Good game for Carson Wentz. Hit the bonus there, 3 touchdowns, and then running it at the end. Absolutely monster day for him. Mitch played good too. I mean, he only had 1 incompletion. But the day belonged to Carson Wentz. He's going to be the Krusty Koff player of the game. But look at those rushing yards from Mitch, though. He had a day. This is definitely a one where you probably needed both quarterbacks. You can check out that contest really quickly, too, if I can find it somewhere.
Very well deserved.
Which window is it in? Here it is. But yeah, the free roll. God, Jeff, you're a disaster, kid. The winner of the free roll here actually had Marquise Goodwin in the top spot, 132 yards. So some just monster days here. Wentz 34 yards, 34 points as well. Ertz 25 points. So this is a good one, Kenny. I'm not gonna lie, it brought the heat. It was a good game.
It was. I had a good lineup here, but Allen Robinson, where was he? Is he here? Not my kid award today?
Absolutely, he is. I mean, like I said, I don't even remember calling his name. I rostered him. He had 1 catch, so it's not even a doubt. 42% owned. Huge bust. Not my kid.
Honorable mention, Tariq Cohen, although I guess he did have 9 fantasy points in the end, so that wasn't too bad because at the end of the game
Robinson.
there. Yeah, Robinson was not very good. Anthony Miller, by the way, -5 rushing yards, 21 receiving yards, 3 catches. He did not have a good day either. All right. Well, with that, anything else to add before we get out of here, Jeff?
No, man. Great hanging out with you on a Monday. Love these little hangouts that we get to do. And yeah, hope you have a good rest of the day, Sim fam. Stay tuned. Cofield's about to come in hot.
Yeah. Great to be with you as always, Jeff. And thanks to our production staff, Michael and Daniel, behind the scenes getting it done for us. Zach in ops, making sure that we have all the correct stats. He's going through the box scores right now, but I will be back for 2 Sims tomorrow. I'm not sure. Jeff, are you back tomorrow?
No, I'm off tomorrow.
All right. Well, Jeff's off tomorrow. But
I've had a lot of me lately. I did like 5 over the weekend. So
I've been off for like the last 3 days or something. So I'm back tomorrow. 2 Sims. Look out for them. In terms of what you can look out for later tonight, I'll let Jesse Cofield explain that to you. Jesse, over to you.
Wow, Kenny, what a throw. Here I am coming in hot, just like Jeff said. All right, coming up at 8, Adam Kaufman, Brandon Cristal joining the Dream Stream, bringing us the matchup between the Chargers and Raiders. That showdown is featured in the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker, $5 entry, $150 top prize. And the free contest for that showdown, it's got a $250 prize pool. $25 goes to first. Okay, it was an exciting weekend in the NCAA tournament, but the NFL still manages to keep themselves in the news with some big draft trades, including the 49ers moving up to the 3rd spot in the draft. And when there is football news, our man Ross Tucker always has something to say. So here's a clip from the latest episode of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Tuck's Takes.
Well, Ross, the big news that we got on Friday was that big trade. The Niners trade their 12th pick, a 2022 first-round pick, a 2022 third-round pick, and a 2023 first-round pick to the Dolphins for the number 3rd pick overall.
Yeah, and the 2022 first-round pick. So really 3 first-round picks in all, Bri. It is a gigantic trade. It's interesting on multiple levels, right? I mean, there's so many different layers to this huge trade Friday afternoon. You know, the first thing is you got to love this trade for the Miami Dolphins. I mean, the trade from 3 to 12. Now we'll get to their next trade momentarily, but the trade from 3 to 12 and pick up first round picks in the next 2 drafts, as well as a 3rd. and very likely at 12 be able to still get a really good player, I think is fantastic. Now, again, more on that momentarily, but it's a home run trade for the Miami Dolphins in my mind, especially if they are comfortable with Tua Tagovailoa, like Ryan Fitzpatrick said they should be, and they were not planning to draft a quarterback at 3. And obviously they're not going to get what the consensus top 2 are in terms of Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson, it seems like at this point. So love it for the Dolphins. For the Niners, wow, very, very aggressive. I think they are tired of Jimmy Garoppolo missing games. I think that they realize they don't want to pay a quarterback as much as they're paying Jimmy Garoppolo. And I think that they think they can get the third best quarterback, or at least the third guy drafted. Now, there's a lot of debate whether that's Trey Lance or Justin Fields. Some people think even Mac Jones. A lot of debate as to who that person will ultimately end up being. Pretty clearly, the Niners are either comfortable with multiple of those guys, because look, you don't know somebody. Let's say you're comfortable with Mac Jones. What if somebody traded in front of you at 2 to get him? So they must be comfortable with multiple guys and be happy to make that selection. Garoppolo's days are numbered in New England, in San Francisco. I don't care what anybody says. It's just inevitable at this point when you give up that many resources to go ahead and get the number 3 overall pick and a quarterback. You're not going to hang on to Jimmy Garoppolo that long. We'll see whether or not Jimmy makes it to the season, maybe gets traded before the trade deadline, but huge move for the 49ers. And by the way, the thing I said on Twitter, Bri, at Ross Tucker NFL, a lot of Niners fans were like, they only traded 2 first-round picks. They swapped 3, they swapped a first-rounder. So do you think if somebody went from number 31 in the first round to 1, that's a swap? I mean, the reality is, right, the Chicago Bears offered 3 first-round picks to select or to trade for Russell Wilson. Well, the Niners just gave up 3 first-round picks, number 12 this year, 2021, 2022, 2023, to get a specific player, whoever that ends up being, QB3 to be named later. They gave up 3 first-round picks and more for that specific player.
Tuck's Takes.
So the Dolphins subsequently trade that number 12 pick and their 2022 first-round pick to the Eagles for the number 6 overall pick this year, with some mid-round swaps as well.
Right. So much like I love the first trade for the Dolphins, I love this trade for the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, to only move down 6 spots and pick up a first-round pick next year, the Eagles still have the most draft picks in this draft. Now you only move down 6 spots. They still will very likely be able to select one of the top 3 receivers, or maybe even have their pick of the top 3 corners at 12, and they get the Dolphins' first-round pick next year. And by the way, the Patriots are going to be better. I think the Jets will be better. And the jury is still out on Tua Tagovailoa. So the Dolphins might not have a great year, Bri. I mean, the Dolphins might end up being 8-8 or worse. And that first-round pick that the Eagles are getting from them could end up being very, very valuable. Plus, they're likely to get a first-round pick from the Carson Wentz trade. So the Eagles could easily have 3 first-round picks next year and everything that implies. So this enables them to see if Jalen Hurts can be the guy this year and give him every opportunity to be that guy, but then also have the 3 first-round picks. If he's not the guy, then you have the ammo to get the guy. If he is the guy, then, wow, you got a lot of ammo to build around him. As for the Dolphins part of it, I understand the thought process, which is, well, we got these extra first-round picks, so we can use them to go back up to 6 and still get the player we were going to take at 3, whether that's Jamar Chase or Penei Sewell or whoever it is. I get it. But, man, you better really think that player you're going to get at 6 is a lot better than the player you're going to get at 12. A lot better to give up next year's first-round pick. I don't think once you make the trade with the 49ers, you don't start treating it like, well, we can do whatever we want with these first-round picks now. Every trade, every deal needs to be looked at but on its own.
Tuck's Takes.
Moving on, Cowboys defensive lineman Tyrone Crawford retires, and they signed safety Devontae Casey.
Crawford had a good career. I always like to give shout outs to guys like this that play 8-9 years, make some Pro Bowls, do some damage. They deserve it. And Kazee, I mean, look, that's just the Falcons to Cowboys pipeline via former Falcons head coach Dan Quinn.
Ducks takes.
Arizona Cardinals signed cornerback Malcolm Butler, and they trade Mason Cole to Minnesota for a 6th rounder.
Arizona Cardinals are not messing around with getting guys that were really good 5 and 6 years ago. I think Malcolm Butler, we'll see. I mean, I don't think there was much of a market for him, but the Cardinals are all in for this year. And once they got Rodney Hudson, Mason Cole was expendable.
He's Geoff Ulrich. I'm Adam Kaufman. We're taking a look at some NHL action tonight. 7 games on the docket, although some of those are already underway. And Moose, how are you, buddy? Good to see you.
I'm doing great. Yeah, a nice little Monday night contest going up here. Got a little showdown, a little 3-game action.
Well, let's take a look at the Ducks and Avalanche for showdown, as you alluded to there. And, for Colorado, obviously, it's are you just inclined to want to captain somebody from the Avs in this game?
Yeah, I mean, look, just going to the DK Sportsbook quickly. I mean, you've got the Avalanche here at -385 favorites. This is one of the biggest favorites we've seen all year. So, even to take them on the puck line there, you're not even getting them a plus odds. So that just gives you an example. But, this is a Ducks team that John Gibson showed up for one game, played really well. Now he's injured again, so he's out. So that's part of the problem. I was actually kind of interested in Gibson possibly as a potential captain spot here, but he's not even playing. They're going to go with Anthony Stolarz most likely, or Ryan Miller. Stolarz actually played pretty good in his last game, but look, the Avs have scored 5 or more goals in 5 of their last 6 games. Like, this offense is finally humming. I don't really think this is the spot where you want to take a stand with a 3rd-string goalie. So yeah, to answer your question, you want to probably roster an Avalanche player. And realistically, everyone's going to play Nathan MacKinnon. So, playing him in the captain spot is fine. You get leverage over the people who just flexed them. Again, this offense is kind of humming. I will say this, if you're going to go with a different Avalanche player, I think just paying down and looking for good value in a guy like Jonas Donskoy is fine. He's averaging basically a point per game over his last 10 games. He's kind of like melds into that 3rd-line role, but gets a lot of special teams. He's playing pretty well right now, averaging 12 DK fantasy points over his last 10 games. He's got that kind of multi-goal upside. So Donskoy would be my value choice in the captain spot.
Let's keep going with that. If you're not putting value in the captain spot, where are you finding value in general?
Yeah, I mean, so we do have to talk about Stolarz again a little bit. And this is where he gets kind of interesting, because if he does start, and the Ducks haven't announced the starter, but he's only $5K in the flex. that's really, really cheap for a goalie. And it doesn't even matter at that point, what the odds are or anything. You get save points for a goalie. And when they're that cheap, you almost have to play them in the flex. So again, you really need to pay attention to who's starting in net for the Ducks tonight. They haven't announced a starter yet, but if Stolarz was going to start at 5K, I would kind of, peg him as a guy you definitely want exposure to. Other than that, I mean, I think that there's not that much upside realistically with the rest of the Anaheim Ducks players. So I'd probably lean towards, going cheap, looking at a guy like Valerie Nichushkin, or just going with one of the defensemen for the Colorado Avalanche. Obviously Taves, Samuel Girard, and Cale Maker, all potentially good upside. Girard, the cheapest of those guys. So, the Ducks offer kind of an intriguing little value package if they're going to start their third stringer. But other than that, there's not a ton of upside there.
There's also a 3-game late slate going on in the NHL tonight. And oftentimes when we're talking about teams that are involved in these games, Max Pacioretty stands out, rightfully so, $7,900. He is the most expensive play on this slate, but there are a lot of solid options for you in the 6K range. So who stands out there?
Yeah, I do think this is a slate where, just looking at the rest of the defense options too, like Shea Theodore, he's a guy I would really try and pay up for here. I mean, he's back to playing big minutes. Obviously, Alex Pietrangelo is out, but he had a bit of a midseason slump, but he's kind of been back to that regular production that we've seen from Shea Theodore, just a really good fantasy producer on the power play. The Kings have a pretty good penalty kill, so it's not the best matchup. But again, we've got a short slate here, 3 games. There's not a ton of other options. I'd say with just the volume he's getting here, Theodore would be kind of a play I'd really target in the 6K range to make room for. The forward, though, I'd really like to get exposure to is Kirill Kaprizov, averaging 3.5 shots on goal per game over his last 10 starts, going up against the Sharks, who are bottom 5 in terms of shots allowed. Kaprizov's just like a really genuinely creative offensive player, obviously dominated in the KHL last year. The Wild have brought him over. He's kind of just, seamed in there effortlessly. And he's had some monster games. He had 46 DK fantasy points about a couple weeks ago. So Kaprizov at 62, going up against the Sharks, who are just great opponents for your forwards. That's a guy I'd be targeting there.
If you do opt to pay up for a few skaters, maybe a goaltender, we'll see, obviously, are there value options that really jump out at you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, going down, you can look at guys, on the Kings lineup. You can go down to a guy like Alex Iafallo. I don't mind that at all. A guy who gets consistent minutes in the top 6. Winnipeg definitely would probably be a team as well. I don't really want to target the Flames. Their offense has been really hit or miss. So I think when you're looking at that Winnipeg-Calgary game, it doesn't have a huge over-under attached. It's only 5.5, but the Jets have a much deeper offensive squad. Andrew Kopp had a massive game a few nights ago. Guy who really sticks out, I think, if you're needing like kind of just a pure value punt near the min, is Adam Lowry, their third line center, playing beside Kopp. He's been pretty consistent in the point producing category, just of late. 1.5 shots on goal over his last 10 games. Sees really solid ice time. So I think for 3K on the slate, you'd be kind of hard pressed to do better than that. Again, Minnesota, the Sharks, Minnesota's kind of a top-heavy team. The Sharks also kind of a top-heavy team. So I'm not sure if you're going to find too much value there. Kevin LeBanc always stands out to me under 5K, but I do kind of like Adam Lowry there for a punt play.
So DFS-wise, you got the showdown, you got the 3-game night slate, but obviously DraftKings Sportsbook, we just look at it and say, we have 4 games left ahead of us. Is there any team that you're willing to take on the puck, or rather for plus money here tonight?
I mean, as tempting as it would be to recommend the Ducks, they are plus 315 on the money line. Whenever an NHL team gets up that big, they're kind of an intriguing target. But I think I would rather go to the Kings here. The Kings have played the good teams in their division pretty well this year. They have a good special teams, like I said, a good penalty kill. And, they won their last time out against Vegas. So they've played them close in all 4 games so far this year. At plus 175, the Kings are coming off a couple tough losses to the Sharks where they kind of just got stonewalled by like a hot Martin Jones. Vegas is coming off a couple tough games against the Avs. It could be a little bit of fatigue, a little bit of regression factor here with them. I don't mind targeting the Kings here at those odds. I think those are big enough on the road. Again, these 2 teams have played close so far. So the Kings for me would be the money line play. But again, I completely understand if you just want to dabble on the Ducks as well. Those are massive odds you're getting tonight. So
Talk about it all the time. The NHL totals tonight for all of these games, sort of the NHL standard of 5.5 goals. Is there one game in particular you like to go over?
Yeah, for the over, again, I'm going to stick with this Kings Golden Knights, matchup here. 3 of their last 4 meetings have hit the over here. They've tended to score when they come up against each other, and it might just be the style of game they play. The Kings still allow a decent amount of shots. The Kings have a pretty good power play as well. Vegas, maybe their special teams is probably their one weakness. So I think the Kings have kind of gotten it done there so far. Kings goalies haven't really been that great lately either. So all things considered here, when I see these two teams, 2 pretty good offenses, like Vegas is also a top 8 offense just in terms of just the standard like goals per game rate. They also get a lot of scoring chances. When I see a 5.5 with these 2 teams, it just makes me want to lean over. I think the offenses here are too good to really take the under on a 5.5. And again, we don't really have any like super hot goalie to worry about. So I do like the over with LA and Vegas too.
Well, my favorite part and yours, I think. The world is your oyster, Moose. Your favorite bet on the DK Sportsbook for tonight's NHL slate.
Yeah, I do like that over. I think I maybe slightly like the over there rather than betting the Kings money line. So I do like the over with the Kings and the and the Vegas Golden Knights. But again, let's talk a little player props here. Let's keep targeting the San Jose Sharks. They're bottom 5 in terms of shots allowed. They allow a ton of shots on goal. Let's go into the shots on goal player props again. And look who's there for the Minnesota Wild. Kevin Fiala, a guy who averages typically right around 3 shots on goal per game. He's over 2.5 shots on goal, minus 134 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. I like taking that over prop. Again, we're getting a little bit of a boost here because of the matchup with the San Jose Sharks. This worked for us with Dustin Brown. It can work for us for Kevin Fiala, guy who gets pretty busy with his shot as well. Take the over on the Fiala shots tonight. I like it.
Jeff, thanks, big guy. We'll see you in Simland.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Play of the day time, people. Baseball is back, and DraftKings is celebrating with the countdown to the 2021 MLB season promotion, which runs today through opening day on Thursday. Enter an MLB lineup this week and earn a different bonus every day. Today's bonus: enter any paid Thursday MLB contest today, and if any Thursday MLB game has more than 8.5 total runs scored, you get a $4 ticket. Check back each day for a new bonus. Just click the promos tab in the DraftKings lobby for all the details. So the baseball season starts on Thursday, and so does the latest tournament on the PGA Tour. That would be the Valero Texas Open from the Oaks course at TPC San Antonio. For a preview, here's Pat Mayo.
What up, everyone? Pat Mayo here with your first look for the 2021 Valero Texas Open, the last chance anyone has to earn an invitation for the Masters. And we're at Augusta a week after this tournament starts, so if you have not previously qualified, I'm looking at you, Ricky Fowler, who's in this field. This is the only way that you can still earn an invitation after the WGC match play. The top 50 in the world locks, and that was the last chance to play your way in outside of the final spot eligible for this event. There's 144 players in the field. It's TPC San Antonio Oaks course, a par 72, 7,435 yards. Two of the holes reachable in two. There's also a drivable par 4, number 17, which can really swing things coming down the stretch. For key stats this week, you're looking at strokes gained, ball striking, driving distance, opportunities gained, and par 3s from 150 to 175 yards. 3 of the par 3s fall into that this week. Past champions at this course: Corey Connors won as a Monday qualifier the last time this event was held. That was in 2019. Minus 20 was the winning score that year. Before that, Andrew Landry, Kevin Chappell, Charlie Hoffman, and Jimmy Walker, all the winners. For the field this year, a bit stronger than you might remember. Dustin Johnson, the number 1 ranked player in the world, was originally not going to play. Now he is going to play after getting bounced in the match play after losing to Kevin Na in that matchup on Friday. So he's going to be the overwhelming favorite in this field. Jordan Spieth also playing. And then we have a collection of pretty good next-level players. You have Hideki and Abraham Answer and Tony Finau. Scotty Scheffler is going to be playing. Defending champion Corey Connors in the field. Harmon, Siwoo Kim, Ryan Palmer, Lanto Griffin, Matt Wallace, Munoz, Woodland, Kuchar, Wiesberger, Willett, Cameron Champ. They're all here. I mentioned Ricky Fowler needs to win to get in to the Masters, so of course he's going to be in San Antonio. Then you have the middle tier of your regulars, your Keegan Bradleys, Cameron Tringales, Chris Kirks. You could be looking at a winner from that event because those guys need the urgency to get themselves into the Masters. Plus, they're all playing really well coming in. For the course itself, it's a bit on the longer side, and it can be really hard. I know saying that Corey Connors won at minus 20 doesn't make it sound very hard, but the wind can be a critical factor at this course. It's very exposed, and even though there's very little water, there's only 3 water hazards across the course, it actually has produced the 3rd most triple bogeys or worse of any course on the PGA Tour since 2010. That trails only Sawgrass and PGA National, 2 courses with a ton of water. This one, not so much. So things can get going very badly for you in a hurry. Just ask Kevin Na. You can go YouTube it when he took a 16 on one of the holes at this course. So the front 9 plays extremely difficult. It gets easier on the back 9, and especially at the end, with 3 of the 4 easiest holes being number 15, 17, and 18 at this course. So you're going to want to look at what the opening odds and DraftKings pricing is, because the cut has never been below par at this course over the past 10 years. So expect it to play a bit difficult for certain people. If you're running good all week and the ball striking is top notch, it's not that difficult of a course if the wind even stays relatively calm. Just avoid those gigantic numbers and you're going to be in the mix. And I think we're all going to benefit from Dustin Johnson being here and Jordan Spieth being here, because if one of those 2 guys doesn't win, the rest of the value on the rest of the players should actually look pretty good, because those 2 names bring such an impact at both the top of the betting board and the top of the DraftKings pricing. But that's it for me. You can check me out later in the week for his full range of picks. All the other content up on DKPlaybook.com, and the full preview video with all the research and stat modeling now up on the Mayo Media Network YouTube channel.
All right, guys, we have a 3-game turbo slate in the NBA locking at 8 p.m. Eastern. The next classic slate in the NHL doesn't lock till 10 p.m. Make sure you get your lineups in for that. And, of course, the NCAA tournament is down to the final 8 teams. You can go check out the odds for those games and tournament futures right now on the DK Sportsbook. But now it's time for our 8 p.m. Madden Sim. We have the Chargers and the Raiders facing off with the call, Adam Kaufman and Brandon Cristal, and they're joined by a special guest.
Thank you very much, Jesse. That's right. This is the primetime, the AKBK LCLV DK Sim F Bry Guy free roll that we've got going on here for a little primetime action. Brian Berard joining us, of course. When was the last time you did days of commentating back-to-back, Bry Guy?
Never have I done this in my life, so we are all experiencing a first in history right now, and I'm so thrilled to be joined by you two to do this.
Some year 2 action that we got going on here. Obviously, Bry Guy was part of the Madden After Dark broadcast last night, right back here in prime time. Probably means he's going to be doing the happy hour sim at 6 tomorrow. That just seems to be the way things are going here. BK, Brandon Cristal, I'm Adam Kaufman. What's up there, fella?
Well, I am happy to be here. I've had a bit of a rough day. I got my second COVID shot yesterday, and it
feeling the effects of it a little bit
this morning for sure, and then kind of throughout the day, it's like it ebbs and flows. I talked to a friend who got his on Saturday, and now he played in the NFL for 9 years, so he's got aches and pains that I don't have. But
sure.
He's like, it inflames everything, and sure enough, like my back, my neck, and like my temperature would spike. But I'm feeling good now. I got a third nap in, so I think I'll be ready to roll for these next 2 sims, and I'm happy to be here with Brian as well.
Is there anything we need to be on the lookout for, aside from you just like keeling over and falling out of your chair?
No, you're saying as it relates to me, I think I'm doing okay. I've got some ibuprofen handy. I'll be ready to go.
Need to know if we need to, have somebody on speed dial. If you have
well, Brian's here. My wife's upstairs. Brian's here. So if
That's
you
true.
just slide me out of the shot, the reverse Collinsworth slide, that'll be fun.
Yeah, if you just start drooling at some point, we can just move the window over a little bit. Just either way, people keep hearing two voices. Well, thank you for being with us. We have got the Chargers and Raiders here for this sim. We're going to obviously take you on out to virtual Allegiant Stadium, and I want to tell you a little bit about the Bills renaming their stadium yet again today. We can save that for a little bit later. But lineups, fellas, for those who built them anyway, what do they look like?
Great question. I went super running back heavy, not intentionally, but I think I have 3 running backs in my lineup. I've got Darren Waller in my captain spot, then Eckler, who's obviously the smartest play with the Chargers usually, Herbert, Jacobs, Rashard, and then I snuck in Hunter Renfrow.
Nice. Bry Guy, did you build a lineup?
I will slowly, throughout this game, explain to you what my lineup is. I don't want to give away all the secrets right off the top.
Okay.
But I will say I do like Mikey Williams in this spot.
Okay. All right. That's important. I faded him, not through any disdain. So in the Madden 20 days, he would have been automatic, probably a captain play for me. Instead, I went with a Williams of a different breed here. Tyrell Williams is my captain for this one, with Austin Eckler, Justin Herbert, Darren Waller, Hunter Henry, new Patriot, and Joe Reed, all part of my lineup for this one. Reed's something of a punt play, but that's really just because of his price point at $3,600 in the flex. We know he's popular, and he is owned in our smaller free roll here at about 41% of lineup. So people expecting big things.
Is Hunter Henry in your lineup just because he's a new Patriot?
No.
Does that influence it?
It influence it probably. Just because, no. But influence is fair. I mean, if he stunk in the Sims and he was just a terrible points per dollar option, then I wouldn't play him. I would just overlook the fact that he is a new Patriot. But yeah, I mean, some level of bias coupled with the stats crept in.
Mm-hmm. I think he's going to be more impactful than Jonnu Smith, though.
In real life, that's your expectation?
I just think he has more upside, but he also is an injury waiting to happen. So
yeah, that's
his injury history obviously precedes him.
Yeah, checkered at best. That's my main concern. I think both are going to be very good, and I wouldn't, we won't turn this into a Patriot sim. Not yet. Maybe a little later.
It's my fault. I'll apologize.
Yeah, this one's on him. I didn't do it. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised, and I've talked about this before, as we have a completion there out very close to midfield and about a 15-yard pickup there for Derek Carr. 1st and 10 on the way into the hands of my guy, Darren Waller, his first catch. I wouldn't be at all surprised if the Patriots, Cam Newton in particular, if in fact he is the quarterback, lean very heavily on the 2 tight end set this year, as they're already talking about, and that, by the end, Smith or Henry or some, both wind up being the most targeted pass catchers in that offense. That wouldn't surprise me in the least. But to your point, as far as Hunter Henry, I absolutely, if I were to pick one of them to go down, the uber conditioned freight train looking individual in Jonnu Smith versus the one who, so far in his NFL career has been kind of made of glass, Hunter Henry, I think we know which way we would go with that.
Yeah, but I think, too, that having both of them, you can take kind of a load off of both of them, if that makes sense. You don't have to rely on one over the other. And in no way am I trying to compare this to the Chiefs' offense, but and you know how, like, one drive they go all Tyreek Hill, and then the next drive it's all Travis Kelce. I mean, I'm not saying the Patriots are going to do that, but you can take off the load from each other because they're a nice complement to each other.
Yeah, the tricky thing there is that Hunter Henry's injuries aren't related to load management. It's a torn ACL. It's hamstring, ankle. And maybe it's just part of being with the Chargers, right, where they've got to be the most injury-riddled team over the last half decade.
Sure.
Going back to Mike McCoy's teams, Anthony Lynn's years. I don't have this number in front of me. We could probably find it out, though. They have to have fielded the most different offensive line combinations in the last 5 years or whatever, like without even looking.
We get a 2nd and 10 from the 29. Couple minutes gone by, opening quarter here. Vegas, Chargers, scoreless at the moment. There's a completion and just a few yard pickup right there, 3rd and 5. Brandon Cristal, Brian Berard, Adam Kaufman with you. We got producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director. Also have Zach and Game Ops here with us. If you are wondering, by the way, and I wouldn't blame you for doing so out there, a lot of hellos for all of us, including Love This from Monster, AK-47, BK Bomber, and BB Gun. Little did we know the three of us had violence in common, but, here we are. For anyone wondering, so, like, Bry Guy was on Madden After Dark yesterday, and you guys did Eric Winalda with, obviously, Tom and I in the 8 o'clock earlier in the day. Babysitter Billy made his return, was with Rossi and Glash, another 3-man booth. Why is this happening again today? As BK and I were joking over text earlier, it is not that I've just heard all of Brandon's stories at this point and I needed to add another voice. That's not it at all. What it is Bry Guy. So Bry Guy originally was going to hop on the 8 o'clock yesterday with Tommy and I. And, I'd already reached out to Eric Winalda and just hadn't heard from him yet. We still wanted to do a 3-man booth. We lined up Bry Guy. And then Eric was available. And so we said, Bry Guy, I mean, you're not an international soccer star. You've got to move to Madden After Dark, but I would love to work with you. Can we do tomorrow? And he said, I'd love to, as we have a touchdown from Josh Jacobs, and here we are.
Winalda on camera?
On camera. He was part of the commentary team. It was terrific. A lot of fun.
And he did it out of the love of his heart. You didn't have to pay his same rate Fox pays him when he does soccer.
It was as the lawyers say, pro bono.
That was nice. Good.
Yeah. No, it was great. We had a great time, and I think hopefully everybody in the chat had a great time as well. I definitely think so. Hyro celebrating Bry Guy in the 1s and 2s, and occasionally 3s and 4s and 5s and 6s and 7s. Herb Dog says you got big time, which is one way to look at it, but I don't think you felt that way.
I mean, it's probably going to be the highlight of my life. I'm going to put it in my resume and in my LinkedIn profile that I was replaced by one of the best U.S. soccer players ever, Eric Winalda. So I'm not going to take it personally. I mean, I take it personally that you didn't want me on this stream because, like, Sharad Kira was also supposed to be on that 8 o'clock sim as well. So you kicked me and him off just to get Eric Winalda on there. But, like, I don't think either of us are going to be mad.
You might argue I did you a favor if commentary is something that you really wanted to hone in on, because you went from doing half a sim yesterday, like you said, Chirag was going to be on the first half, you were going to be on the second half. You went from doing half a sim yesterday to doing 1.5 sims over the course of 2 days. So really, like, feathering your cap.
Where's the half sim coming from?
Well, no, 2. That's right, 2 full. You went from a half to 2 full, even better.
You're still trying to just get rid of me, aren't you?
I robbed you.
You get rid of me yesterday, and then you're trying to discredit me today.
It's unbelievable.
I didn't realize you beat me in NASCAR. That's a bummer.
Yeah, I mean, for one of us, it was.
I'm beating you in hoops, but a lot of time left.
A lot of minutes left. Yeah, Bry Guy and I, we've got a head-to-head. You and I have got a head-to-head. Some head-to-heads with a couple members of the fam out there. See how it plays out. 1st and 10 from the 24. 7-0 Vegas so far, and LA looking to answer. Long way to go. Herbert coming up with a completion on his first pass. 10-yard pickup into
Look who that was
the hands of your guy, Mike Williams.
Like I said. Now that's going to be his only catch of the game, but still, I'm going to take credit for it.
So when do we get the full reveal of your lineup? How does this gradual approach work? I've never experienced that.
Well, I'm going to wait for the Chargers to get a full drive in here first.
Okay.
I'm trying to just fill out some dead air just in case if we have nothing to talk about. I can say, oh, by the way, this guy was on my lineup.
That's what BK.
I do that a lot, even especially when I don't make the lineup.
Hyro says, why not have Winalda and Bry Guy? And it's a fair question, Hyro. I think, the 3-person booth, which we've done a number of times. Jesse, who obviously, you heard from earlier and you'll hear from again tonight. She has popped in before. Tara Lynn has popped in. We've never tried the 4-person booth. And I don't know if last night was the night we wanted to do it.
Who won 10 grand?
Unfortunately, not as far as I know, any members of the diehard, the hashtag team always here, the DK Sim fam. Although many of our people did cash, and $25 here, $55 there, whatever it may be. So it's, good to see the group represented, but not numero uno, unfortunately, as Herbert. Another completion, 1st and 10 on the way.
Yeah, I forgot to get my lineup in. Plus, I didn't want to take everybody's money and be 10 grand richer today.
Seems fair.
This is why you're a great guy.
I'm a man of the people. I want the people to win money.
That's right.
I'm busy fighting with DK Sportsbook. Emotionally, not physically.
Yeah.
It's mostly because of the stupid picks my buddy and I are making across all sports right now. It is fun. Have you guys ever done that, whether it's fantasy or otherwise? Like having a partner, there's a shared joy and a shared misery. But
I haven't, actually. I've never
it's not bad.
Delved down that road.
Not bad.
For those asking about scoring, not to worry. We'll have, as we always do, everything updated. There's manual scoring. Sometimes it takes a little bit to get everything fully up to date, but as always is the case, it will be soon enough. Joe Reed with the grab right there. So, Bry Guy, I must confess, I didn't spend much time listening to Madden After Dark last night. I caught a little bit of it while I was doing some other stuff, but not a ton. What did you guys do? Did you go over your 1 year sim memories, or just kind of the three of you guys hang out?
Well,
I did hear the origin of your nicknames and that. I heard that little chunk.
We discussed a lot of slow pitch softball the other day. I was able to play for the first time in 2 years, and I'm still recovering from that.
Wow.
Yeah.
How cold was it? I got my first game Wednesday. I just got a new bat today that I'm scared to use because it's going to be like a high of 50 for the day, and I'm playing an 8:30 at night game.
We played during the day, so it was probably
nice.
like upper 50s, low 60s. So it was pretty good. But
yeah.
I haven't used those muscles in 2 years, so I sneeze and my midsection hurts. So that's always going good for me. And as I was saying too last night, there was one new guy on our team that and I'm the pitcher, and I was throwing batting practice, and
slow pitch or modified fast pitch?
Huh?
Just slow pitch?
Yeah, it's slow pitch, so it's 6 to 12 foot arcs on.
Yeah, same here.
Nice. And it was just batting practice what we were doing. I mean, I know it made it seem like we're playing a game. It was really just
but batting practice. You need batting practice. All the cages in Denver are closed. I looked at 4 of them, and I can't go anywhere to swing.
No, yeah, we got about like 7 or 8 guys, and I was throwing batting practice, and there was just one guy just hitting bomb after bomb off me, and I'm like, I'm glad this guy's on my team, but I'm like, am I just this bad of a pitcher though? If this guy's just taking me yard every pitch?
Well, let's be fair, because look, I've pitched for a long time, and there's certain people that are just gonna destroy the ball anyway. I think a good pitcher can throw strikes when the count's full, and can put a little bit of twist on the ball here and there, but even a really good softball pitcher isn't going to be striking people out in a 6 to 12. I'm in one co-ed league in our neighborhood where there's no arc limit, and it's me and this other lady who she pitches, and she'll throw 20 feet. I'll go over 12 easy, and if it's a back plate. But I don't think you lose a lot of sleep unless you're just grooving it and throwing it flat like a pitching machine might.
Mm-hmm.
I think as long as you can avoid that and you are closer to 12 than 6, and you can get your guys to make the plays in front of you. I wouldn't lose sleep.
During BP though, like I was still throwing pitches that were curving. I was throwing knuckleballs, and the guy was still just taking me yard. And I'm like, all right, maybe this guy's
glad he's on your team. I want that guy on my team.
62 passing for Carr through one quarter, 41 for Herbert so far. Just the 7-0 game. 1 touchdown for Josh Jacobs to this point. We'll go over the rushing and receiving numbers as we typically do. For anyone popping in and wondering about the stats, happy to highlight them for you, obviously, right now. So again. Carr, let's see. Eckler has 18 on the ground. Jacobs with 15. Again, he has got the touchdown. The receiving numbers coming for you as well. No huge days to this point, but we are through one quarter. So Waller's pacing pretty much toward a bonus. 2 for 24, 1 for 22 for my captain, Tyrell Williams. Hunter Renfrow, 2 for 16. Joe Reed, 2 for 16. Keenan Allen, 1 for 12. Mike Williams, 1 for 10. Eckler, 1 for 3 in the air. So those are the numbers that you have missed to this point in time. Hyro says, "Cough, let Bry Guy host. You can go on the 1s and 2s and update the scoring." Fun fact though, there's no replacing either of those departments. All of our technical directors far better than I would be. Game ops, forget it. Like, you don't want me doing that math. Zach, who's on tonight, and everybody else involved, part of that crew, they do the tough work. I think we've said that a zillion times in the history of these sims, and I could not possibly stand by it more. You don't want me doing the scoring. I promise you that.
And you definitely don't want me, because my math is terrible.
You had your second
numbers.
shot today. Like you,
well,
you wouldn't be a reliable resource at all right now.
Now, I saw this message in the chat, though. Jarrell Justice says, I played softball against the Canseco brothers in Vegas. And they played every position and hit bombs. Well, my buddy Mike played in Tony Danza has a modified fast pitch league in L.A.
Really?
And it's a bunch of, second-rate celebrities from time to time and agents and stuff. Mike's a trainer. And Canseco was on his team a bunch of years. And he said it was the worst. Like, they were always happy when he didn't show up because he insisted on pitching. And there weren't fences at this park they played at, just on the edge of the valley.
He just hit it a country mile.
Yeah, but the left fielder would stand at 400 feet, and the left center fielder would stand at 400 feet, and he would just fly out every time. So it didn't matter that he was Jose Canseco because there were no fences. You play in a league with fences, and even if there's a home run limit, that the Cansecos are probably, and certainly in this case, I never saw Ozzie there, just Jose. The couple times I watched Mike play when I was in L.A., and he would wear not softball pants, but bike shorts almost. I mean, they were baseball inspired, but they were tighter than they needed to be for a softball game. I just thought it was cool that Tony Danza's run this league for 30 years. They played full 9-inning games with 0-0 counts, so every game took almost 2 hours. But you get your money's worth, I guess, if you're playing. When you're just watching your buddy, and it's a Saturday morning at 9, it's okay. It was cool to see Jose Canseco.
Zone picked.
Oh, picked off.
Intercepted in the end zone. Raiders.
Remember the guy from Mr. 3000? That's also in the movie The Family Stone. I can't remember his name. He was the young hotshot of Mr. 3000.
Yeah, it's
Brian something maybe.
Shoot.
So he played with Mike.
Hang on, I know this, and Brian White. That's who.
Yeah, he was a pretty good player. I watched him play a couple times. He was a good player. They had a couple other actors you would know if you saw them, but not too many household names that I saw a couple times beyond Canseco and Tony Danza. And I didn't see Danza every time I saw him. I think once.
Really fun fact about Brian White, by the way, is I've seen Mr. 3000. Really enjoyed the movie. I've seen him in some other stuff, but I'm not going to pretend I was aware of Brian White by name, because obviously he's not an A-lister or even probably a B-lister. But so he is. I don't know if he's a. My goodness, fumble! Chargers get it right back. Are you kidding me? Wow, so that's a turn of events. Hopefully you got the DSTs, folks. 7-0.
All right, I got
now the
Eckler
Chargers
here.
suddenly first and goal from the 10. Well, I'll finish that in a second.
Come on, Eckler.
Eckler cruises on.
Yeah.
Cake. No problem at all.
I'm probably in first place as soon as Daniel's abacus starts working. I'm just kidding.
Zach says he was getting some error messages with regard to the scoring, but it looks like scores are starting to trickle in now. So be on the lookout. Terrence says, didn't Mr. 3000 star Bernie Mac? Absolutely.
Yeah, he was the
guy.
Yeah, he was the young hot shot that Bernie Mac didn't get along with, early in the movie.
So Brian White, I don't know obviously a lot about him, but he's definitely a passion. I don't know if he's a Boston sports fan or specific to the Patriots and Celtics, but he will quote tweet me often.
Wow.
But we've never had.
Well, he's born in Boston, Massachusetts in 1975. So
okay, so maybe
I'm assuming if you're born in Boston, Massachusetts.
Yeah, you're sort of born into it. But and I've reached out to him on Twitter, through DM a couple times just to say hey, thanks for the follow. Cool that you're a Boston sports fan. Love to, let's get you on the podcast sometime, that sort of thing. Never any response. And yet he continues to quote tweet, and anything and everything related to the C's and Pats or whatever. So it's funny to me. He's out there, but he's elusive.
Well, at least he's following you, so that's cool.
Is that?
He's probably our most
Brooklyn
famous follower.
Bees is in front at the last scoring update, by the way, but obviously everything is still trickling in here. Keep
you or
Winaldo.
He or Winaldo are your two most famous followers for sure.
I don't know if that's true.
I'm in 6, by the way. Well, that's
Nice.
without the Eckler touch. That's without the Eckler touchdown.
7-all. 2 minutes gone by, second quarter.
Go to Walla. That's how they say it in Boston.
Walla.
Give it a Walla.
Give it to that Walla kid.
How do the people, all of you in the chat, how do the people feel about the 3-person booth, by the way? And I don't ask that with any sort of promise that this will happen more or less frequently. It's just something we did a few times yesterday, and we're obviously doing it here for this sim and having fun and hanging out. But is it something that people enjoy? Do you guys want more of it? I can always put in a good word. That ball incomplete.
We would just
Targeting
have to get
Tyrell Williams.
We just have to get Emerson's okay because he's the highest paid employee at DraftKings.
That is what he will tell you.
Yes.
Going back to the softball thing real quickly, because Jarrell Justice, I'm following the tail end of this, but this stinks. He was playing a championship game for the Air Force Europe in Italy, Air Force in Europe against the team from Italy. Guy slides into him playing second, trying to turn a double play, snaps his leg in two, had to get rods and screws inserted. There's nothing worse than the guy that goes too hard in softball, even in championship games.
Oh, yeah. They're the worst type of people. Like, I know you're paying, you want to win, but like you still have to understand it's not the World Series. Like, you're just going out there to have some fun. Like the team I'm on, like we're in the C division, so we're just out there to have a great time. If we win, like we're going to be a competitive team. But if we win the league, great. If we don't, whatever. We're just out there to have some fun, drink some Diet Cokes, and just enjoy each other's company.
Now, how is it set up in Massachusetts? Because C and Colorado be pretty competitive, and then D's pretty competitive, and then E is kind of more rec league. Well, E and E plus with more home runs. So
this is just like a town league, so it's like a rec league. And when I say rec,
I mean, where the beer's as important as the game.
Yeah, I mean, like because when I say rec league, it's not REC, it's WRECK, like that.
Okay.
Rec league.
Obi-Wan says 3 is the magic number. All 3 need time to talk, says Sean. Amazing with the 3-person booth, says Terrence. Koff got the, we got a thumbs up from Monster. Lewis says wrong 3. CEH says, I love it.
So imagine in a rec league, kind of like the one you're in, where super softball teams show up, where they're the tournament teams with their roller bags, and they all have the crazy tournament jerseys. It's like, dude, we each paid $50 just to goof around every Wednesday and get out of the house. Like, right. I get that you travel every weekend to Vegas and Arizona and whatever, playing tournaments, but it's like, maybe you shouldn't be in this league. Not that, and we'll beat those teams sometime because my team's just got some good high school players. There's a team here where Kyle Freeland, the Rockies pitcher, all of his buddies from growing up here in Denver played, and he played a couple of years ago. It was a game I missed. I think he hit a triple, a home run. He almost hit for the cycle because it was like right after the baseball season ended, but he's on the DL right now with a shoulder strain, so he's probably not showing up at softball games. I think the guy that takes it too serious in any sport, and here's the thing, look, lots of people got stuff going on in their life, so they're going to overreact because this is their outlet. So the ref blows a call. It's like the ref's making 10, 15, maybe $18 an hour at the most. Like, are they really out to get you? Maybe if you've given them a hard time either all day or all year. But in general, they don't care. They just want to get their hour over with and get home and collect the check.
Right.
And the guy across the way isn't really trying to fight you. He just was playing harder than he needed to. Don't take it to person.
And way back in the day when I was in high school and my early college days, I worked at an indoor sports complex in the South Shore of Massachusetts. And a lot of the business was soccer related. And they had adult leagues there. And there was guys that would just go, balls to the wall. And the thing is, it was indoor soccer, so there was actually boards there, and people
those walls hurt.
This is hockey now, and it's like, no, that's not what it is, and it's like, come on, guys, it's not the World Cup. You pay $100 for the session, and if you win, you get a T-shirt. That's all you get.
Right. Here it's a T-shirt and or a pint glass. Sometimes it's both. Sometimes it's one or the other. No trophies, just a T-shirt.
We got a 1st and 10 from the 49 on the way after a nice pickup by Darren Waller. 7-all game, approaching the 2-minute warning. BK, Bry Guy, AK, Mike, Daniel, Zach, all here hanging out with you. Carr taking his sweet time, throws away, got it inside the 20, and a completion out to the 16. Carr to 125 passing. We got a 1st down and a nice game by Jalen Richard. There we have hit the 2-minute warning. Lewis says 1 out of the 3 need to care about the sim. I think that's
he just called out a big-time play to Richard. Before that, Waller, nice play. He's my captain. Hooray for me.
Giving you all the fun facts that you need. It's the important stuff.
I'll say this. If anybody cared about the college basketball game that's on, it seems like it's already over. Houston has twice as many points as Oregon State.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
My sister went to the University of Houston. She's bummed I'm not at the Final Four this year, so she couldn't come crash. my hotel room.
We got a 2nd and 10 on the way from the 16. Must be says, I think all 3 of the hosts should have a mute button. If 2 of the 3 buttons get pushed, the odd man out gets muted.
I mean, I guess the ops team has that because we're just using Zoom, so they could mute us.
Yeah, technically.
You guys excited about pro days tomorrow? Bama's having their 2nd because they have so many guys getting ready for the draft, and then Ohio State, Justin Fields is throwing.
What do you think of, to that end, obviously, like just the hype surrounding Mac Jones right now, and obviously all of the now speculation that he could be the guy that goes at number 3 to San Fran, and obviously guys like Fields and Lance that are now not falling obviously, but falling out of the potential of going number 3. When originally, like, you go back a few weeks, month, whatever it was, like we were talking about, like, I wonder if Mac Jones gonna slip to the Pats at number 15 or that sort of thing. And now it's like, you and I, BK, we were talking the other day, like all 5 of these guys are definitely going to go top 9. And then it's, barring a potential trade, you could see, potentially them going 1 through 5 at the very least, 1 through 4, and then maybe a trade if Atlanta ends up taking a quarterback at number 4. And just, it seems like the only real lock is Trevor Lawrence at number 1. And after that, this is kind of a mess.
Yeah, it feels like Zach Wilson's getting that number 2 love right now. But we've seen where teams will indicate that they really love a guy, and then they secretly love somebody else. And because Lawrence is going 1, and there's no real reason to think that, the Jets don't have to put up that much of a smoke screen, because all it does is just mess with the teams behind you. But, like, if you think they love Zach Wilson, they secretly love Trey Lance, then okay, great. But I guess at that point, you're at least calling them the Niners. And I believe the Niners, if you read Albert Breer's column today in SI, in MQB, that the Niners obviously have a close relationship. As Albert put it, Douglas and Lynch respect each other, which is nice. But obviously Robert Saleh is there, and Mike LaFleur's the OC, and they were Kyle's employees, and technically John's employees, up until a month and a half ago. So if the Jets decide they like somebody that isn't Wilson, they probably could, I don't say hold the Niners hostage, but certainly, figure out a way to pick them apart a little. But I don't know. The hype with Mac Jones seems like it's real. Chris Sims came out today and said he thinks it's Mac Jones. And I tweeted, well, he and Kyle have matching tattoos, so I don't think he's just saying this on his own. And be like, why would Kyle tell him that? I was like, well, why wouldn't he? He can't control what happens in front of him. He can only control what happens at 3. Unless Mike LaFleur likes Mac Jones too, and Saleh likes Mac Jones.
What order do you guys think these guys should, I don't know, for the sake of, not that like your opinion's my opinion, like our opinions don't matter in comparison to NFL scouting rooms and head coaches, executives, all that stuff, but what order do these 5 guys feel like they should go in, regardless of what order they ultimately will go in?
Brian?
So here's the thing, like, I think it's pretty clear that Trevor Lawrence is going to go number 1. But, I've heard some people say that Fields should go over Lawrence, and I'm not going to fight you on that because, look, I'm a huge Boston College fan, and I get to watch the ACC year in and year out, and I can tell you that the ACC is absolute garbage in football. It's Clemson, and then maybe BC, Virginia Tech is the second best team that can give them a run. But Justin Fields, what he has to go through in the Big Ten, that's way harder to go through that than it is the ACC. But still, I think Trevor Lawrence is going to go 1. Fields is going to go 2. Here's the thing, too.
Not Wilson,
I was talking about this with Christian. I don't know when I was talking about this, but or maybe it was Kenny Ducey. I honestly can't remember. But, Mac Jones, everyone loves him. And everyone thought, like, at the beginning, he was going to drop down to 15 and the Patriots are going to pick him up. And then now he could potentially be a top 5 player. And I never really liked Alabama quarterbacks because they always throw to top 10 NFL wide receivers. And then they get to the NFL and then you have to play with these bums and then they just can't play. We still don't know what Tua is going to be. The fact that they had to keep taking him out for Fitzpatrick in big moments, it doesn't really spell a lot of confidence for me. But he's a rookie. I get it. So you still have to wait on Tua for, I guess, 2 more years, 3 more years. But Trey Lance, I think, should be number 3, even though he played for North Dakota State. He played 1 game in the fall. I still think that he's a freak athlete. Wilson and who's the 5th quarterback that we were just talking about here? Jones.
I think yeah.
And those could go either 4 or 5, but I still have Lawrence 1, Fields 2, and I have Trey Lance 3.
Maybe we'll see if Fields puts on a show tomorrow, if that reminds people of how good he looked against Clemson, straight up against Lawrence. Here's the thing, though. You talk to people, and even going back a year or two, that have scouted forever, they'll put Trevor Lawrence in the same category as far as can't miss as the 2 prior can't miss guys, and that was John Elway in the 83 draft and Andrew Luck, a pair of Stanford guys, just coincidentally. Because as much as people thought Peyton could be good, they were worried about his arm talent. There were real people that thought Ryan Leaf might make more sense than Peyton, depending on who you were and what you liked, because Ryan had such a big arm, and still does if you watch him throw like gimmicky stuff on the Dan Patrick Show or whatever. But Wilson is certainly the consensus number 2 now. That can change by tomorrow. And then reading Albert's column about the Broncos, the Niners just wanted to be able to control, and Koff, you and I talked about this over the weekend in one of the 4 sins we did, if not all of them. They wanted to be able to control what happened. Sitting there, even if they could trade up to 5 with the Bengals, they knew they weren't going to be able to trade with Atlanta, or they didn't think they could. So by trading with Miami and getting Philly involved as well, they were able to move up to where maybe they secretly love Trey Lance and think that, like, this kid could have gone to an Ivy League school. His off the field, as one scout told me, that his off the field stuff is off the charts, right? The team stuff, leadership. He's got a big arm, not the biggest arm, but it may be a bigger arm than Fields and certainly than Mac Jones. And he's got the right size, right? At 6'3", he runs well. We've seen that. And so I'm not just ready to say it's Mac Jones. And then I saw a tweet from Daniel Jeremiah to Chris Sims talking about all the quarterbacks Kyle Shanahan's had success with, whether it was Kirk Cousins or Matt Ryan or Matt Schaub or even Garoppolo, those guys that process quickly. And Jeremiah's point was, in the same division, you've got Russell Wilson and Matthew Stafford, not to mention Kyler Murray, but those guys running basically the same offense or a similar offense with a much bigger talent gap for Wilson and Stafford to Jones, if you end up going with Jones. Like with Lance, the talent gap isn't as big. It's can he process to the level Jones or any of the, upper echelon QB processors do it.
Here at the half, it is 10-7, the Chargers. As you probably saw, Dan Carlson obviously made a field goal, and then right before the half missed a field goal. Didn't even come close. In fact, it was caught in the end zone by the Chargers. Wasn't really taken back, though, any distance to note. And so here we are through 2 quarters and not too much offense here in this one.
I'm in 3rd place.
In You're in 3rd place?
Yep. Well, I don't know. Yes, 3rd place. Well, it said I was in 3rd place when it said I had 34 points. No, I have 52-29. I am knocking on the heels of Gorgs, DK, and Rob Ran.
There you go. Out of the prime time, the AK, BK, LC, LV, and Bry guy here, DK Simfam, SimF contest that we've got 168 entries, and yeah, Gorgs DK, if I'm saying that remotely right, is in front by a point. I'm 63rd out of the 168. Not great. And BK, that's the lineup to watch right now for us. 3rd place at the moment. Justin says, I love BK having that mic. Super official, like a referee with the whistle.
That's better than Louis Daniel, who's mad that I was talking over the returned field goal for minimal yardage. Field goal attempt.
Right.
Should have taken it to the house.
So, Koff, what order do you think those 5 quarterbacks are going to go in?
I don't know whether to believe in the Mac Jones rumored hype. Never mind my own opinions of him, just, what's out there. I mean, obviously, it only takes one. If the Niners have, in fact, fallen in love with him, then sure. I mean, how do you bet against him going number 3? To me, I'd be shocked if it's not Lawrence at number 1. Certainly feels like Wilson at number 2. I know that's what most people are expecting. And then if we're to put Mac Jones at 3, fine. from there, I would think it's Fields and Lance in that order. And the only question is, do they all go in the top 6 picks, which is, incredibly feasible, obviously. I think it'll be really interesting to watch. And we don't know this. We don't know it now. We won't know it draft night. We won't know it at the end of next season. But I'm curious to see what the reality of this class projects to be. Because this is the most hyped QB class that we've had in quite a while. And, to see how it pans out over the course of time is just always what I'm interested in. Because you think about just the sort of that next guard, that next wave, which, we are well into. Brady might play forever, so he's an anomaly. But, Aaron Rodgers doesn't have a ton left. He's talking about playing into his 40s, but he doesn't have a ton left. Breeze just retired. Rivers just retired. Eli Manning retired. Peyton obviously is retired. You fast forward, there isn't really that middle group to me necessarily. It was all those guys, and then you get down to Baker and Lamar and Kyler, and obviously guys that came in last year like Herbert and Burrow, and guys like that. This is now just a continuation of that next wave, and who knows how many all-time greats we could be watching here in the league next year. That I'm not saying they play like it next year, but future all-time greats when all is said and done. And it's just this shift, and I know you can both speak to it. BK, obviously covering the NFL closer than either of the two of us does. The real shift in style, your pocket QBs, your Tom Brady's, these are becoming the dinosaurs of the NFL at that position.
That's what makes me nervous about Mac Jones too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, how many non-mobile quarterbacks, starting quarterbacks, are there in the NFL at this point? It's got to be 75% at least mobile QBs versus guys that are more relegated to the pocket, and it's we'll see how long that can sustain. Because obviously you saw Deshaun Watson, what he did to his knee a couple years back. Lamar has been tweaked. What could come of some of these guys going forward. It only takes that one hit to, ruin your ACL, and modern medicine is much better than it once was, and guys can come back, and, Watson being a shining example, they can come back and be just as dominant as they were beforehand. But, it's not like back when Cordell Stewart played and, he goes down and he's just never going to recover. What are we looking at going forward here at the position? I feel like we are now thrust fully into it at this point.
What I'm really going to be interested to see here is really what does San Francisco do with that third pick? Because if they do draft a quarterback,
they have to be. You're not making that trade to not get a quarterback. You're not trading up to get Jamar Chase.
So if they get that QB, what do you do with Garoppolo? Because he has the no trade clause.
I would guess, and this seems to be in line with what's being reported out there, not that the Patriots, I still believe the Patriots would be happy to trade for Garoppolo if that were available to them, but
they've already inquired.
Yeah, I think what's going to happen is I think the Niners are actually, deliberately or not, I think they're being truthful to their word, to their expectation. I think Garoppolo, they trade up, they take a quarterback. Garoppolo is the starter next year. Whomever it is, Mac Jones or someone else, is learning behind him and getting acclimated to the NFL. And a year from now, depending on, if Garoppolo's great, that changes the conversation. But if he's what he's been, especially if he's injury prone, a year from now, they move on from him. Then you get rid of him, going into 2022, and the guy that you just drafted is your starter. That's what I think it'll end up being.
They could also do it at the deadline if he's playing okay or not great, and they decide to play the rookie sooner than later. And whether it's the Patriots or another team's desperate for Garoppolo, maybe it's even a rent a player, and he waives it so that he can go start there if it's a playoff kind of team. Sure. Or actually, I think I saw in Brewer's column that, or a Sam Bradford kind of trade, right? Where somebody goes down in camp, the rookie has come far enough along, like Carson Wentz did at the time, that Sam Bradford, because Teddy Bridgewater's knee exploded, ends up in Minnesota right at the end of training camp or at the end of the preseason. So I think that it's just a question of when, not if, with next year right now being or 2 weeks ago, being the latest possible time that Garoppolo would be on the move but I bet it happens
moved,
sooner
by
than
the way,
later.
in the first place. I just want to highlight that because it might not be true for long. So I want to let you know that you are there right now.
Oh, that's exciting.
Take a
I want to go back
screenshot
to
while you can.
I want to go back to the question you asked, though, about this class and about where we're at in terms of quarterbacks and mobile quarterbacks.
Yeah.
The mobile quarterback that's 4.6 or better, 4.7-ish, I guess, because Josh Allen's actually 4.78, just inside of 4.8, well under 5, is going to be the norm. Mac Jones is going to be the outlier here sooner than, I mean, it's already happening. I guess Stafford kind of falls into that a little, although Stafford moves okay. What you need is the quarterback that does what those guys do. Even Deshaun Watson ran a 4.66, and it's they do what Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson do. And Russell's maybe an extreme example because he was a 4.5 or high 4.4s. But you're running for first downs and maybe a little more yardage. You're not running the way Kyler Murray and Lamar Jackson or Cordell Stewart ran. You're running just to extend the drive, and the threat of the run keeps linebackers honest or safeties honest because the second they come up, you stop, drop it right over their head, and it's a much bigger game. So I don't know how many great quarterbacks there are. And while this quarterback class is exciting, let's just go back a couple of years to the 2018 class, right? Baker's been better than bad, I think, in his first 3 years. Josh Rosen's barely in football. Sam Darnold's been a disappointment, maybe not completely his own fault. Then Josh Allen's been good to now great, if you want to call it, put that great in quotes. And then Lamar Jackson was the last pick of the round. But I think that class was almost as hyped. Nobody thought they were going top 4 or 5 just because of the other players that were in the draft, like Quentin Nelson and Bradley Chubb and Denzel Ward and all that. But I think Mike McGlinchey was in that draft too. Everyone thought that those quarterbacks were all players, and it seems like Josh Rosen just isn't, because if he was, he'd be playing. So I'm not ready to give any of these guys jackets and send them to Canton, gold jackets, send them to Canton. But the one thing we're seeing is that quarterbacks come in more prepared because of 7-on-7, Elite 11, all this stuff, the access to private quarterback coaches and game film and stuff that you just didn't get 30 years ago if you weren't going into your coach's office to watch the film with them on VHS. Now you can get your game emailed to you, and by the time you're home, you can rewatch your game that night.
Mm-hmm. 3rd and 6, about 90 seconds to go, third quarter here. No scoring here in this third. It's still 10-7, Vegas in front. Man, we had a hell of a nooner earlier. Had about 70 combined points between the two teams. A lot of fun. This one, not as much, but the commentary, the hang for the three of us, that is a good time. So hopefully you're enjoying it as well. And smash that like as we threaten here for a Mike Williams score. Gets himself all the way out to the 12 and is cut down there. See if he can tack on a little bit more. Gets another opportunity. But hit the like. Let's get 250 among the hundreds, thousands, maybe even, watching across all our platforms, and appreciate you being with us. Twitch fam, we see you as well. Twitch.tv/DraftKings. Give us a follow there. Much appreciated. Anyone who's hanging out in the chat, or even if you're not, wherever you are watching, we're grateful for it. Touchdown, Chargers. Herbert able to hit Keenan Allen.
By the way, I was saying that about high school quarterbacks have access that they didn't used to have.
Correct.
Obviously, college and pros is different.
Yeah, at the high school level, like huddle has become such a huge tool, not just in football, but literally like every high school sport.
Absolutely.
28th touchdown in Madden 21 for Keenan Allen, by the way, as the Chargers have taken a 14-10 lead, about a minute to go here in this third quarter. If anyone has any questions, thoughts, comments, anything you'd like to discuss out there in the chat, don't hesitate to send those along, or I'll just rant and talk about my just quickly developing and undying devotion and love for Blue Mountain State now that I have started watching that and can't get enough of it.
Great show.
I never watched it when it was on. I just started it a week ago or whatever it was, and I'm already into season 2. It's a blast, man. It is. I even being on Spike when it was, I still can't believe the show was on television though.
Have you finished the show, or are you still watching it?
No, I'm watching it right now. Whenever you guys talk, I pop it. Okay. Samir is hit me in Slack. Blue Mountain State. What is it? 2012. Yeah, I just started. It's true. It was on. I think it started in 2010. So yeah, that was the window. And there another one like Psych that made a movie after the fact. I just started watching it, like I said, about a week ago because enough people had told me about it. My goodness gracious, we're about to have a 74-yard touchdown by Hunter Renfrow. It's a score, baby, Vegas.
He's in my lineup. He's gonna be hitting the bonus there, close to it. I got to think.
Yeah, I'll say.
Get somebody Captain Carr. That might get him to jump ahead of me, but
yeah, there's the
prior
bonus
to that,
for Hunter Renfrow. Very good.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
nice.
I started Blue Mountain State, and I just 20 minutes, start to finish, like bang out a few of them a night. They're only 13 episode seasons. It only ran for 3 years, so I'll be done with it in no time. What gets me, for anyone that has seen it, or for anyone, I guess, if you haven't seen it and you're interested, it's what's wild to me is you have so Thad, who's the captain of the team, he's like Stifler light. He's basically Sean William Scott, even sounds a lot like him. And then you've got obviously Alex, the quarterback, who's the star of the show, the backup quarterback, and pridefully so, is if I didn't know better, if I weren't watching and I were just listening, I would think it's Ryan Reynolds. I mean, it's just a dead-on Van Wilder, basically. You've got Stifler and Van Wilder on a football show, essentially is what this show is. And it's excellent. Enjoying every second of it. And the scenery's not bad either.
Now, too, when you finish the show, you have to get the movie as well.
I know, and I looked, and the movie doesn't seem to be streaming, which is really a bummer, because I'm going to have to, pay to rent it or something.
I remember I probably lost it, but, I had to buy, a version to download, and I got a fake college degree from Blue Mountain State. It was great. I'm sure I lost that, too. That's somewhere.
Bob would love that, because you could put that up for sure if you could get all that.
Yeah.
For it.
I feel like I need to get an Alice Moran jersey now. Added to the collection. 35
It'll be interesting to see, because
I
don't know what the popularity of that show is or isn't. I mean, I know it's not Friday Night Lights if we're going to talk, high school related football
No, I
shows.
think it's one of those
or college
classic kind of things.
But you talking about it so much here on these Sims, will it see a spike? And then is it on Netflix right now?
It's
or
on.
Hulu, or
it's on Amazon. It's on Prime.
Okay, so it's on Amazon. Will you get an email from Amazon thanking you for directing?
It's really the least they could do. I mean, Lord knows, I at least in hearing from people, hearing from people in the tens, maybe the single digits. I've certainly sent enough people to Amazon to watch Psych. Blue Mountain State, you're up.
I just have nothing new that I'm trying to get into until I run through the rest of these Best Picture nominees, and I'm halfway there. I think I've watched 4. I've got 4 left.
It's too classy for me.
You'll be all right. Well, 3 of them are on Netflix.
That's true. That's a good point.
I mean, the show that
Carr 255, a touchdown. Herbert 134. He has a score, also an interception. 17-14. We are sitting right now through 3 quarters. Chargers ball, looking for a lead. Eckler 63 on the ground, a touchdown. Jacobs has 30 and a score. Richard 7 on the ground. He had that big completion earlier. Hey, if this doesn't get you excited, Eric Winalda's in the chat now, Bry Guy. You have totally just flipped identities here. Renfrow 5 for 121, a touchdown. Already into the bonus as mentioned. Waller 62 on 5 catches. Also a touchdown for Keenan Allen, 4 for 36. Winalda, good to see you, pal. Welcome back. He just couldn't stay away.
Did Winalda yesterday bring up the embarrassment of 3 straight Olympics without Team USA in it? Did that come up at all?
We talked a little bit about the current state of U.S. men's soccer.
Well, at that level, look, I'm really excited about the varsity team, or whatever they call the big team, with all those young dudes. And Weston McKinney didn't even play last week against Jamaica. But some of those dudes are all under 23 and easily could have been on the Olympic team, or the 3 or 4, whatever that max is. But it's disappointing. It's the Olympics. Come on.
Yeah. No, I hear you. No, a lot of the time yesterday, some soccer talk, but a lot of the time yesterday was just mainly spent on anniversary of the Simiversary, memories of the last year. And what I love about Winalda too, and we said this to him, is that he is truly, he's not a casual viewer. He's in on all the inside jokes. He knows all of us to a T. It's almost frighteningly so. Like he could, absolutely do like a tarot card reading of all of us.
This is how we do the 4-man booth, like NFL Network did in London a couple years ago, where it was just Rich Eisen, Mooch, maybe Kurt Warner, and definitely Irvin, and they were all just kind of doing their pregame show. Like they have such a good rhythm at work. I'm not saying we'd get there, but if we wanted to, when Alda has the Zoom link, you can just
pop on in anytime.
Might mess with Daniel or whoever was having to set the cameras. But
Jimmy B says my camera angle looks like I'm wearing a barber's drape getting ready for a cut. Yeah, I've heard that before with this sweatshirt. I like it though. It's comfy. I like it high and tight around the collar.
I got one of those from a buddy. It's a Mavericks one. He used to work for the Mavs.
Yeah.
And I haven't worn it yet because I'm not working out. So the idea of walking around with basically a turtleneck to just hang out, I haven't gotten on board with those. I'm not saying they're wrong. Not wrong, but fashionably whatever. Like I'm not dissing at all. I just haven't gotten into it. Brad, do you have any of those where they hug your chin?
No, I'm not a huge fan of those because I like to be able to breathe when I wear them. So I don't want anything that's like up here and choking me out.
That's not what you're into.
Now, when Alda did comment that the game was going on during the sim, he got the result at dinner, still digesting. I assume he doesn't mean dinner. I assume he means it's a complete disaster. Look, USA Soccer at the top has been in a disarray for years now, and it's hopefully trending in the right direction. Hopefully by 2026, when we're hosting the damn World Cup, we'll not only be in it, but I think a favorite with all these young dudes if they can stay healthy and learn to come together.
Well, I can guarantee you that they'll be in it because the host country.
Yeah, the host is always in it. When I say in it, right. You're right. But I think
that'll also be the first time that Canada has been in it too, because they are technically a host country as well.
Well, and look, the next World Cup, they're increasing the number of teams.
Yes.
So there's that. They're going from 32 to 48. Which at that point, America, even Canada, like you have no excuse to not be in it every 4 years.
Absolutely.
I'll be curious to see though when it's that's a big shot downfield. When it's in Qatar, or Qatar, or however you feel like pronouncing it, and it's on one during football season and at crazy times, what the numbers will be like in America. I'm not saying they won't still be solid, but compared to what they are when they're on in the summer with nothing else going on except baseball, in in the middle of the day and early evening.
3rd and 4 from the 24. Again, 17-14 game still. Kind comment from Ernest here. Koff, after 1 year, still going strong. Love the Sims. Ops team, producers, commentators, the Sim fam. Thank you, DK, for this past year. Hopefully tons more. I can promise you, we are not going anywhere anytime soon. In fact, we've got a lot of new great programming coming to the Dream Stream and in between Sims very soon. Matter of fact, later this week, some things are coming back. So, and coming back in some cases, new in other cases in weeks to come. So hang out here with us, folks. It's all going to be available as you're used to consuming it on the Dream Stream. It's just you'll have that much more content all the way through, along with all these Madden Sims. They're not going anywhere. We're just giving you that much more in between and before and after, and less dead time at points. You'll be just having content galore. And we are excited about it. There's another great tournament that is coming your way. Some people have asked about, another huge prize pool and tournament plans and things of the like. And I certainly understand why everyone would be interested in that. Well, I can tell you there's more to come. Matter of fact, starting in just a couple of weeks, we are going to have a Madden bracket tournament. It's not college basketball. It's these sim teams, baby. The Madden bracket tournament starts Monday, April 12th, runs through the final on April 19th. So a week tournament layout, bracket style tourney with 32 teams instead of the 64, obviously. Play to a winner, head-to-head, single game elimination, and a final with a major prize pool. There's a lot more info to follow as we get closer to it, but we are excited about it. Should be a good time.
Who won the last tournament?
So our last Super Bowl champ or Simper Bowl champ, was it the Chiefs? Or am I imagining that wrong? Yeah, it was the Chiefs. Producer Mike is confirmed.
Are they the chalky favorite again because
I wouldn't say
they have
so.
the most
Honestly,
talent,
since
right?
the tourney, they haven't been very good in Simland. I mean, they
That's
put
fine,
up their
but
points, but they're right around 500.
But when they get into a tournament setting and it's single elimination, the fact they have Mahomes and Kelsey and Tyreek Hill and a good enough defense.
Well, but it's always been single elimination for
well, yeah,
for all
but
intents and purposes.
losing to the Jets or whoever in a sim or the Jags.
Right. Yeah, that was something special the other day.
Right, that was Jags beat the Chiefs, right?
Yeah,
we're doing that one.
Vital Ways says, how much is it to enter Koff? Details to follow. I don't have all that information right now, but I promise as soon as we have everything, we'll give it to you. And starts April 12th, so you still got some time.
I felt kind of bad because the other day somebody said that right as the basketball tournament started, like, you guys should do a bracket style, and we'd already had that meeting where we knew it was coming. I was like, that's a great idea. We'll mention it to the bosses. So I was kind of giving them the credit that I knew was coming. I can't remember who it was because obviously we've got a lot of great folks in the chats, but
right,
whose ever idea. If they want to take credit, go for it. But it was letting you behind the curtain. It was already in the works.
Yeah, that one's been talked about for quite a while, actually, and great to see it come into fruition real soon here. 17-14 still. The Raiders trying to tack on. A few minutes to go here in the fourth. Again, Brandon Cristal, Brian Berard. Great to have Bri Guy back with us commentating. Hopefully more of this to come in the very near future. Matter of fact, as Samir continues to slack me here, mostly about BMS and not giving it its fair shake. He needs to go back and check it out again. We had Samir on once, maybe. I think he jumped in with Emerson when someone was late or didn't show one day, whatever. This was months ago. Love to have Samir back here on a sim. That would be a lot of fun too. Gascar saying, Koff, who's on the 10P? There's no SimFam free roll yet. You can blame either Brandon and or Jeff because it will be Moose and Cristal together.
All right, I'll make it right now.
Titans. Yeah, make it right now.
I'm making it right now. Hopefully we can get over 100. I'm in 7th place, FYI.
Not bad.
Who's the game? I guess I'll see when I create the contest.
I see all of your prep has gone really well. Falcons and Titans. Who's playing? Moose. What? I'm sorry, what were the movies?
Had I have not said that, I guarantee you wouldn't have known that I hadn't been doing hours of prep during the game.
No, I would have known. I just wouldn't have outed you for it.
Well, there's that.
Wait, are the Falcons playing or the Falcons?
Well, Moose will be there, so it's probably the Queen's team, the Falcons.
Like the Millennium Falcon?
I love that he so passionately feels that all of us, including the team, say it wrong.
All right, let's go create.
It's the Falcons.
He's got to be confident,
Create a contest. Here we go.
The Falcons versus the Toitons, says Daniel.
The Toitons? I feel like that's like a Scottish way of saying that.
4th and 13, and we're going to have a 30-yard, really chip shot here for Dan Carlson in these sims.
Hey,
no
can
problem.
I just give a quick shout out right here? Shout out to the Chargers, 9th straight road sim. I mean, they have to be exhausted in Simland after all this travel.
So much travel. Now, is it full on? Were the Rams in there at all?
I'm not 100% sure.
Wait, if I don't make a name for it? No, that's dumb. I have to make a name for it first?
The contest?
I have to make a name first? Oh, no, maybe not.
So the Rams were not in there, and ironically, their last home game was against the Raiders.
Daniel says they fly Moose Air, they get all the perks.
Where do you make the name?
This guy.
I've done it before. I don't know.
Are you doing it on your phone or on a computer?
On my phone. My computer's got too much.
Okay, so really, I have always made it on the computer. So I'm sure there's a way to do it on the phone. I've just never done it that way. But I have no doubt that it is set up differently. Hit that like. Can we get one big push to 250 before we get out of here? That would be wonderful. It would be very much appreciated from all of you. Nick notes that Ruggs is going the OBJ route here in this one. It's true. Odell Beckham Jr. was bageled. He was goose-egged during the nooner. A sim that had, like I said, almost 70 combined points. OBJ was nowhere to be found. And feeling like we're into this one here. Our guy Eric Winalda not feeling great about drafting Ruggs, nor are so many of you. Russell Westbrook's on fire, says Brewster. I like to see that. He's in my lineup tonight. Haven't checked in on how things are going against the two of you schlubs. Let's find out. So BK is on top of me right now by about 30 points, but I got 40 more minutes. And then Bry Guy, it's a tough day for you right now.
Yeah, tough day.
Got you on points and minutes at the moment.
I got you on minutes. I got you by 2 minutes.
I think you should look again.
Well, it says I have 199. You have 197.
No, you have 179.
Well, mine says 199. I'm going to go with that.
All right. So it looks like I created this with no name.
Did a couple of Celtic showdowns. Those aren't going great for me right now because I decided to have faith in Evan Fournier doing something, and he's like 0 for 7 from the field. Hello! We got a flag, but Mike Williams, can he go, or is this thing coming back? It's probably coming
that's
back.
my guy. You can't take back that from my guy. It's coming back, though. They haven't put the points on the board yet.
I've definitely made a contest on my phone more than once.
Still doing this.
Oh, wait, it was DPI. There it is.
Oh,
I told
wait
you.
A minute.
I
Touchdown.
told you.
Mike Williams score.
I'm going to create a second contest and try to name it. And just import my lineup at that point.
All right.
Well, at that point, if you're making a different contest, why not change the lineup? Double your odds.
Well, because the other one, if no one's in it because it doesn't have a name, so maybe
That's
what is this,
gonna
one entry?
rock everybody's world. Who's got Mike Williams, including Bry Guy?
Hey, he's my captain.
Doesn't really
Boom, go Big Mike, says Jordan. Some wows, some holy cows. Jimmy B hitting us with the oh my. Hit the like for that, folks. All right, Raiders. Well, you got all 3 of your timeouts and 73 seconds to work with, but suddenly, y'all down by 1. Mark saying, BK, you want me to create it?
Sure.
I honestly don't think I've even ever seen Mark.
I've somehow created 2.
Here he is, coming out of the woodwork.
No, I've created 2 or 3. So yeah. Mark, indicate that it's me and Jeff, and I'll import my lineup into that.
So great.
I remember when I was at the zoo one time, I made the contest and made it, Art Modell's Revenge, or called it something like that, or Screw You, Art Modell, I think was the name of it.
Williams in the bonus, by the way. Daniel says this journey to the 10 p.m. free roll is exhilarating.
I don't understand why it didn't give you a chance to name it like right off the top. It definitely did last time.
Williams up to 112 on his 3 catches. There's a completion. Can he get out of bounds? I don't really have to. I'm not going to stop the clock, though.
By the way, I'm certain it's my error, not
There's Ruggs. He's on the board.
Not the DraftKings.
Hank Ruggs. First catch for 20.
How many touchdowns does he have next year? He had 2 as a rookie.
7.
Number. There's some people that have. We'll see them both tomorrow.
Oh no! Tyrell will be catching a fumble. Lost it. Chargers have it. This game is going to end. They're going to run out the clock.
Wow.
Where's the hit stick?
Come from behind, win.
Some people have Jalen Waddle ahead of Devontae Smith on boards. I think Daniel Jeremiah had him on his top, whatever, list of players.
Eckler picks up 4.
Good chunk of yards there on first down.
Since Eckler's my oh, he's not my captain. He's my captain. Oh, Waller. Yeah, I'm firmly inside the top 20. I'm 13th. So an Eckler house call here would be nice, but unlikely.
133. That's bad for anyone wondering.
Doing better than you there, and like you said, in NBA, I'm up on you for a
little while.
For a little while from now. I can't believe you came back and won NASCAR. I was winning the whole race, and then I fell asleep.
Evidently, so did your drivers.
Oh, they didn't get the first down there. 3rd and inches. This is huge.
So we both had Westbrook. He had 77.5. And then Harden is on fire with the whole fourth quarter and half of the third quarter left to play.
He got it. I almost played Harden. Yeah, first down pickup. That's going to do it. Almost played Harden and I didn't. So you have him, I'm assuming?
I do. He's my point guard. He's running the show tonight.
Yeah, I went back and forth on him a few times.
No snowflakes. No snowflakes. I do have Hachimura had a nice game.
Yeah,
32.7, or it's having a nice game.
First and 10 from the 29. There's the kneel. Hopefully nobody was banking on Herbert rushing yards.
This is actually good timing because I said no need to watch that college game. Apparently, on the women's side, Baylor and UConn are having an epic one, and Oregon State, which was once down 20, is down 3 now with 4.5. So that's what we can do in between Sims, and you guys can just go watch the games because y'all are done, and I'll figure out how to put names on these contests.
I don't think you can do it now. I think you're.
No. Well, I'm just going to find Mark's contest
at this point in time.
Let's see if I can find Mark's contest.
21-20, the final. Chargers come back to win this one and cross 54-38, our projected winner here of this smaller free roll. We will see, obviously, if that ends up holding after any stat corrections. But Mike Williams in the captain spot, as 6.5% of people did, including Bry Guy. 30 points. Eckler, Herbert, Waller, Renfro, and Carlson, all with pretty good games. I have to wonder, though, when it comes to the Krusty-Koff player of the game, are you inclined? Bry Guy will let you be the guy as the featured guest here for this one. Hunter Renfro, is that your man?
That's the Krusty Kristall player of the game?
Sure.
The Kristall player of the game? I mean, yeah. I'm going to give it to my captain, Mike Williams.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I mean, because I just have to. If I call him out before the game and then he goes off, even though he only had, like 2 or 3 catches and he got close.
Yeah, but he hit the 112. He had a touchdown.
Yeah. So, I mean, how do I not give it to him?
Fair. Derek Carr went into the bonus, by the way. 3+ passing. Good for him. Eckler, 78 on the ground, a touchdown. Jacobs, 48. He went for a score. Richard, 32. So, what about your Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award? Is that going to be...
that might be a good one for your captain.
For my captain?
Brian's captain.
Mike Williams is the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award?
I don't remember us saying his name, but I was talking a lot. So
3 for 112 and a touchdown?
Oh yeah, he scored. I'm going to blame it on the COVID chat.
Probably Ruggs, 1 for 20 with 60% ownership and 17% in the captain spot.
Yeah, I would say that's a fair one for Ruggs. They tried to go deep to him once in that game. Didn't quite work out. So, yeah, I'd have to give it to Henry Ruggs.
Yeah, makes sense.
What about Hunter Henry, the new Patriot? What'd he do?
Yeah, 1 for 15. But yeah, I mean, I'd only give it to Ruggs over Henry just because of the 15. Ownership.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Ruggs and his catch came in the last minute.
Hunter Henry's name was not uttered other than how will he fit in with the Patriots next year. Not ideal, obviously, here in Simland for him. Mark says he has created the Atlanta versus Tennessee free roll for BK and Jeff. So there you go. That's available to you. Again, that is Madden After Dark on the way, coming up in about 50 minutes, a little bit less than that, obviously, when pregame rolls around. Back to a conventional, traditional two-man booth. Moose, Geoff Ulrich coming on back. He was on with Kenny earlier, and, of course, BK is coming back. We'll see what kind of shape he's in after the COVID shot. I will be back with you for a couple of Sims tomorrow at 6 and 8, the happy hour Sim with Kenny. And then it will be Tom Ace and I at 8 prime time, so it should be a good time. And Bry Guy, we'll just wait and see. We're gonna put just put up the Bry Guy bat signal, and he'll just show up for a Sim. It'll be great.
What is the signal, though?
Just a DK logo into the Boston skyline.
It's a dude with a softball bat
with a DK logo behind it.
Backward. It's like the Griffey logo, just the backwards cap and a bat. It's gonna be you. It'd be great. All right, fellas. Well, that was a pleasure. Thanks to Mike, to Daniel, obviously to Zach, everybody else involved. We appreciate you guys hanging out. Smash the like on your way out. And as we say goodnight, we say hello again to Jesse Cofield to take you through what else is happening at DraftKings and the DK Sportsbook.
I'm back, everybody. I'm just sit here and wait for my turn to be called. Okay, Brandon is nice enough to stick around for Madden After Dark at 10 p.m. He's going to be joined by Geoff Ulrich to call tonight's nightcap as the Falcons take on the Titans. That game is featured in the Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker. All right, $5 entry, shot at $1,000 top prize. We got a free contest for that sim, $250 prize pool, $25 goes to the winner. Okay, guys, earlier you heard Ross Tucker discuss some of the latest news in the NFL. But in this clip from the latest installment of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Ross interviews some of the biggest names in football, including Andrew Luck. Well, kind of. Check it out.
The Big Show.
Well, guys, thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it. I am very, very excited to have you. And I guess I'll start with you, Andrew. And I'm just curious, like, what have you been up to? I mean, what have you been doing the last couple of years?
Well, thanks for having me, Ross. I really appreciate it. Been a dad, been changing a lot of poopy diapers. So instead of throwing touchdown passes to TY, I've been slam dunking a poopy diaper into trash cans and things like that.
I love it, Andrew. I've got a couple little girls. I love it. I can appreciate that. Is there any chance, there's reports that Mr. Irsay with the Colts had reached out to you in the offseason? I'm assuming now that they traded for Wentz, there's no chance. But did you consider it at all before the Colts traded for Wentz this offseason? Did Mr. Irsay give you one more call? Did you think about making a comeback?
I think you're referring to Jimmy from the Colts is who you're referring to. That's what me and the wife call him. But Mr. Irsay, he did reach out, but I'm good with that being my retirement home. Of course, talking about Lucas Oil, I think I might do a little Lux tour guides, be going around the stadium, showing people around town, different historical things about Indianapolis and about the Colts. So not going to play. Don't think I'm going to be playing, no, but you might see me around town, yeah, just a bit.
So you told me the Family Guy stuff. I've always been curious because obviously there are people that think that, you got a little bit of nerd to you, which is okay. I got a little bit of nerd to me. Sure, what do you do? What do you do in your free time, Andrew? Like, what do you do to have fun?
I read a lot of books, collect my library that I have going on, get into the Marvel movies just a little bit. They're a little unrealistic for me. I don't really see how Thanos could do something like that and break the space-time continuum, but I do enjoy them. I go canoeing and hiking, and I'm an outdoorsy kind of guy, so that's usually how I spend my free time. Again, when I'm not reading to my daughter or changing her poopy diapers or anything like that.
Really, it's awesome talking with you, Andrew. I want to bring in Chris Collinsworth now while we're talking with you, Andrew. And Chris, I guess I'm just curious, Andrew had such a good career going. It looked like he had a chance to maybe even have a Hall of Fame type career. What are your thoughts in terms of Andrew's retirement and, what his career could have been like?
Boy, it's a question we get a lot. And Andrew Luck, you have to look and say, here's a guy that could have done it all. He could have been a Hall of Famer. He could have won Super Bowls. He decides to hang it up and just totally blows us all away. It's like me back in the day when I'd go out to bars in Cincinnati and all the ladies would say, I want to come up and talk to Chris because who won it, right? I'm one smooth operator, that is for sure. But you look at Andrew Luck, Al, and you say, here's a guy that you would build your franchise around, and then he just walks away. I know I've never seen anything like it before. There is no doubt about it.
So I'm curious, Chris, a lot of people consider you the best analyst out there. What do you think it is about your style as a color commentator that people enjoy so much?
Yeah, I think it's just they look at me and they say, here's a guy that I could have a beer with. I could be out at a bar and he's going to smooth talk the moms and the ladies are going to like him. And it's just a lot of fun to be around. I'm just talking ball, drinking a beer just like the rest of you, all right? So if you want to do that, Ross, I'm surely glad to take a break from my podcast with Richard Sherman and take a break from Uncle Al and come out with you and have a great time. There is no doubt.
You know what, Chris, that sounds like a pretty good idea to me. We were talking with Andrew about the Colts. I am curious, what in your mind happened to Carson Wentz last year in Philly? And do you think that he'll be able to get his career back on track in Indy?
Boy, that's the $1 million question right there, isn't it, Ross? I mean, you look at Carson Wentz, and he's an MVP candidate in 2017. I mean, you look and you say, here's a guy that is just running Philadelphia. You get he's an MVP candidate. They're going to the Super Bowl. And then it just all sort of falls apart. Well, now you look and you say, will Frank Reich be able to get him back on track? Speaking of tracks, Indy's a perfect place to go. I mean, they got the Indy 500 there, Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You got to love it. So I think if there's any town, if there's any coach that can get Carson Wentz back to his old form, I think it would have to be Frank Reich. There is no question.
Well, since we're talking quarterbacks, I want to bring in the young guy, the quarterback guru, Sean McVay. Thought it was really interesting, Coach, when you went from Jared Goff and that was your guy and he got that contract extension in 2019 to now you make the trade for Matthew Stafford, give up a couple of first-round picks. What was it about Stafford that you like so much?
All right, here we go. We're on the Ross Tucker podcast, man. We got to be efficient. We got to make this answer quick. I like Matt Stafford. A lot of things he does, man. He's got a really strong arm, really strong arm. He's not going to let you down like big moments like we had with Jared. Now, we like Jared. He's a good kid, but Matt, he's a new start. He kind of looks like that guy that said she's out of my league, so he's coming to L.A. It's a perfect fit for him, man. So we're really excited. Here we go.
It was a busy weekend in the NCAA tournament. It rolls on right here tonight. Julian Edlow, Adam Kaufman, and taking a look at some of, obviously, this round of 8, the 8 teams that are remaining of the low seeds, because some have advanced to this point. Jules, who surprised you the most?
Yeah, we have some low seeds advancing. I think Oregon State surprises the most people, but this team has been on a ridiculous run all season. I'm not necessarily that shocked by it. I think the fact that they didn't have to play Illinois along the way makes it less shocking. It's probably UCLA for me. They had to win that first 4 game over Michigan State, in which they were an underdog to get in. And then they had a good run. They got some lucky bounces along the way, played some lucky teams, I guess. But I thought Alabama was the end of the road for sure, and yet here they are. I'm probably more surprised by UCLA than Oregon State, to be honest. But hey, Pac-12, look at what they're doing in this tournament.
Just before 10 o'clock Eastern tonight, you've got a 1-seed Baylor taking on Arkansas. So far for the Bears, let's be honest, the tournament's been pretty easy. Every win by double digits. Tonight favored by 8. How's this one go?
Yeah, I think Arkansas has just had too much trouble along the way. Like, it's nice that they've been tested in close games, but Baylor is just a completely different animal. They didn't even play well. Like, they shot, I think, 3 of 19 from 3. This is the best three-point shooting team in the country, shooting 3 of 19 from 3 against Villanova, and they cover that game and win by double digits. Nothing has been hard for them, and Arkansas is a good team, but just squeaking by Oral Roberts. They played a nail-biter against Texas Tech. They had their backs against the wall in the first round and still turned it on and made it through. I just think that Baylor does too much. They have the 3 guards that are so good. They have stronger front court players. Baylor's going to get the job done. The number is set well. I don't necessarily know if I would bet on them with a growing spread, but Baylor's going to win this game.
Gonzaga and USC on Tuesday here, Jules. And for the Zags, as we know, chasing the undefeated season, been really, really good in the tourney. Faced a good Creighton team last round, still won by 18 points. The expectation, especially with this spread in single digits, that it's another cover?
So USC is going to be the toughest test by far for Gonzaga. They rolled through Creighton. Creighton was a great matchup for Gonzaga because they play the same way, but they're just not nearly as good. So if you're going to go out there, play a fast pace, get your shots up, Gonzaga is just going to chip away and slowly build a bigger lead over you. And that's exactly what happened. And Oklahoma, solid team from the Big 12, just not good enough. USC has big bodies, the Mobley brothers. They have some talent on the perimeter. They can lock down on defense. Like, I think USC is going to make Gonzaga finally look human in this tournament. I would not be comfortable laying the 9 with Gonzaga. Everywhere along the way, they have smashed these spreads. I'm not laying the 9. I think USC is talented enough, well-coached enough, athletic enough to keep this a single-digit game. Now, I also don't know if I have the guts to fade Gonzaga and bet against them. Gonzaga is going to win this game. I feel very confident in that, but this is the first time that you can make an argument for betting against Gonzaga, at least on the spread in this tournament.
Final game in the round of 8, and that is UCLA and Michigan. And as we know, the Bruins, they've been at it, since the play-in round and that win over Michigan State. Now, obviously, reaching this point against the other team from Michigan, taking on, obviously, the Wolverines. 7.5-point dogs, but as we know, just playing so well right now. How's this one play out?
Yeah, it's crazy. I said, I don't know how UCLA got here. They haven't been this team all season. Oregon State, the reason they don't surprise me as much is because they've been this team, going into the Pac-12 tournament, through the Pac-12 tournament, and into this tournament. UCLA literally, snapped their fingers and started this run right when the big tournament started. So that's why it's been so surprising. I think it has to end at some point in time. I think that the way Michigan dominated Florida State was the sharp side of that game. Everybody said, give me the Seminoles. Money came flying in, went down to a 1.5-point spread, and Michigan dominated. I think that Michigan is going to come out very strong in this spot. I'm interested in laying the 7.5. I do think they can get this done, and UCLA will probably hit a bunch of shots and make me look silly again, but I really like the Michigan side of this game.
With the 8 teams remaining as we chat, Gonzaga still the favorite to win the national championship, plus 135. Is that where you would put your money?
Gonzaga deserves to be favored. I have a problem taking plus 135 when there have just been so much better numbers available all season. Like if you were confident in Gonzaga, I just hope you would have been equally as confident a month ago, 2 months ago, and put your money down then. But that said, it's not a bad price on them. I would not bet on anybody but Gonzaga or Baylor to win it all. The way that Baylor's looked, I really think they're going to be there on the other side of the bracket, and we're going to get that game that was canceled earlier in the year due to COVID. We never got to see it. I think we're going to get that game in the national championship. So I think if you bet on either of those sides, you get a good number going into that game.
All right, guys, it's time once again for the DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. Baseball is back, and DraftKings is celebrating with the countdown to the 2021 MLB season promotion, which runs today through opening day on Thursday. Enter an MLB lineup this week and earn a different bonus every day. So today's bonus, enter any paid Thursday MLB contest today. And if any Thursday MLB game has more than 8.5 total runs scored, you get a $4 ticket. Check back each day for a new bonus. Just click the promos tab in the DraftKings lobby for more details. Thursday will be a big sports day as it also marks the start of the latest tournament on the PGA Tour. The Valero Texas Open will tee off from TPC San Antonio. And here with some insight are our friends Emerson Latzia and Reed Fowler.
All right, turns out Scotty does know. Oh, that Billy Horschel ain't too shabby at this match play thing. Good evening, sweet T. Fowler. How are you? What did you enjoy the most about the PGA Tour's edition of March Madness?
Yeah, Scotty Scheffler. We called that on our show last week, and he almost panned out for us. And so I was pulling for Scotty boy. A little hometown win would have been nice, but he was that last match. He was not playing well at all. So Billy Ho deserved to win. It was fun. Match play is always a ton of fun. It's a different format, so I had a blast watching it.
Yeah, man. Now we're back to regular stroke play events. It's the final countdown until the Masters. Let's go, dude. Slapping the bass, man.
Do you really play it up here?
Yeah, dude. Absolutely. It's the Valero Texas Open from TPC San Antonio. What kind of golfer plays well in this Greg Norman design?
Yeah, so Sergio Garcia also was a consultant on this course with Greg Norman. So take that for what it's worth. I don't really think it's worth much, but it's a longer course. 2 par 5s that you can't reach in 2, Emerson, are over 600 yards. We have a few par 3s, I believe, that are over 200 yards, and then a handful of par 4s that are in between that 450 to 500 yards. So a long course, but if the wind picks up, this course can be extremely difficult. Right, those Texas winds, if they come through, it can be very difficult. If not, you're going to see scores like we saw in 2019 with Corey Connors shooting 20 under par. If they are up, you'll see the scores probably around -12. A lot of runoff areas around the greens, and it's kind of a not a desert style course, but a hard pan type of Texas course where wind definitely comes into play. So look at these guys like the Texas-born players who have played well, who have played college in Texas. Or a lot of players that I'll get to in a little bit coming from a certain place in this world that do well here.
Next highest ranked player, you kind of just teased it. It's your boy, Tony Finau, at number 13 in the world. So just tell me now why he's your favorite play at 10K or higher.
Well, just athleticism, a will to win, just the sportsman of all consideration. Guy was recruited for basketball coming out of high school. He decided to play golf and look at top 15 in the world, Emerson. No, all kidding aside, it's a long course. Look, Finau's game fits anywhere, right? It's just a matter of can he put everything together, which has always been the case since we've been doing this for the last 4 years of really following Finau. It's can he put everything together? The ball striking is definitely there. The par 4s scoring, the par 5 scoring clearly. And if the wind kicks up, he's one of the best wind players over the longer form. If you look back over the last 50, 100 rounds, he's one of the best in strokes gained total. So when you put all those things together with the stock par 72 with 4 par 5s, his distance, especially the long iron distance, it can rise to the top, right? His game can rise to the top. The one thing that I do worry about a little bit is that his accuracy off the tee is a little shaky, but the rough isn't that thick, right? It's just the greens here. There's a lot of runoff areas. And so if you're chipping and your short game isn't ideal, like it isn't top notch, then it's going to be tough to get up and down here. And really, if the scores are getting low, then score in those holes.
Yeah, he's never missed a cut here. But I also saw an interesting stat, Reed. Your boy, prior to the Players' Championship, had a run of 4th place, 3 straight runner-ups, and a 14th at the WGC at the concession, man.
It's going to come.
He's always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Yeah, I know. I feel like we're always talking about this dude being so close.
So is he like the Katherine Heigl of golf? Then he's like the Katherine Heigl. Oh, man.
Perfect. But you know what? I respect your loyalty to him. Who stands out in the 9K range to you?
Yeah, I think it's Abraham Answer, $9,700. If you look at the comp courses, right, the TPC Scottsdale, PGA West, TPC Summerlin, these courses do fit kind of what we're going to see here. And Abraham Answer has been one of the best. Like he's got top finishes on all of those courses. His irons are on fire right now. His irons here over his last 2 starts, I believe, have not been good. And so he has to rely on his recent form. It's just that, right? Not a long hitter. He's going to keep it in the fairway, and he's got to rely on that on those irons. But $9,700 is definitely something to consider. And then Ryan Palmer, right? Ryan Palmer, 9,400. He's another guy, Texas guy. He plays well in these type of conditions. It's a little pricey for Ryan Palmer, but at the same time, he's just playing at another level right now.
Yeah, Answer, also a Texas guy, still looking for his first career PGA Tour win. Who are some inexpensive names that you like at TPC San Antonio?
Yeah, one guy in the 8K range really quickly, Cam Davis. So what I mentioned earlier, right? Australian players, they tend to show up in Texas, and especially this course. Since 2010, we have Aaron Badley, Adam Scott, Stephen Bowditch. These guys have either finished top 5 or have won this tournament. And it makes sense, right? The courses that you see in Australia, a little bit more link style, where you keep the ball closer to the ground, run out. So that's kind of what we see here in Texas. The winds can pick up both in Australia and here in Texas. So we see that correlation. And Cam Davis, his short game has been bad, but his ball striking has been fantastic. So take a look at him. And I wouldn't be surprised, too, if Doug Gim comes back on the scene, right? He had a great showing at the Players' Championship at Sawgrass, just had a bad Sunday. I think he's definitely someone to consider down in this range. And then HV3 at $7,900 is also someone that chaps consider. He's been playing well. He's great off the tee. It's just, again, like, can he get his approaches dialed in his short game? And if he does, we've seen him pop very early in tournaments and give us a top 5 at worst in those tournaments that he does well in. So he's someone that I also like, a little bit lower in that 7K range.
Over on the DK Sportsbook side, though, which players' odds catch your eye? We've already mentioned Dustin Johnson is the favorite at plus 700.
Yeah, it's Cam Davis. Like I mentioned, Cam Davis is someone, look, if you take a look at his odds, I'm just checking them right now, he's at plus 6,000. Plus 6,000 for someone who's been, who has top finishes. Look, like I mentioned earlier, if that short game comes around, the around the green game, the putting, if it's there, he's going to be someone that's going to pay dividends, especially if you can get that top 5, top 10, if you want to look at that. But at plus 6,000, he's someone that I'm definitely considering with his odds. We talk about the Masters being next week. How many of these guys at the top of the board are really considering winning this tournament? Look, they're not going there to lose, but the priority is probably going to be, I want to tune my game up one last time. And if I don't win, so be it. If Cam Davis wins, that's a whole nother story, right? A great win in a great field.
All right, time to take a winner for me right now. Who is your early pick to win the Valero Texas Open?
Yeah, I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but give me Cam Davis. I love Tony Finau. Plus 1,300 is a little sharp for me.
We know.
Right, but if there's a runner-up to my runner-up, to the PGA Tour's version of a runner-up, it's going to be him. It's going to be a Cam Davis. I think his game is right there. He just needs to clean up some stuff around the green, on the greens, and if he does, watch out. You're going to see this guy's name on leaderboards.
Could get him plus 1,100 too, just for a top 5 finish. So, pretty good investment.
Come on.
All right.
Do it.
Sweet Reed T. Fowler. Love you. Mean it. Thanks, buddy.
Madden After Dark is next, but there's still a 2-game night slate set to tip off in the NBA, and you can still get a lineup in for the NBA 200K fadeaway contest. $18. You get a shot at a late night prize of $50K over in the NHL. The 3-game late slate locks at 10 p.m. Eastern as well, and you can take part in the NHL 10K Sticks contest. That classic contest has a top prize of $2K. It's an $11 entry fee. And of course, the NCAA tournament is now down to the final 18, so you can go check out the odds for those games and tournament futures right now on the DK Sportsbook. Plus, you can find up-to-the-minute odds and lines for the PGA Tour, UFC, NASCAR, and lots more. All right, it's been a pleasure to spend my Monday night with all of you, but it's time for me to say bye and go to bed. But that doesn't mean the dream stream is over quite yet. We still have Madden After Dark on the way, so let's send it out to Brandon Cristal and Geoff Ulrich for the call of Falcons and Titans.
Yes, thank you, Jesse. She's got to get busy getting her ginormous dog Thor to bed. Appreciate all your hard work as per the usual, though, showing up. And welcome, DK Sim fam. Welcome, Brandon. Joining me for this late night little Madden After Dark action, we got Atlanta and we got Tennessee. A pretty good sim matchup, to be honest, there, BK. I like these two teams for sim action. Atlanta's got some good players. They got A.J. Brown. They got Derrick Henry. Tennessee has those guys. And Atlanta's just a good sim team. They got a couple studs with Gurley and Julio. So who'd you put in your captain spot?
I captained A.J. Brown, hoping he outperforms his average.
Yeah.
Right. And did you get a lineup in? Because neither of us, whatever the word is, created. Neither was created a contest, and so then I created 3, but didn't put names on any of them. So I think Mark in the chat did it for us. So I don't know which one will be the.
I entered
one of
one
note.
and I got in the free roll. So
all right. Well, this one has 21 people in a small one.
Whatever.
When it gets created an hour ago by one of the great members of the DK Sim fam, is not going to have huge numbers. So
it's really my fault. I'm the host. I'm supposed to be the one creating it. The chat knows. You guys should have been looking at the schedule and knowing that I was about to be hosting, and then you would have realized, you guys got to get on this quicker. So, there I am. I don't know what happened there. We had a little Kaufman and me interlude there for a sec, but anyways, yeah, man. How's your night going? Yeah, you were on the last one with Kaufman. How did that go?
Well, it was not only Kaufman, it was also Brian was on there with us. So we did a three-man booth just trying it out. And it wasn't the most exciting game, it wasn't the most boring game. It was Chargers and the Raiders. And so it was good sim, but I think it was like 21-20 was the final. So you got some scoring. With 3 of us, we obviously had plenty to talk about, and we're talking about pro days and a bunch of other stuff, but it was all in all a good sim. I finished 18th, which if I finish 18th again, that means I'm not doing very well on our 21-person contest.
Yeah, so, no kidding.
Let's see. I should have made a lineup in the big one too.
That's pretty fun that you guys got Bry Guy in there. That's nice. I mean,
it's good.
Always a little fun to get an extra person in the sim, get it going for sure. I know we did a couple. I think Tara Lynn joined us for one, so that was fun. But yeah, man. I mean, we'll be bringing it home here for this one. Hopefully, we get a good game. I know the game Kenny and I did was really good. The Eagles and God, who's the other? The Bears. So yeah. No, I never do on Jordan. Again, you guys got to look when I'm on the schedule. I don't even know how to do one. I don't even know how to create a contest.
I've done it before, and the last time I did it, I made the name, poking fun at Art Modell, because it was like, I think it was Browns Ravens.
Oh yeah.
Art Modell Stinks Bowl or something. Yeah, something like that, or suck at Art Modell, or something like that, or screw you, Art Modell. I think it was and I was standing in line at the zoo, like we were waiting to go into one of the exhibits, because obviously everything's kind of, with COVID, timed out or whatever, as you go into different areas. And so I did it no problem. And then I made 3 contests. They're all the same, and I couldn't get a name on. I don't think it would have mattered much. Yeah. We have some breaking news from baseball, by the way, just a few minutes ago.
Oh,
I guess it's more like, at least a half hour ago, but I didn't see it till right now. The Mets offered Francisco Lindor $325 million over 10 years. Believed to be the final offer, moving past the originally planned number. 3 days before Lindor's deadline. It's a lot of money.
It's a lot. I mean, what did Tatis sign for? Do you remember?
13 years, 360?
Yeah, might be making less than that.
I don't know. Michael might know, because he's out in California there.
I feel like Tatis had got less than that, which just feels wrong.
Maybe.
Not that Lindor is bad or something, but that feels wrong. So I don't know. That If he turns that down, I mean, I don't know what he's.
Yeah, if you turn that down, it's like, what's the point? The reason I noticed that, but also, I've asked this question maybe last week, but I'm now less than a day away. I've got the number 1 pick in my fantasy draft tomorrow, and there's really no wrong answer. It's making sure to get the right answer, right? I've got plenty to choose from. I even asked Jeff Passan from ESPN, and he told me he'd go either Acuna or Soto, but you can make a case for Tatis, you can make a case for Trout, you can make a case for obviously Mookie Betts. Yeah, there's maybe another player or two you can make a case for. So if you were picking first in fantasy draft tomorrow, who would you take?
So I'm not like the biggest fantasy baseball guy, but
right. But this is the easiest question. I'm not saying who'd you take in the 25th round.
Oh no, totally. No, I'm going to give you an answer. Don't worry.
Sure.
I would probably say Acuna. I think so. That dude just like racks it up,
And they've got a good lineup around him.
Exactly.
He'll have a chance to drive in runs, but they're going to have to pitch to him.
Braves
I'm
really
leaning
lineup.
Acuna. What's funny is in this league where I finished second 2 years ago, I think I got Acuna in like the 12th that year or something.
Right. Yeah. Right.
But we're making it a keeper league this year. I was able to push that forward. You keep up to 5 guys for a couple years, and they can just go up around starting next year. So my back end is going to be as important as at the top, because I'm going to want to get guys that, coming up in the farm system, in June or sooner. So we'll see. But yeah, I'm leaning Acuna.
I think that's where I would go to. You're right, though. There's really like not a huge amount of wrong answer that you could go to. I mean, even just like picking Trout as like the safe guy, is fine. But I like, again, exactly why you brought it up, or exactly what you said. I just like the Braves offense, and I feel like Acuna, like every night, is going to be just racking stuff up, where some of those other guys, they might get pitched around or a little bit slower because of that in some certain stats. So yeah, I think that's probably where I would lean. I should get back into fantasy baseball season long. It's fun.
It makes you pay more attention, that's for sure. It certainly makes me pay more attention.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, it would force me to pay more attention, which I kind of would like to. But anyways, I'm looking forward to baseball being back.
Me too. Opening day here in Colorado, I guess everywhere, but Thursday. I could go to the game, but I don't know. It's in the middle of the day, obviously, and there's 180 more of them where it'll be less crowded in terms of in the press box. Like, a lot of people come and show up and cover the opening game, and even though with the protocols and all that, like, you can't get on the field like you could before. You obviously can't be in the dugout. You certainly can't be in the clubhouse. All the post-game stuff is Zoom. So I'll wait until there's a series I want to see, or, the Padres used to be terrible. To go, you'd see the Padres 50 times. Now, going to a Padres game will be fun to watch the T's. So maybe I'll wait for Padres coming to town, or even when the Dodgers come back another time. So we'll see.
So do you?
I'm more excited to go to Nuggets and Avs.
Do you cover baseball though?
Well, we're the Rocky station, so I don't have to cover it that intently.
Yeah.
Because our two voices of the team, there's a big sack there for the Titans. Our two voices of the team handle most of the heavy lifting. If they were to go on a playoff run, maybe I would cover it. Although then we're into football season, so I'd probably just go to home games.
Yeah.
I think. But that hasn't happened in all the time I've been working there. So I guess they have gone to the playoffs, but they haven't needed me to cover it. And then I will go to Nugs and Avs playoff games. But again, everything's on Zoom, so it's going to be more because I want to. And look, we're even though we're the Broncos and Rocky station, we're still the biggest radio station in the region. So
in the region, yeah.
There's value to being at the games, and I just haven't gone any this year.
What's the weather like in Colorado right now? Because it can get
depends on the day. Today it was 70. Yesterday it was 66. Tomorrow it's going to snow, and then be back into the 50s, and it's going to be 70 by Friday.
Yeah.
So we get a lot of spring snow, but it comes and goes usually fairly quickly.
It's kind of like where it is where I live up here. I'm like directly north of you guys. So we get, it was beautiful here for 2 weeks, and then it basically snowed today and was like, dropped temperature by like 15 degrees. So, but it's going to be like sunny by the end of the weekend. So yeah.
How much is baseball on in Calgary?
Like just on TV station, you mean?
Yeah, like is MLB Network easily available there?
And, if you want to watch baseball here, like it's easy to get. I mean, it's on
ESPN. Is ESPN its own station there, or TSN carries ESPN programming?
Yeah, TSN carries ESPN programming.
But will they carry Sunday Night Baseball as long as it's not hockey playoffs?
Yeah, during the hockey playoffs, it might be a little sporadic, but they're pretty good at like getting like the Sunday Night Baseball games on and stuff like that.
Okay.
Like they're easy to find. But then if you wanted more than that, yeah, the MLB Network and stuff is like, it's
you have
pretty
MLB
easy.
Network, and you can get the MLB package through the different TV providers there, just the same or online.
Yeah.
Same cost, or is it like a significantly higher cost because it's Canada?
I don't know. I think it's like, well, what is it in the U.S. to get that?
Good question.
Yeah, I don't think it's significantly higher though. I think it's pretty much.
What's like? Well, here to go apples to apples. What's the Sunday ticket cost? Because here I want to say it costs $3.99, maybe, give or take. To have every NFL game.
To get that, to be honest, I don't
What's
think
that?
that much here. I could be wrong about that though.
There's a chance that it's not, because it's like, hey, we're not making as much money in Canada, so here, we'll make it easy for you.
Yeah, that's true, right? Yeah, make it easy. Yeah, just give people more access to it. It could be a little bit cheaper access. I think it depends too on like the cable. I don't know how it all works.
Maybe.
Oh, Tannehill's just got all day to pass here. Pay a little attention. Oh, yes, wide open there. Waited for his man to get open. There he is, AJ Brown,
my captain.
I like AJ Brown, man. He is. I think he's gonna have a monster year next year. No Corey Davis, no Jonnu Smith. Bunch of targets. He just come in from like immediately as a rookie, and like they basically start dominating. So big on AJ Brown next year.
For sure. No Corey Davis, he's gonna get, and no Jonnu Smith. He's gonna get all the balls. He's also gonna get a lot of attention.
Yeah.
Who's calling their offense now that Arthur Smith went to Atlanta? Do we know? Let me look that up.
Oh, actually, that's a good question. Yeah. I keep forgetting Atlanta hired him. I'm not sure if they did they hire a new LC yet. I assume they did.
Yeah, it's March.
Yeah, Frederick Smith. No, that's sorry, that's Arthur Smith. That's duh.
Yeah,
that's his real name.
Yeah, that's also his dad's name, who owns FedEx. You knew that, right?
His dad owns FedEx. Are you serious?
His dad's the founder of FedEx. His dad's worth $5 billion.
Yeah,
but he's one of 10. So that means he's only going to inherit, assuming the dad splits it evenly, $500 million.
Oh,
but that definitely makes him, with apologies to Bill Belichick or Pete Carroll, the richest coach in the NFL.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. Titans promote Todd Downing to offensive coordinator.
Okay, so he was their QB coach or wideouts coach.
I think he's their QB coach.
Makes sense. I mean, Arthur got promoted too.
Yeah, and exactly. I mean, look, it does make sense to promote from within, because I assume, Downing worked with Smith and, knows what's going on, and they're probably just going to try and keep it going, run it back kind of thing. So he was a tight end coach, actually. So last time they made an internal promotion of a tight end coach, it was Arthur Smith. So there you go.
That worked out well once they swapped out Mariota for Tannehill.
Yeah, exactly. So going back to the well, promoting another tight end coach. See how it works. Here's Tanny.
I think it'd be fun to cover Vrabel. A little bit I've been around him at league events. He seems, he's a football guy, he's a football player. But I don't think he takes himself that seriously.
No, he seems like he's having a little bit of fun out there. You're right. He doesn't take himself too seriously. So he's made some bad in-game decisions.
Yeah, I don't know how good of a coach he is. I just think it'd be fun to cover.
I mean, I'm just saying from a game management, like he makes bad, but I don't think he's a bad coach. Like I'm not trying to say he's a bad coach, because I think what he's done with the Titans is actually really good. Like, he's built his offense around, the right player. Other coaches may have come in with Derrick Henry and be like, well, we're giving him 10 touches and that's it. And Vrabel's just like, he's our best offensive player. AJ Brown's our best offensive player. These guys are going to play a ton. So I respect him for that. Obviously helped Bill Tannehill back up. But yeah, like most head coaches, he has trouble with in-game stuff. He had one of the worst punts ever in the playoff game this year. But
sure, he does have a good mustache that he's really been committed to now for a lot of years.
Great mustache.
So, being Canadian born and raised, do they make you have to like hockey? And if you don't like hockey, do people think you're just doing it to be alternative? Like, oh, I'm going to like NFL football, or like that you're doing it to be different? There's Derrick Henry.
There is Derrick Henry. Nice run there. In a way, yeah, kind of. Like, you're not like weird, but yeah, like some people will be like, some people will just do it.
Well, in America, it's
like
the people
an
that don't watch
alternative
people in America that aren't NFL fans, and you meet them, and they're like, "No, I'm mostly a soccer fan." You're like, "Come on, what's going on?" Not that soccer isn't great, and I'm a big soccer fan, soccer fan, but in general, if you come across people like that, or they only like hockey, you're like, "Well, come on, football, basketball, baseball, this is America." Although baseball's TV numbers have been pretty terrible of late, and they're headed in the wrong direction. Sean Preston really wants to know points. I guess we should give him some numbers, huh?
Oh, what does he want?
Stats.
Well, oh, just the points? Sure, man.
Stats and then points, but might as well do stats first.
Yeah, Tannehill, 68 yards, 13 yards passing for Matt Ryan. So not much going on there. I'll read the points after, Sean. I'll give you an update on the lineups. No problem. Thank you for
not asking. A lot. It's 0-0.
It's 0-0, so not much going on. Derrick Henry, 21 yards. Ryan Tannehill, 2 yards rushing. So again, Atlanta didn't even like Todd. Where's Todd Gurley in this half? Doesn't exist. AJ Brown with the big catch, 2 catches, 49 yards. D-Hen, 1 catch. Gurley, 1 catch. So Gurley does have 1.2 points.
Oh, we got 61 people in our contest when it was all said and done.
Yeah, I got one that was like 75.
I'm in 7th.
Like, oh, there you go. All right. Corey Davis, 1 catch. Jonas Smith, 1 catch. Ridley, 1 catch. So, again, that's pretty much it. Let me bring up I'm in the Atlanta-Tennessee free roll for BK and Jeff.
I'm in that one too. So I'm in 7th.
There we go. I'm in 14th.
I'm beating Koff by 40 points in NBA with 34 minutes left. I got 319 and counting. Who's still playing for me? This Thomas kid has 0. So I'm going to score 330 points with the kid putting up zeros. Huh.
Who's going off for you?
Harden had 78.75. We both had Westbrook, so that's a push, but he got 94.5. So that's how you score a lot. We both had Kelly Olynyk. I've got Siakam. He's cold right now, even though he's because there's 5.5 minutes left in the fourth. So he could come back. Avdija had I think that's 16. Close enough. He had 24.5, and then Rui Hachimura, in honor of his alma mater, playing really well in this basketball tournament. He got me 39. So, but I'm getting a 0 from the Thomas kid with Cleveland, and it's at halftime. Maybe he's a second half player. And then Robinson got me 16.5.
Julio coming down with a 42-yard catch there, all the way out to midfield. Did you say? Did I hear you right? Russell Westbrook got 94 points, like not in a captain spot or anything.
No, it's just a classic lineup. So.
Classic. He got 94 points. Oh,
yeah.
What did he do? Like score 70 or something? Like how did he get there?
Let me see. That's a great question.
Because that's a lot. Like
yeah, he's filling up the stat sheet there.
Picked in the end zone. Tried to go back.
Julio. Look at Julio.
Tried to go back.
So he had 14 rebounds, made 4 threes, 21 assists.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, there you go.
That's crazy.
And 35. Wait, he hit 35 points and 21 assists. Seems almost impossible. That's like the best game in the history of basketball.
No, I mean, like, I know Harden had like a 99 or something a couple years ago, but like that is like, that's why I went. I'm like, did he say 94? Like, he must be playing Showdown, but that's an absolutely insane stat line.
35 points, 21 assists, 14 boards, 53% from the field, 66 from 3. A 30-20 game. Isn't I was at the game where Chris Duhon beat Scott Skiles' assist record, and it's like, I think it's got to be close to tying it. 21, 22. Let's see, most assists.
I think there's no, it's got to be more than 21 or 22.
Oh, Scott Skiles had 30. Never mind. Yeah. Chris Duhon didn't beat that then.
Yeah.
What was the game I was? It was just a random Knicks game.
Quick hitter over to Johnny Smith over the middle. That's up there for fantasy performances though on DraftKings. Like I said, I think James Harden beat that one a couple years back, and there might be some other bigger.
I was wrong, and I don't know how many Duhon had. I guess I could find that here pretty quickly. Oh, he had 22. That was a Knicks record. That's what it was. He had 22 assists. That's a lot for Chris Duhon, who was a nice player in college and had an okay NBA career, and he has been coaching. I don't know if he's still coaching. So Scott Skiles had 30. Stockton 3 times, 26, 27, 28. Rondo had 25 a couple years ago with New Orleans in 17, a couple days after Christmas. Jay Kidd, 25. Kevin Johnson, 25. Nate McMillan, 25. Zeke, 25. Westbrook in OKC in 19, January 10th, had 24. Rondo, 24. Ramon Sessions, 24. Magic had a couple 24. Stockton again. Isaiah again. John Lucas, 24. Rondo, 23. Jamal Tinsley, Ohio State product, Chicago kid, or Brooklyn kid, sorry. 23, Nick Van Exel, 23, Mookie Blaylock. 4 more with Stockton at 23.
Yeah, Stockton.
Lever, Magic a couple times at 23, and then Westbrook 22, and then tonight 21. Man, and he's at 21 another time. 2 other times. Jeez. All right, 94 points. Good job.
John Stockton, just a assist machine back there, working with Karl Malone back in the day. 3rd and 9. Titans need one. Oh, yo, Johnny, what you doing?
In.
Oh.
He's across the line. He's way across.
Yeah. Oh, was that across the line? Okay. Yeah.
I think so.
Yep. Yeah, I think you're right. Downfield. Yep. Downfield. I wasn't paying attention to the line there. I thought they might have been holding, but no. Legal downfield pass. Assume they're just going to decline it. I think they did. Anyways, 4th and 9. Yep. All right, kids. How you doing in the chat? San Antonio's watering hole, still bartending, still watching the stream. Love it.
What's going on at the bar? It's Texas, so it's wide open, no mask, no nothing.
Well, they said they had us on there. He was saying, I know when Kenny and I were doing
like
it.
we're on a TV screen. That's awesome.
Guys, you all know. I mean, if you're new, the scoring is updated manually. So Julio's points will get updated. Don't worry about it, guys. Absolutely, they'll get updated. But it's manual scoring for the Sims. It's not done instantaneously, so the guys will figure that out. Don't worry about it. It all gets figured out. Trust me when I say, if you're new to this. 0-0 OT, Sean Preston. Yeah, this one, I thought we'd get a lot of points. I'm not going to lie. Still could.
Throwing all those names out there. You got people talking about Jamal Tinsley was fun to watch. James says he's good friends with Ramon Sessions' cousin. See, I'm not the only person that knows famous people. I don't know how famous Ramon Sessions' cousin is, but still cool.
Oh, you got us on the tablet now. Okay, they got us on the tablet.
All right, tablet's all right. Look, he's in San Antonio. Baylor women were playing, and now the Baylor men are playing. So, like, as cool as it is to have us on, maybe on a day when there's not much.
Yeah, I mean, when the tournament's on, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. San Antonio, that's where the PGA golf tournament is this week, too.
Oh, no, the women's tournament is in San Antonio. So maybe he's making some money. Hopefully people travel down there. I watched, what was it? Oh, maybe there was a crowd somewhere at a game, and they in Texas, and they had, like, half the folks were still wearing masks. Maybe it was a hockey game. Oh, that's what it was. It was a high school hockey game. Jane Slater's boyfriend, I think, is a coach at Highland Park, which is where Matt Stafford and Clayton Kershaw went, among others. Big sack there for the Titans. And Slater put on her Instagram that they won. She's like, I'm so proud of these kids. And look, you win a high school championship, it's cool. But that high school, Highland Park, name the ritziest public in quotes, high school in any city in America. That's what Highland Park is. Jerry Jones lives in Highland Park. Troy Aikman lives in Highland Park. You know, the ethnic diversity doesn't exist in Highland Park. In fact, they used to be part of Dallas schools, and when they got their taxes raised, they made their own school district because they didn't want to pay for all the other Dallas schools, which I understand. In multi-million-dollar homes, you don't want to help everybody out. I get it. But, yeah, that's where Kershaw and Stafford are from. But when you see, oh, it's so great, it's like, well, first of all, it's hockey, which we know is not the cheapest sport. And second, it's like these hard-scrabble kids from Highland Park, I mean, they're going to be okay.
Yeah.
Or Jerry Jones' grandson, Steven's kiddo that plays at Arkansas, he was quarterback at. They won state title. John David, maybe? John David Jones?
John David Jones. Sounds like a Texan through and through. So
yeah. So anyway, but the crowd, I mean, it was full. Like, it was a hockey game. There was no social distancing, but half the people had masks on.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, obviously U.S. doing well with their vaccination rate, which is good to see. I know.
I got my second shot yesterday. I told all these guys
did you?
before.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, I've been in a bad way most of the day, dude. Like, I'm getting better and I feel better, but I had to put on. I was wearing shorts and just my DraftKings t-shirt. I'm now wearing sweatpants and a sweatshirt. Took some ibuprofen right at maybe halftime of the first sim.
So did you get it this morning then?
No, yesterday around 11. That's a touchdown.
There we go. There's a Julio action. Everybody's saying it was going to be 0-0. No way. Too many good players in this game. So there you go. I know he got that first grab, taken away from him, but right up
redemption,
untouched.
Redemption. What's interesting is
Did you immediately get tired after you got your shot?
No. I felt fine most of the day, honestly, and
Got a
was
little
actually
bit
up
tired.
later than I wanted to be. And so then part of the reason I feel like crap is because 2.5-year-old comes into the room at 1:50 and never left, but was a nightmare. Plus, we have our little girl who's 5 months old in the crib next to us. She's actually
geez.
okay.
Oh.
She only woke. Sometimes she wakes up 2 or 3 times. Last night she woke up once, which was the only time her brother was asleep in our bed. And then like an hour later, from probably about 3 o'clock on, he was awake. So my wife's a zombie upstairs. I was like, go to bed. She's like, I can't go to bed at 8. I was like, why not? I said, I'll be done a little after 9, and I am happy to go straight to bed.
Yeah, this is like the no sleep podcast then, or the no sleep
kidding.
stream, because I'm in the same shape. I got 0 sleep last night. It's a windstorm at my house, and then one of my kids got up at like 3, and she had a bad dream about a spider being in her bed or something. So we do check for spiders, and then she woke her sister up because they're twins. So it was
that's right. That's the thing when you got the kids sharing a room. It's all good when they go to sleep at the same time and get up around the same time, but when something goes sideways, it's a different deal.
Yeah, completely.
So, hopefully tonight is just a.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna want to watch the end of
quick tonight.
I'm gonna want to watch the end of this basketball game, so maybe I'll do that on my iPad in bed.
I'm gonna drink a half bottle of NyQuil and go to bed.
There you go. Good for you. So yeah, I'm starting to feel okay, but I definitely had ups and downs today for sure, especially when I first got up. My whole body hurt.
Yeah.
But,
did you get that with like both shots, like with the
first shot, not a thing.
Yeah.
And this one, look, I'm sure if I needed to do something, I probably could have. I intentionally didn't make myself available for Sims earlier. I didn't have to do hardly anything on air. I wrote an article about George Payton going to Ohio State's pro day tomorrow because I broke that news. Not that it's breaking news. It is around here because we live and die with everything the Broncos do, including which pro day they go to. But, so I was able to do that. It kind of came in waves. Like I said, ibuprofen kicked in. I got up from my first nap. It was okay. And then, like, as it wore off, I was like, this is not good. And was asleep on the couch, basically, while the kiddos were watching. The 2.5-year-old was watching a movie. The little one's sleeping there, trying not to wake me up. And then I took another nap, like, from 4 to 5.
Yeah, I mean, I know when I haven't got my shot yet because we are behind in Canada. We have the vaccine, but it's slow rolling out. So it'll probably be another month or 2 for me. But I know when I've got my flu vaccine in the past, like
does that affect you? I know plenty of people that it affects. I've never had an issue with the flu shot. Thankfully.
Flu shot, yeah.
But it gets you a little bit.
Super tired, yeah. For
every year.
I got to take a nap or something, and then I'm fine. But
no, in fact, news in Colorado today is, and there's already 32 states doing this, but Colorado is 16 and up or 18 and up, depending on which vaccine, starting Friday.
Wow, you guys are already there. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. I just want to, as I keep saying, I said on Twitter, I just want to go to a concert.
Oh, totally. I know. Like,
that's it. I just want to go to some concerts.
I just want to go.
I know I'm going to end up going to these games, so that's why I'm like, and I know that's why I said I'm like, and I know people want to go watch the Nugs and Avs make a deep playoff run.
Yeah. Completely. I'm saying I just want to like go see a movie or something, or like when the next dorky Marvel superhero.
Well, yeah, July 9th. Well, you should be go by July 9th. Let's hope when Black Widow comes out.
Yeah. I mean, we are really slow here, but they're starting to pick up the pace. I think they're starting to feel.
Well, that's a good thing though. How many people live in Canada? I know like 20 million people live there or something.
No, it's closer to 40, but
40?
The problem with it is that it's just so spread out. So there's they're trying to get remote communities done first, and then they're trying to
that actually makes sense. They're kind of working that way. Well, I don't know if that makes sense because there's a lot of people in metropolitan areas that were like, we're around a lot of people. It's like people in rural communities are good at staying away from people.
Yeah, I know. That's kind of what that's what I said too. Why don't you take care of the cities where everyone's interacting first? But anyways, it's just slow. But we'll get there. At least it's being rolled out and stuff.
There's a light at the end of the tunnel, it feels like.
Yeah, exactly. I know in like Israel, not to make this like the vaccination stream, but I know in Israel it's becoming like super effective.
So I read one of those. I read a story about that too.
Yeah, over like 50% vaccinated and like no deaths or anything. So that's awesome to hear.
That's good. Wow, Eric Court. Hang on, quick timeout. Eric Court's right underneath that. We'll talk Denver in a minute. Eric Court said he found out today his older sister was diagnosed with leukemia. You have some prayers? Absolutely. Eric, I hope your sister, fights like hell and beats it. And this is the last time we have to talk about it, although we'll likely want an update. But that is obviously crappy news. And hopefully she can get through it and come out the other side.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Definitely, hope you guys are holding strong and stuff. And, thanks for sharing, in all honesty. If you feel like dropping things like that, no problem, man. Yeah, absolutely. It's a good place to do it. DK Sim fam, always supportive. If you're new here, make yourself known. Get yourself known in the chat. We try and read it as much as possible. Hit that like button too if you're good guys. But definitely, Eric, that's horrible news. But hope you guys are staying strong and stuff too.
Yeah, let's hope it's a happy ending. So, as we were going through all that, Tennessee scoop and score.
Yeah, I know. I was reading the chat, and I'm like, oh, okay, missed that. Yeah. Scoop and score. Tie game, at least. This has been a nice little end to the half. So, Tennessee D, let's get you caught up. Tennessee D with some points there, as we obviously just we're focused on something else, but it was well worth it. Again, appreciate it sharing, Eric. Where is my Tennessee contest? There it is. So, Tennessee D, about to be just shooting up the leaderboard. Yeah, 6.6% owned in our little free roll, in like the 70-man one or whatever. But they're up to 16 points in the flex now. So big time movement there. If you had the Tennessee D, 2 sacks too. Actually, that's their second turnover. That's right, because that interception off Julio. So Tennessee D is absolutely killing it right now. Well, got some time too. They have 40 seconds, 3 timeouts, so you could even see more points. Ooh, that was dropped. Jimmy B, there was a defensive score by Tennessee.
So, the question that I interrupted because I saw Eric Court's message.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No problem. I hadn't seen it, so thank you for interrupting.
Yeah. Wanted to talk Denver. Certainly plenty of people have had me talk Denver a lot. Their GM, George Payton's headed to Ohio State tomorrow. They're sending a scout to Alabama. The players that are at Alabama's pro day, Mac Jones, I don't think they like very much, or at least they don't seem to indicate they do. And then 2 stud wide receivers. Well, they already have a bunch of wide receivers, including one from Alabama they took in the first round. Yeah. So they're not taking Jalen Waddle or Devontae Smith, even if one of them were there at 9. If anything, they'd trade out of that spot probably.
Yep.
Somebody really wanted one of them. So the biggest question here is going to continue to be about quarterback competition for Drew Lock. And there's still some bets that in theory are available via trade. We'll see what Carolina does. Can they jump up maybe to 5 to take the 5th quarterback if one drops? Can they move up with Cincy or even to 7 with Detroit?
Yep.
And I guess that's only if Detroit says they're taking a QB if one of those drops, because once the first 4 are gone, you just, unless you're worried someone's going to leapfrog you, then you can sit there at 8. And
Ryan going for it all, and he gets it.
Look at that. I got Young Wei Koo, so that's good. I roster Young Wei Koo. Gurley.
Gurley, yeah, they're gonna have a shot at a touchdown though here because they do have the timeout. So that was Gurley. Yeah, I thought that was Julio, but Todd Gurley going downfield here. This game has really picked up in the last 2 minutes of this quarter. It's really going to be interesting. And Denver is one of those teams because obviously you got the top 3, but then it all comes down to what people think of Mac Jones and Trey Lance. Like if there is a team that is 100% sold on one of those guys, you got to figure they're going to trade up, right?
Well, unless you believe the rumblings that Mac Jones is going to go 3 to San Fran.
And that, but then teams got to be just falling over.
Well, and that's where if you're Carolina, you have to go to 5 with the Bengals. And the Bengals can go a lot of different directions. I think they want Jamar Chase because Joe Burrow wants him. Penny Sewell will still be out there. So will both Alabama wide receivers. So will Slater. Even if they went from 5 to 8, they'd be okay. But the reason you have to trade up is because if you're Carolina and you're just hoping that it falls to 8, I know the Dolphins in Albert Breer's article today, it said they wanted to draft close to where they were drafting at 3 by dropping back to 6 and picking up an extra first. They feel like they're going to have a shot at one of the 2 best position players, if not the best, depending on if the 5th quarterback goes. Mm-hmm. So maybe they would drop down again somehow. But I guess Carolina probably has to have the Bengals on speed dial or have a deal in place if they really want one of those quarterbacks, so then that makes Teddy Bridgewater available potentially, because I've heard that they've talked to a bunch of teams and that the owner didn't love Bridgewater anyway and certainly doesn't love the contract. So
yeah,
Bridgewater, I think, is an option for the Broncos. I think Sam Darnold in theory is, but I imagine somebody else is going to trade more for him than the Broncos are willing to trade. Gardner Minshew is available via trade. Nick Foles is available, but I don't know why. Nick Foles, to me, doesn't create that great of a competition for Locke. So
I think Bridgewater would be a better target, or Minshew. Actually, I keep forgetting about Gardner Minshew. I mean, that dude was like, the slated starter there. I think both those guys would be good for Denver, because Denver's defense is looking pretty good going into next year. Like I kind of like the moves they made, re-signing guys and stuff. I think Denver's defense could be like really improved next year. So if they can just get like a little bit steadier, or just put some pressure on Locke and make him improve, I don't know, but whatever. I agree. Like you got to figure Denver's going to bring in another QB, hey? Like whether through the draft or a veteran.
Yeah, it can't just be Brett Rippon and Driscoll's on the roster for now, but he won't. Look,
yeah.
Alex Smith continues to remain out there. I think he's going to end up in Jacksonville, but he hasn't yet.
Yeah. Alex Smith, definitely a guy that, a lot of, the Russ Wilson situation still hasn't like really been resolved. So there's, the Deshaun Watson situation. So there's still weird things like balls that could drop, so to speak. So to make more things happen. So anyways, 10-7 at the half. Ryan up to 217 yards. So big passing half for Matt.
Yeah, and all of a sudden the bonus becomes very realistic for Matty Ice.
Absolutely. Tannehill only 96 yards passing, no touchdowns. Get a few rush yards as well. Only 2, so never mind. Derrick Henry only 23 yards. This is kind of a bust game for Derrick Henry. Gurley only 25 yards rushing, but he's got it done as a receiver.
A big catch.
Massive catch. 3 for 55. Oh no, he didn't get the touchdown, but he does have 3 catch 55 yards. Julio with the touchdown. That's right. 5 for 118. Julio is just beast moding it. Already hit the bonus. He's on his way to a monster game.
Yeah, I'm glad I have him on my roster. That's why I'm in 31st place.
And no one on the Titans has more than 2 catches. So that's
including my captain, A.J. Brown, who got me 10.35 points.
Where am I? I'm in 47th, so I'm terrible. I captained. No, who did I captain?
All right, so it's 10-7. We got 2 touchdowns. One was on defense.
Right. Oh, yeah, and then the D.
Yeah, Titans D. What's the total number of touchdowns we will get in the second half?
I'm going to say we get 3 or more. I'm going to say I'll say 3. Sure.
I'll take the under. I'll say less.
Okay. Pessimistic. That's fine. I'll be the optimist. Rossi's Fat Cat says, my buddy told me to swap Gurley for Henry. So far, I'm looking smart for sticking with Gurley. You are, Rossi's Fat Cat. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, let's get the second half, folks. Let's get some points. Did you work the 1 year anniversary?
I took it off because I just didn't know if I'd have any kind of reaction to that shot. So I went ahead and just made myself unavailable.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay.
Not that I definitely would have worked, but I definitely have worked a lot of Sundays.
So which vaccination did you get? Like which?
I got the Moderna one, and some people have the ability to choose at their doctor's office or something.
Yeah.
I didn't. I just went to the appointment that I had been signed up for, and they gave it to me, and then they gave me a card. Said, "All right, come back in a month." And so I came back a month to the day.
Give me whatever you got.
Yeah. And that's how look, and I've got friends in Colorado. I saw a buddy of mine in LA. Like I said, see it. He told me, they're just getting the Johnson & Johnson, and then they're one and done. My wife's aunt up in the mountains here, she got the Johnson & Johnson, and I think as long as you're getting any of them, you're good.
Yeah, absolutely.
In fact, I know you are. So
yeah, it's the severity of the thing. I mean, no vaccine is going to stop you from ever getting the virus, but that's not really their purpose. It's more just to lessen the severity. Well, it does protect you to some extent like that, but
Absolutely.
It's the Johnson & Johnson. I keep forgetting that one-shot one is out there, man. There's so many of them now. So
well, and my wife who works in healthcare said the same thing that was then reported a bunch of places, and she may have even heard her medical officer say this, CMO, that it was going to be a game changer because Johnson & Johnson, the one-shot thing, and their tasked in most places with administering the flu shots. So they have the infrastructure and the ability to scale it super fast, which is what we've seen. That's how they're flying through a lot of these vaccinations all across America.
There you go. Yeah, that one will probably be, especially too, like in the future, if they need to add boosters or whatever. That one,
yeah, absolutely,
well utilized. So
for sure.
Think about it, folks. Just 6 months ago, we didn't even have a vaccine.
I know.
We didn't know what was going on.
No, it does feel like
Gauge.
there truly is a light at the end of the tunnel. Like we can have normal summers, and I know July 4th there is just a regular day of the week, but here it's a big deal. So like I expect that people will have July 4th barbecues and it'll feel normal, and hopefully in most cities they will have fireworks shows, where people can see the fireworks, all that. Oh, yeah, and the J&J vaccine, as Daniel points out, can be kept at room temperature. All the other ones, the Moderna and the Pfizer, one of them has to be kept at like sub-zero temperatures. The other one has to be kept super cold. So
yeah, the Pfizer has to be kept at like sub-zero temps. That's right. Yeah, the Johnson & Johnson. That's what makes it so kind of just useful. The Falcons fumbled, but I think they got it back. Yeah, 3rd and 20. So they did get that one back. But man, lots of.
So we were talking about Carolina, and only because I just saw it in my Twitter feed. Carolina jumping up for a quarterback. There's plenty of people, especially with George Payton going to pro day tomorrow for Justin Fields. Now he went to Wilson's, he went to Trey Lance's. He's missed both of Mac Jones, and I don't think he was at Clemson's. Or by tomorrow, he will have missed both of Mac Jones. If he does fall in love with Fields, the Broncos could get from 9-5 with the Bengals too, depending on what they offer compared to what Carolina will offer, even though it's one spot back. That's a possibility. I don't think they're going to do it. I think if anything at 9, they're going to look to trade back and just acquire more assets.
Yeah,
but we'll see. Justin Fields doesn't have a better arm than Drew Lock. He does other things better for sure, but he doesn't have a better arm.
Yeah, for sure. No, so many things can happen. Like Atlanta, it feels like Atlanta could just take a QB there if they wanted to.
I think they will. I think they will.
You think they will? Yeah.
Yeah, even though Matt Ryan's making all that money, and they certainly have him under contract multiple years, but there's an out there. There's a way, like they can't trade him now because it'll cost like $49 million or something. Or cut him or whatever. And if they trade him, they have to eat a lot of it. So let me see what his contract is again, because
it's nasty.
it does.
From
get
what I remember.
Better.
Yeah.
And so then it's just the idea of, hey, he's 36 going on 37. We got a new young coach. We just want to move on. And then how much does he have left in the tank, and where does he go?
Yeah.
Does he end up in San Francisco? I guess probably not likely with how this is shaking out, but does he end up in New England, or does he end up in Pittsburgh? Even though he's almost as old as Big Ben, he seems to have what I would guess is a lot of gas left in the tank. He hasn't taken a lot of bad hits. He hasn't had any bad injuries. He's not super mobile anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Will be. I don't know. I mean, I feel like Atlanta. Like if Justin Fields drops, I feel like they just have to take him. It would be ridiculous for them not to. But I don't know. Like maybe they just have lower grades on like Lance and Jones that they just will trade, or they're targeting someone else.
Or maybe they take Lance at 4.
Yeah, absolutely, they could.
Because he can come in, learn behind Ryan.
Yep.
Pick up the offense.
He's got the least amount of college experience, so it would just be natural. I could see that, absolutely, man. Yeah.
He's got a good arm. He's got a kind of a little hitch in his throw, but the ball gets there for sure. He runs well. He's big. He's super smart. So this is what's left on this deal. There's an out in 2 years potentially. Man, this was a lot of money. Jeez.
It's a lot. Eh?
So it was $94 million guaranteed at signing, 5-year, $150 million, and the big money, I guess, kicked in really in 19.
Oh, that was caught. I'm sorry. That was Calvin Ridley there.
So if Matty Ice got cut, if they just cut him, we count $65 million in dead money. He actually is only making $23 million this year because he's been paid most of that bonus already, or most of the guarantee. $26 million against the cap, though. Next year, if they cut him, it's $40 in dead money. He does count $48 against the cap. Oh, so potential out, it's just 2021. No, they have an out where they can then spread the $40 million out in dead money over multiple years because it's all tied to that bonus.
Okay.
So
what site are you looking at?
I'm looking at Spotrac.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah, they could spread the dead money. Yeah, for sure.
So maybe they draft that quarterback and just move on. Or because they've paid most of the guarantee and his actual cash is 23 and 28, that maybe you trade him next year rather than getting out because you're going to owe the dead money either way. You don't owe him any real cash. You trade him, though, for a mid-round pick to a team that really wants him, that feels like they're a veteran quarterback away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ryan is weird. Like he's obviously he comes with a huge contract, like a little bit of albatross, but still useful. And I feel like if they do draft a quarterback, like they're probably just gonna like make him sit behind Matt Ryan.
Yeah, I think they understand the economics are such that you have to eat this year. I don't know what they still owe Gurley. It's not a lot. They obviously have Julio under contract. How much does he get? It seems like when he's dialed in, he's still a top 5 receiver. But you can withstand this year, and then you'll still have the rookie on a 4-year rookie window. And they will have spent a year learning how to do everything like a pro around that.
Yeah. Yeah. And like you won't be getting, well, I guess they could get Fields, who like actually is NFL ready, in my opinion. But if you end up with like Lance, then, he's more of a raw guy anyway. So sitting wouldn't be the end of the world. Then look, if you're out of the playoffs by week 10, you can just sit Matt Ryan and give the other guys some experience. So yeah, Atlanta could definitely do it. Wouldn't shock me, but they haven't really been vocal about what they're going to do. They seem to like.
There's no reason for them to be just, and I don't know if anybody else has either, other than everyone or lots of people like to assign Zach Wilson to the Jets, and there's people that want to read between the lines and say Mac Jones is going to San Fran. Well, the sense I get with San Fran is exactly what Albert Breer wrote today, was that they just wanted to be able to control what happened. If they traded to 5, they'd be stuck with whatever's left.
Yep.
At 3, they have 3 options. At 5, they don't have any options. Or
Yeah.
you have theoretically just one option.
I mean, the other thing that makes us so interesting is, who got it?
Atlanta scooped it up.
All right. Here we go. Atlanta ball again. Jonnu Smith. No new Patriot. Getting rocked.
It popped in the air. It almost looked like he was dribbling like a basketball.
Matty
Ice hits the bonus.
Yeah,
or hit
right
the
on
bonus.
the number. 300 yards. So he's just going to add to it here most likely. But there's been a lot of turnovers in this game. So Tennessee can't keep it close. Atlanta could put this one out of reach here with a quick score or slow score.
He missed Julio on the backside drag there. But Hooper picks up 6. What's with all the turnovers? Says Silly Sally wants to play. It's one of those nights. In
a lot of turnovers in the
Music
first
City.
game I did too. Yeah. They got the hits turned up. The sim does. Does seem to be, wasn't there, Tater Hater? You're right. Like the other one, there was a lot of sims too. Or a lot of turnovers too in the last
Man,
sim.
good block.
Gurley getting in the corner.
Gurley just cruising.
Todd Gurley. I don't know if he'll be in the sim next year, or if he is, he probably won't have this as good ability, but Todd Gurley getting his one more year of run in the sims as an elite running back. Yeah, just like the draft. I mean, you've got Carolina, Denver, New England. You could even throw in there, like all these teams potentially could move up and like make a move. Obviously, San Francisco already did, but it just everything seems to hinge on Atlanta now. That's it, the way it's broken down, right?
Yeah.
So, I guess to an extent it depends on what San Francisco is going to do. We know they're going to take a quarterback, but who are they going to take, right?
And just because they're going to Mac Jones Pro Day tomorrow, I don't know why there's misdirection there. If it isn't Mac Jones, maybe they just want to get a better look to rule him out. That they already have Lance and Fields high enough, and they want to see Jones in person and say, no, we definitely don't want him.
I mean, regardless, even if you were like really high on like Fields over Jones, of course you're going to go to Mac Jones's Pro Bowl or like Pro Day. Now that you've got the 3rd pick, like you're going to go see all these guys. I mean, if I buy, if I get a free car or something, I get a choice between 3. Of course, I'm going to go look at all 3.
Well, and it's worth noting. I saw where somebody tweeted, Justin Fields is going to throw again away from Ohio State, and the Niners will get to see him throw.
Okay. So there you go, man. Yeah, I mean, look, we still got a month here till the draft, or just under a month. I mean, Of course, you can do due diligence. Julio up to 7 catches, 166 now. So
I guess we technically have exactly a month because it's the 29th, his first night of the draft.
Is it 29th? Oh, I thought it was 29th.
Even though it's not Thursday to Thursday because of
There you
the
go.
calendar.
Yep. But basically 30 days. So there you go. 1 month. Julio just balling. Matt Ryan hit the bonus as well. So you needed the Matt Ryan Julio stack. If you got classic lineups, whatever. Matt Ryan, Julio. That is the duo, man.
I'm in 42nd because I went Tannehill instead of Ryan like a dummy, and he's got 3 points. I am getting 32 from Julio, but that's not enough. Stats are good through all 3 quarters. Lewis Daniels is sleepy BK. Look, I told you guys I am hanging on by a thread here, but we're going to have big energy for the final quarter, Jeff. Big energy.
We're both.
Dig
This is
deep.
like I said, this is the no sleep till Brooklyn stream.
Yeah.
I mean, we're both coming in running on fumes, but we are here for you guys. I'm actually surprised at how well I've held up today.
You seem a little tired. I was not trying to yawn on camera. I looked down and realized I was on camera. Not that I can control it if I have to yawn. But here, throw some questions at us, guys. Not that Jeff and I aren't enjoying talking. And did I get an answer beyond Jeff? Who does everybody think I should take first in my fantasy baseball draft? I'll take right answers only.
Because I know there's a ton of baseball guys in the chat. So
and baseball guys, throw some sleepers out there that I should take a flyer on in mid to late rounds.
I'm gonna say Acuna for the first. Who is the White Sox rookie who's starting? Is it Lowry? Oh, wait. Vaughn.
Okay.
Andrew Vaughn.
Oh, right.
That's a good sleeper.
Last year I had all these kids. I had the pitcher in San Diego. What's his name? Chase, whatever. I had Daniel Carlson. I had like 6 or 7 because I've got a buddy who fantasy baseball is his life. So he helped me get second 2 years ago. Last year I got third. I pretty much just draft. I'm texting him the whole time during the draft and then make adjustments to be like, drop this guy, pick this guy up. Okay, great. Lewis Daniels says he understands. He's been sleepy since his second shot too. So there you go.
All the COVID sleepiness. So yeah, Ridley there looked like on the that was Ridley on the second touchdown there by Atlanta. So they are
Captain Blood wants odds on Henry scoring in the fourth quarter. We've got the 2 touchdowns that I expected. You're expecting at least one more. With 7 minutes left, you would think that we'll see it.
Well, I mean, I'm not expecting Henry to get a ton of carries, even if they get inside the red zone. Like, you might need somebody to get tackled down at the 2 for a Henry. So, I mean, I'm going to put a Henry touchdown at like plus 150 right now kind of thing. Tennessee's just going to go pass happy mode here. Humphreys there. New Washington football team player, Adam Humphreys. But yeah, give BK some baseball advice, man. Who you guys got first? You guys agree with me with Acuna?
I've gotten a little better with my fantasy baseball, like I said, mostly because my buddy Mike kind of shadow managing my team via text. But I used to play with all these guys. At first, it was all college buddies, and it's a bunch of guys I'm in a fantasy football league with too. It has definitely devolved into like 4 college buddies and 6 to 8 people I don't know or whatever. And so, but I'd be in this baseball league every year thinking that it'll at least make me pay more attention. And I've told this story on here before, but I was watching the All-Star game. I had a softball game that night. I was like just in the little gym at my office waiting to go to the later softball game, watching the start of the All-Star game. And no lie, 6 All-Stars were introduced that I'd never even heard of. I'm like, well, this is probably why I'm in next to last place, because I didn't even know who these guys are, and they're all All-Stars. But so I've tried to get better to at least know all the All-Stars.
I've been following the rookies this year a little bit more, getting a little bit more into the cards. So picked up some Kelnick cards, picked up some Andrew Vaughn cards.
Did you get in on the Top Shot release today or whatever?
Oh, yeah, I did actually. I forgot about that. I did actually remember to do that, surprisingly.
Did you land anything cool?
They haven't released the packs
Chris
yet.
Middleton 3-pointer?
Chris Middleton. I don't think they've released the packs yet. Actually, maybe I should check. I have no idea. I'll open them whenever. But yeah, there's a
SNL
little.
did a little send up on NFTs the other day.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Give me the lowdown. What'd they do?
They were just kind of making fun of the idea of it.
Yeah.
And like trying to explain it.
Right.
But they did it in like music video form, if I remember. I was falling asleep on the couch. But
It's definitely ripe for some good parody. You know, there's Corey Davis on
Yeah.
the catch. It might have been his first catch. It feels like it was. I haven't dumped too much money into Top Shot, but I bought the packs whenever I've gotten a good place in line. That's pretty much it. Davis again, starting
it's
to heat
just
up.
lottery based.
Yeah. Drops are just lottery based. So wherever you fall in line, you know, there's 30,000 packs and 200,000 people, and you got to get in the top 30,000. So.
But it's just the second you sign up, or you sign up and they randomly pull the 30.
No, it doesn't matter when you sign up, as long as you sign up before the drop starts, and then they just randomly assign you.
And then when they assign you, it's up to you if you want to buy it or not.
Yep. Yeah, and then they give you an option.
Because I was looking at the cost, I'm like, all right, $100 for whatever a Kevin Durant dunk seems cool. $1,000 seems like a lot. But I guess if I could turn $1,000 into $5,000 in a day.
Yeah, I mean, and look, like the marketplace isn't quite as hot right now. Like it's not, things aren't selling as fast. So the flipping is kind of done. If you're buying it, it's more of like a long-term investment thing. You kind of believe in the.
That feels a little riskier to me.
Yeah, definitely riskier. Definitely some risk. I mean,
hey, Jonnu, there's your third touchdown.
Okay.
So you hit it, and I got my man Tannehill.
So making up for that fumble, Mr. Jonnu Smith. Yeah, Tanny getting on the board. I actually captained Tannehill, so it's going to definitely help my lineup. Not that I'm anywhere near the lead or anything, but put some respect on my team. Tannehill, only here we go, 172 yards passing, not doing too much. Jonnu Smith's having a decent game, even with that fumble though, I want to say.
So I'm texting with a scout in the league about Justin Fields since he's throwing tomorrow.
Yep.
And
was it tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
He and Alabama are both throwing. NFL Network's doing a pro day special.
Okay.
If we talked about trading up to 5 if you're Carolina if Fields is there, because a columnist in Denver Post wrote that if Fields is there at 5, the Broncos should trade up to get him if the other 4 go ahead of him. And so the scout said, well, you don't necessarily have to do that, assuming Cincy and Miami want to hold on to their picks. And if they do, then you just have to go to 7 with Detroit to leapfrog Carolina. And then it becomes a bidding war with Carolina. But you go to 5 and you ensure that you're going to get them.
Yeah. So many possibilities. That's why I love the draft. Always intriguing. I love that there's a little bit of movement before. Teams are already getting hot to trot. Surprising.
Well, now mock drafts actually kind of make sense.
Right.
Even though we think there's going to be perhaps more trades or whatever, but especially after the trades on Friday with those 3 teams, the mocks, the free agency has taken place for the most part, and needs have been filled. So like the Broncos I kept saying corner. I think you asked me last time we worked. I was like, cornerback at 9 for sure. Any of the 3 feel like studs, and they've all looked good. J.C. Horn ran before he had back surgery, so that's a little nerve-wracking, but he ran in the 4.2s if you believe the time that you saw. Yeah. And then or not J.C. Horn, I'm sorry, Caleb Farley. But then J.C. Horn looked really good last week at South Carolina's pro day, and Pat Surtain. Yeah, I don't know if he even worked out. I think he worked out last week because he's not working out tomorrow. But either way, the Broncos now, after signing 2 corners, aren't going to likely take a corner at 9. They might, but I think they'd trade back. Or maybe they'd go Micah Parsons, or maybe they'd go one of those offensive linemen. I don't think Sewell would get to 9, but maybe Rashawn Slater from Northwestern. So
Slater would be good.
I can do a mock draft for the Broncos today, or what they would do, much more easily than I could 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, makes more sense. The top 3 isn't going to likely get jumbled from here on out. I don't think anyone's trading down. I guess the Jets could, but it's probably not going to happen. So
I don't think so. I'm guessing the Niners called him too, because
totally, that's where they would have started.
Yeah,
right?
with that relationship with all those guys there, with them all coming from San Fran, and Joe Douglas, wanting to keep his coaching staff happy, I'm sure.
I think San Francisco's plan is just to move up as high as possible and get in position for a QB. So, I think QB's first 3 drafts, and then it gets crazy. You can start mocking in trades with Atlanta. You can peg Atlanta for a certain QB or a certain skill player, and you go from there. So yeah, you're right. Like the mocks before that big
They're
trade.
just an exercise, and look, we all click on them because you want to know what what experts think your team is doing. So I understand the function they serve. I just don't expect their accuracy to be
No.
be much of a thing beyond Trevor Lawrence at 1.
Yeah. You can, and to the accuracy point, I don't know why anyone would really celebrate being accurate about the draft. I mean, it's definitely interesting to like try and dig into these teams. Like, I think it's cool, but I'm not reading something necessarily about a draft to find out to try and get like the most accurate draft.
That's the one you look at on Tuesday or Wednesday before the draft.
Exactly. I just want to know what people think on the team needs and what they think of the players. So when I'm reading a draft article, it's kind of what I'm doing. Some people like to celebrate. They think they know that where the teams are all going to do. But either way, it's fun to break down. It's absolutely a fun event. I love the draft. Like I said, it's one of my favorite times.
Yeah, it's a busy weekend for me, but I too love it. What I realize though, because having gone to the combine a bunch of years, is there's definitely people that are way dialed in on the draft, and I'm not saying there's not value in that, but it also only lasts 3 days. So really understanding in this case is like of the Broncos, their needs and who caught my eye talking to friends around the league that work in scouting departments or higher up in the front office or coaches or whatever. I like to just circle in on a couple guys to see who they like, and that's where the combine helps a lot too, because they will have just met with somebody and told them what they did or didn't like. I talked to a coach friend last year that said Javon Kinlaw was just a mess in that like he just wasn't that into the meeting and this and that. And now he didn't get drafted by them. So, but they could tell there were some red flags. I'm like, well, his agent told me that instead of going to whatever to focus on his workout, which I think he skipped. And look, I think the Niners still took him in the first round. He went and ate a bunch of wings. Like he went, they met him at some spot where he was just, crushing wings. So it's just one of those things where to try to learn all 300 players that go to the combine is an exercise plenty of people do, and I understand why they do. But I kind of try to dial in on a couple guys at each position that I think makes sense for the Broncos. And then in normal years where I watch a lot more college football, I've got sort of my working, database in my head / things I'll write down. When the Broncos drafted Eric Decker, I had seen almost every one of his games his senior year at Minnesota because they were always in the early window, including like the first kickoff game of the year. They played Syracuse because Greg Paulus had got done playing basketball and was a quarterback, so he went from Duke to Syracuse. So I watched that whole game. I remember just kind of laying in bed, hungover from the night before, and Eric Decker went nuts. They get 150 yards, and then he played Iowa State and had a big game. So when the Broncos got Eric Decker in the third round of that draft in 2010, even though everybody's making a big deal about obviously Demaryius Thomas and Tebow, on that Saturday when Eric Decker gets drafted, I'm like, yeah, I watched this kid play a lot, so I think this, and this.
They get all those guys in the same draft, is that right?
They got those guys in that draft the year before, or the next year they got Vaughn and Julius Thomas. So in two drafts, they got Decker, Demaryius, Julius, and then Vaughn. In the Vaughn draft, they also got Raheem Moore, I think.
Wow, that's a nice
Orlando Franklin, too, in that draft. I mean, they drafted a bunch of starters in those couple drafts.
Julius Thomas was like a really late round draft pick, wasn't he?
Fourth rounder. What's funny is...
Was he fourth?
Right,
okay.
I like to call this, but he didn't play hardly any football. He played basketball at Portland State.
That's right, yeah. He had limited.
I like to call this time of year the lying season. So when somebody tells you they like somebody, unless you think they're not drafting him because they're picking 20th and they're telling you how much they like Trey Lance or whatever. In general, though, when you see tweets like, I'm hearing this team is into this guy, you're like, okay. But we had Brian Zanders, who's currently an assistant GM with the Rams. He was the GM when Elway got the job, and he was kind of there to hold his hand. And once John thought he had a handle on it, he fired him, which wasn't super cool. But he came on the radio with us in that 2011 draft, like, oh, give us a player in later rounds that you like. Because there's this tight end from Portland State, Julius Thomas. If he's there, we're going to try to go get him. And then lo and behold, fourth round rolls around and they draft Julius Thomas. Like, holy cow. We've never actually had someone give us his name and then go get him.
What he was going to do. Probably wouldn't have done that if it was like the early rounds, hey, but like, the late rounds.
No. And that was obviously 2011 draft's a phenomenal draft. You can make the case. We'll see how it all shakes out with the Gold Jackets, but other than the 89 draft and maybe even the 83 draft, Cam, I don't think Cam's headed to the Hall of Fame now. He was on that trajectory, but not sure he gets there. Yeah. Vaughn at 2, Julio Jones, Patrick Peterson, AJ Green are all in the top 10. JJ Watt went 11th. Richard Sherman went in the fifth round. Cam Jordan's in that draft, I believe. I can pull up. There's a few more. Tyron Smith, like that may have a chance to be the most first rounders in the Hall of Fame potentially.
Yep, definitely a strong draft. Thought Atlanta might get you a garbage touchdown there, folks, but no, they're going to kneel it out. Killing clock, and winning this game by 10 points. That's going to do it.
Mike Vrabel can't believe how bad his offense was.
Turning the ball over, that'll get you every time. Sim Derrick Henry, definitely going to get benched in the next sim. By Sim Mike Vrabel, right? So actually, it wasn't even Derrick Henry. It was like Jonas Smith and Ryan Tannehill. So never mind. It won't be Derrick Henry. But winning lineup in the free roll we got in. There's only like 70 people. Ridley and the captain, who actually really came on. 2 touchdowns. That's right. He got that second touchdown. He was cheaper than Julio, so that's probably why he's in the captain. Julio kind of went stagnant a little bit in the second half. 8 catches, 178 yards. Ryan, 340 for 3 passing touchdowns with 1 interception. Henry only had 7.2 points, but he was in the winning lineup. 75%.
Ridley in the captain spot is there in our contest. I'm trying to find his ownership here real quick.
Who's that?
Calvin Ridley.
Yeah, 6.6.
Yeah, he may end up being. I think he's going to be my Krusty Krystal player of the game.
All right, Krusty Krystal, I like that. Yeah, 7 receptions, 62 yards. I mean, he kept up with Julio pretty good, and he definitely smashed his average. So
what was Henry's ownership numbers again?
75% and 32% in the captain. So
all right, once you gave me those numbers, sorry, King Henry, as your Twitter handle says, King Henry 2. You are the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award winner tonight with 7.2 points when everyone was counting on you and you led everyone, including myself, down. But he was in the winning lineup too, so there's that.
There you go, man. Definitely deserving. That's like, I agree. Derrick Henry, definitely the Not My Kid Award winner there. Yeah, it was a pretty good sim. I mean, a little bit of intrigue back and forth. I hope you guys had a good Monday. BK and I obviously getting the vaccine, staying up all night with, our youngins. We're going to close things out here quickly here, folks, but appreciate you guys showing up. I'm going to give you the schedule for tomorrow. We got Bills at Ravens at 12. We got Emerson and Christian. Then we got Rams at Jaguars, the Jaguars, with Glasheen and Rossi. That's going to be at 2 Eastern. Then we got Packers at Seahawks, Glasheen, Kenny. That's 4. 6, we got Washington at Dolphins, Kaufman, Kenny. Wow, Kenny doing double duty. First he got Glash, then Kaufman. What a day. Then the night sims, 8 p.m. Eastern, Colts at Cardinals, Kaufman, Tom. And then Madden After Dark, Bengals at Lions. You got Tom and Christian for a little bit of Madden After Dark action. So that's tomorrow. That's Tuesday. 6 sims coming at you guys. Thank our guys in the back. Mike, producer, always there for us. Jesse, she's gone. She's trying to hunt down Thor, whatever, getting him his toys. Daniel, Zach, doing the stuff in the back. Guys,
good stuff.
Brandon, get some rest, my friend.
I am going to get some rest. I'll be back Thursday. I got a big fantasy draft tomorrow. I got my birthday / first softball game is Wednesday, so I'll be back for 2 Thursday. Again, though, to Eric Court, man, hope everything's okay with your sister. Keep us posted as it comes along, because the DK Sim fam, even though there's plenty of trash talk and everybody wants to win their lineups, we all know what's really important, so we're pulling for her. So let's hope she's okay.
Absolutely, dude. And that's a great night note to go out on. Guys, stay safe and stuff. And stay strong. We'll see you again tomorrow.